to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
And we are all subjects in the Chiefs' kingdom. Hello from Chiefs land, everybody. The United States of Chiefs. Oh, man, here we go. 2 weeks of Chiefs. I think they're playing another team. They're playing a team called some team. I don't know, Philadelphia Phillies or something. I don't know. But anyway, it's a Monday morning. Let's attack the week. Marcus Boucher, like Pat Mahomes attacking the record books. Good morning, brother.
What's up, Murph? How we doing on a Monday morning?
We're chiefing it.
We're chiefing
it.
Which I am a fan of chiefing it, Murph. Just not a fan of the Kansas City Chiefs. And it's starting to feel like Groundhog Day, where I'm just waking up over and over again and looking at Patrick Mahomes playing in AFC Championship games and going straight to the Super Bowl once again.
Nothing has changed, buddy. Nothing has changed. It's a day that ends in Y, and the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl in a close, tight, taut, controversial, thrilling, cold, arrowheady type of game. And there's Andy Reid. He hasn't changed his body at all. He hasn't lost any weight. He hasn't gained any weight. He looks the same as he's looked the last several years.
Same mustache.
Mahomes got the same haircut, same jerseys, same little white turtleneck sweatbands or whatever. You got freaking Taylor Swift. You got Travis Nance. You got Kelce singing. Did you hear him this time? Do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight.
How about you get the hell out of the playoffs? That's what I want to see. Somebody stop these guys.
Well, the Buffalo Bills had the ball.
Man.
They had the ball.
And once again, for the fourth straight time, Josh Allen and the Bills are defeated by Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
And here's the thing. Josh Allen did not play poorly.
No.
He really didn't do anything overtly wrong in that game. I mean, we can nitpick here and there. There's a couple things. Couple
quarterback sneaks.
Couple
2-point conversions that they missed out on.
Couple 2-point conversions.
Left 4 points on the board and lost by 3.
Correct. I was yelling at the TV early at 14-12. Don't chase it now. Don't chase it now. And
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, 90s Friday. Wait 2 more weeks. I think you'll get one. Yeah, because we got a 10s Friday coming up. Then we go 80s, then we go 90s. Waterfalls for the Chiefs and the Bills. So poor Josh Allen, first quarterback ever to lose to the same quarterback 4 straight years. So congrats.
Yeah, congrats. Congrats on winning 7 playoff games, but never making it to the Super Bowl, which I believe is also a record by a quarterback to win 7 times in the postseason, but to never reach the damn bowl.
So you've seen the analogy out there, and it's true. It was in my head yesterday. It's Tiger Woods. So when Tiger was dominating, there were these unbelievably great players who never saw glory because Tiger Woods. Shout out Phil Mickelson, Ernie Els, Sergio Garcia, or where do you want to go? Basketball? Charles Barkley, John Stockton, Karl Malone, all these great players who just couldn't get past that one guy. Yeah. Jordan, Tiger, Mahomes.
And that's why it was feeling like maybe this year would be a little different because one of the comps I had seen was actually Josh Allen and Michael Jordan and how Michael Jordan did not get to the NBA Finals in his first 7 seasons. But Josh Allen's not Michael Jordan. Instead, maybe we're talking about Patrick Mahomes being the Michael Jordan of football because, Murph, he's on his way to, what, his 4th Super Bowl potentially before he even reaches age 30.
Yeah, he's 20. He just turned 29 in September.
This is insane.
I looked that up. It is insane. And, oh, by the way, it's like you say Tom Brady. You mentioned Jeter, you mentioned Jordan, you mentioned Tiger, you mentioned Mahomes. What about Tom Brady because he got 7? Yeah, well, he got beat along the way. Manning got him a couple of times, This guy Mahomes, they don't beat him.
Yeah, and that's the problem because I made the comp a few times. Everybody's been drawing comparisons to Brady versus Peyton Manning and how those are the only 2 quarterbacks who have matched up more in the postseason besides now Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. To your point, the difference is at least Brady won some of those matchups. At least Peyton won some of those matchups. Yeah. I think Peyton actually had a winning record in the 5 matchups, 3-2 against Brady in the postseason.
Crazy, man, crazy. And so, and then here's guys like me. You know what I got to deal with? I got to walk in. I got a 16-year-old kid, young Tony, stapling stuff for the show. He's like, so how do you feel about the fact Mahomes is better than Montana?
Wow.
I'm like,
right out the gates,
I'm like, bro, I just walked into work.
Come on, Tony. I got 5 a.m. on a Monday morning.
I got my jacket zipped up. I'm still holding my coffee.
Damn, son.
On my backpack. I haven't sat down yet. I was still standing. I had been in the office for probably less than a minute. And give people, the kid's working his ass off, God bless him. He's here before anybody. He's organized. He's buttoned up. He's doing his work. That's the good part. And he's always this part where he starts stapling packets that he's going to give us, and he does it across the shuffleboard table. So it's part of his drama is that he's got the paper spread out and he's stapling, and he's barely giving me eye contact, too. He's just staple. So how do you feel about the fact that Mahomes is better than Montana? Staple.
Damn.
I'm like, well, bro. And then I came back with a flustered response that wound up being inaccurate. I meant to tell you this, Tony. I go, well, there's more levels of playoffs now, but that's inaccurate. Mahomes has only been a wild card once. He's only had to win one extra game than Montana. So he really has just done it with win-win bowl, win-win bowl, win-win bowl, which is the way Joe did it. He never went straight to the conference championship game. I got to give Mahomes his due.
Yeah.
He's 17-3 as a playoff quarterback. Montana won 16 playoff games. I lose the math here. Mahomes has more playoff wins than Montana, dude. I don't think I can. I mean, I'll still say I'll take Montana in one game, I think. But, I mean, it's like Mahomes is that dude, 17-3 in the playoffs.
And he's not even 30 yet, Murph. We have quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady playing until they're 45. How many more Super Bowls is this guy going to win?
At some point, their team won't be good. Like, at some point, he can be really good. There's no way first of all, Andy Reid ain't staying, right? We got to talk about Andy Reid for a second.
Andy Reid's a football lifer. I don't think he's ever going to hang him up.
How about this little casual stat? His 6th Super Bowl, tying him with Don Shula for the second most all time. Belichick with 9, Shula and Belichick with 6. By the way, shout out Don Shula. People don't talk enough Shula in their lives. But anyway, so when Andy Reid leaves, I got to imagine this thing slows down.
I'm hoping, Murph. Yeah. I'm hoping. Hell, can somebody get Spags the hell out of Kansas City?
Dude, that's
like,
the other
bro,
thing,
that blitz he dialed up on fourth down,
yeah.
and it's something I've thought about a lot while we're sitting here talking about DC searches. And congratulations, Robert Saleh officially signs back with the 49ers.
Right, I was confused. I was talking to Mark when we finished off on Friday. We thought he had it, but we weren't sure.
Yeah, it just wasn't official.
And then it was like late Friday after, and then I wrote my Jock blog Friday like, this is great if it happens.
Yeah.
And then I filed the Jock blog, and like 20 minutes later, he was official.
Yeah.
My Jock blog was out for 20 minutes.
Because we had the Mike Silver report, but as much as we like our guy Mike Silver, his word is only as good as silver, not like Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. Their word is as good as gold, Murph.
Yeah.
And once those guys confirmed it, it was significantly kind of finalized, I guess, if that's even how I can correctly put it. But my point was with Spags is, how is there not another team around the league offering Spags a head coaching job? Like, I don't know if he just wants to stay as DC as the Chiefs, but you're watching what this defense has done for Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, and you're sitting here, even if you don't want Spags as your head coach, just do it to weaken the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about the 49ers defense and the difference when D'Amico and Robert Saleh were plucked away. How has nobody plucked away Spags from this Kansas City Chiefs team?
Well, remember, Kyle tried to get him as a D coordinator, but you're talking about as a head coach.
As a head coach.
Why? Because I'm looking at it. He had his shot, and he was
not
bad.
good. Yeah, he was not good.
He went 1-15 with the 09 Rams, but hey, he inherited a bad team. Then he went 7-9. You're like, oh, hit. And then they went 2-14.
But I mean, someone's got to bite the bullet.
Yeah.
Just like steal him away. Like, even if you don't think he could be a good head coach.
Literally double his salary.
Yes.
Like, what are the Chiefs paying you? 1.5 mil? Here's $3 million. Yeah. Come on down. You know what I mean? Double the sal.
Just make it worth it, because, man, oh, man, there he was again yesterday. Fourth down, sent the blitz. Dalton Kincaid, bro, catch the ball. Catch the ball, Dalton.
Well, there it is. That's what makes the Chiefs the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Dalton Kincaid doesn't catch the ball. That's what makes the Chiefs the Chiefs. Now, if he does catch the ball, first of all, it's an unbelievable throw by Josh Allen, who, again, walks out of there knowing I made the throw of my life here, and yet I'm losing again here, 32-29. They would have been in field goal range at that point in time. You know, would they have scored the go-ahead touchdown? I don't know. And we've gone this far without even talking about the spot.
The spot.
On fourth down.
What about that
So it's 22-21. If they get that first down now, they're on the 40-yard line, up 22-21, driving. They could go ahead. I don't know, man. It just, the problem is that it just adds to the Chiefs lore. So, and this just, the fact that we just spent the first 10 minutes not even mentioning the NFC game.
Not at all.
I said, I think the Chiefs are playing the Philadelia Flyers in the Super Bowl, something like that.
taking on Philly Fanatics.
Sixers? They playing the Sixers?
Yeah, Sixers.
Anyway, it's this Super Bowl is all about the Chiefs. That's it. Like, the story, there's like no legacy at stake for the Eagles at all. Like, okay, cool, Jalen Hurts. Okay, cool, Sirianni, whatever. Saquon, obviously.
Saquon, yeah.
But still, I mean, this is all about the Chiefs. Either they do or they don't. That's the entire story of this Super Bowl.
Repeat, and I guess it does add an extra level when you have the revenge angle of the Philadelphia Eagles losing that Super Bowl a couple years ago. Jalen Hurts coming back, the city of Philadelphia against Andy Reid. And then it is Saquon's birthday, the actual day of the Super Bowl. So happy birthday, Saquon.
Who's going to think he is Thin Tim?
Yeah,
all right,
I can't believe this happened on my birthday.
It's Monday, January 27, and we are living in the empire of the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, we'll get the guest list from young Tony. He'll continue to talk S about Joe Montana, I imagine, on the other side.
Sounds like you're trying to provoke.
He is provoking early. Like I told you, I hadn't even dude, the jacket zipped up, the coffee mug is still in the hand, the backpack is still on. I hadn't even cracked the door to the office over there.
I mean, we're not even at hums and bums yet, and you're coming with these takes.
5:15, and just stapling away, too. Barely even giving me eye contact. Yeah,
stapling down these takes.
The impudence of these kids these days.
The disrespect.
We'll get the guest list from the Stapling S-talker, Tony Farias, next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have 2 new contests this morning. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies at Levi Stadium on June 22nd. We will be giving those tickets away in the 7 a.m. hour. We are also giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi Stadium on August 1st. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour. So just stay tuned all day. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
First play from scrimmage for Philly. They mark him down at the 40-yard line. Toss it to the left side. Barkley's got a lane to the 50, to the 45. Spin move to the 40. Barkley still going. Zigzags inside. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown. Saquon Barkley. He is incredible.
Allen is in the gun. He's got 5 wide. They're at their own 47, moving from right to left. He looks into 6 defensive backs. It's 4th down and 5. Allen to move his receiver Shakir. Shotgun snap, drifting back 5. Here comes the blitz. He's hit as he throws. There's a wild pass downfield. Dropped and incomplete. At the 35 to Kincaid on a dive. Incomplete to Kincaid at the 35 on a dive.
Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan, two guys who you heard on our show last week, thanks to John Joe Curl's booking. And also you heard an OO's Friday, which is going to become a 10s Friday, which previously was a 90s Friday, which means that when Marcus said, don't go chasing 2-pointers and don't go chasing waterfalls, we gave you a little sneak preview of a 90s Friday. Sounds good, young Tony.
Don't go chasing 2-point conversions. I'm sorry. It's too early to sing. My voice is not ready.
I liked it. Yeah, man, there it is. And good calls by Eagle and Harlan, and the Kincaid dropped. And as people are pointing out on the text line, if you're the Buffalo Bills, you live by the dropped tight end pass. Mark Andrews was your hero in Buffalo when he dropped him for the Baltimore Ravens, and you die by the dropped tight end pass, Dalton Kincaid. Now, on the level of difficulty, Kincaid's was not an easy one, but it was in his hands, and he's an NFL tight end.
Yeah.
By the way, he was on my fantasy team all year, my very, 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 very unsuccessful fantasy team this year, and he wasn't that good this year. He wasn't that good, and so when he dropped that, literally one of my first thoughts was, yeah, you didn't have that good a year for the mid-segment reads either, bro.
Yeah, dropping balls. I know he dealt with some injuries throughout the season, but you're absolutely right. The Mark Andrews ball should have been caught 99 out of 100 times. That one was more difficult because of the blitz that Spags sent, and Josh Allen was being hit as he threw, and it was a little underthrown. But, Murph, it's just like in baseball. If the ball hits your mitt, you should make the play. In football, if the ball hits your hands, if it hits your arms, you got to make the catch.
Yeah, for sure. And we got to talk about the plays before that, too. The first down play where Allen passed on a check down and threw an incomplete pass. The second down play where he got his pass batted down at the line of scrimmage. Who's this guy think he is? Brock Purdy?
Hey, yo. You're telling me even 6'5" quarterbacks get their passes batted down.
How about that? Good play by the D line. It wasn't Jones, was it? I forget who knocked it down. And then the 3rd and 10 screen to Amari Cooper. The first play was a toss sweep to the rookie, wasn't it? It wasn't. The first play was a run play, wasn't it?
I think you're right.
Which, by the way, they were getting whatever they wanted when they ran it. They ran the ball like crazy, and James Cook was not on the field. They did not give it to James Cook. Which was crazy. People are losing their mind on that. How do you not give it to James Cook?
Especially after the effort he gave on that 4th down touchdown. That option, man, oh, man. The strength of his wrist, not the break, as he held his body up and extended for that end zone.
One of the great touchdowns, really, you'll see in recent playoff history, and, of course, it goes to waste. So the first down was the run play to the rookie. Second down was the batted down pass. The third down was the screen to Amari Cooper that got nothing.
Yeah, they picked up 5, and I guess really the only way to defend that is that the Bills knew that they would be in 2-down territory, obviously going for it on 4th down, so they create a 4th and 5 situation. But still, I think I would have took a shot at the chains.
Did they wind up getting 5 on that? Yeah, I thought they got less than that.
Like,
Not bad.
I said the same thing watching it live. I was like, oh, they just picked up a couple yards. And it's actually one of the better spots I guess they got that game, Murph.
Yeah, he got 5. You're right about that. Yeah, the very first no, so the first down was not the first down was a pass play that was incomplete. Deep middle to Shakir. Almost got intercepted. That's right. He almost got that one intercepted. The second down was the one that got knocked down by Charles Omenahu, who knocked it down.
Omenahu.
Oh,
Wow.
How about that? I didn't notice that during the live action. 3rd and 10 was the pass to Cooper that got you 5. And then 4th and 5 was here comes the Spags blitz. Yeah. You knew it was coming. And Spags is Spags, and Reid is Reid, and Mahomes is Mahomes. To say good morning to young Tony, who was in here provoking at an early hour this morning, 6:21. It was an hour 6 minutes ago. I walked in. I got handed a bag of oranges by Overnight Dave, which was awesome. Look at that, guys. I got some oranges. See those right there? And from his backyard.
I like that it's in a brown paper bag.
Yeah. And he went with the...
I'm pretty tempted to light it on fire.
He was talking about the oranges are blossoming in his trees in January. I said, this is why millions flocked west through the centuries. They're growing oranges in January. I'm moving to California, right? Come on, man. So thank you, Overnight Dave. So I get the bag of oranges from Dave, which is great. I turn the corner, and here's this stapling S-talker here. Staple. Hey, man, what do you have to say about Mahomes passing Montana? I'm like, what do you mean?
Sounds like we had some S-talking MFers in the bullpen this morning.
We had some talking mother in St. Louis.
Good morning, Tone. How are you, brother?
Good morning.
Any reason you decided to provoke so early?
I just think it was a topical question. Maybe be.
What about good morning? How's your weekend?
Yeah, I mean,
how's life?
I like to just get right to it.
Now, young Tony, I would give you some advice as a man that's been around Murph for damn near 5 years in the morning now. You should have saved it for on air. That's how you really get the reaction.
That's
like
true.
you play everything cool, don't bring it up, and then at 6:21 when you ring those guest horns, you say, "Hey Murph, you see this stat about your boy Joe Montana being passed up by Patrick Mahomes?" And then you get the live reaction on air of Murph coming after you.
The off-air reaction was not that great. It's just like, no.
But I think like if you would have threw him that curveball on air, you would have got a better reaction.
I think Marcus is right. I probably would have. Yeah, you would have definitely pressed a button.
Yeah,
because
then he would have had to sit here and like kind of digest it.
Yeah,
like now, like he's a little calmer because after that he went to go crack his eggs and drink a couple cups of coffee.
I did, and then I looked up the stats to see how many times Mahomes had won, and I was like, I had to eat it. I guess I got to eat it.
Yeah,
now,
see, if he didn't have these stats, he'd just be angry, and he'd just be firing shots at you for even bringing up that name.
I'd be lashing out, and then Loader would be cutting it up for social media. Murph snaps at young Tony.
We're playing for clicks here, Tony.
This is a veteran speaking here, buddy. It's very good.
Absolutely. This guy knows ball.
Yeah, I learned from the best.
You know what? I don't think I like Copes. There it is.
Yeah, you got to provoke Murph sometimes. You got to provoke him.
That's very true. Mahomes in Montana, one game. Who do you take?
It's hard not to say Mahomes
or
right
Brady.
now.
I mean, do I offer Brady in the multiple choice?
Yeah.
Terry Bradshaw won 4. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about Terry Bradshaw winning 4 because his defense was so dominant. He didn't have to do much. Back then, quarterbacks didn't do much at all. They turned around, they handed the ball to Franco Harris. He turned around and watched the defense stop the other guy's run game. I mean, the game has changed so dramatically. Quarterbacks are. In fact, I should go back and look at Bradshaw's numbers. Maybe by the 4th one, he was letting it loose a little bit. He had the deep ball to Lynn Swann, famously. Where was that in New Orleans? I forget where that was, where he made the diving catch on the cover of SI. But so, I mean, Mahomes or Montana. I gotta say Montana. But I used to say Montana versus Brady easily. I'm taking Montana in one game, and I felt supremely confident. I gotta be honest. Montana versus Mahomes, and I take Montana, and the other guy takes Mahomes. I'm not as confident. Yeah. I'm not as confident. This guy gets it freaking done all the freaking time.
I mean, he has been a starter in the NFL, 7 seasons now? And has been in the AFC Championship game every single year. They're going to their 5th Super Bowl in the last 6 seasons. And he's doing this all before he even turns 30. Like, the storybook is unwritten when it comes to Patrick Mahomes. So I'd love to sit here and say, no, he's not on track to be one of the greatest of all times. And I can't speak to the conversation of like Tom Brady versus Patrick Mahomes as well as you can versus Tom Brady versus Joe Montana or even Patrick Mahomes versus Joe Montana because you got to watch a lot more Joe than I did. Everything I saw from Joe Montana was highlights and just like seeing the best of the best. Right, yeah. You got to see the full games. You got to see the breakdown. But when I'm looking at the comparison of Tom Brady versus Patrick Mahomes, I think purely as a quarterback, take away the accomplishments, I think you have to say that Patrick Mahomes is a more skilled quarterback than Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah. I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Brady was a leader. Brady had everything buttoned down, buttoned up, whatever. He just always knew where the play should go. Like, he was the king processor of all time and stayed calm in fire and all that. So that's what. But in terms of just the electricity of the athletic ability and to make a play out of nothing, Mahomes runs circles around him.
Yeah, and I know that's kind of the conversation when we talk GOATs. Like, there's the most accomplished of all time, which is definitely Tom Brady, but I don't think he's the most skilled quarterback that I've ever seen. Hell, I thought Peyton Manning was more skilled. I think Aaron Rodgers arguably is more skilled. Hell, you can go down the list of Joe Montana, Dan Marino, those kind of guys that are more skilled.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, exactly, more skilled than Tom Brady. But he's got the resume. He's got the most accomplishments. For now, we'll see what happens over the next decade with Patrick Mahomes.
Here's man, just for fun, Bradshaw. Wow. His first Super Bowl. Ready for this? 9 for 14 for 96 yards. Bro,
Wow.
SB quarterback, 9 for 14 for 96 yards. Ready for, you're like, okay, well, how do you do in the next one? They beat the Vikings 16-6. Next one, they beat the Cowboys 21-17, 9 for 19. He did go for 209, but still 9 for 19. Then he finally got a little bit loose his last couple when they beat Dallas 35-31, which at the time was the best Super Bowl ever played. 17 for 30 for 318 and 4 touchdowns. Now that's legit. That is legit. And then when he beat the Rams, he only went 14 for 21, but for 309. Big plays, big plays. So a couple of dazzlers, but a couple of really stinkers.
Let's think about that. In 3 of those Super Bowl wins, there was 21 or less pass attempts.
Yep.
Like, that just goes to show, like, the
21,
difference in
19,
football.
and 14.
How about that?
Bro.
14 pass attempts in the Super Bowl.
Dude, 9 for 14 for 96 yards. All right, guest list on a Monday, January 27th. That was a bad Super Bowl. They beat the Vikings 16-6 on January 12, 1975. By the way, the Super Bowl was played on January 12th. How about that? It's all in my lifetime. All right, Tony, what do we got?
Alrighty, if you missed anything over the weekend, we will have Hums and Bums at 6:50. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We will talk to Herm Edwards at 8:15 this morning, get his take on both the games over the weekend. Cooler content at 8:30, and then David Lombardi at 8:50. Talk a little 49ers football. His latest headline, 49ers land their big fish in Robert Saleh.
All right, dare we continue to talk about this Mahomes reign? We haven't even mentioned a single word about the NFC. Got to do that next. And do we mention the basketball Saturday night?
If we have to.
My Geno Smith to the end zone moment on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Good. It's Monday. Look, this is the first time that I figured out it was Monday. I'm like, damn, it's Monday?
Hey. Maybe I could tell the people in Buffalo that as sad as you are, you can fix your smile with Invisalign. How's that? Hey, Buffalo, chin up. Get Invisalign clear aligners and smile. Because when it comes to smiles, Invisalign clear aligners is the choice for you. Both my teenage sons have them. Both of them have money smiles. As the 13-year-old said, with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. He is now hired as an ad exec. I also told you I have a couple of adult relatives who are doing it. You do not have to be a teenager to use Invisalign. Adults use them all the time to straighten your teeth. Faster than braces, more comfortable than braces, and more predictable, okay? So it's the number one doctor-recommended brand in the world and has also transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. So Invisalign Clear Aligners is the choice for you. Check them out at the website, Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it.
back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Encroachment, defense number 93. Washington has been advised that at some point the referee can award a score if this type of behavior happens again. For now, it's a replay of second down.
Hey, was that Sean Hockley or was that me at the dinner table last night yelling at my kids? The kids have been advised that at some point I will chew their ass until they finish their dinner or do their freaking homework or clean their freaking room or, listen to their parents. Because that was a angry dad there, Sean Hockley.
That was
the
a
referee.
scolding. He's like, look, Washington Commanders, I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed.
Oh, my God. So that was incredible. We need to talk about that. First of all, good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. We got young Tony behind the glass. We got John Joe Curley behind the glass. And we're living in the world of the Kansas City Chiefs. We spent the first half hour lamenting that. Just all the red and Mahomes as our emperor, and we must bow down. And you know what I mean? Here we go. I'm going there, Marcus. They said that the thing about Mahomes is he likes to be surrounded by loyalists. You know what I mean? So I'm going there, baby. I'm going there. Anyways, he's ruling the roost, man. He's got the keys to the office.
It's Patrick Mahomes and the big red wave, Murph. That's exactly what it is.
Down to New Orleans all the way.
It's taking over.
So the NFC game winds up being a little just ignored little whatever, the forgotten little brother, right? I mean, like, my God, The Philadelphia Eagles scored 55 points in the game. The Commanders turned it over 4 times, sadly. God, you love the first drive when the Commanders go 18 plays, convert a couple of fourth downs. What was interesting was they went for the first 2 fourth downs and then didn't go for the last one. What did you think of that? Like, they went on 4th and 5, kind of near midfield. It's like, whoa, and they made it. Then they went on 4th and 3 or 4, kind of near the 40-yard line. Whoa, and they made it. And then when they got down inside the red zone, they had a 4th down, they kicked it.
Yeah, that was a little puzzling, especially because we were talking about Dan Quinn being Dan Gamble 2.0. I mean, they've been going for 4th down conversions the entire season, and they've been successful. And to have success on that opening drive where you're constantly chipping away at that Eagles defense, why didn't they just kick a field goal the first 4th down? I guess they were a little bit
they were too far out then.
Well, then the second 4th down conversion, they could have done it. And then it just kept moving closer and closer and closer. I thought they would just continue going for 4th down conversions the entire game, and it turns out they probably should have. Yeah. Now, they didn't think that the Philadelphia Eagles were going to score 55 points on them, but next thing you know, after an 18-play drive, Saquon Barkley, 1 touch, takes it to the house, Murph. I mean, this guy truly is unstoppable. 2 touches, 2 touchdowns, ended the day with 3 touchdowns. Saquon was an animal yesterday, but I'm with you. I thought the Washington Commanders probably should have stuck with their script and continue to go for it after already having previously accomplished that 2 times earlier on that drive.
I mean, so many things happen in a 55-23 loss. I mean, that you're just like, yeah, it was not your day. You were getting your ass kicked. It's the Eagles are the champs. You got to deal with it. But the other, you sometimes look back at little moments and them settling for 3 after going for all those 4th downs, and then the next play, Saquon going 60.
Instantly. And
then the next possession, De'Ami Brown fumbled. Yeah. That was like boom, boom, boom. You look at those 3 things. Settling for 3, which actually, I'm second-guessing it now because they lost, and I'm just bringing it up to be a sports talk radio guy, but at the time, I didn't hate it because I was like, 18 plays, you're on the board, you've calmed the waters, and then it looks worse when Saquon touches it and goes 60, and then looks doubly worse when De'Ami Brown fumbles.
Absolutely.
Now you're down 14-3, and from that point on, they were up, from 14-3 on, now they made a couple of moves to make it kind of interesting. They got it to 14-12 and went for 2.
Yep.
Shouldn't have. And then they scored a touchdown in the 3rd quarter to make it 31-23. But then came this play. Okay, so then the Eagles were getting what they wanted, and they drove all the way down to the 1, and it was 34-23, opening minutes of the 4th quarter, and here they are on the 1-yard line. So what are you going to do? The tush push, right? I mean, and again, I've been saying this for years on this show, for years. I think that's I've been saying this for 5 years. I've thought it's an illegal play. I don't think it's a football play. At least to my brain of what I've watched in American football, that's a rugby play, not an American football play. Like, I don't think you should be, like, any receiver who catches the ball over the middle and then stops shouldn't be pushed forward by. It's about moving the ball down the field. The player who has the ball has the object to move the ball down the field, not by being pushed down the field by something behind him. That's just my interpretation of how I think American football is. You can have a different opinion. It's my damn opinion, all right? I don't like it. I don't think it's a football play. I think it should have been outlawed for a while. Whatever, I've lost that fight.
I don't like it.
I don't. So here we go. Here comes the tush push. So what do the Commanders do? They decide to try a new strategy and send Frankie Louvu on a mission from God.
Over the top. And Murph, it's not really a new strategy because we've seen Fred Warner do it against the Eagles before.
Did he leap dramatically early?
No, it wasn't offsides, but he jumped over and made a play, I believe. And there's been other guys who have tried going over the top, but yeah, this was the most blatantly encroachment.
Was Louvu just guessing? He's like, I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He was trying to pull a Troy Polamalu.
Okay, so he jumps over.
Just fly over the line.
It was pretty funny encroachment, right? 2nd and goal. Here it comes, and again. He does it again. Louvu jumps again. Now,
screw it, I'll do it again.
I guess they're thinking it's a safety issue. Hurts might get a clean shot at Hurts, a defenseless Hurts.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's the problem.
Well, I was surprised they didn't throw a roughing the passer penalty on the first one because he did leap over both the defensive line and offensive line, and there was some helmet-to-helmet contact with the quarterback. Yeah. I was like, damn, this is almost worth the 5 yards, or I guess the half a yard, just to get a hit on Jalen Hurts, but I know you're not supposed to be doing that.
So, I mean, it's 34-23. You're kind of in the game, but you know they're going to score. I mean, theoretically, they're going to score, but unless you stop them, and then maybe you're in the game. But so they tried twice. Now the third time, Washington D-tackled Jonathan Allen just before the snap, dives at the line. And now Hockley's had enough, and we played it coming in, and we had never heard this. Here's what he says.
Encroachment, defense number 93. Washington has been advised that at some point the referee can award a score if this type of behavior happens again. For now, it's a replay of 2nd down.
Listen to that Eagles crowd, too.
This is insane.
We get a score.
At some point,
give me a yelling.
We can reward you with points. I mean, this has never happened before in the NFL, right?
Well, so here it is. NFL Rule 12, Section 3, Article 4. How about that? Rule 12, Section 3, Article 4. Hockley did his homework in his hotel room the night before. Palpably unfair act. Dude, palpably unfair. Hell of a word. A player or substitute shall not interfere with play by any act which is palpably unfair. Penalty. For a palpably unfair act, that's the third time, offender may be disqualified. The referee, after consulting the officiating crew, enforces any such distance penalty as they consider equitable and irrespective of any other specified code penalty. My God, reading a law brief. And then it says, period, the referee may award a score, period. That's the whole rule.
Now, did we get clarification? Do they get the touchdown, I'm assuming, right?
Don't know.
Because how many points are they getting rewarded?
And who gets it?
3 points?
Who gets it?
If that's the case, then I'll just rather take the 3 points and let them score a touchdown.
Does the QB get it? Who gets Saquon gets it?
Who gets the fantasy points?
Yeah, exactly.
What about all my prop bets?
So that was nuts, man. I don't know, but I mean, if you're the Commanders, you're like trying to stop it. I'd say it's unstoppable, but the Chiefs gonna stop Josh Allen, right?
Yeah, they did, and that's a difference. But I mean,
or did they?
Yeah, I mean that's the controversy that we can get into for sure. But I guess if you're the Commanders, what do you have to lose? Mm-hmm. I mean, either they're going to score with the brotherly shove anyways, or you try to jump the snap and stop them, which they actually did earlier on in the game. So I get the effort. I was just perplexed by the referee saying, we're just going to reward these guys points.
Yeah.
Because, Murph, the only other time I've seen this is like when you're playing like Madden online, and it's a big troll move. Like if you're getting blown out by the other opponent and you want to troll him or just like don't want to quit the game, the other guys will just jump off sides over and over and over again so that the other guy can't play. And they'll basically try to get you to rage quit. Now, I don't know if they've patched that up in online play now when it comes to Madden, but it used to happen all the time. And you're like, this damn troll is just jumping off sides on purpose. But that's essentially what we saw yesterday with the Commanders.
Were you playing against Frankie Louvu?
That's it. Louvu's on the sticks.
A lot of people texting in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on there. 408 says, do they get to keep the ball, or since you awarded the score, you're going to have to kick off? I imagine you'd have to kick off, I think. 214 says, how do you not understand this? It makes sense to me. You can't get any closer to the goal line without going in. I mean, I get it. 408 says,
I could have gone a little
closer.
closer.
Washington's strategy. They should just beat up the O-lineman to make the tush push less effective. 559 says the Spagnola blitzes should be considered a palpably unfair act. 559 also texted in, shout out Frankie Louvu and Sly Stallone, Over the Top.
Nice.
That's a great 80s movie reference right there.
Over the top, dude. Arm wrestling, young Tony.
925 says, who would get credit for the score? We don't know. 669 says, I don't like the second half. They went for it on their own 35.
I don't like
Washington did. And 707 says the commies were frauds. They call the Commanders the commies?
Yeah, the Washington commies.
An amazing year for the Rook, but they had no business in the NFC ship. The Eagles needed to face some adversity before facing the Chiefs. And there's a great text line. Who was it? I missed the XCB says, hey, why are you guys so surprised? The refs award the Chiefs points all the time. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
That's a good riff.
All right, guys. We wanted to talk about that. Hey, we're a ticket giveaway machine. We are a ticket giveaway machine. Tony, you ready to keep giving away more tickets, buddy?
We are the ticket leader.
So you already talked about 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi's Stadium on August 1st. That's in the 9 a.m. hour. How about my Metallica people? How about 2 single-day tickets to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies? Oh, my God. All I wanted was a Pepsi. Here we go again on June 22nd. And those tickets are in the 7 a.m. hour. But didn't I turn you guys on to that one? I did. I turned you guys on to the Suicidal Tendencies. You guys were baffled. Remember that?
Yeah, you did.
And my mom's like, what are you doing, man? I'm okay, Mom. Just leave me alone, man. Just give me a Pepsi.
I need a Pepsi.
And she's like, we're going to call a doctor because you need, all I want is a Pepsi. And she wouldn't give it to me. So good. So good. So
yeah,
good.
Thank you for that.
So good. All right, guys. That's June 22nd. Suicidal Tendencies. Do they still want the Pepsi after all these years?
I think so.
After all these
Maybe
years.
a Pepsi Zero. Got to cut down on the calories.
All I wanted was a Pepsi Zero. And she wouldn't give it to me. She gave me a fully leaded Pepsi. All right. So tickets to Morgan Wallen. I'm a big Miranda Lambert fan, by the way. I shout her out. Ann Wilson, Levi's Stadium on August 1st. So that means we're giving away 2 different. So one's the country crowd and one's the Metallica crowd?
Metallica early, Morgan Wallen, 9 a.m. hour.
There it is.
Damn.
So why don't we, as you digest that, why don't we attack the iconic Hum Babies and Bum Babies next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Amichi's doing good things. First of all, making great pizza, great wings, great Detroit-style pizza, and then helping our neighbors down south because for the rest of the month of January, Amichi's is raising funds to support the firefighting and relief efforts underway in Southern California. So from now through January 31, Amichi's donates 15% of dine-in and pickup sales to the LA Fire Department Foundation, which helps to provide vital and badly needed equipment and support to our heroic LAFD firefighters. So there you go. To participate, just mention this fundraiser to your server when dining at any Amichi's location, or you use the code LA Fire Relief when ordering online at Amichis.com or using the Amichi's app. So this also goes for pastas and salads and wings and beverages, all to the worthy cause. So do yourself and the folks in LA a favor between now and the end of the month. Enjoy all your Amichi's favorites in-house or for pickup. Use the code LA Fire Relief, and Amichi's will donate 15% of your purchase to the LAFD Foundation. When you're looking for a way to eat pizza and support heroes, Amichi's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Oh, yeah, the tradition that has carried the Bay Area for decades. Hum babies and bum babies at 6:50 or 6:51. Every Monday morning, your weekend doesn't end until you hear it. Your work week does not begin until you hear it. So let's dive right in. It's sponsored by Amichi's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amichi's delivers, and this weekend was rich with them, man, because there was a lot of drama out there on the football fields and beyond. So we spin the wheel every week. Marcus, after your trip down to FanFest, you're feeling like a winner. I don't know if maybe Marco Luciano's translator is a hum baby, perhaps?
Hey, yo.
I know you guys had to. So
hey, yo.
I'm just riffing on the fact these guys had to do a low-energy interview with Marco Luciano. But we're hoping for big things from the wide-shouldered, broad-backed slugger. God, I watched him walking on stage. I'm like, is I getting in the gym or what?
Dude, I'm telling you, every single time I see Marco Luciano, he's getting bigger and bigger, Murph. My guy is looking jacked. Hey, maybe he ends up in the DH spot sometime this season.
All right, Marcus, give me my 3 hum babies, buddy. What do you got?
Well, you mentioned it. I do want to give an honorary hum baby to all of our listeners who came out to San Jose this weekend at San Pedro Square for Giants Fan Fest. And what a turnout it was. A lot of loyal listeners. And our guy, Willie Adames, really stole the show. And a lot of the hearts of Giants fans out there. Murph, the hype is real. The aura is real. The vibes are real around Willie Adames. But shout out to Marco Luciano, Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, Pat the Bat down in San Jose, JP Martinez, and all the boys and everybody on the production side from the Giants who helped put this on for the KNBR Fan Fest. But moving on into the action on Sunday, let's start in the NFC Championship game with our first hum baby. And surprise, surprise, it's Saquon Barkley. The man, the myth, the legend, the potential MVP of the regular season. Hell, if they included postseason stats in the MVP conversation, you would have to pencil in Saquon Barkley because once again, he was unstoppable. 15 carries, 118 yards, not 1, not 2, but 3 touchdowns on the day, Murph, and it started with literally the first touch, a 60-yard touchdown. Saquon was gone. He's been arguably the best player on either side of the bracket this postseason in the NFL, and that's why he's hum baby number 1. Saquon Barkley saying night-night to the Washington Commanders.
The injury. First play from scrimmage for Philly. They mark him down at the 40-yard line. Toss it to the left side. Barkley's got a lane to the 50, to the 45. Spin move to the 40. Barkley still going. Zigzags inside. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown. Saquon Barkley. He is incredible. 60 yards spinning away from would-be tacklers. He just does it over and over again. Eagles take the lead. Snap, Hurts, handoff, bouncing to the right. Barkley, he's in, touchdown. Saquon Barkley, second of the opening quarter. And the Eagles are moving the football with ease. They take a 13-3 lead over Washington. 3:43 to go. Shotgun for Hurts. He's got Barkley to his right. Motion man is Smith. Handoff. Barkley running to the left. Barkley slicing through. Barkley just short of the goal line. Jeremy Chin saves the touchdown. 21-yard rip. He is over 100 for the day.
When you signed here in free agency, did you think this would be a possibility to go to the Super Bowl your first year as an Eagle?
Of course. That's why I came here. That's one of the first conversations I had with Howie. That's a conversation I had with my family. And like I said last week, came to Philly to be a part of games like this. And nothing better than a game where you can advance to the Super Bowl. So super excited about that. And it was a team effort, and we'll give a shout out to all the guys.
The voice of Saquon Barkley after his 3-touchdown performance. Had 2 touchdowns on his first 2 touches, and then says night-night, honoring Steph Curry with the night-night celebration to the Washington Commanders after his 3rd touchdown. Murph, the Eagles tied a playoff record with 7 rushing touchdowns yesterday as they scored 55 points, which I believe is the most points ever in an NFC Championship game.
Did he hit the night-night? I missed that.
He did. He hit the Steph Curry night-night celebration. Got the screenshot right here for you.
Look at that. Yeah, meanwhile, Steph wasn't in that Saturday night, but that's getting ahead of myself.
Definitely was not.
So a couple of stats for you here, buddy. He has the ongoing record that's his 7th rushing touchdown of 60 or more yards in a season, extending his own NFL record, regular season and postseason. And also, if you do regular season and postseason rushing yardage, the best season ever, if you include regular and post, Terrell Davis, Denver Broncos, was so fantastic. He gained 2,476 yards in 98, including the postseason. Barkley's only 30 yards shy of that. He might get that on 1 carry in the Super Bowl. So he's going to have, unless something crazy happens, he's going to have the best rushing season in the history of football. And he's not going to win the MVP.
No, he's not. But we'll see if he's the difference maker in the Super Bowl rematch.
Should he be the MVP?
I think you can make the argument. But then again, I made the argument last year for Christian McCaffrey, and he didn't get it. So I don't think it's going to be going to a running back now, Murph.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And once he changed that touchdown, changed it because, like I said, Washington, even though they settled for the 3, had really kind of calmed the waters with an 18-play drive and taken the crowd out of it in Philly. And in 1 touch, Saquon lit the bonfire. So there you go.
Simple as that. And that was a record-breaking baby performance by Saquon Barkley. But, Murph, we got more records for you. Let's talk about the Kansas City Chiefs winning their NFL record 17th straight one-possession game. And a big reason why they're winning these games is because of Patrick Mahomes in the 4th quarter. He just finds a way to somehow, some way, get the job done with the refs or without him. And here he is again, now going to his 5th Super Bowl in the past 6 seasons. Kansas City Chiefs, first team to accomplish that feat. Murph, we discussed earlier this morning, he now moves ahead of Joe Montana for the 2nd most postseason wins in NFL history. He has a 17-3 record. He's going for a 3-peat. He already has 3 Super Bowls, and he's only 29 years old. And last night, we saw him take down Josh Allen and the Bills once again with 2 rushing touchdowns on the ground, also threw for 1 as he completed 18 of 26 passes for 245 yards. Chiefs come out on top again, and they're headed back to the Super Bowl, and a big reason is home baby number 2, Patrick Mahomes.
3rd down and 5. His arms dangling at his side. Shotgun snap. Here comes the 5-man rush. He's grabbed. He throws as he is held down the sideline. Leaping catch. Maybe a pick at the 3. Who's got it? The Chiefs. Worthy on a jump ball down the far sideline. Worthy got the ball on the jump. 2 flags have been thrown. The ball was caught on a leap on the sideline by Worthy at the 3. Flags on the field. Here he gets the snap and he spins and he rolls out of the pocket. He gets a block at the 10. He's at the 5. He runs in. Bursting in. Touchdown Mahomes. Rushing touchdown. 1-yard run over the right tackle. And the Chiefs build their lead to 10 at the 2-minute warning in the first half of the AFC Championship game. In the wishbone, here is a shotgun snap. Mahomes running himself at the 10, inside the numbers, the 5, and he dives in for the touchdown. 10-yard touchdown run by Mahomes. Blockers ahead. In the wishbone formation, he takes it and runs for 6. And the Chiefs have retaken the lead, 27-22. 10-14 to go.
What is it about this team that continuously gets it done?
Yeah, I think I've always said it. It's not about one guy. It's not about a couple guys. It's about the whole entire team. And when we needed the defense to get stops, they got stops. Offense, we made plays. That's why we're so special, because it's a team effort and it's a team football game.
Well, good luck in New Orleans.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs headed to the Super Bowl once again after making all the big plays yesterday. Do want to point out yesterday, Xavier Worthy, the leading receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, had 6 catches, 85 yards, and a touchdown. Murph, don't forget that it was the Buffalo Bills who traded that pick to the Kansas City Chiefs so that they could move up and take Xavier Worthy. Man, oh man, what a bad move that's looking like now.
Bro, that's awful. That's inexcusable. And that's why you lose the AFC Championship. I remember I had a terrible take. I'm like, yeah, but I said that guy's overrated. I had a bad take on that guy. He wound up being really good. By the way, Mahomes, it's your guy, had no picks, but he did fumble one on that handoff. But still, passer rating of 111, 11 carries, 43 yards, 2 touchdowns. To your point about the wins, so he's got 17 now. That passes Montana, who had 16. Wow. I'm having trouble with that. Here's the other part. Brady, 35.
That's insane.
35.
Still
and
has
the crazy thing about Brady was the chunk of them came in his last 5 years. Like at age 39, Brady actually was he was good. He had 3 bowls or whatever. It all happened between ages 39 and 45 for him, which is, I don't know, suspicious. But anyway, point is that Patrick Mahomes has a lot of, it depends on how long he wants to do this. And because does he want to do it for another 15?
I would assume so.
Well,
the way he's playing.
And it'll be interesting to see what happens when Andy Reid steps away at some point.
Absolutely.
But anyway, that's neither here nor there because he's a hum baby. He just got word in Kansas City. He's fired up. He made hum babies.
Absolutely. Yeah. Patrick Mahomes on that hum baby list. And Murph, even if he somehow, some way does end up catching Tom Brady, Brady's always got the trump card that he beat him in the Super Bowl.
That was, Tony Romo said that on our show. And he was right. He goes, this is a huge fulcrum Super Bowl because if Mahomes wins it, he denies Brady. It's like when you play a division team in baseball, it's a 2-game swing. They get the win and you get the loss. Like Mahomes could have prevented Brady from one and gotten one himself. And instead, Brady got that one. Brady's defense just swarmed. I was reading that Mahomes, I have a couple stats for you here if we want to keep going here, but that Mahomes going into the fourth quarter has all these comebacks in playoffs. The only time he didn't come back in the fourth quarter and win was when he entered the fourth quarter losing 31-9 to Tampa Bay. That game was 31-9 going into the fourth quarter.
Damn.
Yeah, that defense, that Tampa Bay defense just destroyed it.
After that, Kansas City invested in their offensive line and then had that defense now with Spags, and everything has changed.
So here's the stat. He's trailed in the fourth quarter in 9 playoff games. He's come back to win 6, forced OT in the other 2. The only outlier was being down 31-9 to Brady.
This is unbelievable. The guy's been a starting quarterback for 7 seasons, has gone to 7 straight AFC Championship games, and is now going to his 5th Super Bowl in the last 6 years. I hate to say it, Patrick Mahomes is a hum baby. But Murph, maybe this man can stop Patrick Mahomes. Well, he had a chance in the Super Bowl before, and it didn't work. But hum baby number 3 is Robert Saleh returning to the 49ers organization.
Hey.
We discussed the story last Friday. Mike Silver was the first to have the scoop saying that Robert Saleh is expected to go back to the San Francisco 49ers. Then after our show, Friday morning/afternoon, it was confirmed by Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, and from everybody else around the NFL that Robert Saleh will be returning to Santa Clara. Now, we're still waiting for contract details in terms of length and money, so stay tuned to the Sports Leader all day long. But here is the breaking news from CBS Sports and former 49er Logan Ryan talking about Robert Saleh coming back to the organization.
Robert Saleh returning to the 49ers as defensive coordinator. He interviewed for 3 head coaching jobs, but after not landing any of them, he's headed back to San Francisco. Spent 4 years as the DC for the 49ers before becoming the Jets head coach. That did not work out, so going back home to San Francisco, where he looks to help that defense get back to its old ways. All right, back here with Logan Ryan, the 2-time Super Bowl champ. Logan, do you like this move for Robert Saleh to go back to San Francisco and familiarity here?
I love this move. I didn't play for Robert Saleh, but I played for San Francisco last year. You can see the helmet behind me. And that is built on physicality. That is built on playing a certain style of defense. And yes, you have tons of offensive weapons, but when you have a Hall of Fame linebacker and Fred Warner, and I'm talking about, I play with some Hall of Famers. Fred Warner is as good as any player I play with in the NFL. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. You got to surround him with the talent and the discipline to go be a top 5 defense at year in and year out. And they have it with Bosa. They have a Diamador Lenore. They have the key pieces in there. I think they need the structure and the discipline back that Salah will bring this year. They got hit with injuries. I think the Niners will be healthy this year, but I know he is loved. The players love him in that locker room.
Welcome back, Bobby Saleh. Robert Saleh officially named the DC. As I said, we'll get you the contract details as soon as possible. But Murph, everything I've seen so far is positive reactions to Robert Saleh coming back to this organization where he laid down the building blocks for this defense with Kyle Shanahan.
Listen, we said it on Friday. We just weren't sure because those jobs were out there. We didn't know the Cowboys are going to go to Brian Schottenheimer as their coach, which has been a very weird move in the middle of all this drama this weekend.
That's interesting.
And that the Raiders are going to go to Pete Carroll. But we left here Friday thinking it. There was a social media clip of us Friday. You called it a royal flush. I called it a home run. It is. This is unbelievable. So already the year from hell last year, well, already this is not the year from hell because they got Robert Saleh. That's huge. So already the offseason is off to a great start. Worthy hum baby.
Last offseason, they went down to their 4th or 5th option in Nick Sorensen. Now they went out there and put all their chips on the table, Murph. They were willing to risk it for the biscuit. The biscuit is Robert Saleh. He's coming back, and the 49ers are cashing in, got their number 1 option this offseason.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how risky it got. They got him.
Mm-hmm.
They got him, and he's the guy. Now, again, and it doesn't matter that he might be a short-termer. This is their time. Their time is to go now. It's to go next year, and we'll see him here. It's great. It's awesome. It's huge. It was a little sweaty, but they got it done. So way to go, Marcus. So hum baby's in the books. Time for the bum babies. Hate to be that guy, but there's always losers out there, y'all. We got to break it down, and it starts with that spot. That's my bum baby number 1. The referee spot on Josh Allen's sneak in the 4th quarter, ahead 22-21. Yes, of course. Millions of things we can bitch and moan about the Chiefs winning, about Dalton Kincaid not catching that pass that would have kept it alive, and we can bitch about their 2-point conversions, but let's get down and dirty. The Zebras in Kansas City again. Bills up 22-21, 4th and inches on the 41-yard line. Josh Allen sneaks it. It's ugly, and it's kind of chunky and clunky and weird and clumpy. But I think we've all watched enough football to see that he had to go. I'm going to do this for the YouTube and the Twitch crowd. He had to go. It gets very careful here. He had to go this far, and he went that far. He did. He got the ball over, first down, only to have the refs come in and spot it short, and the Chiefs take over, and the game changes entirely. They go on to win. Obviously, they go on to score a touchdown, take a 29-22 lead, sets up a 32-29 win. Would history be different with a different spot? This brings up all sorts of permutations. Where's the microchip in the ball? Why can't they do the Hawkeye-like tennis? How can a billion-dollar industry that is the global dominant sport in the world, with apologies to our soccer fans who watch it in every continent, tied with soccer for the most global dominant sport in the world, how can it come down to that? How can it come down to 2 older guys with kind of mid-guts jogging in on a wobbly line and sticking the ball where they, quote-unquote, think it was?
And 2 guys who had 2 different spots, Murph. The referee at the top of the screen was coming in like it was going to be a first down. The referee from the bottom of the screen who actually got the spot, they were on opposite sides of the yard line, Murph. 2 different referees, 2 different spots.
Bro,
the Kansas City Chiefs get the better spot, and the rest is history.
This is confounding that the NFL, which does everything in the world, they're trying to dominate South America, they're trying to dominate Europe. They can't even dominate a freaking spot. Bum baby number 1.
So now it'll be third make it, 4th down and about a yard. Again, he's under center, and Allen gets the snap, and again he is trying to push, and again the big red wall is right there. I don't know that he was able to gouge his way for the Buffalo first down. It looked like they had stopped him.
This is interesting. The ref at the top seems like he has the first down, but the ref at the bottom seems like it's a little short.
After review, the ruling in the field stands as called.
Short.
The first down, Kansas City.
They played it well. Put their big guys inside, and our linebackers were coming downhill pretty hard, and yeah, they played it well.
The look we had in the stadium, which you don't know I don't know for sure because they have a mixed look feed in the stadium. If it's the same feed that the TV had or not, I thought he had it. The line was just short of the line was actually the first down. What it looked like to me when it was sitting next to me with the marker, just inside that white stripe was the first down. And it looked like he got to it. That's all I can say.
Does that make it tougher in these games
come down.
Yeah, of course it does. Darn right it does. I mean, that's a possession. We're up 1 point, I believe, at the time. A chance to go up maybe multiple scores at that point. It's a big call. Yeah, it's absolutely a big call.
Does that make it, does it suck even worse? Yeah. You sure? I need a quote. Give me that. I know how it is to be a beat writer. I need a quote. Tell me how bad it sucks. Well, it's true. I wonder what the competition committee will do about this. I wonder what Roger Goodell will do with that. Somebody better ask freaking that freaking mannequin, Roger Goodell, who's making $60 million a year. Hey, mannequin, fix this, bro. I'm sick of it, man. How can you have it? Anyway.
Well, especially after they go to the replay review. And, like, to me, the sky cam was pretty obvious that he at least reached the line that they were trying to get to, Murph. And yes, I see you on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. I said, Waterboy, what the hell? They didn't even bust out the index card for that spotting last night.
Anyway, it's an outrage, and that's Bum Baby number 1. Bum Baby number 2, I thought about this, and I'm like, you know what? Sometimes, as we say, Bum Babies doesn't mean you suck. It means that life sometimes sucks, is what it means. And you know what? Life right now sucks for Bum Baby number 2, Fireball, California's own Josh Allen, who played well and didn't really do anything wrong, and his stats have been matching Mahomes step for step, and yet he lost again. He becomes the first quarterback in NFL playoff history to lose to the same quarterback 4 times. You guys have all been in competition, whether you're young Tony in a golf match, whether you're Marcus Boucher as a pitcher, whether you're me chunking wedges in my matches out there at MV Golf Course. Dude, it sucks to lose to the same person over and over. That guy took Marcus deep again. You know what I mean? That guy in Ultimate Frisbee at Cal Poly, the UC Santa Barbara guy, kept hitting his Frisbee on young Tony again. Young Tony, you have a nemesis in Ultimate Frisbee, buddy?
UCSB.
Yeah.
Blank the Gauchos.
There it is.
What, they have like a lockdown corner?
Not really. They're just good.
John Joe Curley getting outbooked by another producer again. All right?
John Joe Curley being outdrank by a non-Irishman.
Me losing a beer chugging contest to Matt Chapman again. All right, so it just stinks. And, you know, you can look at it, and I heard all the national guys when I was driving in. They're like, guys, we can say all we want, but he had the ball with 3.5 minutes to go, down 32-29. This is your time, baby. Go do it. And the Yoda, there is no try, there is only do. What is that?
You are correct.
Is that Yoda?
I'm not a Star Wars guy, but I think you're on the right track.
Bum Baby number 2.
It's not fun, but to be the champ, you got to beat the champs, and we didn't do it tonight. They've ended a lot of team seasons too. And it's a good squad. They had a good plan tonight, and again, they made one more play than we did.
You take it through the fourth down play there under pressure.
Yeah, they gave a good look. Didn't see anything in my first cadence. We were sliding left. Corner came. Yeah.
Just came up short, just came up short in a big game. We lost by what, 2 points? 3. That's how close these games are. That's how good teams are when it's this close to the Super Bowl. What's next? We go home, we kiss our families, and we get back to training. Shoot for it again every year. Greatness doesn't just happen. We got to keep knocking at that door, and we got the right soldiers to continue to knock, and eventually that door is going to open.
Every year is different, right? So you start from scratch every season, but we're thankful for the success that we had this year. It hurts because when you come up short of the Super Bowl or winning a Super Bowl, it hurts. But the games come down to inches, as you asked me about.
So that was Sean McDermott. It hurts. It comes down to inches. Dion Dawkins, the left tackle, saying you kiss your families and keep knocking on the door. And Josh Allen said you got to beat the champ if you want to be the champ, and we didn't. By the way, I just realized, so now he's 0-4 against Mahomes. Marcus, what is it with Buffalo and being 0-4?
0-4 in
Marv
Super
Levy,
Bowls.
Jim Kelly.
0-4 against Patrick Mahomes.
As I tweeted out last night, I said, one day, Buffalo, one day, maybe.
Just not today.
Maybe. Bum Baby number. And Bum Baby number 3, I got to tell you guys, I know it was a football weekend, but Saturday night, I invested time, energy, my heart, and my emotion into the Warriors and the Lakers. And I don't think you guys understand how much I freaking hate the Lakers. And I've hated the Lakers for freaking ever, okay? I don't think we talk about it enough. It's always Dodgers, man. No, I hate the freaking Lakers. Go back to Fatburger with the frickin' baby skyhook. And I rooted so hard for the Celtics and the Pistons all through the years. I hate them. And here they are. They come in. I'm like, come on, Warriors. This is your time. I laid it out for you, Marcus. I'm like, 5-2. 5-2. Go beat the Lakers at home on a Saturday night. Go beat them. Go beat them. Splat.
Oh.
They got, I don't want to say they got run out of the gym, but they kind of got run out of the gym. It just wasn't that close. I mean, it was close at halftime. Lakers got up like 8-10 and just stayed ahead by 10 the entire night. Anthony Davis went T.I. He could get whatever he liked. Dude, it's a bad matchup. Dude, LeBron, I just say this about LeBron James. He's pretty good, okay? Jordan haters, I mean, this guy's out here doing...
Spoiler alert.
Oh, my God. Dude, let me tell you what. I hated it, and it was my Geno Smith scrambles into the end zone moment. I think I'm going to say on 50,000 watts, and Raymond's going to be so mad. Raymond's going to be so mad. They're toast. It's over. Oh. I kept alive hope for a top 6 playoff spot. I know it's a crazy take because he got 40 games left or whatever, 35 games left. The team I saw Saturday night was toast. I know no Kuminga, no Draymond. I hated it, and we haven't even mentioned Steph, worst shooting half of his career.
Ever.
0 for 8, when shooting for at least 8 shots. He's never taken at least 8 shots and a half and missed them all. He's got the sprained thumb. I get it. He's playing hurt. He's courageous, but it sucks. And they're 1-20 when trailing after 3 quarters. Geno Smith scrambling into the end zone. I remember saying this to you at the buffet in Hawaii. Get me some toast, baby. The Warriors.
Shot clock turned off. The LA Lakers win their 3rd in a row. And again, 5-1 in their last 6 games. As Golden State falls to under 500 once again. Steph Curry, strong start. A rough second half. As the up-and-down Warriors season continues.
I mean, I just got to play better. You know, had a couple good looks, but they were trying to funnel us to the crowd, use their length, their size, and it really bothered us. And, you know, any game where I play like that, it's going to be hard for us to win. So, at the end of the day, you got to make adjustments, find space, and knock down the shots that you're supposed to, and I didn't do that tonight.
Hey, Warriors play tomorrow night. You excited? Tuesday night Warriors action? Bum babies, number 3. So there you go. We're going that spot and those stupid refs and those stupid Chiefs. Josh Allen did not Yoda. He's bum baby number 2, and the Warriors looking like toast Saturday night against the Lakers. There you go, hum babies and bum babies. Congrats to everybody. We got the big hit at 7:50, Herm Edwards at 8:15. Stay tuned. Lots of fun reaction to the football next on the Sports Leader. All right, bright and early on a Monday morning as we enter into the beginning of tax season, Steve Moskowitz on the line. What to do if you didn't get your ERC check? Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. And this is what I call the big 3. The first one is if you didn't get your ERC check and you say, hey, where's my money? Right now, the IRS has a tremendous glut of paper forms. There's 3 different ways we can hurry them up. A lot of people are really concerned, will President Trump do away with the ERC in doing away with the $2 trillion with a T dollars he says he's going to cut off of federal spending. Now, his first week in office, we've seen him do a lot of stuff. Will he turn his attention to ERC? Who knows? But I don't want to take that gamble with the listener's money. Or if you got a letter that said you don't qualify. The IRS is being sued right now, alleging they're using AI to disqualify a lot of people, and they don't even know if you qualify or not, so we have to appeal those. Or if you're being audited and the government wants the money back. Big 3, didn't get your check, we're told you don't qualify, or being audited. We have a lot of experience in ERC. We want to help you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Well, there he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So now it'll be third make it, fourth down and about a yard. Again he's under center, and Allen gets the snap, and again he is trying to push, and again the big red wall is right there. I don't know that he was able to gouge his way for the Buffalo first down. It looked like they had stopped him.
This is interesting. The ref at the top seems like he has the first down, but the ref at the bottom seems like it's a little short.
After review, the ruling in the field stands as called.
Short.
It'll be first down, Kansas City.
Oh, man, all part of the drama yesterday. We are living in the United States of Chiefs right now. We are all subjects of the great Emperor Patrick Mahomes, and we got to deal with it for 2 weeks, everybody, as the Kansas City Chiefs. And really, to me, this Super Bowl, by the way, you guys ready? Drum roll, please. Which Super Bowl is it? Because I had to look it up. Do you guys know the number?
Are we at 59?
Woo! Look at you. You're good.
And I only know that because of the Niners playing in 58 last year.
Because we're only 10 years away from a nice Super Bowl. Pause Super Bowl.
Nice.
Think about how crazy that's going to be in 2035.
Oh, dude, the memes are going to be unreal.
I mean, you'll still be on the air. I'll be dead and gone.
Oh, hopefully.
And,
not that part. I was saying hopefully I'm still on air. I'm not saying hopefully you're dead and gone.
How about that?
Yeah, dude, I was responding to the first part of that. You snuck in the second part. I'm not trying to kill off Murph. I want to make sure that's clear.
You know, he's going to get the word like, hey, you hear Murph died? And be like, yeah, good.
Yeah,
I
good.
killed him off 6 years ago.
Young Tony, look at me and you. We're the captains now.
I go, I'll be dead in 10 years. Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully sooner than that.
I think they call that a Freudian slip. That's what they call that. Young Tone, do you know about Freudian slips, buddy?
Yeah, we've addressed this.
Okay, all right, good. So anyway, one point is that in 10 years when it's Super Bowl 69.
And Murph's gone.
The goofiness is going to be out of control, isn't it?
And guess what? Patrick Mahomes will probably be playing for his 10th Super Bowl at that point.
Well, within his realm. I mean, he'll be 39 years old.
This is true.
I mean, that's young for Brady standards and Aaron Rodgers standards and all that.
I don't want to think
about that. Honestly.
I don't want to think about a 39-year-old Patrick Mahomes.
Depends on how long he wants to do it, really. I mean, is he going to actually just get to a point where he's so fat and happy with his dad bod that he's going to be like, yeah, I've had enough. But, I mean, at age 29, I mean, does he have another 15 years ahead of him? But anyway, the point is that Super Bowl 59, Young Tone, how are you on Roman numerals, bro?
Not when they get this high, not great.
Terrible. I got mad at Roger Goodell last segment by saying, hey, mannequin, fix your freaking spot situation. Here's my other thing about mannequins. Drop with the Roman numerals. Okay, it was cute for a while. Oh, hey, it's like a Roman spectacle. I get it. Oh, yeah, we're like the Roman Empire. Cute. You know what? Now we're at 59. Drop them. All right, LIX.
I'm with you, Murph.
LIX.
Once they got to Super Bowl 50, they should have just made the shift to numbers.
Yeah.
I don't need these Roman numerals. I don't need Roman salutes. I don't need anything from Rome right now, Murph. I can tell you that.
This is a palm down Super Bowl is what you're saying?
No.
All right. So anyway, the point is that there is only one storyline to me in this Super Bowl, and it's the Chiefs. Like to me, the Eagles are almost an irrelevant opponent. Like if it was the Washington Commanders or the Buffalo Bills or the Chiefs, maybe the only team to me that could have stolen the thunder from the Chiefs is the Detroit Lions. I thought about the Lions yesterday. Thought about them going, you know what? They would have had the Eagles in Detroit.
Yep.
They would have had that crowd. They got that explosive offense. Ben Johnson would still be there, not talking mess to Matt LaFleur in Chicago.
Yep.
Right? But hey, man, they only got themselves to blame. They collapsed in that game against Washington. It's funny because I saw a lot of people yesterday say, "Oh, the two best teams are in the Super Bowl." I'm like, really? Even Brooksy said it on Twitter, and I love Rod Brooks, but I thought the Detroit Lions were better than the Eagles this year. I know the Eagles have won 15 out of 16.
Yeah, and I would say maybe overall because of the injuries that the Lions were dealing with on the defense side of the ball. I think you can make the arguments that the Eagles have the better defense, and in that case, they're the better overall team, Murph. But it is interesting to see, would there be more excitement if it was the Detroit Lions? I think just because of the national storyline of Detroit being the darlings of the league, trying to take down big, bad Patrick Mahomes.
First ever.
But I do feel like there are still some intriguing storylines in this matchup, and I know we got 2 weeks to talk about it, but the fact that it is a rematch, Jalen Hurts versus Patrick Mahomes, you always have Philly fans thinking about that decision to move on from Andy Reid, and now you got Saquon Barkley in the mix also. I do think it will be an interesting storyline, but you're right. The number one thing that we're going to be talking about for the next 2 weeks is whether or not Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Travis Kelce can complete the three-peat.
Yeah, by the way, Travis Kelce barely on the field, 2 catches yesterday, yet one critical one. That little 12-yard pirouette move he makes for the first down on their drive that takes the lead. And he also blocked well, too. On Mahomes's, one of Mahomes's, the 10-yard touchdown run, Kelce laid out a really good block. Brian Baldinger had a really good breakdown on Twitter of the two. They ran this inverted wishbone kind of run-pass option play that went for touchdowns both times, and it was Mahomes both times. The first time he read the Bills crashing, so he gave it to Kareem Hunt, touchdown. Second time he read them not crashing, he took it into the end zone, touchdown. Just cool under fire. Patty Mahomes, number 15, doing his thing out there, man. It's incredible.
I mean, and that's the system. And whether you want to give compliments to Andy Reid or Patrick Mahomes or even Travis Kelce, who sometimes just goes off script. Murph, the most dangerous part was Travis Kelce was not the leading receiver yesterday. You know who was? The man that the Buffalo Bills traded away their first-round draft pick to so that the Kansas City Chiefs could trade up with them so that they could get Xavier Worthy. Shout out Keon Coleman, who was great during the offseason when it came to social media, but he did not have an impact like Xavier Worthy had yesterday.
One of the plays, Allen, they wound up scoring a touchdown on the 4th down pass to Curtis Samuel, but on the third down play, he tried to throw that one-on-one fade to Keon Coleman, who was locked up by Trent McDuffie. I was like, bro, give me the. Who is this? Kaepernick and Crabtree all over again?
I mean, I was with you. I was like, you don't throw a fade. The fade is one of the worst routes in the end zone. And then, to go one-on-one with Trent McDuffie, that's a bad choice.
Hey, 408 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, it wasn't all bad news over the weekend, boys. Shout out to Marcus and everyone at FanFest.
Hell yeah.
Listen to what this guy writes. I got to meet the man, the myth, the legend that is Waterboy with my nephew.
That's me.
Who now won't stop talking about how he knows famous people.
Pretty loose with the word famous.
Yeah, look at that, buddy. And then 831 says, Marcus, you should make that woman in the front row a hum baby. What's that?
Oh, my God. If you know, you know, Murph, and we'll keep it moving from there.
Another 831 says, Marcus, nice to meet you. Great chatting it up with a fellow Sonoma State Seawolf.
Yeah, R.I.P. Pour one out for the Seawolves.
I know, right? And 408 asks, was there a first base tryout at Giants Fan Fest in San Jose?
Exactly. Me and Copes were up on stage holding picking competition, see who can dig one out of the dirt at first base.
All right. So anyway, okay, we're building towards the big hit. Obviously, 808 KNBR, Mahomes passes Montana in playoff wins. Is it time for us in the Joe Montana Army to lay down our arms? Let's talk about it. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, maybe the only good news, other than Marcus holding it down at FanFest yesterday and us getting that much closer to going down to Scottsdale, which we will do on February, I believe, 19, 20, 21, something like that, whatever that Thursday, Friday is. Let me find those dates, buddy. I want to promo people so they can put it in their phones to lock into the leader on February 20 and 21 when we will be down at Scottsdale. Marcus, the only other good news is that we're giving away tickets to Metallica. That's right, Metallica, the icons, man. We had James Hetfield in studio years ago during the Super Bowl. He came in studio. Yeah, that was wild.
Oh, yeah.
That was during the Levi's Carolina Super Bowl. My little Rory Murphy, who's 13, asking, he goes, has there ever been a Super Bowl at Levi's, Dad? I said, yeah. He goes, who played? I go, the Carolina Panthers and the Denver Broncos. And he laughed out loud. He goes, that's the most random Super Bowl ever. And I said,
kind of was, kid.
You're right.
Yeah.
It was. So, single-day tickets are on sale at livenation.com to see Metallica, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Everybody get your Pepsi. Mom, I'm okay, Mom. Just leave me alone. June 22nd, 2025 on a Sunday. 2 tickets. Call John Joe right now and tell him you want to rock out with Metallica. Call number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi's. That prize is furnished by Live Nation. And Marcus feels like Mariano Rivera is entering the game right now.
Absolutely. The only man to get all 100% of the Hall of Fame votes, Murph.
Yes, and the only man to blow a World Series.
All right, we don't got to get into that. I do want to give some love to the text line. I lost the text, but they've been peppering in all morning long. They say, damn, what do you give me for Dalton Kincaid and Aaron Judge in the World Series?
Yeah.
Dropping balls.
I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was a difficulty. It was about a 6 or a 7, right? He's diving kind of back against his body.
Ball's underthrown. Yeah. Allen's being hit. But you still got to catch that.
So somebody texted in, I forget who wrote it in, but they said, George Kittle makes that catch, but does Brock Purdy make that throw?
Ooh.
Because that was a strong arm throw, man. Mm-hmm. And there was a raging Twitter debate going on. A guy named Ben Solak, who does ESPN data analysis, said, how does he not throw the orbit to Shakur, who had kind of gone in motion and then orbited out to his left, and he was all alone. So if you go back and look, and if you guys type in Mahomes, orbit, Shakur. Is it Shakur? Did I get that name right?
Yeah.
Number 10 for Buffalo. He said, if you type that in, you'll see there was a raging Twitter debate last night as to whether Mahomes made the wrong decision under pressure, and that's the difference between winning and losing. If he had thrown to Shakur, he was all alone. Now, if you go watch the play, Mahomes, from the moment the ball is snapped and he starts to roll to his right, he's engulfed. Like, here comes Karlaftis and the crew there. That classic Spags blitz, Now they're saying, well, he should have read that and looked for Shakur right off the snap. Revisionist history, bullets are flying, etc.
Sounds like a lot of armchair quarterback.
Yeah. Well,
sounds like a lot of Monday morning quarterback.
Yeah, well,
but look, we do this all the time.
Sunday night quarterback.
Yeah, that too. I mean, even before it gets to Monday morning. But you said it perfectly. Spags dialed up the blitz at the right time. Josh Allen had a split second to make a decision. And if he doesn't get hit, he probably completes the pass. But the pressure got there so fast, they still had an opportunity to make the play. I think there's bigger question marks about some of the play calling maybe before that 4th and 5 attempt. But still, they had an opportunity. Dalton Kincaid dropped it. And now the Chiefs are going back to the Super Bowl.
There's a lot of talk about how the Bills didn't use James Cook enough in the 4th quarter. Now, that's a guy who was dominating, guys. James Cook, maybe, in all honesty, might have been the best player on the field last night prior to the 4th quarter, when the Chiefs getting their thing done. And the Chiefs didn't go to him. The Bills didn't use him enough. So, I mean, it's the second guesser's paradise, guys. You should have gone to Cook. But somebody actually texted in where they said, did you see how little the Bills used James Cook in the 4th quarter? Some guy wrote, somewhere Kyle Shanahan is sipping a glass of wine and smiling. I mean, honestly, dude, people taking shots, man. But, guys, I wear the hat every Friday. Run the damn ball, right?
Run the damn ball.
And James Cook was, let's see here, I have his numbers. 13 for 85, bro.
Yeah.
And 2 touchdowns.
I thought he could have used his legs a little bit more. I thought Josh Allen could have used his legs a little bit more. I know they went back-to-back with that QB sneak over and over again, but you're not the Philadelphia Eagles. You don't have that same success. I mean, one of the 2-point conversions they missed out was a QB sneak that got stuffed at the goal line. So maybe you do power the ball. I know they look at Reid Davis as more of their power back, and maybe they want him to carry the rock in the fourth quarter to kill some of that clock. But James Cook was on a mission yesterday. That touchdown on the option play on fourth down, like that guy's will to win. I don't know how you don't get him the ball more in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, let's see here. Well, I just see he threw it to him for 9. He handed it to him there. Actually, carried it 3 times there in the
but I think it was
first
Ty
drive.
Johnson on one of those final drives I got to carry.
Yeah. Man, oh, man. So let's get back.
Johnson doing in the
I
game?
threw the Mahomes, Montana question out there, but let's make that our big hit. And we'll get into that 808 KNBR. So let's use this time to talk about that spot and how you feel things can get better in the NFL, if at all. It is ongoing, raging debate about the chip in a football, the microchip in a football. Now, again, we're getting out of my realm here. I'm a freaking English major, all right? I don't know how to make a microchip. I don't know where to put a microchip. All we do know is that we see in other sports, particularly in tennis. By the way, shout out Madison Keys, who would have been a top 6 subject. We had an American gal won the Australian Open. Good for her, man.
Madison.
Isn't that awesome?
Let's go.
And did you see she got a props from Lil Wayne and she couldn't believe it?
Tunchi?
The Lil Wayne. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, Tunchi at the tennis court, huh?
Lil Wayne sent her this big thing filled with like Lil Wayne type slang of like, you did it, amazing. And she retweeted and wrote, wow, okay. She had no idea that Lil Wayne was a tennis fan.
Wow.
Or that he was going to prop her up.
Idea
Yeah, Lil Wayne was watching the Aussie Open.
Wow.
Lil Wayne said, where's my top 6?
Yeah.
That's what he
I
said.
think he's trying to get that Aussie Open halftime show after being denied the Super Bowl.
That was a controversy, wasn't it?
Yeah, because he's from New Orleans.
Yeah.
The game is there. I know he wanted
supposedly he and Kendrick have broken bread and smoked the peace pipe.
Yeah, it sounds like they're cool.
By the way, I think those are 2 guys who would have smoked the peace pipe regardless of the Super Bowl.
Regardless. Shout out to Lil Wayne and his No Ceilings mixtape with a lighter at the start of every song.
Was that right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I forgot we got. I was digressing on Madison Keys or the chip, the microchip.
Yeah, the
on
microchip
tennis.
in the ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
So people have said, well, you can't. It doesn't. I saw breakdowns on some smart guys were writing like you can't do it. It doesn't work because of the outdoors nature of the bodies that are in the way. All I know is this: the system sucks. And for a league that's now like we slow down, how many games do we stop to watch replay over and over and over and over and over again? And that play can't get legislated correctly. I mean, that's a major flaw in Roger Goodell's sport. And I'm calling for a fix of some kind. Somebody smarter than me fix this.
Like, there has to be some type of improvement because I can't tell you how frustrated I was yesterday when I see this play happen live. And I'm looking immediately for the spot. And Murph, I'm always like, okay, is he going to spot it on the front foot, the back foot? Doesn't matter. I see the top judge from the top of the TV come running in, and he's on the other side of the yard line, which to me looks like he's going to spot it as a first down. Now here comes the ref from the bottom of the screen. He's on the other side of the yard line, which has them short. So I'm like, here you are with 2 different guys with 2 different spots on 2 different sides of the yard line. Who gets the final say? How does that guy get the call? When it looked like they were closer to the top judge than the bottom referee, it makes no sense in my mind. Now, of course, that leads to some of the conspiracies out there between the referees and the Kansas City Chiefs, but still, there's got to be a better system so you don't have 2 different refs given 2 different spots, and it comes down to one of the biggest plays in the game.
Yeah, for sure, man. So listen, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is hopping this morning with all sorts of takes on all this football from yesterday. 650 says, I used to think the NFL was the passion of the American sports fan. After yesterday's mess of a primetime event, that becoming clear that unless the NFL cleans up its officiating, football's captivating allure is in danger of losing viewership. I don't know about that.
We're still going to watch.
I don't know about that. By the way, this has been brought up. Here it is. Let me find it down here. 408. This will be the second Super Bowl I will miss. The first was Ravens-Giants. I'm going to go wine tasting in St. Helena with my pinky extended. Like, honestly, guys, so Waterbury, you brought this up. 49ers fans, what's your strategy? What's your strategy? You asked me during the break. You said, who are you rooting for? And I said, I don't know. I truly can't. I mean, the easy, sort of the logical answer is the Eagles, because you don't want Mahomes to win 3 in a row and beat Montana and all that stuff. We can talk about, has he already beaten Montana? Anyway, and just you're sick of the Chiefs because the Chiefs beat you twice. But, dude, you're rooting for the Eagles? Yeah. Like, come on, man.
That's the issue.
I mean, the Eagles are disgusting.
Pick
everything about them. And we have, Niners and Eagles have beef going back to the NFC Championship and all that good stuff. So I'm not sure. Do you have a decision?
Oh, this is easy for me. Fly, Eagles, fly. Go Birds. I hate the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, I say this, of course, as a Raider fan. I can't stand Patrick Mahomes. I didn't like the fact that he's beaten the 49ers in the Super Bowl twice and won a Super Bowl in Las Vegas at the Raider Stadium. So I'm anybody but the Chiefs. Murph, I'll be flapping the dirty bird this week, and I'll be doing whatever in the next couple weeks. I'm all birds all the time.
You have extra reason.
Yeah, I have a little extra on top. But it is interesting. Like, I've talked to a couple other 49er fans that actually hate the Eagles more than they hate the Chiefs.
Okay, so young Tony, where do you come down on this, buddy?
What's the hate for the Eagles, though? Like, is it historical?
No, it's the 2 years ago. It's the NFC Championship from 2 years ago. That game was just so brutal. The Niners should have won the game. Then there was all the talking mess. Well, mostly it was the Niners talking mess.
Yeah, but still, nobody really likes Philly fans. They're always talking about the zesty West Coast and all that stuff. So people just don't like Philly fans.
The answer to your question, Tony, is the 2 year ago NFC Championship, that beef. But you're right. There's no truly historic hatred. I mean, I could isolate a few games through the years where they've played, but mostly it's been the Cowboys and the Packers, and then the Rams and the Seahawks. But you're right. Power ranking NFC hatreds for the 49ers. The Eagles aren't even top four. It's Cowboys, Seahawks, Rams, Packers, and then maybe the Eagles fifth. So is that your way of saying you're rooting for the Eagles?
Oh, damn right. I mean, when you have these two teams playing each other, I don't want to see the Chiefs, make history. I don't want to see Taylor Swift maybe get engaged too. I don't want to see any of it. I don't like any of it.
I'd say this, though. It's like if the Eagles win, to be honest, it's like what's the story? They denied the Chiefs their history.
They got revenge.
Yeah.
They finally took down Andy Reid.
Saquon gets a ring.
Yeah. I mean, those are the storylines, but that's just one 49er fan's perspective from behind the glass. Our guy, John Joe Curley, lifelong 49er fan, born and raised here in the city, he says he's rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs. Says he wants to see history, Murph. Wants to see the 3P.
Wow.
Yeah. I was shocked by that take.
Where'd that come from?
I'm asking the same question.
He wants to see the Dodgers go back-to-back?
Oh,
no. Come on, man.
He said he hates the Eagles because of the NFC title game.
Yeah, okay. See, that was 2 years ago.
That's like 2 years ago, though, bro.
Yeah, but don't you hate the Chiefs because of the 2 Super Bowls?
Yeah.
He just gave me the shrug.
What he
said, it's Mahomes, greatness. Can't deny greatness.
Guy's like Cleo down in the lobby.
No, dude, all of a sudden.
All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. The big hit is next. We're wide open. We'll take some phone calls, guys. If you want to check in, who are you rooting for? And with his 17th playoff win to Montana's 16, has Mahomes passed Montana for real? 808 KNBR is the phone number. The big hit is next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Monday morning to talk to you about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, because we got one simple question for you when it comes to the program. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections?
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Well, luckily for you, we got the right option, because my friends over at the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program have been helping me on my weight loss journey for the past 3 months. And guess what? I've already dropped 25 pounds, and I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
First play from scrimmage for Philly. They mark him down at the 40-yard line. Toss it to the left side. Barkley's got a lane to the 50, to the 45. Spin move to the 40. Barkley still going. Zigzags inside. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley! He is incredible! Hurts, handoff, bouncing to the right. Barkley, he's in! Touchdown! Saquon Barkley, second of the opening quarter. Handoff, Barkley, stutter step, running to the right. Barkley will take it in! Touchdown, Philadelphia! Saquon Barkley, third touchdown of the day.
He gets the snap and he spins and he rolls out of the pocket. He gets a block at the 10. He's at the 5. He runs in, bursting in. Touchdown, Mahomes. 1 yard run over the right tackle. Here is a shotgun snap. Mahomes runs himself at the 10. Inside the numbers, the 5. And he dives in for the touchdown. 10-yard touchdown run by Mahomes.
Oh, there it is, the sounds of a championship Sunday. No 49ers breaking news in that game, but lots of 49ers repercussions, whether it's the Kansas City Chiefs trying to do something that Joe Montana tried to do in 88, 89, 90 and fell shy, and I'm still not over the 1990 NFC Championship game, or whether it's the Buffalo Bills facing tragedy yet again, and I say sports tragedy for sure. 4 straight losses in the playoffs to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, matching their 4 straight Super Bowl losses from the early 90s. Or the Eagles and Saquon Barkley doing their thing. Boy, the NFC Championship sure seems like a distant second to yesterday's drama in Kansas City. So good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, young Tony is here behind the glass. John Joe Curley here saying he's going to root for the Chiefs. That's our big hit, by the way, is kind of a two-pronged one. One, can you root for either team in this game if you're a 49er fan? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And
that's a great question.
With his 17th playoff win, passing Joe Montana's 16th playoff win, is Mahomes now officially passing our guy Joe Montana. And believe me, it ain't easy to say, Marcus. Good morning, dude. What do you think?
I think it's hard to deny him of that accomplishment. I mean, literally, he has more postseason wins, 17. I know Joe has more Super Bowl titles for at least the next couple of weeks. But as soon as Patrick Mahomes lifts up that 4th Lombardi trophy, I think it solidifies him as the second best quarterback of all time, or on the short list. And on that list is Joe Montana. And for him to be doing what he's doing at age 29, Murph, he's not even well into his 30s yet. Like, he's just getting started, really. He's been a starter for 7 seasons. They've been in the AFC Championship game every single year. And now they're the first team ever, Murph, ever, to appear in 5 Super Bowls in 6 seasons. It's hard not to give this kid his flowers and say that already, before even turning 30, he might have a better resume than Joe Montana.
Wow. Did you see that list of, like, American sports dynasties that have been in 5 championships in a 6-year span? On the list, Steve Kerr's Golden State Warriors. How about that? Yeah.
Nice.
Despite Saturday night.
Yeah. Now, I will say, I guess the only argument right now is that Joe Montana never lost a Super Bowl.
That has been brought up on the Golden State Lumber and Builders Materials sex line, and then we will always rest on that. Nor did he ever throw a pick in the Super Bowl either. Wow. So we'll rest on that. Although Lewis Billups on line 1, he dropped one that he had in his hands. Speaking of which, Josh Allen started the game very shaky yesterday and threw 2 would-be interceptions right out of the gate. That was a tough way for him to start. And so we get to the part where we talk about the Kansas City Chiefs being the Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan of just denying dreams. Tiger Woods, like Phil Mickelson, who eventually got there because Tiger slowed down a little bit, but Phil Mickelson, Ernie Els, Sergio Garcia were all these great players in the 90s who got just stuffed into a locker by Tiger Woods. And then you go to the basketball, you're talking about John Stockton, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, all those guys, Patrick Ewing, they all got stuffed in a locker by Michael Jordan. And so there are these guys who just deny you, and Patrick Mahomes is now that guy denying Josh Allen for the 4th time. Josh Allen becomes the first quarterback to lose to the same quarterback 4 times. And I don't care what you can say about it. It hurts so bad. And that's one you just got to wear, man.
Sometimes you're just born in the wrong generation, the wrong era. And you look at Josh Allen, you just mentioned the first quarterback to ever lose to the same quarterback 4 times in the postseason. Josh Allen has more wins than any other quarterback in NFL history in the playoffs without making the Super Bowl. Has 7 postseason wins, but has never made it to the bowl.
Did you feel like he failed yesterday?
It's hard to put the blame on him. I thought he played well, to be honest with you. And yeah, I would have loved to see him convert a few more QB sneaks. The 2 missed out 2-point conversions, leave 4 points on the table in a game you lose by 3 was huge. And then Dalton Kincaid has got to drop the ball. I don't think you can look at that game last night and say that Josh Allen lost it. The Kansas City Chiefs just went out there and won it.
But you either got to get it done.
That's it.
You got to get it done.
To be the man, you got to beat the man.
Yes,
Josh Allen's at the podium quoting Ric Flair. And guess what? That's the man. It's Patrick Mahomes.
You only get to that 4th down because you failed on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down for sure, too. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Tim in Manteca is checking in on the big hit about Montana and Mahomes and who you're rooting for. Good morning, Tim. How are you, man?
What's up, Tim?
What's up, Merv? Hey, I say Joe Montana is still better than both Brady and Pat Mahomes because he was winning in an era that was way harder than what these guys play. Way harder. And, when it comes to who's rooting for who on Super Bowl Sunday, I say screw both teams. I'm going to watch the game just because it's the last football game of the year, but I'll be booing for both of them. So
Tim, there's going to be a time in the 4th quarter and the game's close. You're going to be leaning one way or another,
Yeah, I really hope that something drastic happens, like somebody runs out on the field or there's a power outage or something.
You're just hoping for some sort of some kind
of act of God.
Some kind of act of God. Preventing the winner from being declared. All right, Tim, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call.
Thanks a lot.
All right, let's go to Coach in South Bay. Coach down in the South Bay at 8:08 KNBR. We're wide open on the big hit as we have a barstool conversation about that football yesterday. Hey, Coach, good morning.
What's up, Coach?
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Doing good, man. I'm struggling with this Mahomes passing Montana thing, but I may have to wear it.
Well, it's real simple. Montana played in the era where you could break a quarterback in half, and Mahomes plays where he can't be touched. So let's leave that one, though.
Mm-hmm.
How about that coaching of the Bills that allowed the Chiefs to win the game? Spagnola and Andy Reid are so much better than McDermott and Tom Brady's non-friend, same name. Are you kidding? 5 tush pushes that didn't work, and they kept doing it? They gave that game away. And I hope Mahomes and them lose to a better team in the Super Bowl. Go Saquon.
All right,
I've had enough of the oppression.
Yeah. All right,
the Kansas City oppression. I like
Appreciate that. Go Saquon. That is one. And young Tony, you said you feel the same way. You're going for the Eagles, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Go Birds.
And it's because of your hatred for the Chiefs.
The Chiefs. I don't want to see history.
Who have beaten your Niners twice in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, damn right.
All right. Is the stat that they go, let me look this up for you guys. Yeah, the Bills were 4 of 6 on 4th down yesterday. I don't have the tush push, though. Somebody said they were 0 for 4 on the tush push. Is that right?
Well, I know they got stopped on one of their 2-point conversions where Josh Allen tried to go up and over and then almost tried to pitch the ball back. But is that your go-to play when Philly has already shown you with Jalen Carter up front, who is an absolute monster, that maybe you shouldn't be doing that? And even when the Bills were doing their QB sneaks, it wasn't the traditional brotherly shove. It was like Josh Allen stepping to the side and like trying to find a path. It wasn't really the tush push that we've seen with Philly, and obviously not as successful as we've seen with Philly.
So lots of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text on 925 says, will the Niners get more aggressive on fourth down next year after watching all of this? Because the Niners don't have a quote-unquote tush push, so to speak of. Purdy's been a pretty good sneaker through the years, I've thought, but I mean, are they gonna do this thing? And by the way, I just want to go out and say, I hate this thing. I tweeted out about this yesterday, but I was like, just like the NBA is now nothing but threes, and it's driving me nuts. It's not kind of driving me nuts, the prevalence of the tush push. It's like, bro, it's getting to the point where it's, first of all, I don't even think it's a football play. I've said that for a couple of years. Do you think it is?
It's a QB
would you like to see it outlawed, or are you cool with it?
I mean, the problem is they're not going to outlaw it. I know they've reviewed it a couple times and said, yeah, it's a legal play. I don't hate it. I mean, QB sneaks have been around forever. It's just kind of a modification, so I don't have too big of an issue with it. But I do get frustrated watching it over and over and over again, especially when the Washington Commanders are being called for encroachment over and over and over again. And I'm sitting there staring at this Philadelphia offensive line with a backup center in, with arguably the best running back in the NFL in the backfield. How about you hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley one or two times? But sorry, that's a different digression.
925 says, the caller who criticized McDermott spot on. They kept going to the tush push when it was clearly ineffective. It's true. 209 says, the Bills' tush push was so bad, it wasn't even a tush push. It was like a bad sneak. True story. 408 says, hey, Tim, last time the New Orleans Super Bowl was in New Orleans, there was a power outage.
This is true.
Was that the last one?
That was the Harbaugh. Yep.
I mean, was that the last time it was in New Orleans?
Yes, I believe so.
408 says Mahomes and Brady would not have survived 80s football. Defenders had 2 steps to hit the quarterback. I mean, that was always my argument through all the years. 707 says, you guys got to embrace greatness.
No, we don't.
If Joe and Dwight were doing their thing today, the nation would hate them. I asked that the other day. I said, so this is what it was like when I was in my orgasmic bliss from 81 to 94. Did everybody hate the Niners? I guess the answer was yes.
Yes,
Everybody
and it's all right
did
to
hate
have
them.
haters. Murph, they don't boo nobodies. In the words of Larry Krueger, if you ain't got haters, you ain't popping. It's as simple as that, and people hate the Chiefs. Just like people hated Steph Curry and the Warriors
Larry
during their
Krueger?
dynasty.
I thought wasn't that Kai Correa?
It definitely was. I just remember Larry like butchering it on a show. Sorry to take a side shot at Larry Krueger, but I've heard Larry use the line, and it's always been funny to me.
Oh, very good. 925
If you
says,
don't got haters, you're not popping.
There you go. Meanwhile, I like this seventh round tackle out of North Dakota State. 925, Vic Fangio is the guy. He can do it. That's one angle. Vic Fangio is the Eagles D coordinator. Can he stop Mahomes here? 925 says, young Marcus, you weren't around in the 80s. The competition in the NFC was nothing like today. Bill Parcells, New York Giants, Joe Gibbs, Washington Redskins, Mike Ditka, Chicago Bears, zero protection for quarterbacks getting pulverized. Mahomes is accomplishing great things, but please do not compare his resume to Joe. Different times. He's putting that one on you.
I know.
Really,
and look, I put my hand up. You're absolutely correct. I was not alive in the 80s. There's nothing I could do about that. And that's why I told Murph this morning, I can do the comps between Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes a lot better than I can do the comps between Patrick Mahomes and Joe Montana. But if you did a blind resume test, and I know it's different eras, 99% of the people would take Patrick Mahomes' resume, and it's not done yet. He's 29 years old, people.
So here's what I have to say. I always, and this is the way you judge them by their era and judge them by their generation. So has anybody in Patrick Mahomes' generation gone 17-3 in their first 20 playoff games? And the answer is no.
Nope.
So he stands alone. Now, Brady has 35 playoff wins. So there's a long way to go. And Brady beat Mahomes head-to-head. You know, but again, our win's a quarterback stat, right? 530 says, unfortunately, in this puke bowl, yeah, I wound up using the puke emoji on social media a couple times yesterday. Says, I have to go for the Eagles because I am done watching Patrick and the Chiefs. It's all about stopping the Chiefs. And now this is where you get to the part where a dynasty is good for being a villain. Like the Dodgers are good for baseball because everybody's like, we got to stop the Dodgers. And this is where the Chiefs are good for football because you got to stop the Chiefs.
There's no middle ground with the Chiefs. You hate them or you love them. And if you're not out in Kansas City hanging out with Taylor Swift, I'm guessing there's a good chance that most of the people hate them.
Here's one, 925. I hate the Eagles way more than I hate the Chiefs. It's a conference rival. Sirianni is a D, and Big Dom sucks. Taking shots at Big Dom now.
Ooh.
And John Joe Curley said that was his deal. He hates Sirianni. 408, blank Sirianni. I can't let him get a ring. 925 says, no brainer if you're a Niner fan. It's not nearly as bad as trying to watch a Cowboys-Chiefs Super Bowl or a Dodger-Yankee World Series, but you root against the Chiefs in this game. That's what he says.
I agree, but we're hearing from some 49er fans this morning who say they're actually rooting for the Chiefs, which has kind of taken me by surprise.
Yeah, I'm sort of frozen right now. I was driving in this morning saying, well, who am I rooting for? And I thought to myself, I honestly am rooting for neither team. Am I going to watch this game with no affinity whatsoever? I understand what young Tony's saying. Like, the hatred of the Eagles is not profound and historic. It really isn't. But there's something about me that I don't need them winning a bowl. I really don't.
You don't want to see Saquon get a ring?
I mean, listen, it's not like I have the deep, profound love for Saquon Barkley where I'm going to weep when he gets his ring. Yeah, he's a great player. I get it. He's a great player, but there's a lot of Derrick Henry's a great player too. But I don't know. Maybe I can't believe I'm going to say this. Maybe I'm interested to see if the Chiefs can pull this thing off. You know, not rooting for him.
Interested,
just
though.
interested. Like if he does it, I'll be like, damn,
that's interesting.
Wow, I was rooting for the Bills like crazy yesterday.
I think we all were. I think the entire country might have been rooting for not just the Bills, but also the Washington Commanders. It's what we said on Friday. Seemed like the public wants Bills Commanders, which means we're going to be served up a plate of Chiefs Eagles once they get the rematch. And it seems like this is dividing the nation, but I told you earlier, it's easy for me to root against the Chiefs for multiple reasons. So in the Super Bowl 59, go Birds, Murph. Go Birds.
831 says, I'd rather let the Eagles have a Super Bowl hangover, so root for the Chiefs.
All right.
There you go.
I like your strategy.
Lose, then it affects you too. 919 says, unfortunately, there are Chiefs fans, air quotes, everywhere. Are there bandwagon? Do you guys know a lot of bandwagon Chiefs fans?
I think the Taylor Swift bandwagon brought in a lot of casual fans.
Out?
No, because Taylor Swift is still huge, Murph. She's still one of the biggest pop stars in the country.
I actually was thinking this when she was walking in here. So I'm like, without the Eras tour, she's kind of lost a little sizzle now. You know what I mean? A little sizzle off.
I don't know.
A couple MPH off the fastball.
T-Swizzle still has the swizzle, Merv. Even when Travis Kelce is not scoring touchdowns, Mahomes had a rushing touchdown, and they had a cut to Taylor Swift in a suite. I'm like, you got the wrong girlfriend here. Patrick Mahomes is not dating Taylor Swift. Why do I need to see her after a touchdown?
Here we go. 209 says, I don't think people hated the Niners as much because back then there wasn't social media as much in your face.
Well, everybody hates everything on social media.
Yeah, dude. 510 says, you have to put the Raiders in front of the Eagles when it comes to teams 49ers fans hate. Really?
Interesting.
All right.
I'd like to see that Venn diagram.
916, let the Chiefs win so the Niners can stop the four-peat next year.
No, I don't need a four-peat.
408 says, and right there, Murph, when you said you're interested, that's why the Chiefs have reached the same level as the Brady Patriots. We will root against them, but we always tune in to see how they pull it out. Or to hear Travis Kelce do his thing.
Baby, when you play in front of Arrowhead Stadium like this, every single AFC championship, you kidding me? Kansas City! Hey, before you guys get out of here, just do a little dance, make a little love. Yeah, get down tonight. Thank you, Travis, Pat.
You okay with the Casey and the Sunshine Band?
No, I'm tired of this guy singing on stage, Murph.
Do a little dance. So he's kind of holding that note there. You got it, Tone?
I mean, it's not supposed to be this easy, Murph. 7 years as a starter for Patrick Mahomes in 7 straight AFC championship games.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be this easy.
Oh, man. And 707 says, have the Niners ever won a Super Bowl when they didn't have a massive financial advantage over? Yes, dude. 707. That's a horrible take. 81, 84, and 80. 81, 84. 94 was really the only one they won on the back of a checkbook. But, hey, that's okay. They did. All right, guys. Well, there you go. How's that for a big hit? The Chiefs Super Bowl is right in our face, and we got to deal with it. And is Mahomes better than Montana? Stuff we'll talk about as the weeks go on. Super Bowl February 9 in New Orleans, 3:30 kickoff. And right now, Kansas City a 2-point favorite over the Eagles. Kansas City covered the 2 on Sunday.
They did.
And my Costanza strategy worked because I said I would take the Bills and Commanders. But because everything I do is wrong, I'm going Costanza. And guess what? Costanza worked.
It worked.
Because the Eagles covered and the Chiefs covered.
So that means whoever Murph will be rooting for in the Super Bowl will end up losing.
And I still haven't decided. All right, guys. Herm Edwards. Awesome. We're going to have the man who, by the way, played for the Eagles and coached the Chiefs. Plus, he's a California Golden Bear, and we love Herm. Next on the Sports Leader.
Kansas City! Hey, before you guys get out of here, just do a little dance, make a little love.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we have 2 new contests this week. Shout out to Michael in Kentfield for winning the Metallica tickets. We are also giving away Morgan Wallen tickets with Miranda Lambert at Ann Wilson at Levi Stadium on August 1st. Morgan Wallen on August 1st. That's going to be incredible. And we're going to give those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Monday morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike on other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. And look, if you're looking for a rooting interest in the Super Bowl and you don't want to root for the Chiefs, don't want to root for the Eagles, how about you root for your picks to hit on Prize Picks? Because the big game is almost here, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last football game of the season with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the big game. Prize Picks is also giving away a free pick for the big game, where one of the starting quarterbacks will only need to throw for 1 yard for you to win. We saw it this past weekend with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. That promo will be back for the big game. So join us on Prize Picks and use the code word LEADER, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, it's always fun to talk to Herm Edwards. We see Herm down at the AT&T Pebble Beach for years. We see him on ESPN. Heck, we saw him on the sidelines when he was coaching the Jets and the Chiefs, and on the field when he was playing for the Eagles. So it's just awesome to talk football with Herm. So Herm, on this historic day here, let's talk about it. Welcome back to KNBR, your buddy Brian Murphy. We got Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Good morning, Herm.
Yeah, morning, Herm.
Well, thank you guys for allowing me to be on. I'm back in Bristol, obviously. Every week I travel back here, but kind of exciting, these playoff games. Some things never change, right? I mean, when you think about the Kansas City Chiefs and kind of what Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are in the quest of a team actually winning 3 Super Bowls in a row. I mean, I was in the league a long time, coaching and playing, and it's just remarkable. To be able to do what this organization has done, talking about trying to win 3 in a row. And they're playing a team that obviously in the Philadelphia Eagles, the team I played for, that lost to Kansas City in the Super Bowl. It's kind of ironic. I was talking earlier on one of the shows, and I said, they're going to New Orleans and playing in the Super Bowl. And I said, that was the first Super Bowl the Eagles played in, and I was involved in that one. And I've never liked that dome ever since. We lost. so hopefully it doesn't happen to them when they go down there.
Oh, man. To the Oakland Raiders who are here in the Bay Area, right? Doing their thing, man.
Right.
There's so many different angles we can attack. And I do want to ask about Spagnola and the defense at some point. But let's start with Mahomes. I mean, so, we sports fans in America, we love our quarterbacks. And here in the Bay Area, of a certain age, you love Joe Montana. And if you're of another age, you saw Tom Brady redefine it and win 7. But now, I'm wondering where you place Mahomes now in this hierarchy here at age 29. I mean, I know there's a lot more to be written. He's got another 10 to 15 ahead of him, but is he already – he has more playoff wins than Joe Montana, Herm.
Yeah, no, he has a chance to be the guy. There's no doubt about it. At the rate he's going at right now, and until you beat him, he's going to continue to do it. It's because, when you watch this team this year, and I think I laugh a couple of times because, everybody's, they're not playing good. I said, understand this. This is not college football where when you beat teams by 30 or 40 points, your ratings go up, your rankings go up. This is just about winning. And this is what this organization does. They just win. His numbers aren't gaudy at times, but in the big moments, like yesterday, all of a sudden, he decided to run. He ran for 2 touchdowns yesterday. And he's not a running quarterback, but that's what was needed in that moment, and he made those plays. And I just think it's ironic when you watch him play and you look at his numbers sometimes, you're going, oh, man, like all year everybody kept saying, this team's struggling. What's wrong with them? They just keep winning. They just keep winning. And then the poor Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen, he's like playing in the era of Michael Jordan. Right? That there's this guy named Michael Jordan, and nobody going to win but the Bulls, so it doesn't matter how good everybody else is. That's who's going to win, and that's what he's dealing with. Now he's 0-4 against Patrick Mahomes, and I will say this. If Josh Allen wasn't the Buffalo Bills quarterback, the Buffalo Bills would have won 7 games this year. Problem is, he's getting judged against Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. And by the way, the Buffalo Bills on the road in playoff games are 0-8.
And yeah, Herm, we're looking at now Josh Allen. You mentioned it, 0-4 against Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. He's actually has the most wins in NFL history by a quarterback, 7 of them without getting to the Super Bowl. And you kind of alluded to my next question. I was just going to ask you, is it as simple as he's just playing in the wrong era, or is there something that the Bills can do to get over that hump?
Nah, what you got to do is, first of all, don't play in 1-possession games because they've won 17 of those, the Chiefs. Go ahead and play in a 2-possession game. Don't play in a 1-possession game because they win all those. No, I just think, eventually you got to beat the guy. And look, Josh Allen knew it yesterday when he went up to the mic. And it's a shame because of the way the guy played. I thought he was all excited earlier and was kind of out of sorts. But then he calmed down. They started playing. And then I thought the blitz, got him there when they called the corner blitz. But then he gets away from it and makes a throw, and they drop the ball. And so it's over. And I'm going to tell you something, guys. When you lose in that championship game and you have a chance to go Super Bowl, it's like, oh. And I've coached in a couple of those with the Chiefs when we lost to Buffalo, actually, when we had Joe Montana. And Joe got knocked out in the second quarter up there. Bruce Smith came around the end, knocked Joe out, and I said, we're in trouble now. Sure enough, Buffalo went. And then when I was with the Bucs and we lost to the Rams, in the championship game, and the Rams went on to go to the Super Bowl. But it's whole season, all of a sudden, it's like, we're done. Yeah, we're done. And we were one game away from going.
Man, oh man. Herm Edwards, the voice you hear, of course, California Golden Bear, and of course, 10 years as a DB in the NFL, 9 with the Eagles. So he's worn the green. He was in the Super Bowl with the green and coached the Chiefs at Arrowhead, too. It's part of his career. And Herm, of course, you see him on ESPN all the time. It's great to have him here on the UMA guest line. Herm, I mean, we can go Mahomes, but how about this Steve Spagnola?
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's like as if they don't have enough with Reid and Mahomes. They've got maybe the best defensive coordinator in the game. I mean, what are you seeing?
Yeah, no, and earlier in the season, the defense was basically carrying the offense, to be quite honest. And that doesn't get talked about because you got Patrick Mahomes, obviously, and you got Travis Kelce. Everyone talks about them, and obviously, Travis Kelce, and we know who he's dating, so that becomes a part of it too. But defensively, boy, they're really good. I mean, they can get after you, and they can play man coverage. They can play tight coverage on you. And I thought the blitz at the end there, it caught them by surprise. They ran motion, and it looked like it was man, and it was man, but they were bringing the corner off the short side when he had a tight split, and that really got into the face of Josh Allen where he had to make the throw. But I thought all year this defense, for the most part, carried the offense at times.
And now that Spags defense is going to match up against Sirianni in the Eagles in the Super Bowl once again. But Herm, the biggest difference is Saquon Barkley in that backfield. How big of an element has that given that offense?
That's unbelievable. To watch that guy, I mean, it's almost like a video game. It's like, are you kidding me? He touches the ball the first time in the championship game. He runs off for 60 yards for a touchdown. I said, this is not even fair. This is crazy. And look, and that set up what I thought the ability for Jalen Hurts yesterday. He probably played one of his better games, and he needed to. He needed to get the ball to A.J. Brown, to Goddard, to Smith. That opened up the offense even more. So now you got a problem. When they can do that, passing the ball, what do? Do you say, well, we're going to play 8 guys in the box to stop the run, or are we going to play zone? What are we going to do? That was the most balanced that offense has been. And then, obviously, you take the ball away 4 times. You're going to win a game like that.
Yeah, we're talking to Herm Edwards here on the UMA guest line as we head towards the Kansas City Chiefs, the Philadelphia Eagles. And to you, Herm, just small picture before we get to end it with a big picture question, is that 4th down sneak where the ref spotted the ball. Now, listen, I mean, where are we at now with this billions and billions and billions of dollars, and Roger Goodell wants to take over the world, and they're playing all over in every continent, and they can't spot a ball, Herm? What are we going to do?
That?
How do we solve this? Well,
yeah, obviously the replay and stuff has to get more involved in it, especially in today, because pass interferences are the same thing sometimes, because it's a bang bang play and it happens so fast, and these guys are moving so fast, and it's kind of ironic because that sneak deal that they do, they always go left. That's another thing. That's the tendency. They always go left. So, it's just you got to look at yourself too, and you got to you always go back and look at things you do. And they've always go left when they do that. So that gave, obviously, an advantage to the defense, too, knowing they're going over there. But the spot is the spot, right? And it seems like the Chiefs are always in those games where there's something with the officials, right? It's just they don't hit the quarterback or they don't call pass it, whatever.
Yeah, we didn't even mention the Xavier Worthy play. That was, I mean, I don't know how if you're the Bills, you're like, wait a minute, he didn't catch that, did he?
Yeah, see, it always is with the Chiefs, and so that even makes more drama because everybody thinks, well, the Chiefs are America's team now, and the officials want them to win, and all. They win. They know how to win. They got a great quarterback and got a great head coach, and they know how to win games, especially close ones.
Herm, the only quarterback we haven't mentioned from this past weekend yet in this conversation is Jaden Daniels. And, of course, you had Jaden at Arizona State. Did you have any thoughts that he could turn into the quarterback we're seeing at the NFL level, and just overall your thoughts on his rookie season?
It didn't surprise me, and I generally talked to him once a week and just watched him grow and mature as the season went on. And basically, he put the team on his back. And that didn't end up like they like, obviously. But if you're a Washington Commander fan or if you're just a football fan, you got to deal with him now for the next decade, right, in the NFC East. I mean, you got to say, well, this is the guy. He was a rookie. Remember, he went to a team that was 4-13. Guys, they were 4-13 before he started playing quarterback. And he gets them. He gets them in the championship game. It's like, oh boy, as a rookie. And the game's not too big for him. Moments aren't too big for him. Nah, I get it. He turned the ball over yesterday. Okay, but he doesn't turn the ball over a lot as a rookie quarterback. He was the leading ground gainer too. He almost ran for 1,000 yards, and he obviously the leading passer and all that. But he carried the team. He put the team on his back. And I think going forward, if you're a Washington fan, you got to be excited.
For sure. Herm, finally, head coaches Andy Reid. He's now tied with Don Shula for the second most Super Bowl appearances. He got 6. Belichick with 9, obviously. I'm wondering what you know about him. How long do you think because I'm wondering, like, what could stop Mahomes? Maybe the only thing that stop Mahomes is Reid leaving. How long do you think he wants to do this?
I think knowing Andy, and I met Andy when he was the offensive line coach at the University of Missouri, and I was with the Chiefs on their staff as an assistant coach. Andy was at Missouri. He was an offensive line coach, and he got into the league, and he obviously climbed the ranks, from there. But I think as long as Andy enjoys it and has energy, and that's what gets you. If you don't have energy to do it, then it's time to step away. But he's having fun, and why wouldn't you? That's what I said. I said, I wish I would have had Patrick Mahomes when I was in Kansas City. Why not? I mean, you got a team and you got a culture there where it's run by the players. Coach fed, player led, right? I mean, players got to lead it. The coach can feed them, but the players got to lead each other. And that's the culture of that organization right now.
Herm, before we let you go, got to squeeze in one 49er question. What were your thoughts on Robert Saleh rejoining the team as the defense coordinator?
I think that's a good thing. And I think it's a good thing for him as well. Felt bad for him in New York, I talked to him. I remember I went to a game when he first got hired. I was in Bristol and during the preseason and appreciated his work with San Francisco. And you guys know I'm a Niner fan. You know that for a lot of reasons. And I think it's good. I mean, and I think that gives that defense a shot. It brings in a personality that's been there. They understand the standard that he believes in. And going forward, I think, the injuries obviously plagued this team this year. It's just too bad. But you know what? Look, they got enough good players that they'll be right back in it. There's no doubt about that. The quarterback's set. They McCaffrey can stay healthy, and Ayuk comes back, and Pearsall, one of my other guys, is there. They got guys, and so I think that sparks the defense. So the 49ers will get back in the race. By the way, speaking of getting back in, how about Pete Carroll getting back in? How about that? How about that? Yeah. How about I'm gonna get a hold of him. I'm asking, what are you doing? He's enjoyed it. He got a lot of energy too, man. Pete's a good coach, and I think they brought him in there, and it's kind of smart. They want to build a culture, right? And that's what Pete built when he was in Seattle. He built a culture, and I think that's what the Raiders are looking for. He's not there to coach for the next 10 years, but he's going to build a culture, and he's going to have some guy eventually take over for him. But good for the Raiders because, guys, as much as we say football, there's a couple teams that need to be relevant because it makes the league better, and the Raiders are one. When the Raiders are good because they're the bad guys, they're the guys with the patch on their eye. Football's better with the Raiders. It's like, those are the Raiders, man. Come on, man. They wear the patch on their eye, right?
The problem is they're in a division with that team that wears red in Kansas City. Boy. That's the only problem.
Oh, I know.
Herm, it is always great to catch up with you, man. We love it on ESPN. We love hearing your voice here in the Bay Area on KNBR. So thanks for the time, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Herm.
Appreciate you guys. Anytime. Thank you.
Yeah, the great Herm Edwards. That was fun. All right, cooler content on the other side. The sound from the weekend next on the Sports Leader. Straighten out those teeth, baby. Invisalign clear aligners for the best smile you can muster. Everybody wants a good smile. Come on, man. You want to rip off a smile, people are like, whoa, check out those bad teeth. Nobody wants that. Look at those bad bones. By the way, what is a slang for teeth? Choppers? I guess that's it, huh? Man, look at those rough choppers. You don't want that. You want to rip off a smile, people are like, damn, chopper's looking good. Listen, Invisalign clear aligners, that's the way to go. My 2 teenage kids have them. grown relatives have them. You don't even need to be a teenager. You can use them at any age. They're faster than braces. They're easier than braces. And as the 13-year-old account exec says in our house, Dad, tell him with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. So there it is, Invisalign, the #1 doctor-recommended brand, transforming over 18 million smiles all over the world. Check out the website, Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it, I smile.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You are not sending me to the cooler of content.
Yeah, baby! Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
On the sports leader.
All right, the cooler of content as we deal with this world of Mahomes, Emperor Mahomes. It's sponsored by the cooler of content, sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Also sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Care, Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. Hey, my kid was born there. Must be pretty good, right? Hey, we're giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi's Stadium on August 1st. Giving away those tickets at the 9 a.m. hour. And congrats to Michael and Kenfield for winning the Metallica concert with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. Somebody get Michael a Pepsi. Get it to him because that's all he wants, Mom. Just leave me alone. It's one of the all-time great songs.
It's damn Pepsi.
So, cooler content, a lot of football, guys. And it starts with, we got to start with Travis Kelce. We do. Cut E, Tony.
Do we?
Yeah, we do.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we do.
All right.
He says, so there she was, Taylor Swift, and there was her guy. Remember he did the "You Gotta Fight for Your Right to Party." He also called that Cincinnati mayor a jabroni. Know your role and shut your mouth. Yeah. He's entertaining or not, depending on your view of the world. Mm-hmm. Here was Travis Kelce on January 26, 2025, still in your face right next to Jim Nantz.
When you play in front of Arrowhead Stadium like this every single AFC championship, you kidding me? Kansas City! Hey, before you guys get out of here, just do a little dance, make a little love. Yeah, get down tonight.
All right. I do have to come in with a hot take, though, that's going to stir up the pot here. Saw Casey and the Sunshine Band live. Thumbs down.
Wow.
Poor performance. Kool and the Gang came out and showed how to do it.
Okay.
Kool and the Gang's like, okay, that thing you just saw, forget about it because here we're about to lay it down. So I was like, thank God, Kool and the Gang cleansed my palate after that Casey and the Sunshine Band show. But these guys ran the show in the late 70s or mid to late 70s. This is what, Tony, this is your boy like going to school in 3rd or 4th grade. This is on the radio, although I walked to school, so I wasn't listening to the radio.
Uphill both ways in the snow. I mean, Murph, you're talking about cleansing the palate. I need something to cleanse my palate from the taste of the Kansas City Chiefs and Travis Kelce. Someone tell this guy this is not a karaoke stage. He just hops up every single year, and he's right. Every year they're playing at home in the AFC Championship game. The home field advantage, the referees. I'm sick of all of them, Murph.
Welcome back to the Chiefs Invitational. They would say maybe a Draymond Green moment there, too. All right, well, there you go. Hey,
welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
To the victors goes the singing here. All right, how about this in the Washington-Philadelphia game? Eagles, Commanders. All right, the Eagles are taking hold. They've got the game. They're up 34-23. They're on the 1-yard line. They're about to go up by 18 points if they can score. But the Commanders are saying, nah. They start sending Frankie Louvu over the line, just vaulting him over like last desperate. I'm going over without the snap. Just came flying over like a catapult. And then Jonathan Allen, same thing. I'm going after you before the snap. Finally, Sean Hockley, the ref, after 3 encroachments by Washington, flips on his mic. This is referee Sean Hockley and says something we've never heard.
Encroachment, defense number 93. Washington has been advised that at some point the referee can award a score if this type of behavior happens again. For now, it's a replay of 2nd down.
Okay, we're like, wait, what? And so sure enough, I had the rule up here earlier today. Rule 12, Section 3, Article 4, whatever. Palpably unfair. Hell of a word. Palpably unfair. That if the referee feels that a team has committed a palpably unfair act, they can award a score. We were baffled. Some guy at 408's been sending in the text saying, do the refs get to do a celebration dance in the end zone if they award a score? LOL.
Who gets credited the touchdown? Ed Hockley up the middle for a 1-yard sneak. It's a touchdown, 7 points on the board. I mean, I've never seen anything like this, and I was just cracking up with the way that the referees described it. If this behavior continues, we can punish you with points. Behavior, it's like your parents are scorning you and trying to ground you for the weekend.
Bro, that was like live from either my latest CYO practice or my latest dinner table, because I will snap. I will snap
if
like
this
Sean
behavior continues, boys, we'll be running liners all day long.
Guess what? Friday night we were doing that. 209 says Kelce is corny and cringe. 408 says Travis's fake accent makes me want to barf.
Just do a little dance, make a little love.
831 says, I don't want to hear that crap again.
Here it comes.
Just do a little dance, make a little love.
He caught the crowd unawares. They didn't know he was going to stop and demand a chorus get down tonight.
I know. He threw up the alley-oop. I thought, what do they call them? The arrowheads up there?
Yeah,
the 12 heads? Whatever they are. Whatever that fan base is.
He probably should have prepped him because there was dead silence then. Then he had to finish it.
Nobody likes dead air.
Yeah, then he had to.
Yeah, get down tonight.
All right.
Yeah, good
so do we have the Tailgate Ted stuff?
Tailgate Ted?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is pretty good. So this came out Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Tailgate Ted.
On social. Tailgate, apparently there's a guy named Tailgate Ted. He's one of these super fans for the Washington Commanders. And they organized a quote-unquote takeover of the Hard Rock Cafe in Philly. Now, that's the key. Now, you'll hear that Philadelphia fans don't even really think the Hard Rock, like they don't even know where it is. Like they can't even get to like 808 KNBR. How do you guys feel about Hard Rock cafes?
God, I just think they're like thrown into like a random casino as a cafe that I really won't go to unless it's like a last option.
There is a Tahoe Hard Rock.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's the only place I see Hard Rock cafes. Shout out to the one off of Pier 39. I know we have one here in the city.
There was one on Van Ness forever.
Okay.
So you got to understand, like in the 80s, they started like in London, I think. And it was like, whoa, there's this thing called the Hard Rock Cafe, and it's like rock and roll stars might go there, and there's all these cool gold records on the wall, and they had a cool logo. It was a gold circle with a maroon, almost like a Redskins colors. It said Hard Rock Cafe. I remember my buddy Johnny, St. Simon's Johnny, my sister was in England for school. She went to a summer school in England, and he said to my sister, he said, can you get me a Hard Rock Cafe shirt from London? I remember that. My sister brought it back for him. We're like, oh, dude, that's exotic.
Damn.
You couldn't order that. See, there's no internet. She had to have people flying these things over from London.
I had no idea Hard Rock Cafe had that kind of a lore around
so then it came to America. Then they built one in San Francisco on the night. And then eventually people were like, yeah, okay, I'm done with it. You know what I mean? Done with it.
I see
people moved on.
Yeah.
They had all these celebrity owners. I think Schwarzenegger was a celebrity owner. Others. All these Schwarzenegger owns it. You know.
It kind of always just reminded me of like the rock and roll version of like a rainforest cafe.
Yeah, that's what it turned into.
Mm-hmm. Like it's kind of a novelty.
In the 80s and 90s, it was like, oh man, the Hard Rock, dude. You might see Rod Stewart. You know what I mean? Rod the Rooster, the Scottish Rooster might be walking in singing Maggie May.
Hard Rock, yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. So anyway, now I guess the Washington Commanders thought they were cool taking over the Hard Rock Cafe in Philadelphia. This is Saturday night before the game. A guy named Tailgate Ted.
You guys for coming out here tonight and representing, right? Excuse my language. But what we want to do tonight, we did. We took over this place. Yeah. Restaurant, we took this place over. We wanted to have a safe space for all of us to be tonight, and that's what we did. I love each and every one of you guys, seriously. Y'all be safe tomorrow. Do me a favor. You take care of all these people at the Hard Rock. They welcomed us into their place. They took care of us. Thank you guys for being a part of all of this. All I gotta say is, we've been through 30 years of pain. Eat this up. You deserve this, and you deserve this, and you deserve this. All right? Let's go.
All right, Tailgate Ted.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, there's a little bit of love in there. There's been 30 years of pain.
30 years of pain have led us to this moment, being here at the Hard Rock Cafe.
Narrator, 31.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's not over yet, Ted.
So but he's like, yeah, we took over this place. It's like, well, yeah, because there's nothing to take over, right?
There's like 50 seats max.
Now he's looking out for the people. Take care of the workers.
Yeah.
They took care of us.
Right, yeah, tip your servers.
He also dropped safe space, which caused a lot of stir on social media. Bro, you're looking for a safe space?
Oh, I can only imagine Philly fans thinking about a safe space in Philly.
Unbelievably, there was a follow-up because at the game, they lose 55-23, and in the fourth quarter, this guy is spotted leaving early. An eagle-eyed Eagles fan whips out his phone, sees Tailgate Ted walking up the steps, and lays in here.
Hey, this is the guy that took over the Hard Rock. Hey, congrats on the Hard Rock. Great takeover last night. It's a good run. Great job at the Hard Rock Cafe, buddy.
That's a great heckle.
How about the guy in the back go, it was a good run.
Yeah. Congrats on the Hard Rock.
Congrats on the Hard Rock is an outstanding
This is
heckle.
awesome.
Great takeover last night. It's a good run. Great job at the Hard Rock Cafe, buddy.
You know what Eagle fans should do? They should troll the hell out of the Commanders. Remember when the Indianapolis Colts hung up the banner for like being a division champ? They should have Washington Commanders Hard Rock Cafe Champions 2025.
That's pretty good. Oh, man. That guy, I got to give Philly fans can be funny, man. It's ain't the zesty West Coast. Hey, man, congrats on the Hard Rock.
Nice takeover.
Great takeover last night.
Give me the
great job at the Hard Rock Cafe, buddy.
Give me the congrats on the Hard Rock. That's pretty good because people like say congrats on the on the personal relations. You know, sometimes.
Yeah, Murph, I got you.
Hey, congrats on the Hard Rock. Great takeover last night.
That's a great line.
I had no idea about this follow-up, but I was perplexed. Like, hearing about this story, I was like, why is this such a big deal that they took over a Hard Rock Cafe? Like, we've seen 49er fans take over stadiums, take over streets. We're talking about a Hard Rock Cafe. And, oh, by the way, did you see also Washington fans try to take over the Rocky statue?
Yeah, they did.
They draped it in Commanders clothing,
Niners
which has
did that too,
always been a curse.
Yeah.
It's always been a curse. You don't touch Rocky.
No, that's right, and they did. By the way, I'm being scolded. Like Sean Hockley scolding the Commanders. I'm confusing Hard Rock with Planet Hollywood. That is correct. Planet Hollywood was the one that was owned by Schwarzenegger and all them. Planet Hollywood was clearly patterned after the Hard Rock Cafe, though, so I'm a first cousin here. Yeah, Hard Rock did start in London in 1971, and then it got big in the 80s, and then it expanded, and then eventually it got taken over by Commanders fans.
By Tailgate Ted.
That's so good. Congrats on the Hard Rock.
Oh, and that's a bad look, walking out of the game early.
Yeah. Tailgate Ted.
And somebody's always rolling tape.
He had a jersey on that said Tailgate Ted, too.
Oh, man. That's a bad look for Ted.
All right, guys. Well, that was an enjoyable.
Congrats on the Hard Rock.
Enjoyable cooler of content. Do a little dance. Take over the Hard Rock. Get down tonight.
Get bounced from the playoffs.
David Lombardi talking Robert Saleh, talking Niner offseason, and talking Chiefs Eagles next on the Sports Leader.
We took over this place. Hey, congrats on the Hard Rock. Great takeover last night. It's a good run.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is this our young Tony today? Is this like, did you not know much about Kelce and the Sunshine Band or what?
No, I mean, I've heard this song before, but
okay.
I mean, I didn't know that they were not that good according to you.
No. And I say that. I was talking about them in 2019. Like, not like 1979 Kelce. He was the man in 79, but 40 years later when he's still out there, he'd put on a few pounds. He was sweating. He was gasping for breath. And so I was just being honest. Some guys can kind of keep it going. Rolling Stones, they keep it going. Metallica's got it going. Kelce, not so much.
Father time undefeated, Murph.
And then Cool in the Game come out and mop the floor with him. All right, guys, let's talk about it. The 49ers are getting down tonight because they got their guy, Robert Saleh. We can talk about that. And, of course, the NFL playoff action yesterday with David Lombardi from the San Francisco Standard, sfstandard.com. I believe he's in New York. He was at a Bills bar, we hear, on the UMA guest line. Hey, David, welcome back to Murph and Marcus. Is that true? You were at a Bills bar last night in New York.
Yeah, what's up, David?
Yeah, we did a little tour of all four teams' bars yesterday in New York, and that was really neat. But then we decided, hey, we've just got to because they're so crowded, right? All these bars, because everybody's consolidating all the fans onto their team bars. So we said, we got to get a spot at the Bills bar because this is going to be crazy. And it was. Now, San Francisco's got a really good one, North Star Cafe up in North Beach. But this one in Buffalo, in New York, because it's actually, the Bills are New York's only team, right? The Giants and the Jets are in New Jersey. And they make, the Bills fans make sure you know that they're New York's only team. So we're closer to Buffalo here, and they just packed this place out, multiple levels. It was wild, and then they lost. But, I mean, if 49ers fans think that they've seen heartbreak over the past 30 years, I think Buffalo says, hold my beer. Because, I mean, they've got all these tough defeats, right? The 13-second game, and then what happened last night. But that's on the heels of 4 straight Super Bowl losses. So 49ers fans actually have it really good in comparison to that, because, man, it'd be tough to wake up today as a Buffalo fan.
Yeah, we're talking to David Lombardi in New York after the Bills, and it's true. I mean, we just talked about Mahomes, Allen being 0-4 against Mahomes. Well, 0-4 is a familiar number in Buffalo because that's what Marv Levy and Jim Gilly were. So, my God, Buffalo. Wow. Just quickly on that game, a couple of things just for you as an NFL beat writer. What jumped out to you more? Is it the controversy of the spot and how the NFL has to clean that up, or how Allen had the ball in his hands, down 3.5 minutes to go, and just for one reason or another couldn't get it done?
Well, the fourth down play was crazy because that was Steve Spagnola, who's clutch as hell, showing up again with a really well-timed blitz that confused Josh Allen, and he made the tougher play, right? It was exponentially tougher than some of the other reads there. You can't blame him, though, because Spagnuolo does that to everybody, but he still delivered the ball to where it needed to be, and Dalton Kincaid just couldn't catch it. So I think that the game came down to several things, but if there's one duality that stuck in my head was that Xavier Worthy made the very disputed contested catch. I'm sure that was a catch because it seemed to me that they were both still wrestling for it when the ball hit the ground and seemed to move. But the Chiefs made their miracle catch, and Dalton Kincaid dropped what would have been a miracle completion from Josh Allen there at the end. But unfortunately, NFL has a problem on its hands because the lasting image, and if you just look at social media and see what most people are talking about, I think the lasting image from that game is the fourth down play on the quarterback sneak where the officials are running in at different spots. One has Allen with the first down, one didn't have Allen with the first down. They obviously chose the spot of the official that didn't have him with the first down, and it came the play after Kincaid looked to have a first down as well. And that the timing of that controversial sequence was what stood out to me, because Buffalo took over this football game on the ground in the third quarter at 15 carries for 84 yards or 86 yards. Like, basically, if you extrapolated that over the full game, that would have been like 60 carries for 344 yards. And I mean, they didn't even have to pass in the third quarter, but as soon as the fourth quarter started is when their drive hit a wall with that third and fourth down sequence. And I mean, normally when you see a team dominate the way that the Bills did on the ground in the third quarter, they run away with the game. But because of that third and fourth down sequence, the dominance ended, and the Chiefs took back over. So no matter which way you look at this, Buffalo's just got to be sick waking up this morning.
Yeah, and it leads to Kansas City winning their record-setting 17th straight one-possession game. And now Patrick Mahomes has a career record in the postseason of 17-3. That moves him ahead of Joe Montana for the second most postseason wins in NFL history. I mean, this guy's only 29 years old, but do you think with the opportunity to go out and win his fourth Super Bowl that he's already ahead of Joe Montana on the all-time list?
Well, I think you've got to win more Super Bowls to be ahead of Joe Montana on the all-time list. So he's not there yet. He's not a Brady yet, but it has been a hell of a start for Patrick Mahomes, and it's going to be really interesting against the Eagles because, like I just said, the Bills were able to run it down Kansas City's throat in the third quarter in a way that, for example, the 49ers, the 49ers, they took the Chiefs toe-to-toe the year before, maybe even further into overtime, but they didn't run the ball effectively in that game. San Francisco in Super Bowl 58 only had 3.5 yards per carry. They didn't do what Buffalo was able to do in the third quarter yesterday. I mean, and that is just absolutely dominate on the ground. And if there's a team that can dominate on the ground this season, it's Philadelphia. It's going to be Saquon Barkley's 28th birthday on the day of the Super Bowl on February 9th. So I'm really, really intrigued about this matchup coming up in 2 weeks. I know a lot of people don't want to watch, but I want to watch just to see Steve Spagnuolo against Saquon Barkley and that Eagles offense, which ran at will yesterday against Washington.
Good stuff. David Lombardi, the SF Standard. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And a year from now, the 49ers hope to be playing at home at Levi's Stadium as the Super Bowl will be in Santa Clara next year. Okay, so Robert Saleh, man, we talked about it, and it's like, we say landing a big fish. It's almost like an analogy almost holds when you're going deep sea fishing and they fight the fish for hours and hours and hours and then finally get it on board because this was a close call, David. But again, in the end, like they say, don't talk about the labor pains, just show me the baby, right? They got their man. What was your analysis of the entire pursuit of Saleh? Was it unnecessarily risky, and were they that close to coming up empty? And in the end, is it a home run?
Well, this ties into the Super Bowl, too, specifically the Eagles, because the 49ers effectively broke the Eagles in 2023. But look how Philadelphia has bounced back. I think they offer a blueprint for the 49ers to bounce back in 2025. And what Philly had to do was fix a defense that just ruptured, just broke at the end of 2023. Same thing happened to the 49ers. And they did that by changing coordinators. Philly also added a star running back, a soon-to-be 28-year-old running back in Saquon Barkley, who totally transformed the offense. The 49ers are going to add a 28-year-old running back next season in Christian McCaffrey, who barely played last year. But looking at the coordinator thing, Philly added Vic Fangio. The 49ers added I guess they had Vic Fangio in the past, but this era's Vic Fangio, Robert Saleh. And I think they needed to hit this correctly. And from the very start, even going back to when Robert Saleh was fired from the Jets, there was talk that Saleh would be perfect for the 49ers because he takes their successful build from 2017 to 2020, but he also adds the experience that they need to be adaptable as a defense. I mean, just go back and look at what Steve Spagnuolo is doing late in these games. It happens consistently. He is able to tailor pressure, tailor his calls based on what's happened over the first 45, 50 minutes of the game, and then he delivers with a couple of those surgical strikes on those critical downs late to win the game. And the NFL comes down to plays like that, comes down to calls like that. The 49ers weren't getting those with Nick Swanson. They weren't getting those early on with DeMeco Ryans in 2021. First half of the season took him a while to grow on the job, but then DeMeco started hitting on those blitzes, started hitting on the coverage calls. So with Saleh, he can hit from the get-go. Now they've got to restock the defense, just like Philly restocked the defense. So there's so many open roster spots right now. They only have 3 linebackers and 3 cornerbacks under contract. That's all going to be important. So is Saleh's staff. I'm wondering, does Joe Woods rejoin this staff? The former DC of the Browns and the Saints, who was with the DB coach of the 49ers in 2019. He's a key component of the historic success they had that year because they were mixing up coverages. It wasn't just the Seattle-style cover 3. They were running a lot of quarters with Joe Woods. So how does Saleh build this out so that the 49ers stay or get back ahead of the curve?
Do you think either the Eagles or the Chiefs have also laid out the blueprint of how to build a roster around a high-paid quarterback? Because it seems like there's a big discussion about whether or not the 49ers can pay Brock Purdy $50+ million, but still have other all-pro players around him. You look at Jalen Hurts, who's making around $51 million a year, Patrick Mahomes, $45+ million. Do you think they laid the blueprint of how to build a roster around those quarterbacks?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the most overblown narrative ever. You have to be smart building your roster at the margins. And if you do that, then you're going to have enough money, especially if you know how to structure contracts. So, I projected a contract for Brock Purdy worth $61 million annually, if that's what it ends up taking, if that's what he wants in negotiations. And the 49ers have to cave to that. And the APY, they can keep a $61 million annual average value contract at about a $15 million cap hit in year one. And the way that the salary cap is growing in the NFL, you can surf the wave of a rising salary cap. The 49ers have given out more big contracts than any other team since 2017, since Lynch and Shanahan took over. And they have enough room to get this done. It's about structuring it correctly and then making sure that you're not wasting money on the back end. But you can pay your A-listers, and based on what we've seen these playoffs combined with the last two playoff runs, I think Brock Purdy definitely qualifies as an A-lister.
As we transition, David, the last few minutes here, we're talking to David Lombardi, the SF Standard, who was out in New York watching the playoff games in a Bills bar, tragedy in Bills land. But as we transition sort of towards the 49er offseason, away from Saleh, towards salary cap and free agency. So that said, they can't sign everybody. Not everybody. Every team can't sign everybody. So I'm going to throw just a couple of defensive names at you, and you tell me the likelihood of these guys returning, given the idea of Brock Purdy getting his new contract. One is D-tackle Javon Hargrave, another is safety Talanoa Hufanga, and another is corner Charvarius Ward. Now, I guess according to, of those three, I think Lynch told Ward, I read that Lynch told Ward, I don't think we can afford you. I don't know about Hufanga, and I don't know about Hargrave. Those three guys, David, how does that fit into the salary cap hell?
Hargrave is just like Eric Armstead last year, except the situation is developing in slow motion. They let him know earlier because he was hurt, and it didn't look like they were going to make the playoffs. So they ended up releasing Armstead with a post-first designation after he said, I'm not accepting your proposal of a pay cut, which was like $18 million down to $6 million. With Hargrave, he was at about, $21 million. And they said post-June 1st designation, the money's not guaranteed, but they said we're interested in bringing you back, but we're just going to let you go talk to other teams. If they can get him from like $5 to $7 million, maybe even up to 10, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the budget for him is. Then they'll happily say, come back aboard. But if somebody's willing to pay him more, like Jacksonville is willing to pay Armstead $14 million last year, the 49ers won't go there. So we'll just have to see the market. Charvarius Ward is complicated. Lynch and the 49ers brass told that to Charvarius and this past season. Obviously, the season didn't go well for him, but there was personal tragedy off the field. It very understandably was a very difficult time for Charvarius Ward. And, throwing another wrench into that, he openly said that he has PTSD in the Bay Area because that's where his 23-month-old daughter, Amani Joy, passed away this year. His wife or his girlfriend, Monique, doesn't even want to be in the Bay Area or live there. So this past year, Charvarius was alone, just going home after work, just really gut-wrenching stuff. So, when you add that whole personal dynamic into it, I think you have to say that based on what he was saying, it's unlikely that he'll be re-signing with the 49ers. And then I think you mentioned, did you say Hufanga and Greenlaw?
Yeah, Hufanga. No, I just did Hufanga. We know they want Greenlaw for sure, but Hufanga, Hargrave, and Ward were the three I brought up. So Hufanga, I'm not sure what to make of the Hufanga situation.
Yeah, I think, both Hufanga and Greenlaw did not check all the boxes, or theoretically did not check all the boxes to get a big long-term deal elsewhere, just because they were both coming off of injuries. And, the boxes you have to check are explosiveness and durability. And Greenlaw obviously showed explosiveness, and that was really impressive, but he only played 34 snaps. And Hufanga looked really good when he first came back, but I don't think he was quite healthy. He was still coming back from the torn wrist ligament, which was on the heels of the ACL. So he wasn't himself, right? He wasn't fully back to his all-pro self in 2022. And sometimes when those factors are at play, a prove-it deal to return to your original team, a 1-year deal, I don't know, a few $1 million, more than the veteran minimum, but not something that's like a big long-term contract, that can be the best opportunity on the table. And if that's the case, I think the 49ers can bring back both Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw. Maybe it will be the case for one of them, maybe for none of them. I don't know. We'll see what the market is. I think a lot of this stuff and the talks around these things start picking up around the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, because that's when the executives and the agents are all in the same place.
David, last one is, while we were talking, the Niners just sent out a news alert. They did hire a new special teams coordinator, Brant Boyer, former NFL linebacker, played for the Miami Dolphins, Jacksonville, and Cleveland from 94 to 03, and apparently the Jets special teams coordinator since 2016 through 3 different coaching regimes. So I don't know, in your reporting, what do you knew about Brant Boyer's candidacy?
Well, Brant Boyer had been with the Jets since 2016, so he predated Robert Saleh with the Jets. Obviously a good coordinator to be able to stick around through multiple coaching staffs. The couple top 3 finishes in special teams for the Jets in that time. I read up a little bit about him over the course of the past few days, because I felt that since his interview came right after we found out that Saleh was very likely to be the defensive coordinator, it seemed that maybe Saleh recommended him to the 49ers, and obviously they hold Saleh in extremely high regard. So just reading the tea leaves, he felt like the favorite. Turns out that he was the favorite. He got the job. So as I was reading about him, I saw that he's bought a place or is building a place out in Montana, big outdoors guy, special teams coordinator, football guy, former linebacker, and has delivered results before. But I'll say what I have said over and over about the special teams job. Brian Schneider was considered a really good coordinator before he came to the 49ers. Mm-hmm. He had a 10-year run in Seattle that was highly successful. I mean, the 49ers played those Seahawks and seemed to always get victimized on special teams. So to me, the coordinator can be really good, but if the top-down focus is not there on special teams, I'm not just talking about signing guys, I'm talking about in-game focus isn't there on special teams. Shanahan has to be thinking special teams needs to win us games instead of saying special teams just needs to not screw it up. They haven't called a fake punt in all of Shanahan here. When's the last time that we saw the 49ers do something out of the box creative on special teams? The one fake punt they ran was an improv play from Mitch Wishnowsky. So I think that focus has to change for the 49ers, because I think subconsciously special teams responds. Bill Belichick teams always excelled in that phase of the game because he was obsessed with special teams. So you've got to project that energy from the top down. But you do have a good coordinator. I just think that the coach has to be as invested as the coordinator.
Mm-hmm. David, I've got one more last question on Robert Saleh before we let you go. Do you have any idea what that contract could potentially look like, or any details of when that information will be released?
I don't know if they'll ever release it. We'll see. But we typically don't see like coaching contracts up on over the cap. I'm sure some small details will hit the media. The rumor had been that they had offered him top level coordinator money, but then you also wonder, because he had been with the Jets and there was still time on his contract with the Jets, and typically these things have offset language in them, so that could end up being complicated. I would think that we get something within the next couple of weeks, but I wouldn't expect as much disclosure as we do with player contracts, where we get every single line of the deal thanks to the NFLPA.
Yeah, and I think the reason why I'm asking is because there's been a lot of texts and comments that we've had on the show today asking about the length of the contract potentially for Robert Saleh, and if there's any concern about maybe him leaving and getting back into the head coaching cycle after this next season.
I don't think it's a concern. I think that's something that you want to happen. If you talk to Bill Walsh back in the day, that's something that he actively wanted to happen, because that's what does happen. That means a really successful year. And Robert Saleh goes out and delivers an elite defense for the 49ers this season. Injury permitting on offense. So, we've seen Purdy get hurt before, but he's a good enough quarterback to take the 49ers to the Super Bowl and win it if they have an elite defense. And at that point, the last thing you're thinking about is worrying about if Robert Saleh is going to take a head coaching job or not. So Walsh always, he called it the spirit of abundance. He talked to Steve Young about it. He He always speaks so articulately about it, but you foster an ambitious organization and one that is constantly reaching for excellence if you encourage all of your employees to be taking it forward at all times. You're never worried about a guy leaving for a promotion. So that's what 49ers are right now. They're thinking about this year, and then you work on whatever's after that. And if it's the aftermath of big time success, then you're totally okay with it.
Yep, they got their guy, and they want him right now. So, David, thanks for the extended conversation. Enjoy the heck out of your trip, and we'll catch you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, David.
Yep.
Thanks,
he is. Guys. Appreciate it.
David Lombardi, San Francisco Standard. Niners got their guy. Free agency talk. Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, all these topics for the 9 o'clock crowd. First of all, good morning. Where you been?
Good
You just
morning.
woke up. We've been here since 6 bitching about the Chiefs. You want to join us? We'll do it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we have 2 new contests this week. First, we gave away some tickets to see Metallica. Shout out Michael in Kentfield for winning those tickets. We are also giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi's Stadium on August 1st. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour. So how do you win? Let me tell you, when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Oh, I hear that. This was on the 12-year-old All-Star Summer playlist. We weren't afraid to mix in a little Morgan Wallen and Post Malone. See Post Malone and Shane Gillis in their Bud Light ad?
I got to say, those commercials are working. Now, I'm not a Bud Light drinker myself, but man, oh man, those are some funny commercials.
I lived long enough to see sort of the early 80s, nerdy, white socks up to the knees, kind of bad shorts, bad trucker hat. That's kind of how I dressed in the early 80s, and now Shane Gillis is making that look cool, right?
It's back. And he's
Either
making,
that or not cool.
And he's making jokes, which is something I've always thought about, the fact that you can't drink beer in beer commercials.
Yeah, I saw that.
I've never understood that.
Yeah.
You're advertising the taste of the beer.
Yeah.
Let me drink the damn beer.
You can thank the Pilgrims for that.
Way to go, Pilgrims.
So this country's been screwed up ever since the Pilgrims. Puritans, man, they're nuts.
Those guys in their funny hats.
Oh, yeah. Seriously, honestly, you can trace everything to that and their wacko beliefs. Can I say that?
Yeah, you just did.
Did I offend the Pilgrim community?
Probably. The Pilgrim community's going to come for you.
Have you seen a Pilgrim lately?
Not lately.
Or a Puritan, I should say. All right, well, this is it. We're giving away tickets like lunatics, man. We gave away 2 tickets to see Metallica earlier. Now we're giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen, my gal, Miranda Lambert, and Ann Wilson. That's not Ann Wilson from Heart, is it? I should have done my research on this.
Ooh.
Is it like a new country artist? Because Ann Wilson's like the legendary. No, it's not Ann Wilson from Heart. No
I don't
way.
think so, no.
She wouldn't be listed third.
No.
She'd be running the show.
No, Murph, it's not.
Yeah, thank you.
Different Ann Wilson.
Well, she better come up with a new name, this Ann Wilson.
Different one, yeah.
You can't come out here with Ann Wilson's name. That's Ann Wilson.
She's an imposter.
Come on, man. That's Heart.
Lexington, Kentucky's own Ann Wilson.
Well, she might want to consider, changing the name. A little respect for Seattle Rockers' Heart. We might need Heart on a rejoin here, buddy. Ann and Nancy Wilson, and I always confuse which one was married to Cameron Crowe and was she was the hot one in the car looking at Judge Reinhold in his Long John Silver's pirate outfit in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Young Tone Heart, 808 KNBR, Heart?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like we have our Young Tone.
He's like, yeah, I have
Call
one, Murph.
for the Morgan Wallen tickets right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen at Levi's on August 1st, 2025. Get your straw cowboy hats out. All right?
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
I might try to go down there for that one.
You might.
Oh, country concert at Levi's Stadium? Sign me up.
That's how you roll? You like a...
Yeah, I'm not a huge country music fan to begin with, but one of my favorite things to do is to go out to country concerts at Shoreline. And I'm just there for the atmosphere, just for the vibes.
I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
Murph.
they do tend to,
I understand.
The young ladies come and they tend to try to look their best.
That's it.
Yeah.
They're out there in their Brian
best.
Murphy Daisy Dukes.
Yes, that's true. I mean, we could get on a cultural digression about 808 KNBR, the sort of the ethos of like country females and how they really try to doll up versus maybe other concerts where they don't.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? So people are like, yeah, I'm just going to wear what I want to wear. Country concerts, the gals come, they're like, yeah, I'm bringing it. I'm bringing the heat.
Home of the free, Murph.
Look at that. Did I give the wrong number? Because the 808 KNBR line is blowing up unless people have hot takes on Ann Wilson. Is that it?
No.
Is that it? Or are they just calling the wrong number? 415-896-KNBR. Because see, those they're calling, you know what I mean? They're calling 808 KNBR.
I see them calling.
Well, why are they calling the wrong number?
Because they want the tickets. They're trying to get in through the regular phone lines, not the promo line.
I'm a Miranda Lambert fan. I am. So hopefully, I'd put her ahead of Morgan Wallen. But, yeah, 707 says Ann Wilson is the babe. All right. I don't know. Either one. One's a little more, one's a little bigger than the other one. should we say?
I got you.
Maybe I should get off this
Stop it,
topic.
Murph. Stop it. Yeah, I don't got you, actually. You're on your own with that one.
Some people like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's websites.
Oh, shout out Gabe Kapler. I like him in all shapes and sizes.
Dude.
And this one is thick and juicy.
Well
Come on, Tony.
Well said.
Come on, Tony.
Yeah?
Come on.
Yeah?
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Dude, as Paulie said, listen to Prince singing his ass off in the background. All right. Well, we have news. Do-do-do. Thank you, Tony. 49ers hired a special teams coordinator. His name is Brant Boyer, and he comes from the Jets. But I think David Lombardi said exactly what needed to be said, which was it doesn't matter who the special teams coordinator is until Kyle Shanahan places real energy and emphasis on special teams. So, I mean, in a way, I don't want to say Brian Schneider was scapegoated in a way, but listen, his units were bad. He deserved the penalty. I don't know if he took his eye off the ball. I don't know if his practice habits were bad. I don't know if they chose the wrong personnel. It was a bad unit, man, and it cost them a lot, you know?
Multiple games.
Yeah.
And whether you're talking about the X's and O's or the Jimmies and Joes. And I do think a reason why we see the 49ers struggle on special teams is because of how much talent they have at the top of their depth chart, which obviously leads to having to pay those guys a higher price, which means you don't have the depth pieces. And even some of the depth pieces that they've had over the years. Look at a guy like Azeez Al-Shaair, backup linebacker. Now he's balling out with the Houston Texans or Tennessee Titans, wherever the hell he is. But like those kind of pieces are missing. And because you pay so much money at the top of the roster, they don't have the depth at the bottom of the roster, and that leads to a bunch of blunders when it comes to special teams. So as, I guess, kind of credentialed as Brian Schneider was, if he doesn't got guys out there making the plays, then yeah, you're right. It doesn't really matter who the special team coach is unless they make an overall adjustment and get better on special teams.
Well, this guy, Brant Boyer, is 53 years old, spent 9 years with the Jets. I wonder, is Aaron Glenn's coming in? Maybe Aaron Glenn had his own guy? Quite possibly. He's been there since 2016, 2024, and then, we can go through all the stats, whatever. He led a special teams unit that ranked tied for second in total touchdowns with 9, second in blocked punts with 8, tied for fifth in special teams points scored. We can go stat. The bottom line is, in 4 years prior to that, he was with the Colts from 2012 to 2015 as an assistant special teams coach. So this guy's been doing it for a long, long time, and he did it with Robert Saleh, who's coming to be the D coordinator. So I don't know how we feel about having a couple of Jets coaches in here, right?
Yeah.
That's not exactly, I get
not
it.
really
obviously.
the model of success.
But listen, here it is. That's the bottom line. Well, you guys want news? We got news. It's Brant Boyer, special teams coordinator for the 49ers, coming from the Jets. And Robert Saleh, as we mentioned, made it official Friday afternoon after he officially became the Niners D coordinator. So they've got their ducks in a row. We talked about the year from hell last year. Everything went wrong last year from the moment Dre Greenlaw collapsed. Everything went wrong. All the free agency, all the Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, you name it.
Including the offseason DC search after moving on from Steve Wilkes.
Precisely.
And settling for Nick Sorensen.
Precisely. So now, right now, off to a better start. I'm not calling it the year from hell right now, or the offseason from hell, because Saleh, home run. Brant Boyer, you got your guy, hopefully with an emphasis on special teams. Hopefully, and that starts with Kyle. Guys, the fake punt that Washington ran was awesome.
Beautiful.
Wow, that was pretty ballsy. Having the punter had to kind of layer that pass in to like second level.
That was a nice throw.
It was a nice throw.
I was sitting back wondering if that guy was available for the silver and black.
Now, down 14-3. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Down 14-3. Do you support? It works, so you support it. What if it failed?
Yeah,
Eagles would have had the ball on like the 30-yard line.
Well, I think once you see Saquon Barkley score 2 touchdowns on his first 2 touches of the game, yeah, you got to go into your bag of tricks. But that's the problem. Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to embrace his bag of tricks. Because I saw our guy Hutch Diesel, Jacob Hutchinson, post this quote when this fake punt happened, and it was from Kyle Shanahan talking about how he doesn't like to trick people into winning games when it comes to the art of trick plays on special teams.
That's a bad take. You gotta have all your tricks in your. And the NFL is no, dude. You gotta have everything in your bag, and if that means quote unquote trickeration, so be it.
And you would think with an offensive coordinator or just a football brain that Kyle Shanahan has, how creative he can get when it comes to play calling, that he would try to spice something up and get creative on special teams.
Don't you want when it comes to special teams, the other team gets nervous when your unit takes the field? You're like, oh, man, these guys could do anything.
Especially like when you have Kyle Juszczyk as a front man, that's a Swiss Army knife. Like, you have a skill set in the backfield. utilize it.
Yeah, so I'm
don't just try to be good enough to not lose.
We don't even have to say that Kyle whiffed on his special teams approach. The proof was in the pudding. I mean, the proof was right there in front of us. Like, you saw it. They were bad, and it cost them games. And he was just, that's like, Steve Young has talked about Kyle needs to, quote, reinvent himself in certain ways. And that's one of them. Is he's got to completely rethink special teams and, like, make it a weapon. Make it something that helps you win a game. And that means, like, spending time and energy on it and effort. You can't just blow it off, buddy.
And also figuring out if Jake Moody's going to be his kicker.
Well, there you go.
That's a big key.
Do you want him?
That's a big, big key. I want him in training camp with competition. I don't think he should be cut from the roster like some 49er fans have thrown out there. I also think I don't think he should have the starting job. I think there's got to be a legit competition going into camp next year.
Yeah, and what if he, quote unquote, wins it in August? You're like, yeah, but that's not a kick in November.
You're right.
I mean, we were saying at the end of this year, we don't want to see this guy ever again. Like, that's it. You get out of my sight.
Mm-hmm.
We were going Al Pacino, Michael Corleone, get out of my sight to Carlo Rossi. But, you kind of tempted by that leg. It's like, it's a pretty good leg.
And I'm willing to still give him a second or maybe even third chance. It feels like he's on now because you do look at the difference in numbers pre-ankle injury and how good he was early on this season.
Papa's been on that.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But again, if you're healthy enough to be on the field, you got to be healthy enough to make those kicks.
Yeah.
That doesn't excuse it.
Yeah. 650 Paper Cut is his name. Says there's no such thing as a trick play. Either that or every play is a trick play. There are just plays.
Ooh.
Okay.
I like that perspective.
I do like that perspective. He's kind of rethinking the whole thing there. So we would agree. Brent Boyer, welcome to town. Robert Saleh, welcome to town. Niners have their ducks in a row. Now it's free agency next, and we'll see how that goes. That stuff really gets going at the combine. Meantime,
that's a big question, especially with Robert Saleh coming back.
Yeah.
There's only two guys currently under contract on that 49er defense, Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, that were here with Robert Saleh.
you guys saw Dima Lenore put out the flames emojis on
that.
Saleh. And did you see Sauce Gardner?
I'll take some sauce in the South Bay.
Well, Sauce retweeted the Saleh news and wrote sheesh, which I'm assuming means the Niners got a good one.
Exactly.
Is that right? Am I interpreting my sheesh correctly?
Exactly. As bad as the Jets were last year, they got worse defensively after Robert Saleh left.
Oh, yeah, they did. You're right. Yeah.
Even with Jeff Ulbrich being
Mhm.
like one of the top DCs on the market, he did not have as much success as Robert Saleh had. The defense was not the problem in New York.
310 says, Kyle saying, I don't like these fake punts is like Bob Melvin saying, I don't like to steal bases because it feels criminal and it's not the right way to win.
It feels criminal.
831 says, Jake Moody hit 2 50-yarders in the Super Bowl, dudes.
Dudes.
He did.
Dudes.
I added the dudes, actually, to spice up the
man,
text.
I won the dudes in there. He also missed an extra point. Yeah, it might have been partially blocked. Yeah, it could have been kicked a little higher.
Yeah.
But yeah.
By the way, speaking of extra points, I was yelling at the TV when the Bills were. No, don't chase the points. In the first quarter, just take your one, man. And I heard a rant on the way, and the guy's right. This overthought on 2-pointers and fourth downs is now beginning to reverse bite teams in the ass. It was like, we have this brilliant data, but you're now seeing too much of it, and it's detrimentally affecting teams' chance to win, like the Bills yesterday. So
Buffalo Bills left 4 points on the table, 2 2-point conversion attempts, got stuffed on both of them, and they lose by 3.
What more do you need to know, buddy? That's called math. All right, we'll finish strong with thoughts on Conference Championship Sunday. And are the Eagles interesting at all going into this game? And did Mahomes, with his 17th playoff win, not just mathematically pass Montana, but did he literally, or symbolically, I should say, pass Montana? I can't believe I'm saying this. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Good. It's Monday. Look, this is the first time that I figured out it was Monday. I'm like, damn, it's Monday?
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They line up. Pickett takes a knee, and that's it. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to the Super Bowl. A dominant performance in the NFC Championship game. The Eagles are headed to New Orleans. 55-23. Record-setting effort for Nick Sirianni's squad.
The Chiefs have won again. They have beaten the Buffalo Bills 32-29. Another AFC Championship and another trip to the Super Bowl.
Right in your face, the Kansas City Chiefs. And right in your face, the non-Hart Ann Wilson. There you go, Tony. You found Lexington, Kentucky's own Ann Wilson.
What do we got here, Tony?
Yeah, this is Sunday Sermons by Ann Wilson, the real Ann Wilson to me.
Oh, really? Wow. Shots fired.
That's taking shots. That's almost more disrespectful than you asking Murph at 5:15 this morning before the show even started if Patrick Mahomes has already passed up Joe Montana.
We need to reprise that. But first, we need to tell everybody to stop calling because James in Dublin won the Morgan Wallen, Miranda Lambert, and Wilson tickets. So thank you, James in Dublin. Thank you all for calling. We'll do it again tomorrow. But, man, they like their country, don't they, huh? Maybe for a 2010s Friday, we should incorporate a little country. Ooh. So we've heard that from some listeners. And I like country music, so we'll get it in there, too. But Sunday Sermons, that's a perfect transition because another Sunday sermon from the Reverend Mahomes. Oh. There it is, buddy. I didn't even know you were playing a song called Sunday Sermons.
Here we are, kneeling at the altar.
So just to let you guys know, I walk in at 5:15 this morning. You know, and I've spoken to Cleo in the lobby. We've broken it down. Cleo admitted that he's, rooting for the history, but felt bad for Buffalo. And then I came up on the elevator, and still got my jacket on, my backpack on, my coffee mug, my Provident Credit Union Yeti. Shout it out.
Nice Yeti.
And I walk in, I dap up Curly, and young Tony does it. He's working hard. He's stapling our little packets here that we have here. These packets. See these things?
Mm-hmm.
And so imagine somebody stapling and looking and then barely looking at you and then just saying kind of casually, dare I say, attitudinally, so how you feeling about Mahomes passing Montana? I just walked in here, man.
Yeah. Murph hasn't even cracked his eggs yet.
Yeah, I hadn't cracked my eggs yet. So I was like, well, I immediately got defensive and said, well, he has more opportunities. There's more levels of playoffs now, but that was inaccurate. Mahomes has only had one wild card win, and besides, Montana had a chance to have a wild card win back in the day, too. So Mahomes generally has only gone win, bowl, win, bowl. He just wins a lot. He's 17-3 now, and it's getting hard to deny. Yeah, he's got 3 Super Bowls. Montana has 4. Yes. And you heard David Lombardi say he doesn't pass Joe until he gets more than 4. And goes undefeated in the Super Bowl, which he can't. He lost a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, and that's one of the last arguments still on the Joe Montana debate, if we're looking at Joe Montana versus Patrick Mahomes. And I think I sort of agree with David Lombardi. Like, I'm not ready to put Patrick ahead of Joe Montana until he actually goes out and wins that 4th Super Bowl. But, man, read the tea leaves. When it's all said and done, Patrick Mahomes is going to have a better resume than Joe Montana. I don't want to be the bad guy and say it on the 49ers flagship season, but the guy's been a starter in the league for 7 years, has made it to the AFC Championship game 7 straight years. This is now his 5th Super Bowl in the last 6 years, and he's not even 30 years old. He's 29. He's got the world ahead of him, Murph. Mm-hmm. So I think when it's all said and done, yes, Patrick Mahomes will have a better resume than Joe Montana, and a lot of people will have him ranked higher on their all-time list.
Well, if he gets his 4th, he'll only tie him.
Correct.
Okay, and then, will you have more going again? How long is Andy Reid going to do this? We talked to Herm Edwards earlier today, and he said that he thinks that Andy Reid will continue to do this. He thinks he will. Now, I did read somebody tweeted out that he's kind of within shouting distance of Don Shula on the all-time win list. And it's like, is that something that interests him?
Hell, we're having this conversation about where Patrick Mahomes ranks as one of the GOATs. Is Andy Reid now in that conversation as one of the GOAT coaches?
He's 4th win. I just looked it up. He's 4th all-time in wins. There's no question.
Yeah.
Don Shula, 328. George Halas, 318. Bill Belichick, 302. Andy Reid, 270. So 58 wins. You got to win 12. You got to win 12 to 13 a year is a great year. 12 to 13 is a lot of wins. He would have to do that 5 times to pass Shula? Yeah, does he have 5 more years of 12-win football in him?
My answer would be yes.
Woo!
He's 66 years old.
And nowadays we're looking at
the Raiders just hired Pete Carroll. He's 73 years old.
Like I told you, and all these guys are just biding time until they make their run for the Oval Office.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the thing. I had a couple buddies just ask me this weekend. It's like, don't you think Pete Carroll's too old to run the organization? I said, too old? Look at the last 2 guys who ran the country. Age is just a number, Murph.
Oh, it is, seriously. And so Andy Reid, but anyway, even if he doesn't get Shula, he's still going to, he's 30 away from 300. Maybe that's his goal, 300. And then,
I hope he calls it quits after 300.
Well,
I'm tired of the Chiefs.
I was wondering if they won it this year, if he would step aside. I don't know. But, man, and I wonder how Mahomes will do without Reid. Yeah. Reid's a gigantic part of this whole thing.
Like me, I've always kind of looked at the Warriors dynasty and Steve Kerr, and the question's coming up how long he wants to coach. My answer has always been as long as Steph Curry is still playing.
Yeah.
That would be my answer for Andy Reid. As long as you still have Patrick Mahomes, I would assume he'd want to be that coach.
Did you just bring up the Warriors?
I did.
Because
sadly
they made my bum baby list.
Oh,
we made them bums
and they deserved it.
I invested time and emotion Saturday night in that game. I actually offered. Believe it or not, I'm not a popular guy at all. I had 2 social invites that night, which is shocking.
Wow.
It's 2 more than I usually get on any night.
Damn.
I know. One guy was going to a concert. He's like, "Guy, I got a ticket. Come on, meet me." And I was like, Another guy was in town. He's like, "Hey, I got some buddies. We're at a bar. Come meet me." I was like, "Wow, I got 2 invites. That's incredible." And you know what I did? I turned them both down.
Damn, how about that?
Turn them both. Dude, inertia is a gigantic. You're in the sweatpants and you started pouring the wine.
It's one of those wine nights.
You want to put the pants on and the shoes? Young Tony, what about you? You know what I mean?
I would have said yes to both and then caught the highlights later. That's what I did, actually.
Well, actually, the band was supposed to be really good called the North Mississippi All-Stars. I may know them.
No, unaware.
You dial some up for me, see what I missed.
I'm more of a South Mississippi All-Star team.
Well, you Brett Favre?
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, the point is I invested time and energy in that stupid game.
And emotions.
And I did because I've given them a lot of chances this year.
A lot.
I've given them a lot. Marcus has been the guy who's buried them a long time ago. And I'm like, no. They can still do it. They can still do it. And I understand missing Kuminga and Draymond's a big deal. But Saturday night was my Geno Smith trotting into the end zone moment.
No,
I was like, all right, it's over.
Not the night.
It's over. It's toast.
Oh.
Maybe the 10 seed in the play-in. Maybe. What's that?
Who was doing the night celebration? LeBron or AD?
Both.
Because they were both eating the
One was doing night and the other was doing night.
No, without Draymond Green, dude, it was barbecue chicken.
Well, it's a terrible matchup. When AD when
Draymond's
is
there.
engaged and healthy, they ain't stopping him.
Nope.
And when LeBron, I was honestly like just sitting there Saturday night. Could have been the wine. I don't know, but I was like, I don't have to tell you guys about LeBron anymore. The Jordan loyalists, you're like me with Montana.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand 6 titles is 6 titles, and 6 Finals MVPs is 6 Finals MVPs.
Jordan still has more titles than LeBron.
Yeah, but man, oh man, what LeBron is still doing out there is crazy.
He's a freak of nature.
It's crazy. He was playing great on Saturday night. He was playing great. He was playing high-level, dominant basketball at age 40. He had 25 points and 12 assists.
I hate this, Murph.
He was affecting every possession.
He's been in the league since I was in middle school.
Yeah.
Like, I've had to grow up in the generation of LeBron James, Tom Brady, and now we're going into the Shohei Ohtani Dodger era and the Patrick Mahomes Chief era. Like, I just got bad guys and villains surrounding my entire sports life.
Oh, the Lakers are better than I gave them credit for, too. I kept waiting for them to fade, but no. So anyway, out to the Cash Creek, God, bless it, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line here says, 408 says, Mahomes will never be better than Montana because he doesn't have to endure the same physical punishment and succeed. So that's the age-old argument, right? So here's my deal. You got to judge them by their generation. So is anybody else in Mahomes' generation doing what he's doing? That's what I would have to say. And you're talking to a Montana freaking loyalist. I'm the Japanese soldier on the island in the Pacific Ocean that thinks the World War II is still going on. You know what I mean? I'm that guy. But be honest. Mahomes, Josh Allen's had 4 cracks at beating Mahomes.
Yep.
Joe Burrow did get him once.
He did.
Brady got him once.
Which is why Kansas City benched all their starters in the last game of the season.
By the way, yeah.
Well, there's a conspiracy out there. Didn't want Burrow and the Bengals to get in.
So here's my question, too, also, is you go back to that Brady win over the Mahomes, a ref's call helped Brady in that game. Remember? There was an interception. Brady threw a pick.
Interesting.
And they called our guy, the guy we signed, the D Ford.
Oh, that's right.
Remember, lined up offside. So
yeah.
Anyway, I mean, guys, I'm starting to come to grips with it, man. I really am.
I mean, you kind of have to. I mean, you're talking about what Patrick Mahomes is doing in this generation, Murph. Doesn't matter what generation we're talking about. No team has ever made 5 Super Bowl appearances in 6 seasons. They're going for a 3-peat this year. I don't care what generation you're playing with.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I know. So here, everything 408 says Joe Montana had Charles Haley's full body weight, breaking his back and crushing his ribs. It's not the same game.
I agree, man. And I hate
that.
seeing Patrick Mahomes flop, and I hate the rules where guys can't hit quarterbacks anymore, but we got to call a spade and call Patrick Mahomes one of the greatest of all time, and he's not even 30 years old yet.
Yeah. And so, I mean, obviously we'll talk about this for 2 weeks, and we'll make our picks next Friday, but man, it just feels like faded. Like to me, this entire Super Bowl is all about the Chiefs. Like, to me, the Eagles are just a trifling storyline. Yeah, Saquon, whatever. Yeah, Jalen Hurts, whatever. Yeah, revenge. No, this entire Super Bowl is about the Chiefs. Entire thing is about their legacy and the history, and that's it. And the Eagles would just be a faceless team in the way. It could be any team in the way. Really, there's nothing special about this Eagles story.
Except for Saquon, I think.
Yeah.
Saquon's having a special season.
That's probably the most, but
I think you're maybe looking at the revenge factor, and I'm letting it be known. I am planting the flag today, Murph, that I will be rolling with the Philadelphia Eagles. Go ahead and spell it with me, E-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles!
Did you see somebody had
Let's go, Birds!
Did you see somebody got cupcakes spelled like that?
No.
You know, they get the cupcakes with the frosting on it.
It's all right.
E-L-G-S-E-S.
We got 2 weeks to work on the spelling before the bowl.
All right, man. Well, anyway, obviously it's all we're talking about all morning long. How about, by the way, how little run the Washington Commanders are getting this morning coast to coast? I mean, they're just like, wait, who, what? What? I mean.
Hey, at least they took over that Hard Rock Cafe.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I want to play that for the crew on the other side that missed that. Very, very funny. And also, I want to hear your final review on FanFest. And maybe we can talk about that more as the week goes on, too. All right, what did young Tony learn? We got the Hard Rock comedy, and we'll hand it over to Papa and Silver on the other side. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Congrats on the Hard Rock. Great takeover last night. It's a good run.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, FanFest. The one thing we didn't talk about, you went to FanFest in San Jose on Saturday. Marcus Boucher. How was it, brother?
Oh, Murph, back-to-back years, San Pedro Square, one of my favorite drinking spots in San Jose. Gotta say, I think it was even a bigger turnout this year. Giants fans showed up. Giants fans are getting excited, and a lot of Giants fans got their first taste of Willie Adames. And Murph, this guy is as good as advertised when we're talking about his personality. I know we've done a phone interview with him, but from the moment he stepped into San Pedro Square, the aura, the vibes around this guy, the particles, if you want to go there, had Giants fans feeling good and feeling excited.
Did you chug a beer?
No, I was actually disappointed. A couple people called me out. They said, hey, your boy Murph was out here chugging beers with Matt Chapman. I said, yes, somebody get me a beer.
Wait a minute, somebody double-dipped Napa and San Jose?
Dude, actually, the girl you had that drank the beer with you.
Either Maddie or Sophia?
Sophia.
The one who has a little Maria Lopez vibe
Yes,
to her?
Sophia.
Yeah.
She was at this event also, so shout her out. She actually talked about chugging that beer with
she
you.
went to both.
Yeah, and she was asking me whether or not I was going to chug one. I said, hey, if someone offers me a beer,
you would have done it faster
I would
than
have
me.
chugged one. I would have chugged one. But instead, we were on stage when they brought out a gigantic picture of
Lego?
Willie Adames.
Yeah, they did that for Matt Chapman.
And his face built out of the Legos.
Yeah. It was
pretty
wild.
damn cool.
They got some artists there.
Yeah, it was pretty damn cool.
Next one's up in Sac, right?
Yeah, right around the corner. We got one in Sac, Sutter Health Field, and then we will go up one more time to Oracle Park. But yeah, shout out Willie Adames, Marco Luciano, Hayden Birdsong, Landon Rube, JP Martinez, and Pat the Bat down in the 408. Great lineup of guests.
Yeah, it's funny. John Shea just wrote a big piece in the Chronicle saying Buster's answer to the Dodgers should pretty much be, I can't answer. I just got to worry about myself. He compared it to when Billy Beane had no money and would just be like, I can't. I just got to worry about myself. So, I mean, he's like, you can't compete with the Dodgers. You can't. What they're doing right now is unprecedented, right?
Yeah, and that was one of the topics because obviously the Dodgers name is going to be in everybody's mouth, whether we're asking questions or not. And I talked to Hayden Birdsong about that. I said, look, you see what's going on in the rest of the league, not only in your own division. How much does that affect you as a player? Or do you just focus on controlling the controllables, which you should do always as a pitcher regardless? You got to make your pitch. You got to hit your spot regardless who's standing in that box. And he said, yeah, that's the message for the team, to control the controllables and control what they have in San Francisco.
And be wild about the wild card.
Yeah. Giants gone wild. Giants gone wild.
All right, last things as we clean up here before we get out of here was we think the thing that made us laugh the most today was this Tailgate Ted Washington Commanders thing where they, shout out the Washington Commanders and Redskins and football team and all that they were.
We are Commanders.
I mean, it truly is a proud football tradition that has fallen out. I would compare the last 20 to 30 years to the Cohan years. Dan Snyder was Chris Cohan. He killed off a great franchise.
What a bum.
I was trying to tell my kids, I'm like, you guys don't understand. Washington was a flagship franchise. They were one of the iconic franchises in the NFL and were in the mix all the time. And then in your guys' lives, poof, they disappeared. So they're back. So they went up to Philly, short drive, and a guy named Tailgate Ted, he's like the super fan of the Commanders. They quote unquote took over a Philly hotspot. Just turns out the hotspot was the Hard Rock Cafe, which most people in Philly aren't even sure, they don't even know where it is. But here's Tailgate Ted on Saturday night in Philadelphia.
You guys, for coming out here tonight and representing, right? Excuse my language. But what we want to do tonight, we did. We took over this place. The restaurant, we took this place over. We wanted to have a safe space for all of us to be tonight, and that's what we did. I love each and every one of you guys, seriously. Y'all be safe tomorrow. Do me a favor. You take care of all these people at the Hard Rock. They welcomed us into their place. They took care of us. Thank you guys for being a part of all of this. All I gotta say is, we've been through 30 years of pain. Eat this up. You deserve this, and you deserve this, and you deserve this. All right? Let's go.
All right, Tailgate Ted. He's got it hard on his sleeve. He's out there now. The kind of a joke like the Hard Rock.
Yeah.
He took over the Hard Rock.
30 years of pain leads you to the Hard Rock.
But I was feeling him a little bit. Like the safe space was a little sketchy.
Yeah.
But I was like, all right, let's go Commanders. Let's do it for these guys. Unfortunately, they lose 55-23. And in the fourth quarter, Tailgate Ted was spotted leaving the link. And Eagles fans don't miss a beat.
Nope.
Guy whipped out his phone and dug in.
Hey, this is the guy that took over the Hard Rock. Hey, congrats on the Hard Rock. Great takeover last night. It's a good run. Great job at the Hard Rock Cafe, buddy.
Oh, Philly, man. They're funny.
Phenomenal.
They are funny.
And I guarantee you that was not the first time that game that one of those Philly fans recognized Tailgate
He
Ted.
kept it clean, too. But you hear the guy in the back who goes, good run.
Congrats on the takeover.
Congrats on the Hard Rock.
And you sent me the meme. Somebody already made the banner that reads, Washington Commanders 2025 Hard Rock Champions. That's unreal, man. You can't. It'd be like if someone came down and tried to take over iguanas or IHOP.
Bubba Gump's down at the wharf.
We came here. We took over Bubba Gump's. We took over Bennigan's.
559 with a high-level text. They go, can't wait to hear Giants fans heckling Larry Bear as he exits on a Tuesday night after a 7-2 loss. Congrats on the Mission Rock takeover. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Congrats on a $9 beer.
All right, young Tony, what you got, buddy?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right. Well, listen, this one started. We gave away tickets to see Morgan Wallen, Miranda Lambert, and Ann Wilson down at Levi's. We're going to do it again tomorrow. And I was like, wait a minute, Ann Wilson? Ann Wilson from Heart? And then you guys are like, no, Ann Wilson from Lexington, Kentucky. I'm like, well, she can't be Ann. I mean, this is Marcus. I know your dad is rocking with this mid-70s Magic Man, Heart. Young Tony, this is one of their many, many, many hits. But Young Tone, this is the song that Favreau plays and the exterior of the trailer in the early morning with Vince Vaughn and Favreau back with the two ladies in the trailer the next morning.
I gotcha.
He's a magic man, Tony.
I don't know why he chose this song. Maybe he just thinks it's a jam, but... So, Young Tone, you learned about Ann Wilson and Hart. I recommend you might want to dive in a little bit. They were sisters from Seattle, and they got it done, brother.
By the way, Greg Silver telling me Barracuda, also one of their songs. Shout out Guitar Hero. I don't know if you ever played that on Guitar Hero. Great game, by the
Tony.
way.
I got you.
They had a lot of hits through the years and a lot of iterations through the years. And Ann Wilson is one of the great female rock vocalists of all time. When Led Zeppelin was inducted into the Kennedy Center Honors, she covered Stairway to Heaven, which takes some balls now. I'm going to go sing Stairway to Heaven in front of Robert Plant. It was so amazing. It's like a viral YouTube hit through the years. Go look up Ann Wilson, Hart, Stairway to Heaven, Kennedy Center. And Robert Plant was like crying. He was like, damn, she's better than I am. You know what I mean? So, and Nancy Wilson's the blonde who's married to Cameron Crowe. In Fast Times at Ridgemont High, she's the one Judge Reinhold's trying to make moves on, but he's wearing his pirate hat, and she just laughs at him. So there you go.
I see, and I believe Hart is still touring?
Probably.
I think my parents went to go see them up at the Thunder Valley Casino not too long ago.
Yeah, sure. And Ann can still sing like crazy, and Nancy looks great. So go Ann and Nancy. The only problem is they probably Seahawks fans, because they definitely rep Seattle for sure. So, well, there you go, Young Tone. So Ann Wilson at Levi's, not the Ann Wilson from Heart, but here she is.
Now I know.
And that's Nancy on guitar there, I think. All right, guys, we'll hand it over to, by the way, that was all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll get you into some Super Bowl hangover stuff and get us ready for the Warriors are playing tomorrow night. Yeah. Geno Smith trotting into the end zone.
Oh, man.
And maybe start thinking about the Giants, what they're doing, too.
Yeah, we'll turn that corner, Murph.
All right, buddy. At Time for a Change, John Joe, Young Tone, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Just do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight.
We took over this place. We wanted to have a safe space for all of us to be tonight, and that's what we did.
Congrats on the Hard Rock. Great takeover last night.
It's a good run.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Craig Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
First play from scrimmage for Philly. They mark him down at the 40-yard line. Toss it to the left side. Barkley's got a lane to the 50, to the 45. Spin move to the 40. Barkley still going. Zigzags inside. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown, Saquon Barkley. He is incredible. 2 seconds, 1 second. They snap it. Hurts in the pocket. Hurts. He's going to dial up the deep ball left side. Caught. A.J. Brown handles it along the left sideline. They convert on 4th down, and that's it. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to the Super Bowl. A dominant performance in the NFC Championship game. The Eagles are headed to New Orleans.
Here is a shotgun snap. Mahomes runs himself at the 10, inside the numbers, the 5, and he dives in for the touchdown. It's 4th down and 5. On the move is receiver Shakir. Shotgun snap, drifting back 5. Here comes the blitz. He's hit as he throws. There's a wild pass downfield. Dropped and incomplete. At the 35 to Kincaid on a dive. Incomplete to Kincaid at the 35 on a dive. And this place is going bananas. And zeros on the clock. The Chiefs have won again. They have beaten the Buffalo Bills 32-29. Another AFC championship and another trip to the Super Bowl.
There will be no going commando. There will be no beat KC. Super Bowl 59 is set, and it's not what we wanted in the Bay Area. The Eagles run for 7 touchdowns on the Washington Commanders and win it 55-23, and the Chiefs win their 17th straight one-score game and 4th playoff game over Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, 32-29, and we're here to sit in it, to talk about it, to process it. Good morning, everybody. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, hanging out with you from 10 all the way up until 2. And Papa, before we get into the football, I do just want to ask about how your weekend was, and I saw you did a little Billy Bob Thornton mingling.
We did.
So that's a good
Billy
thing.
Bob.
We're going to focus on the positive.
Yeah, we were at Tony's event over the weekend and spent time with Landman, Billy Bob Thornton, and he was such a nice guy on stage. He really kind of carried it, and then we visited with him afterwards, and we spent maybe a half hour with him, and I got a great picture of he and Michael Zagaris. I was telling Billy Bob, when the Z-Man movie comes out, the incredible story of Michael Zagaris, we want Billy Bob to play him, so... What a great guy, huge Bay Area sports fan. His wife lives down a mile away from Santa Clara, from Levi's. So he knew who you were, and we chatted it up. He would have been a great play-by-play announcer with his commanding voice. That's what makes him such a great orator. So certainly a great night on Saturday night out in Walnut Creek with Tony and Stu and Eck and all the A's and just the people, Counting Crows. Adam Duritz was there, Big Yellow Taxi, and it was great. But so that was Saturday, and then Sunday came Championship Sunday. And for the Bay Area, I think we got the worst possible matchup that we wanted to have. These are the two teams that have tormented the Niners, more so Kansas City, but also the Brock Purdy injury. We just saw the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. We certainly did not want to see it again. So it's not going to be Buffalo. It's not going to be Washington. It's going to be Philadelphia and Kansas City. So yesterday, I went to a sports bar in the North Beach called North Star. Have you ever been there? It is a combination Philadelphia Eagles bar and a Buffalo Bills bar. And look at it pour into the streets. And yesterday for Championship Sunday, with both teams playing back-to-back with a right to go to the Super Bowl, it was an insane scene. Congratulations to Philadelphia. You know, my brother was a sportscaster there for years, decades, and we always wanted the Bills-Eagles matchup, but it's tough because Philadelphia's been hard on the Niners and Hassan Reddick and that whole chirping going back to the title game a couple of years ago. But there is no doubt that they are a worthy champion of the NFC to follow the 49ers, laying 55 points on Washington and starting it. I mean, the way Washington opened the game, going right down the field, and the way Dan Quinn kept going forward on 4th down after 4th down, they opened the game with an 18-play drive. Are you kidding me? 18 plays? But they didn't get 7. Oddly, he kicked the field goal from 34 out, and after a couple of 4th down conversions, he didn't go for it the 3rd time. And then what does Philadelphia do? The very first play on offense, toss sweep to Saquon going left. Bobby Wagner did not make a strong play. They missed a tackle in the secondary, and he spun out of it, and not quite a Raheem Mostert day. But he had 3 rushing touchdowns alone. Philadelphia had 6, and it was just a trample. 36 carries for 229. Washington did them a favor by beating the Detroit Lions, where they could host all 3 playoff games. How many teams have done that? You don't normally have to play, to get that far. We've had to expand the playoffs down, a wild card. But if you're a wild card team, you don't typically get a chance to play at home. But they were the 2 seed in the old days, the 1 and 2, get buys. They won all 3 at the Link in South Philly and just trampled their way to the Super Bowl. That's an odd way to do it. I'm sure, Jeffrey Lurie loves that with all the money they made from the 3 home games. And now they got to go deal with the boogeyman. And then we'll get to the Buffalo game. And I got to tell you, after that game was over last night, I was as depressed as I was last year for the Niners losing the Super Bowl. I'm not this morning. When you wake up, it's the Bills. I don't live in Western New York anymore. The Niner one lasted forever. It's still not over it. But it's just the nature of the loss. Didn't you feel like, and for all the Bills fans that were there at the North Star Cafe in the North Beach yesterday, I actually called the first 4th and 1 what he was going to do. They ran the same damn effing play over and over and over again. And they ran it against the Niners in the Super Bowl on the 4th and 1. And Bosa came down like he's supposed to on that play. Is Warner supposed to spill on the outside? You knew it was going to be a 2-way go with Travis Kelce. Andy ran it over and over and over again. That's what he does. When he came to Levi's a couple of years ago, they ran that damn jet sweep, jet pass to McCole Hardman for 3 touchdowns and didn't even block Bosa. They ran it on the 4th and 1 out in the middle of the field. They ran it on the 3rd and goal. They ran it again. How many times they run the 4th and 1 where they got Mahomes out to his right hand? Did you watch Super Bowl 58, Sean McDermott? We saw it coming, and then they did it over. And Andy Reid will call the same play over and over and over again. If you don't stop that action, it was the same concept. One time he had Travis Kelce seal. He did not even get out. Then he got to Pacheco right flat on the final drive, just over and over again. And that's why, how do they win? They are 11-0 this year in one-score games. They've won 17 one-score games in a row. League record, regular season, postseason. How do they always do that? How do they win the last drive, get the last stop? A lot of different ways. But yesterday it came down. Buffalo rallied. They had a 22-21 lead. They had their own 4th and 1. And they got Josh Allen. They got the Buffalo snowplow. They run that play over and over and over again. They had success with some of it, but overall it was a struggle because Spags and Andy Reid knew they liked to run the Buffalo snowplow to the left, over the left guard, David Edwards. So what did Kansas City do? They put their best player, Chris Jones, big Mike Dana, over on that side. He got some, but none of them were easy on that play. But the way Buffalo ran that play was like a hop over left guard. I know you want to go over David Edwards. I understand that. Then slant over him. But the quarterback's first step has got to be downhill. It cannot be jumping like you're a jump-cutting Saquon Barkley or Steph on a step-back daddy. Why are you moving side to side? You got to go downhill over and over again. And Josh is so big and strong, sometimes he was able to do it. One time he jumped right over the pile like Cam Newton, lost the ball for a moment, secured it. But on the faithful 4th down and 1, Nick Bolton took out Dalton Kincaid. They pushed it back. I think his helmet got across the line to gain, but I never saw a shot of the ball. Anybody see the ball? There's just a scrum in there. You can't tell. He got turned around. I don't know. I mean, the helmet crossed the line. The helmet don't matter. It's the football. And so how do they win those one-score games? Damn, Buffalo with a 22-21 lead, driving in Kansas City territory. If you score a touchdown there and go for 2, you go up 9. And now the boogeyman needs 2 possessions to beat you. It's like at the end of an NBA game. You want to go 2 for 1. We want 2 shots to your 1. That one flipped the game. And then he does what he does. Well, the defensive side, Buffalo's got to tighten up defensively. Not having Taylor Rapp in the game was a major problem. Damar Hamlin is a tremendous national story, but he really should not be playing. He got picked on over and over again to ask him man coverage in tight situations, not there. And the Christian Benford injury flipped the game. They brought in Jair Elam. He got picked on. So it was a game that was right there, one or two plays. So, after that, honestly, after the game ended, I didn't talk for hours, just much like the Super Bowl last year. I went into a dark cave. And this morning I'm better than I was a year ago when we had to do that show in that closet in Vegas. But, we are San Francisco. We're not the Buffalo Bills anymore. But watching that game, it just felt like deja vu all over again. He's going to run that same play, the 4th and 1, where he's going to roll half to his right. We saw it over and over and over again. He'll run for it. He'll dump it down to Pacheco. Against us, it was to Kelce. Andy Reid is a brilliant head coach. And if there's a play that cannot be stopped by the other team, he's going to run it once, twice, 3 times. He's going to run it all day. Like Marty Schottenheimer, coaching the Chargers against the Raiders, ran 50 power one day, 16 straight times. Lorenzo Neal with lead blocking LaDainian Tomlinson behind him. And by the way, I'm the one guy in America that thinks Brian Schottenheimer could be a successful head coach. He's a very good offensive coordinator, and his dad was a great coach. But anyway, Bay Area, brace for it. I don't know if we're going to talk about it much the next 13 days and nights. This is not the Super Bowl we wanted. It is Philadelphia. It is the Kansas City Chiefs for a 3rd straight year going for a Super Bowl. And it just seemed like, damn, they ran the same game plan they ran against Nick Bosa and Fred Warner over and over and over again against Greg Rousseau and the Buffalo Ends. You got to keep that quarterback in the box. They're not going to run a sneak. They don't do that anymore. When he got hurt years ago doing it, they're going to get him out on the edge. They got him out on the edge. Why do they win all these one-score games? Why? Oh, why?
They seem to break every code. It is inevitable. They turn the ball over. Nobody had won a playoff game when turning the ball over, except for the Houston Texans round 1. And that's because they forced 4 of them. Every single code seems to get broken. The Buffalo Bills cannot get over the hump. No team in the AFC or the NFC lately can get over the hump. But we are going to talk about it all day long because it is the sports leader, and that is what we do. So on the other side, keep talking about the AFC Championship. We'll get into the NFC as well. Papa will let it out. We got Walter here, and we're going to tease the guest list coming up. It is a packed Monday for a painful setup of Super Bowl 59. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, well, championship weekend has concluded, and did we really expect another outcome than what we got? Chiefs and Eagles in New Orleans, Super Bowl 59. And now I got to figure out what the hell I'm doing on Super Bowl Sunday because I know I'm not watching that. Maybe I'll pop on a movie marathon. Maybe I'll go to Home Depot, click out some wallpaper. Let me know your plans for Super Bowl weekend in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Chiefs hating leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
So now it'll be third make it, 4th down and about a yard. Again he's under center, and Allen gets the snap, and again he is trying to push, and again the big red wall is right there. I don't know that he was able to gouge his way for the Buffalo first down. It looked like they had stopped him.
This is interesting. The ref at the top seems like he has the first down, but the ref at the bottom seems like it's a little short.
Allen got it. They tried to shove him from behind, and right now the ruling is he could not get across. He was barging ahead, and he could not get the first down. And the defense will leave. The offense will slowly depart the field, and the officials
is under review.
And there you go. They're going to look at it again. I still don't think he got it, though, Dev. He's looked at it.
After review, the ruling on the field stands as called.
Short.
The first down, Kansas City.
Yeah, that was a pivotal play in the game, one that was talked about widely on social media. The 4th down sneak. Refs on opposite sidelines coming in with slightly different spots. We'll get into all of that. Regardless, it is a Super Bowl 59 of the Chiefs and the Bills. Papa and Silver hanging out with you. We got Walter spinning the tunes and playing the lowlights back there. Before we get back into that, I will tell you something positive out of that call. So the voice you heard there, Kevin Harlan, is going to join the show at 12:50. We will also have Larry Krueger joining us at the bottom of the hour at 10:50. So stay tuned on any updated guest lists. It always shuffles around on a busy post-football Monday, but we're going to have Krueger 10:50, Kevin Harlan, who was on that call for Westwood One, at 12:50. Also would like to open up the phones, 808 KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. And as always, say what's up to our YouTube chat. Pine Needle, Estimated, Mustafa Ward, Pat H., another Greg, and many others. It's always good to hang out with you guys today on a Monday. But Papa, Yes, that was a big play. That could have been a 2-possession game had the Bills gotten the first down and completed that drive. There was a lot to get into. The bottom line is, and here's my takeaway from this. I wonder, there was already a rule change after one of the Chiefs-Bills games, and that was the way the playoff overtime rules play out. And we know this, of course, because of what happened last Super Bowl. I almost wonder if a play like that, with the spot and it being a little bit murky, and then there being all sorts of arguments, and the spot going to Kansas City, are they finally going to move off the chains and go for some microchip technology? Like, that is kind of what I'm wondering after a play like this in such a pivotal AFC championship.
Well, they experimented with it during the preseason. We saw it. And you can put a sensor in the football. I'm sure at some point they will. Can you see through all those bodies and have the GPS tracker on the ball? That's fine. And everybody on social media just nonstop because we got so many cameras and videos and everybody's got an opinion. I don't know if he made the 4th down or not. But the bottom line is that Buffalo play, whatever you want to call it, and Mike Tirico gave us the Buffalo snowplow, it was not a good football play yesterday. It was getting shoved back over and over and over again because the Kansas City Chiefs, Spags and Andy Reid, knew that Buffalo would slant to the left. And I've seen Allen do that all year. It's odd. When you come off the ball, how does Philadelphia run that play? Hurts gets low. They get in behind it. And by the way, Hurts, he didn't have the knee brace on. He ran all over him yesterday. They had actually 7 rushing touchdowns. Washington could not stop that play so much that they were purposely jumping off sides where Ed Hockley's kid, Sean, had to jump in and say, you guys do that one more time, I'm going to give him the touchdown anyway. So whatever it is, if he got it or not, I don't care. The play was not executed well from a football standpoint over and over and over again. And Sean McDermott and his staff on offense were even praising Joe Brady. And their offensive line coach is a good friend of mine, Aaron Kromer, has been in the NFL forever. One of the best offensive line coaches in football. I don't want to reach out to him yet, but why the hell are you having your quarterback take a under center snap and hop from the A gap out to the B gap? Just go downhill. They know what you're going to do. If you want to go over David Edwards, slant over him. But the first step is got to be, it's like, do you want to be a zone blocking team or do you want to be a gap and power team? If you're zoned, you're going horizontally. If you're coming downhill with power, you're coming downhill. When you're in a situation like that, when you need yards, feet, inches, you can't be going off that. And Buffalo did this a lot throughout the year. And I wondered, Josh is just so big and strong, but they did it early in the game. It's like he did it on the 2-point conversion. And he obviously was not going to make it, but it was a 2-point conversion, so he tried to flip it back. The play was getting stuffed all day. Even if they picked it up, it was like, damn, we got an inch. That ain't enough. We got to push them back like Philly does. So I don't like the football play at all. And that Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo outcoached them on that play. They told Jim Nantz and Tony Romo and Tom Spencer, I haven't texted with Tom, in the meetings all throughout the weekend, we know they want to go over left guard on that play, on the quarterback sneak, the Buffalo snowplow. So what do? They put Chris Jones and Mike Dana over on that side. And where Buffalo had some success on that action was putting Josh in the shotgun and having him run out to his right like Mahomes did repeatedly. Let him come downhill 5 yards. If they're going to put 95 and 51 right over your left guard over and over again, why don't you run that Buffalo snowplow over the right guard or outside or slant it the other way over the center McGovern or Torrance, the right guard? So they knew what you were going to do, and you stubbornly tried to run the play over and over again. It's amazing to me. Football's gotten space age, spread formations, 53 and a third wide, and Bill Walsh was so great using the width of the field, and Sean Payton and Andy Reid, the best play designers, use the width of the field. Then it comes down in these situations to inches. It's the longest yard. Buffalo was unable to push them back on that action. They did it some, but it was always a tough battle. Kansas City, they won't put their quarterback under center like Philadelphia does, and they just push you back. And I'm wondering, how has Kansas City played Philadelphia in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago? How are they going to deal with the tush push? Are they going to come up with something like this but Philly's coming right downhill. You got a quarterback that can squat 600 pounds. They push him from behind. And Washington had a couple of snaps where they push back. But overall, football is such a space-age game now in the spread formations It's like watching a rugby scrum over and over and over again. It came right down to it. There are many reasons why Kansas City won the game and why they win every seemingly damn game with one score. But a lot of it was just the 4th and 1, 3rd and 1 goal line actions of Mahomes to get him out on the edge the way he did against Nick Bosa and Fred Warner in the Super Bowl last year. If the Niners stopped that 4th and 1, they win the Super Bowl. It was overtime. It wasn't close. He did it with a two-way go to Kelce. Kelce was involved in some of those plays, but Andy actually had him seal block on the edge differently, like you're waiting for him to block, and then release. He didn't do that. But they knew when Buffalo ran the Buffalo snowplow to load up. So it was a tight game, a one-score game, but it came down just to several of those 3rd and 4th and 1 scrums, and Kansas City won more of them to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, Kansas City, and look, we can be sad that we're seeing the Chiefs go for a three-peat, and they're going to play against the Eagles. It is not fun stuff out here in the Bay Area, but the bottom line is you don't win 17 one-score games in a row alone because you got help every single time. Sure, they benefit from the questionable call that we came in there with the 4th down. Like Papa said, did he get it or not? I don't know. The fact that the refs had 2 different spots on opposite sidelines already made for something iffy. It's hard to read through a bunch of bodies like that, but it's really just everything that adds up. They fumble. Bills capitalize off the turnover. They still hang around. We've seen this with the 49ers. You're up 10-0 in the Super Bowl. You get an interception to start the second half. Doesn't matter. Samaje Perine does not touch the ball the entire game, and he's there on the game-sealing play. And then what hurts probably the most of all is Xavier Worthy, the guy that the Chiefs traded with the Bills to go and get, ends up being the leading receiver in this game, has a touchdown and has a play that looked like a simultaneous possession that maybe touched the ground. Another one of those controversial ones, although that one, there was a holding penalty on the Bills, I believe, so it would have all been
on Damar Hamlin. On Damar Hamlin.
Oh, that's correct. It was
the
on
great
Damar
kazoo
Hamlin.
with the Guardian cap. You're killing me. They got to get him off the field. Bottom line. Can't play. And, just over and over and over again, obviously Worthy. And we talked to, the guy from The Athletic, Graham, about why would Buffalo trade up, let Kansas City trade up, and they took Keon Coleman as a totally different receiver. Worthy, first, he weighs 165 pounds. He's the fastest guy recorded. And I don't know, there are a lot of guys that are fast. The 4.21 is the fastest recorded time ever at the Combine. But Xavier Worthy is listed at 165. Maybe they got him in a weight room in KC and he's a little bigger now. How does he go up and take that ball away from Cole Bishop like that? And whether or not everybody's got an opinion on the catch, it was close. If it's going to be 50-50, it's going to go to the offense. But why does this keep happening? Josh didn't play well enough yesterday. He just did not. From the very series... And I wanted to get Kansas City did win the toss and they deferred. But I honestly thought if I was Sean McDermott, and now you never do this, we win the toss, we want the ball, we're going down the field and we're going to shove it up your ass. And you're going to play from behind all day. You're chasing us. The 3-and-out to open the game, where they ran a quarterback sweep to the right, got him hit, got him into the game, and then he had a ball over the middle that almost got picked, and then the ball down the sideline almost got picked. He was off yesterday. He was jittery. He made some great throws. Obviously, Mac Hollins, the one-hand catch was incredible. The seam route at the end to set up the touchdown pass on 4th down to Samuel. Josh is a big-time player, but he missed a lot. I mean, the one was the shallow cross on the 2nd and 10 to Shakir. If he catches that ball, he's going to get at least 15, 20. Tony Romo thought 30. He may score. He may Tupac you. The throw was low. It was outside. Shakir dropped the ball. Josh was off. He did not play a good enough game. And why do they keep winning these games? The quarterback in Kansas City is just unstoppable. He's got ice water in his veins. He makes the play, whether it's in the pocket, on the called play, or the unscripted play outside, or they roll him to the right. And the galling thing for Bills fans is Kansas City got the 10th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft by trading up from 27 overall. They gave up a 3rd-round pick and a future round 1 pick, and Buffalo got a pick back. And when that trade went down, I thought he was going up to get Christian McCaffrey because he already had Alex. I thought, if Andy Reid gets Christian McCaffrey, shut down the league. What is he going to do with that guy? Nope, he went up to get Kermit the Frog. Let him watch for 1 year behind Alex. The next year he goes for 50 and 5,000, and they host the championship game, and they've been hosting it every single year. So we'll get into it more. Philadelphia's got a strong defense. I thought the only team that could beat Kansas City was Buffalo, and they could maybe do it yesterday. They didn't for a lot of reasons. Their defense missed a corner, and they missed their safety. And Matt Milano, we'll talk to Larry Krueger. He's a free agent. I thought about buying him if you can't afford Dre. He's not the same player anymore. He can't run anymore off the broken leg. He's got a bionic arm. The brace is all over the thing after the torn bicep. He had a bad game. I wanted him to man Matt Kelce. He got run over. He slipped down. He couldn't cover. They got the ball to Kelce one time in the flat, and he gave it up. So he's just, you move on from him. Let's see. And we'll talk about Robert Saleh and Brant Boyer and the Niner coaching additions. But, I mean, for Buffalo to make that trade to allow them, Kansas City, to trade up from 27 to 10 to draft Patrick Mahomes, and now he has tormented you. Buffalo has beaten them. Allen's 4-0 against this team in the regular season. They're now 0-4 against them in the playoffs. 4 losses in the last 5 years, and 2 have been in the championship game. And yesterday, I'm not going to say it's Buffalo's best chance to beat them, but Kansas City was beatable yesterday. If Buffalo would have executed a little better, it comes down to a couple of plays. That's why this game yesterday felt like when the Niners lost to them last year in the Super Bowl. And last year it wasn't a couple of plays. It was a couple of dozen plays. If we could have just flipped one play, I'll give you 6-8. The Niners win the Super Bowl last year. For Buffalo, I'm not sure it was just one play, but one play would have changed the momentum of the game. But the bottom line is, and they're 2 great players, Mahomes played better than Josh Allen yesterday, and Buffalo just did not figure out how to pick up a 3rd and 1, a 4th and 1. The whole coaching staff. Buffalo's offensive line is one of the best in football. Kansas City's got Joe Thuney playing over at left tackle. He's a great guard. He's not a tackle. They didn't take enough advantage of that, but he is a great player. I know the Pro Bowl, voting and the MVP is going to be Lamar, Josh, 1-2 in some form. The best player in the league plays quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he does it over and over and over and over and over again.
17-3 in the playoffs. Now 1 more win in his postseason career than Joe Montana. It is inevitable what the Chiefs are doing, and they're going to go for a three-peat. We'll get more into the championship games. We'll also talk about Philadelphia and Washington and what we saw. But right now, before we get to Larry Krueger, let's make sure we talk about Robert Saleh and Brant Boyer, the 2 newest members of the San Francisco 49ers coaching staff. Do a little positivity here on Monday, which is otherwise a nice dark cloud. Papa and Silver. Coming up next on the Sports Leader. What's going on, everybody? It's time to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always helping out the people. And today, Steve is going to tell us about the ERC.
3 big points. 1, if you are growing old and growing a long white beard and say, where is my ERC check? I applied so long ago, I'm still waiting for the money. The IRS has a giant glut of paper forms sitting there. There's 3 different ways to hurry him up, and a lot of people are concerned. President Trump has promised to cut $2 trillion off the federal payments. You see what he's done so far, 1 week in power. He's very active. Will he cut ERC? Who knows? But we don't want to take that risk with your money. Or if you got a letter from the IRS saying you don't qualify, no ERC for you. Right now, the IRS is being sued, alleging that they're using AI to disqualify a lot of people. They don't even know if they're qualified or not. We need to appeal that. Or if you're being audited, we need to represent you. Bottom line is 1, 2, 3. If you're waiting for a check that hasn't arrived, if your claim was denied or you're being audited, we have a lot of experience with ERC. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you, and then we can represent you. The only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Always great to hear from Steve Moskowitz. You can give him a call now at 1-888-HACK-STEAL if you want to get your ERC check. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver kicking off the week after Super Bowl 59 is set. Eagles and Chiefs, but we'll get into some 49ers talk here with Robert Saleh and Brent Boyer being hired as the defensive coordinator and special teams coordinator, respectively. Before we get into that, Papa, I have been telling everybody, 808-KNBR, the number, if they would like to chime in today. And our first caller of the day is Woody Wonka out in Redwood City, wants to talk about the Chiefs and Andy Reid. Oh, boy. Woody Wonka, how you doing? First of all, are you depressed like a lot of the Bay Area?
I'm not depressed, I'll be honest with you. Greg, we watched Montana have golden moments, and Steve Young and the Niners were making the rest of the country depressed. You got to tip your cap to greatness. I was in luck for the Super Bowl in 2020, last year when the Niners didn't pull it off. I flew back from Bangkok to watch the playoff games. And Mahomes is incredible, but Andy Reid, in my opinion, and you guys are the experts, he's the best offensive coaching genius since Bill Walsh, in my opinion, my humble opinion. But I want some feedback from you guys because you guys know your business better than I do. I enjoyed watching the game. I wanted Buffalo to win, of course, because, as my Italian friends, revenge is the dish best served cold, but Kansas City serves it hot every year, and you got to tip your cap to Mahomes and their preparation. That's my 2 cents worth, fellas.
I appreciate the call, Woody Wonka, out in Redwood City. Thanks for chiming in. And yeah, speaking of knowing their business, I'm going to hand it to the person who knows his business better than anyone, Greg Papa.
Woody Wonka, the golden ticket. Talking about Andy and Coach Walsh is interesting. Because Andy, he's very different than Bill, with the cardigan sweater on the sideline of the gold pants and always impeccable and playing tennis with Wayne Walker and just, the genius. And everything about the current game came from Bill. Then you get Andy Reid, this huge guy, offensive lineman. But he started at San Francisco State, the Mike Holmgren connection in Green Bay, obviously. And then when he became a head coach in Philadelphia, he runs the West Coast offense, which is Bill Walsh's offense, but he's taken it to a space-age level with the spread formation. I remember years ago when Andy had Alex Smith before Mahomes hired Brad Childress. former head coach in the NFL with the Eagles, and he said the title was spread game coordinator. I'm like, what? What the hell's a spread game coordinator? Well, that was college football. That, Steve Spurrier and Urban Meyer and how they opened up the game. And Andy, again, the width of the field, the 53 and a third to stretch you out. We're not, with Tyreek Hill, we're going to run him on go routes, but we're also going to run him on jet sweeps. We're going to stretch you out with his speed. Worthy can beat you over the top with a burner route, but then we're going to jet sweep him here, get a block. And so Andy makes you defend the entire width of the field. And, Bill Walsh, to me, is the greatest offensive coach that's ever lived. But I'd have to say right after him, it would be Andy and what he's done offensively in different ways. And he calls plays over and over, and I love that. Marty Schottenheimer would run the same damn 50 power over and over again, a lead play with Lorenzo O'Neal to LT behind him. If you couldn't stop it, we're going to run it again. Kyle does that a lot as well, but Andy, whether it's the jet sweep, the jet pass with McCole Hardman against the Niners in 2022, and they never laid a finger on the guy. And then, these 4th and 1s, these 3rd and 1s, the goal line plays, getting Mahomes out on the edge. It's like Mahomes is he's going to ride it. He's going to get out to this edge. He's going to have a two-way go and stop him. And you couldn't do it. So why they didn't have somebody there, make him go his other way to his left. There were certain moments there. And Sean McDermott coached under Andy, where Andy outcoached him. Then the other factor in Kansas City is Steve Spagnuolo. And is he not going to get a head coaching job? It looks like New Orleans may hire Mike McCarthy. We thought Spags would get some interviews here. He did not have a good run when he was the head coach of the St. Louis Rams. But I wish somebody would just hire him away from Andy to break up Dave Toub, Andy Reid, and Steve Spagnuolo and stop it. I mean, how much the overload pressures he brings over and over and over again, the way he handled the Buffalo snowplow with Chris Jones and Mike Dana and Nick Bolton standing up Kincaid. We've talked about it over and over again. But how he gets away with blitzing so much in big situations. In the 4th and 5, he brought not only Trent McDuffie, who's his best cover corner, and from the outside, he wasn't even in the slot, but he brought Justin Reid, the safety, from the middle of the field, and that's what forced Josh out of the pocket and got him to backpedal, and now it's 4th and 5, and it's like the Wasp play. He's like 15, 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And Josh made a hell of a throw to get it close, but it was going to take a miraculous play by Kincaid to catch it. It was Spags' pressure, and you know what? Watch that play back again. Buffalo's right guard blocked no one on that play. He missed the block on that play, a lot like Spencer Burford last year in the Super Bowl on what should have been a touchdown to Juwan Jennings. So how does Andy call plays over the same plays? Like, he's going to roll Mahomes to his right. He's going to drag Kelce with him, and he's going to run for a first down. If we all know it, we all saw it last year at the Super Bowl, why couldn't Buffalo stop it one time? And then he's going to blitz you. But how do you pick it up? It's hard. He's going to bring it from different angles, and you wind up with a free hitter right over the right guard, and Josh has to backpedal, and you wind up dropping the ball on 4th and 5. So, yes, Woody Wonka, Andy Reid, after Bill Walsh. And there's been a lot of great ones. Sid Gilman, Coryell. We could go through them all. Sean Payton's a brilliant offensive play designer. Kyle's really good. His dad, basically, along with Alex Gibbs, invented the outside zone, the zone blocking scheme in college and pro football. So we could go on and on. But when you look at the wins and the Super Bowl championships, and we'll get into it with Krugs. I mean, there was a time when Andy Reid was a great underachiever in Philadelphia. We're feeling bad for Buffalo not going to the Super Bowl and going back in the 90s. They lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. Andy Reid got to the NFC Championship game 4 straight years in Philly, won 1 of them, and then lost the Super Bowl, obviously, to Brady and Belichick in New England. But he was the guy who was a terrible game manager, couldn't win the big game, a lot like John Madden. And then he gets this special quarterback, and all of a sudden he's not winning the big game. He's winning every damn game, and he's doing it with a touchdown in the final second or a defensive stop or a field goal from the butt kicker with no time left, whatever it is, at the end of it, Andy's got more points than you, and he keeps winning. So I've thought about it a lot before. I mentioned some names. There are others out there. But, yes, Paul Brown changed football in so many ways. But you'd have to make the point. Bill Walsh just is the genius. After Coach Walsh, is Andy Reid the second best offensive mind to ever coach professional football.
Well, the thing with Andy Reid is he got win number 301 last night. Is there was all the talk about Bill Belichick sticking around the NFL to try to surpass Don Shula. If you got Patrick Mahomes on your team and Andy Reid wants to keep doing this year after year, take maybe 3 more decent seasons or 2 really great seasons to go and get there to Don Shula. So it is remarkable. And you said it well, Papa, with it's not just the Chiefs making the plays, but the coaching that goes into it on the offensive side of the ball, situational football management, and then Steve Spagnola dialing up the blitz to essentially force Josh Allen into a Hail Mary pass on a 4th down. It was a hell of a play to get the ball down the field by Josh Allen, but I mean, you look at that play, and Josh kind of rolls to his right, and they are just coming. He's got nothing, no choice to do but to throw it up. And, yeah, I agree. Tough play for Dalton Kincaid. If he made the catch, would have been the miracle catch, kind of the Xavier Worthy-esque play of the game. But it's a tough play. It wasn't the same field as Mark Andrews and the Baltimore Ravens and what they experienced in the divisional round. Let's keep this conversation moving with Larry Krueger as he's coming up. We'll get more into Robert Saleh and Brant Boyer, as well as everything Krug saw in championship weekend. Papa and Silver with Krug next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver hanging out on a Monday. Quick little update on the guest list is that Jeffrey Chadia is going to be joining us at 11:30. But right now it's time to get to our first guest of the day, and we do it just about every Monday. Niners Nightly Zone, Larry Krueger joins us on the Yuma guest line. Krug, Eagles, Chiefs. We got to live through this, don't we? We're going to sit in it, and we're going to accept it, and we're going to process it. But how are you?
I'm doing great. I guess maybe, process it, live with it. How about this? How about learn from it? Glean something. The 40, you can always, you can always keep learning, and you can glean something from watching the Chiefs get there, watching the Eagles get there. And if you learn nothing, then you don't advance. But if you can look at their presence in the Super Bowl and actually glean something from it that you can utilize to make yourself better, now you're cooking. And I think the Niners ultimately will learn a lesson from watching Kansas City and Philadelphia in this game.
Well, let's get in your brain and see what we can learn. And from Philadelphia, because they're the conference champions, so you got to take them down next year. And a couple of years ago, we went there. It didn't go well. They're going to get a chance to compete. But obviously, Saquon Barkley's changed their football team. Getting Christian McCaffrey back on the offense for the Niners can equally change the Niners football team. But on defense, Krugs, it's unbelievable the way Philadelphia changed their coordinator again. Sean Desai brought in Lord Fangio. They went from one of the worst non-tackling defenses in football to that's where they're winning these games with the combination of Saquon and Jalen and the run game. And then what Oren Burks did yesterday, I just can't believe that's the same Oren Burks I saw get victimized last year in the Super Bowl in Vegas by Travis Kelce over and over again. He had 9 tackles, 9 yesterday. And I do want to get your thoughts on Salah, being hired on Friday night. So how do the Niners fix their defense in 1 year's time the way the Philadelphia Eagles fix theirs?
It's the ultimate question, right? Fangio came in and, they switched from the 4-3 to a 3-4. They did have Jordan Davis. So, in a lot of ways, he's the he's the nose man in that front. And he's just a monstrous human being. They also discovered Zach Bond. I mean, maybe the greatest turnaround of any individual player this year was Zach Bond, who went from just a guy in New Orleans to the all-pro inside linebacker. I mean, he's just been fantastic. I also thought it was a huge, huge addition to bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I mean, he's just a difference maker. I also felt like Reid Blankenship is playing at a level this year that he never approached last year. So there's also been improvement. You saw it from Nakobe Dean. You saw it from Nolan Smith. You saw it from Blankenship. And then they added, Quinyon Mitchell was the cleanest draft prospect there was in this last draft. He was just so good at Toledo. And he stepped in and didn't miss a beat. And he's been fantastic at right corner. So, and then they added Cooper DeJean, who's a really heady player too. So Jalix Hunt was a fantastic third-round pick, sleeper player. So I think ultimately for the 49ers, Greg, it comes down to they're going to stay with their 4-3. You've got to find more speed on defense. It was alarming when I watched it, the rewatch, how much speed has been lost from this defense. The Niners and the Chiefs, when they went into Super Bowl 54 in Miami, were the 2 fastest teams in all of pro football at that time, according to GPS rankings and measurements. And that the 49ers have noticeably slower on defense since. So they have to get more speed at linebacker, more speed in the secondary, especially at safety. They got to find themselves a real free safety, and they have to find more dynamic, a more dynamic player opposite Nick Bosa, and they have to have bigger, better, more dynamic defensive tackles who can come off blocks in the wide 9 and make plays against the run and heat up the quarterback. So I think defensive tackle is where they got to start this thing, because they've regressed there, and they had significant players there previously, and they need significant players to make that work, this defense work.
Good to have Larry Krueger on with us as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Krug, I got to laugh a little bit at ourselves because between when we signed off on Friday and when we took the mics on Monday, something actually very good happened to a Bay Area sports team, and that's Robert Saleh coming back, and we've hardly even touched on it because of a wild championship Sunday. So you talk about learning and evolving and what we can learn from other teams. So I want to take that discussion and apply it to Robert Saleh. Obviously, head coach and defensive coordinator, two very different positions. I stand firmly by that. But what do you think Robert Saleh can take from his Jets tenure and bring it back to San Francisco as he learns to readapt to a familiar place with a largely new roster?
Well, I mean, just anytime you're in that fishbowl of New York City, the pressure and being able to concentrate and game plan and do your work and do your job under the intense glare of a market the size of New York City is absolutely something that you're going to learn from and be better because of. So, I think he's just going to be that much better as a football coach, just dealing with the noise that comes along with pro football. That's one. Two, I just think the 49ers really like that high energy leader on the sideline, and they've missed that. And I think this Robert Saleh provides that. He walks into a room where there's already going to be immediate belief. He doesn't have to sell his scheme, his system, or himself to these players because they believe in him, know him, and know the scheme. So I think there's a lot of real positives here. Then today, bringing Brant Boyer with him, if you looked at some of those numbers tied to Brant Boyer, the Jets special teams had a rough year this year, but they were fifth last year, second the year before that, second the year before that, fourth the year before that, second in 2019. So Brant Boyer has had a lot of success. So it sounds like he brings an upgrade at special teams with him, which is, can only help. So I think ultimately Robert Saleh is going to help. I don't want to downplay it because, but I really am a strong believer that players are what win in pro football. And Robert Saleh only is going to have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner from the defense that he departed. They miss badly and have missed badly since he walked out the door, Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward was a very unique player. He was a player that was strong enough to be a hitter, almost like a linebacker, but he was also a great coverage player that could cover like a corner. And since he left, they've missed that. And so their safeties are not nearly the rundown defenders that they've been in the past, and they're not quite the coverage players that they've been in the past. So I think they need to find themselves a new version of Jimmy Ward.
So, and the Niners did make Salah official at 7:12 on Friday. We talked about it, for the last several weeks, and we talked about it all day Friday, assuming it was going to happen. We are going to get, hopefully, Robert Salah himself to come on the air and join us to talk about it. And Brant Boyer does come with a strong reputation and recommendation from Bones Fossil, who I've been reaching out to, as the new special teams coordinator in Tennessee. You mentioned safety a couple of different times, Krug, and Jimmy Ward was different. He could play safety. He also could play nickel. Diamador Lenore shored up the nickel spot quite a bit, but I do wonder what Robert will recommend to John and Kyle about safety, and in particular, Talanoa Hufanga. You've got some young guys, Malik Mustafa, Jair Brown, maybe didn't play as well this year as he did last year, but Malik appears to be a guy. What do you do with Hufanga? Robert was not here when Hufanga was drafted. He was already gone to the New York Jets when they got him in 2021. He obviously played really well initially, all-pro the second year, although I think a bit overrated. And then the injuries slid back, all the different injuries. He's unrestricted now. So do you make a big push? How much will it cost to retain Talanoa Hufanga? What do you think his future looks like, Larry?
It's really intriguing because we don't really know what his market is. Some people see him as a great player. Other people see him as a flawed player. So, it depends what who's out there, who's bidding, and how he's viewed. I've heard whispers that the Steelers really want him. He's obviously close with Palpably, who's a great Steeler. And I'm sure they see that hair flopping and they see, his productive career thus far and say, hey, this guy's a Palamalu, but we all know he's not Palamalu. He's an interesting player. I think if you're going to run the cover three and you need a strong safety, I think he's, a fantastic option. But if you're going to run more of a split safety look and ask your strong safety to play down the field and play coverage, I think there's guys that are quite a bit better than him. He's really great at attacking the mesh point. He's like a coach on the field. He's flowing to the ball constantly. He watches film like a coach does, and so he's really, really heady. But he also has physical limitations in coverage. He falls off some of his tackles. He's not the most physical striker in the box. He's more of a grab and drag type tackler. So I don't know. I know John Lynch loves him, and I know there's a lot of respect in the room for him. There's a lot of people that feel he's a very special human being, very special football player. But you have Malik Mustafa and you have Jair Brown, and you could make an argument that all three of these guys are all in line to play that box, up in the line of scrimmage safety, and none are ideally suited to play the deep middle. So somebody's going to have to play the deep middle. And if you had a great Earl Thomas type player, I think Hufanga would fit. But on this team, I don't know that he does.
Larry Krueger joining us, and staying on the conversation of Robert Saleh, something that has I've been keeping my eye on, rather, is that the Jets are going to have a handful of free agents that I do wonder if they might follow Robert Saleh back to the Bay Area. We talk so much about the draft, and they're going to have to get younger and faster and rebuild that way. But on the free agent market, guys like Javon Kinlaw and Solomon Thomas, who've spent time here, will be free agents. DJ Reid, another one. Ashton Davis is somebody that's got roots out here in Santa Cruz. And then Hassan Reddick, an edge rusher who knows Brock pretty well because he was responsible for that UCL season-ending injury in the NFC Championship. Are there any guys on the Jets you've gotten a chance to kind of scout out as possible good fits here in San Francisco with Robert Saleh?
I think there's a few, really. Now, I know I saw Dave Lombardi kind of connected them to Kinlaw and Solomon Thomas, and I think Solomon Thomas might fit, especially if you let go of Kevin Givens and you're looking for, an interior one-gap penetrator, rusher, high-energy guy. I think Solomon Thomas in a rotation is a hell of a player. Now, I know a lot of people are like, oh, he's a bust. And, okay, yeah, you took him third overall. He's not that guy. But he's found a really nice role in the NFL, and he could man a really nice role on the 49er defensive front, and he's a hell of a guy. So I could see Solomon Thomas coming back. The two guys that I would want, Jamie Sherwood, their linebacker, the converted safety from Auburn, who is an incredible worker, an incredible player. He had 18 tackles against Miami. He had 17 tackles against Arizona. I mean, Jamie Sherwood is probably the best defensive player in the league that nobody knows anything about. When C.J. Mosley went down, Sherwood stepped in. They didn't miss a beat. He's a tremendous athlete. He's a little undersized, so you got to protect him and keep guys off his legs, but he is an incredible run and hit, super active linebacker. So Jamie Sherwood, I think there might be interest there. I saw when I watched Saleh in the Hard Knocks, he seemed to be very enthusiastic about young Chaz Surratt from Carolina, who once upon a time was a quarterback, but he's an incredible size speed guy who just hasn't been able to get on the field with the Jets very much because they're so loaded and deep. But Chaz Surratt, I could see he's an unrestricted free agent. He runs in the 4.5s. He's 235 pounds. He's a smart kid. He's a hardworking kid. He had like 27 reps of 225 at the combine. So he's an incredible athlete, and he hasn't played a whole lot, and Robert's seen him develop. So I would say Chaz Surratt, Jamie Sherwood, DJ Reid makes a lot of sense. He's an outside corner. I think his market is going to exceed where the Niners can go. I think DJ Reid is not going to sign for 6, 7, 8 million. I think he's going to get 10, 12, 13, 14 million. And I think he's going to be priced out. So those would be the two guys. It would be Jamie Sherwood and Chaz Surratt are the two guys that I could see them saying, you know what, we want some speed at linebacker, and those guys fit the bill.
That's a little pricey for DJ. I know they're hoping to get him, and they regret, losing him. It was just a procedural, with an injury designation. They thought they could sneak him through, and Seattle jumped on him, and he played well there. And I know Robert loves him, Robert Saleh, so he would be a fit. So that's big money, though. The key to this whole thing, and you mentioned Sherwood, and we know him well from opening night, and just the speed that he brings at linebacker. But at least a Dre Greenlaw. And, that's big money for DJ Reid. I do wonder what kind of money on the open market Big Play Dre will command. I mean, obviously, when he's right, he's a force. He's the guy, he's the bully of that defense. Fred is the brains and the quickness, but he's the enforcer. But he hasn't played. He had the core muscle injury going back to 21, obviously, the Achilles in the Super Bowl, and he he played 30-something snaps this year and really nothing after the first half of the Rams game. What do you think the market is for Dre Greenlaw, Larry? And can they afford to bring him back? And we've talked about, paying 2 off-the-ball stacked linebackers. Teams don't do that. A lot of them don't like to pay 1. Can the Niners afford to pay 2, and how much will it cost to bring Dre back?
Well, I mean, I've seen, I think Spot Track or somebody speculated 1 year, $6 million. Now that would be music to the Niners' ears. If that is his market, then he will be back, I think. But I think his market probably is going to exceed that. I don't know that his market is going to necessarily make sense because there's a lot of people in pro football that fall in love with players based on their traits, and this is the kind of player that you'd fall in love with. I mean, he wants to seek and destroy, and he's played in a lot of high-profile games, so everybody's seen Dre Greenlaw. He played in a high-profile game when he came back against the Rams. Everybody saw that first half. So, yeah, there are concerns about, the PCL, about the Achilles, about his health, his ability to stay healthy. But, man, if you're the 49ers, you're getting further and further away from, when you were good every season that you lose. And I mean, I know, obviously, they were in the Super Bowl just a year ago, so they're not that far removed. But Dre Greenlaw is a big part of their culture. And you start to lose your culture when you lose your culture players. And Jimmy Ward was one of those players, I thought. And now, there's no question that Dre is that player now. The guy that will just out, seek and destroy, and he's looking to absolutely kill people out there. So I think that's going to be popular. I think he's probably getting closer to $10 million and probably close to like a 2-year deal for like $20 million. And that probably exceeds where they can go. Hopefully he wants to be here bad enough. Lynch made it sound like there's been some dialogue and that maybe Dre's expressed a desire to remain. I know he's bought a home in the Dallas area, and there was some talk that maybe he would like to live closer to his home in Dallas. That could very well be the case. But, Greg, I think they have to have this guy back unless he's going to bust the budget, because I think they need somebody to kind of pass down their culture and the speed that they play at and the violence that they like to play with on defense. And he's just one of the key guys in that room. He's so respected that Demo Lenore told me, I just brought his name up to Demo like a month before the end of the season, not even anything to do with the contract. And Demo, without any, me leading him there, was like, they have to get this guy signed. And that's, one of the best young players on the team saying that. So I think it would be a different room without him for sure.
Well, we got you for a couple more minutes, Larry. I want to revisit a couple of times when we've had you on Mondays. We've gotten into the Eagles. One time was when you said you thought them or the Packers were the best shot to represent the NFC. They ended up playing each other in round 1 if the Packers faded a little bit late there. And then another one was kind of how the Eagles were a little bit of a blueprint and kind of a model for how San Francisco can get back to contention. And obviously their roster is stacked across the board. And you don't just get that in one offseason necessarily. You got to hit on every single mark like the Eagles did. But now that the Eagles are officially going to New Orleans, just kind of want to revisit those thoughts about how the Eagles kind of provide a little bit of a model blueprint for the Niners getting back to contention here in 2025.
Well, Greg, it's interesting. Last year when the Eagles lost to Tampa, they were a mess. They had guys pointing the fingers at one another, the chemistry. I have people around that team who told me the chemistry was awful. Offensive and defensive guys arguing in the locker room, and they really fractured after the Niners went there and handed them a very emotional defeat and kind of blew up their season. If you go look at their season, they were rolling going into that game, and they absolutely free-falled coming out of it. But they changed out, their OC. They changed out the DC. They brought in Fangio. They went and got an incredible player in Quinyon Mitchell, who is just a very clean prospect, very good player, and they plugged him in as a starter. And then, they got a big physical offensive line. I mean, this is, I heard Ross Tucker say it this weekend, and Ross is somewhat of a Philly honk, so you got to filter him. But he said he's a former offensive lineman, and he's got great football chops and credibility. He said, in my mind, this is the biggest, most dominant physical offensive line I've ever seen. Now, that made me pause. But look at Jordan Mailata. He's 6'8", 365. Dickerson's like just a house at left guard. Becton's the biggest right guard in the sport. Lane Johnson's 325 and a Hall of Famer. So they have a big physical offensive line. And the 49ers, I think, really need to build up their offensive line. I think they need to upgrade outside of Trent and Pooney. The other three spots need to be upgraded, especially, I think, at the pivot, at the center spot. They need to go get themselves another back because you can never have enough big-time backs. And they got to start running the ball in the low red zone. You know, there was a game week 16, 17. Niners got to 2nd and goal from the 4 and passed. They was incomplete. They passed again on 3rd and goal from the 4, and then they kicked a field goal. It's like you have to be able to run the ball in the low red zone, and they just simply can't. Philly can, and it means all the difference in the world. I mean, in a lot of ways, I see a very similar player to Jalen Hurts in Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy's better than Jalen Hurts, to be honest. But I think they're very similar. And Jalen is operating now. He's handing it to a great player. He's operating by a big physical line. They're supporting him well, and the Niners need to do the same with Purdy.
Well, both those guys had the hat trick yesterday in the championship game. Saquon had 3 touchdowns, and Jalen had 3, and even Shipley got one. They had 7 rushing touchdowns yesterday, which is incredible. Wow. So we get the matchup that very few, if any, in the Bay Area wanted. Chiefs, Eagles, based on the agony with the Chiefs and a couple of years ago and just the contentious nature. I think there's more respect for Kansas City and their coaching staff than Philadelphia and theirs and their fan base. But do you give Philadelphia a chance to win this game? Of course they can win the game. But how do you see Super Bowl 59 coming up in 2 weeks, Larry?
Well, I mean, it's, in some ways, it's like you don't even go beyond it's the Chiefs, right? Because, I mean, they've got the best head coach, they got the best quarterback, they got the best defensive coordinator, they got the best special teams coordinator, they got the best defensive tackle. I mean, they're in a lot of ways still very much at the top of on the top of the sport. But look at the way Philly's running it. Philly ran 36 times for 229, and they've got a true difference maker back. The Philly's going to have to play a clean game. The Chiefs don't beat themselves. They're going to have to play a clean game. They're going to have to dominate the time of possession. They're going to have to be +1 in the turnover margin. They probably would have beat Kansas City last time if Hurts didn't have that costly fumble. They can't have that costly fumble. I mean, Mahomes is not going to make the crushing mistake. And so they're very Kansas City's going to do what they do well. And they're not particularly running the ball particularly well right now, but Philly really is. So I think, a whole lot of Saquon Barkley. He only ran 15 times in this game. I'd say, if I'm Philly, I'm giving him 25 touches for sure on Super Bowl Sunday. And I'm going to try to ride my big offensive line and Saquon Barkley to a championship. I think that's their way to win. But if I had to pick it, I'm taking Mahomes. I mean, how would you not take Mahomes? How would you not take Andy Reid? I will say this though, there are an awful lot of people that are very critical of Kyle Shanahan, and as this thing goes on, it becomes like, oh, Kyle. Then all of a sudden it's like Kyle's a problem. Andy Reid coached forever in Philly and got to 1 Super Bowl, and now is on the verge of a true dynasty, and the only guy who's ever beaten him in the Super Bowl is Tom Brady. So I mean, it's just I just think that a lot of the criticism for Kyle Shanahan, people need to kind of back away, pump the brakes, take a breath, and realize that Kyle's done a lot of incredible things. Have they won the Super Bowl? No, but look at Andy Reid. He coached from 1999 to 2013. He was literally 55 before he ever went to Kansas City. He led Philly to 1 Super Bowl appearance. They lost to Tom Brady. And since then, he's won 3. He's been to 4. He's now going to 5. Maybe he's going to wind up with 4 rings. I mean, it's just So I just think everybody who's like Kyle's this, Kyle's that. I'm not saying Kyle's going to be Andy Reid, but this whole idea that Kyle Shanahan is a problem is, I think, completely misguided. And I know we're all impatient. We want it bad. Niners haven't won a championship since '94. But, come on. I mean, you have to keep this in perspective and see this for what it is. The Niners haven't gotten it done, but they have the right coach. I think they have the right quarterback, but they got to build up their offensive line. They got to build up their defensive line. They're not good enough at the point on either side of the ball.
Well, look, the Chiefs have prevented a lot of people from going over the hump and a lot of teams, and the 49ers are right in the thick of it. So, Larry, you're the best. Appreciate you. And what you got coming up at 6 tonight?
You know, we're gonna talk a little bit about what we learned today or learned this weekend from these two championship teams and how that applies to the 49ers. We'll also get into this rumor that the Niners may have some interest in Joe Flacco, who might be the ideal veteran quarterback to sit behind Brock Purdy. I think that's an interesting mention connecting the Niners this weekend. We'll talk about the new special team coordinator as well. So got a lot to get to. A lot of phone calls tonight between 6 and 7.
Krug, we appreciate you as always, and have a great show.
Thanks, fellas. Have a great day.
Thank you, Larry.
He is Larry Krueger, and we'll keep this going next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Holla for Salah.
Oh, thanks, Papa. I couldn't have said it better myself. Is there anything else that needs to be said? Just to let you know, Robert Saleh has returned to the Bay Area for the 49ers defensive coordinator position. All is well with the 49ers, right? Let me know what you think of Robert Saleh making his return to the red and gold in the YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It is Monday with the Gregs, and a quick little reset here because we got Jeffrey Shadia joining us from NFL Network coming up in about 5, 7, 8 minutes. I don't know. Time is non-existent here on a Vomit Monday, and yes, I want to credit our buddy Pat in the YouTube chat for coining it Vomit Monday. I'm going to run away with that for the rest of the show, all the way up until 2 o'clock. But, Papa, before we get to Jeffrey Shadia, just want to kind of get your initial thoughts on Holla for Salah, because we have not really met since it became official.
Yeah, but we've been talking about it for weeks. I think the Monday after the season ended, we knew that that was the goal. He had some chances to be a head coach, but fortunately for the Niners, he did not. So, and then Friday it was pretty much just crossing T's and dotting I's, and they announced it at 7 o'clock in the 7 o'clock hour on Friday night. We love Robert Saleh. There are so many reasons why, from a scheme fit, from a coaching staff fit, just who he is as a man, his relationship to Kyle. And then the guys in the room. Fred Warner posted something right away. Niners win, him and Salah shaking hands, Nick Bosa. If you went through the locker room and the guys on defense, who do you want to be your coordinator? It'd be no doubt. It'd be Bob Salah. So, and then, the Dre Greenlaw angle and being able to re-sign him, I think, is going to be key to that defense because it's odd. Pete Carroll right now is being introduced as the head coach of I can't even say it, the Raiders. After all those years in Seattle, and to see him in silver and black. He's got the hair at age 73 going on 74, the silver hair, but the black sweater on. It's just odd match. But, that defense that he started there with the Legion of Boom and Robert Saleh was there was not just the cover three and the three deep safeties. It was the 4 under and the buzz. And the key there was Bobby Wagner. And Bobby did not have a great day yesterday for the Washington Commanders. They got trampled. And, boy, Saquon Barkley is a complete football player in every way, not just running it, but blocking it for whoever is running it. But it was Bobby, and it was KJ Wright. Those guys buzzed under, and KJ is on the 49ers staff right now. Defensive quality controls the title, but he's there, assisting as far as being a linebacker coach. Anyway, it's a no-brainer. To have Robert Saleh take over. We're going to learn more about Brant Boyer, the new special teams coordinator, who I frankly don't know much about. But I did reach out to the guy that I wanted to get the job. And I'm not sure the Niners ever reached out to him or not. But John Bones Fassel, who's been around the league forever, now resurfaced in Tennessee after his days with Dallas most recently. Just, about Boyer, real good dude, lots of success. They consistently dressed a good special teams roster, but he made it work as well. And obviously the combination of Robert Saleh, I wonder how much Robert had to do with Boyer coming. You would think a lot because he was there for a couple of different coaches in Florham Park before Robert got the job there. But they work closely together, and all elements of the football team work closely together, but probably more so defense and special teams because most of your special teams players, it's a lot of wide receivers, but mainly it's linebackers, defensive backs, are your gunners and jammers and personal protectors and safeties. So a lot of those, just personnel on the team, whoever Robert wants to be on the ultimate 53-man roster on defense, are going to trickle over to Boyer and what he's going to have on special teams. There's a close working relationship there. So we've been talking about it for weeks and weeks. You know what I wanted to get done, and I think it was the first goal of the offseason is to get this coaching staff solidified. They have to figure out Clay Kubiak when they can formally announce him to be the offensive coordinator. Interestingly, his brother, Clint,
that's right,
is now the offensive coordinator in Seattle, replacing Ryan Grubb on Mike McDonald's staff. So I am a little conflicted just watching this Raider press conference and wondering what Al would think of Pete Carroll coaching his football team. Now, he loved him from USC, obviously, and Al actually wanted to hire a lot of guys off his staff. He wanted Steve Sarkisian to be the head coach, and then Steve mysteriously one Friday just disappeared, and Al couldn't get him back, and before you know it, Lance Kiffin is flying in for an interview and being the head coach of the Raiders. But I got to say, and we at the Tony event over the weekend and meeting Billy Bob, we spent a lot of time with Dave Perrin, who worked for the A's for years and years, and Michael Milken and the Cap Cure, prostate cancer research group, and Pete Carroll was close with Dave Perrin, and Dave was he wanted that Bears job. Pete wanted the Bears. He thought he was going to get the Bears job, and it was all Bay. The only job I wanted is the Bears job. And then as soon as they gave it to Ben Johnson, all of a sudden Spytech has a relationship, and Tom Brady, obviously, and they're being very open about Brady's recruitment of Pete Carroll. But it is a little odd to see Pete Carroll in silver and black today being introduced with Will Kiss emceeing it, and Paul Gutierrez asking the first question. What do we think, Bay Area, about Pete as the head coach of the Raiders?
73 years young, ready to chew some gum, and 808 KNBR the number. We're getting to Jeffrey Chadia coming up next. But after that, I do want to hear your thoughts more of all the listeners out there on Robert Saleh, 808 KNBR. How big of a deal is this for the 49ers offseason? Already off to a good start with their plan A falling into place. Jeffrey Chadia next. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leah.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver, and the guest carousel likes to move around on a Monday because it turns out with Jeffrey Chadia, we had to do a little reschedule. Might be in about an hour around 12:30, or we might push it till tomorrow. We'll keep you updated on that. We will have Kevin Harlan coming up later in the show. And so let's get back into Robert Saleh, Brant Boyer, the 49ers' new members of the staff, and we'll reopen up the phone lines as well. 808-KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. And Robert Saleh, I was reading a lot of good pieces about the hiring over the weekend, Papa. You know, we did talk about it for weeks leading up to it. It was plan A. They cashed in on it. And something I found interesting was a note. I believe it was Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard said that he was hearing from a lot of people that by having Robert Saleh back in the building, Kyle Shanahan felt a little bit more at ease of not having to oversee the defense quite as much. Now, that's not to be mistaken for the fact that Shanahan, as a head coach, doesn't oversee everything. That is his job. And the why is everything. You learn about him learning every single position and sitting on defensive meetings when he was as a staffer in Tampa Bay. But I do think it is worth noting that in terms of evolving midseason and working through rough patches, this is something that has already happened before because Saleh was there from the very beginning in 2017, saw how it transformed in 2019, the draft pick of Nick Bosa, Fred Warner in 2018, and then on the special teams front as well, someone who is trusted with Saleh. Jets special teams did not perform well this year in DVOA. A lot of that had to do with the kicker cycle, but the previous 5 years or so, they were in the top third of the league or so, and so things might be a little bit different around, and I'm excited to see some change, but mostly experience in these roles.
They have a phrase at 4949, he's one of us. And, you know, some of the people you bring in from the outside, you don't know if they're going to be one of you. You know, whether it's Steve Wilks as defensive coordinator or Devondre Campbell at inside linebacker, you don't know till they get in. Robert Saleh is undeniably, no one has to answer the question, is he one of us? He was the OG. He was here when it was all put together. When Kyle and John were first hired, they signed Kyle Juszczyk as a free agent. They drafted George Kittle and others and got Fred the next year. And right there before, you know, even Fred got here, it was Robert Saleh putting together the defense and the relationship that Kyle had with Matt LaFleur and all of it. And then, you know, his background in Jacksonville, linebacker coach with Pete and Gus Bradley before in Seattle. He's one of them. In fact, he's a strong voice on that team. You know, Kyle certainly gets all the shots on the sideline calling plays, but when Robert was rolling, it was Robert Saleh more than anybody, you know, emoting on the sideline and the energy of the football team. And so he was the perfect hire in so many respects. Now, do they have to change what they do scheme-wise? Well, the best teams in football are exactly who they are year after year after year after. They may have to make tough choices, and, you know, in Kansas City, L'Jarius Sneed, we can't afford you anymore. You got to move on. We'll do a sign and trade with Rand Carthon, and we'll play a 7th-round pick and Jalen Watson, and McDuffie's still there, and they, you know, you have to change personnel-wise, but and then you know often you tweak, you know, what you do scheme-wise from snap to snap and scheme to scheme, and you evolve, but it's all about players and putting the players in the best situation possible. And Robert was here when the groundwork was built brick by brick. So there's so many reasons why we were privately hoping, and then once, you know, the season was over, publicly hoping when they said they're not going to bring Nick Sorensen back, that it would be Robert Saleh. And they've been working on this since the end of the year. And now, you know, they were able to announce it on Friday, and hopefully we'll be able to get Robert on the air with us to chat about, you know, what he sees from this defense going forward. But he's undeniably the best. There are a lot of great defensive coaches, you know, go out and get Belichick or Spags or somebody. But for this team at this time, like it was in 17, 18, 19, 20, it's Robert Saleh. Plus, Kyle knows him. He knows Kyle. You know, Saleh is an intimidating force in a room and you know, just next to him. And there are times the coaching staff doesn't always agree, and somebody's got to tell Kyle no. I don't think that's the way we should do it. You know, it's hard for a guy coming in from outside maybe to do that, or a younger guy being promoted internally. But for a guy like Robert Saleh, who's now been a head coach in the NFL, and he's had to stand up in front of the room and on Hard Knocks and, deal with Aaron Rodgers and all the, just coaching a New York team is a whole different set of requirements as far as handling the media. Mike McDaniel here was very charming with his own personal style. I'd like to see him. I'm wondering if Bobby Slowick is going to be available to come back. Where is he going to wind up? What offensive coordinator job is out there? We like Bobby. We want him to land on his feet, but is he going to get a job being an OC somewhere? And if he doesn't, could you bring him back here? They haven't announced Clay Kubiak yet. Could you do co-offensive coordinators and then have Firster involved as run game? I don't know. You want this to be a think tank. When they were rolling with Bill Walsh, they had people on all sides of the football, offensive line, defensive coordinator. It was George Seifert. It was your defense. You want the best minds. Look at what Kansas City's got. A lot of times they got great players, obviously, on all aspects, but those coaches, those veteran coaches, are such value. To have Robert Saleh have his experience being a head coach come back to be DC. He knows Boyer. I don't know much about him, but we'll learn about him. And then if Slowick is available to come back after being an offensive coordinator, how much could that aid? You just want different thoughts involved and find the best way to get your players. So this was the first major step of the offseason and was to bring Robert Saleh back to 49-49. And now, these other teams are starting to go into their off seasons. They've been since the end of the year, and every time they lose a game, Green Bay, you're into your off season. Detroit last week, you're into your off season. Rams, you're into your off season now. It's kind of good just to get last year over. We got one more football game to play. Philadelphia's still playing for the biggest win of all. But after that, then it's time to, go to the combine and begin the new league year and start to rebuild this football team any way imaginable. You'd identify who you want to re-sign. I think you want to re-sign Kevin Givens. Without it, even if you bring Solomon Thomas back, Kevin Givens is a good football player here. He's one of us. They know how he plays. Maybe he's not a starter, but he's a guy that's going to rotate in on the D-line. But, without a doubt, I think in every category, Robert Saleh was the first domino that had to fall this offseason. They got it done. They got Boyer done. We'll see about Kubiak, and then you have to really evaluate your own roster. Who do you want to re-sign? Who do you want to let go? Other rosters, what do you want to do? And then you got to get ready for a huge draft coming up in April.
And I'm just liking the timetable aspect of this because not that I enjoy having to go through a 6-11 season, not that I enjoy having to watch a whole postseason without the San Francisco 49ers in it, but you think about where they were this time last year. Well, they were getting ready for a Super Bowl, and they still had Steve Wilks as their defensive coordinator, and all these other coaches that had been hired. We're seeing Aaron Glenn and Pete Carroll and Brian Schottenheimer get introduced in their new jobs today. The 49ers were behind the ball because they got so deep into the postseason. So for them to have a little bit of extra time, they got the defensive coordinator they wanted. It is a big advantage, and hopefully they don't have any contentious contract holdouts. That's going to be something we monitor with the offseason as well. Thought it was interesting what Larry Krueger said about Dre Greenlaw's market and his traits being desirable, how much money he can get elsewhere. I know that that's someone that was there in 2019. He made the stop on Jacob Hollister to secure the number one seed and home field advantage. Dre Greenlaw, I know, is someone that means a lot to this organization, but if the 49ers do end up extending Brock Purdy, then there's only a limited amount of money to go around. You extended Diamador Lenore. It's all got to fit together. A couple of texts I wanted to get to on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line as well. 707 asks, is Salah going to be a one-year rental? And my response to that is, look, that'd be a great problem to have if you can get back to contention and ultimately win a Super Bowl. I know Robert Salah does want to be a head coach in the NFL again. If he had gotten a head coaching offer, he would have taken that over coming back to San Francisco. But I liked Papa's term, the think tank, having a good rapport, a good group of people that trust one another, a think tank constantly being able to evolve during the season. If they do so well and the defense performs so well and the 49ers can get far to where Robert Saleh is now back in the head coaching search, look, if they win a Super Bowl, I can guarantee they will kill to have that problem. That's not a big deal. Another one, 925, bringing up Salah being a recycled coach, saying he couldn't take him to the mountain and can't now. I'll push back on that one in the sense that you look at what happened in New York with and without Salah, and I think it was very clear that while the offense they could never really figure out, and Aaron Rodgers came in, and then the Achilles kind of derailed that whole plan, the bottom line is dysfunction was way at the top and went down to the bottom. So when Salah left and you saw the Jets have a 3-9 finish after starting 2-3, it was very apparent that Robert Saleh, while we don't know if he did the best job possible or everything right, definitely was not the root of the issue.
Yeah, I think that Robert Saleh that's walking back in that building and already has is a very different man than he was when he first walked in 2017. He's been a head coach in the NFL. He's been a highly successful defensive coach. I'm not sure what you're talking about now. I mean, it came down to a 3rd and 15 Wasp play. Otherwise, he wins that Super Bowl in 2019. Now, that was a bit of a flaw in the cover 3, and Kansas City knew they could run a double move there and get Emmanuel Mosley and Jimmy Ward, to kind of get turned around a little bit, and they hit. But before that defense was tight, and the Niners had held that explosive offense to 10 points with 7 minutes and 13 seconds to play in the Super Bowl. And Mahomes was grounding slants. He was throwing picks to Moore and one to Fred Warner, and it was right there. It was on the cusp. The next year they got hurt. His defenses in New York were always strong. They were strong in the secondary. They could not stop the run. I think the one thing will be, how the terms of Robert Steele to be the DC are. First of all, how much are they paying him? This is a different Robert Saleh. He made a lot of money to be a head coach in the NFL. He has one more year under his contract with Woody Johnson and the Jets. There is an offset clause. So do you pay him? Well, that's the first year, and knowing that the Jets have to make up the difference from what he was making in New York. And then I'm not sure what the terms are. Do we know how long his contract is? I've heard he's among the highest paid coordinators in football. What are the exact numbers there? They don't have to divulge those like they do with players that eventually get leaked out by agents and Players Association. You don't really know what coaches make. Kyle and John had an extension for a long time. Nobody knew that, going back to the start of last year in Pittsburgh. So, and then what autonomy does he have to pick his coaching staff? Can he bring anybody he wants to run every level of his defense? He's going to be the coordinator of the defense. Does he definitively want to keep Chris Kasarik as the defensive line coach? I would think so, but I don't know. Johnny Holland's the OG at linebacker. Daniel Bullocks is here. David Lombardi keeps bringing up Joe Woods. I don't know. Dennis Allen got the D.C. job in Chicago, and he had him with him there. Where's Joe Woods going to be next? How do you incentivize him to run the secondary? Do you want to keep Daniel Bullocks in that role? How much say does he have? Does he want to run the wide 9 again? If he wants to get away from the wide 9, and then how does that impact Kasarik? So, is it just you're the head coach of the defense, Bob? You run it. Whatever you want to do, or you check it through us. This is what we're going to do. Does he have autonomy to pick his coaches? Does he want it? And these are guys that he worked with. So he loves Johnny Holland. Got your back is all from Johnny and the, battling a cancer. Kasarik, changed that defense when he brought the wide 9 and a young Nick and D Ford and the guys inside. So, but that's a vulnerable defense to be run on. So, yeah, Bob Saleh's back. But what are the way it's going to be structured? How long's the contract? And who does he want on his coaching staff? And does he have the ability? This is different now. I was an HC before. I don't have to work. Florham Park's going to send me a check every couple of weeks or a month. That's a head coaching salary. I make a lot of money. He's got more kids than I do, Robert Saleh. Maybe the one guy in all the Bay Area. Obviously, he got 8. I can't even keep track. 8 is enough, Bob. Anyway, so what does he have the ability to completely run this defense any way he sits, from coaching staff, from personnel? I mean, he walks back into this building as a different Robert Saleh than he left.
Well, maybe 4 of his 8 kids will end up being future 49ers. You see the Detroit Lions out on socials? All these people are posting their babies being like 31 pounds at 6 months or whatever, and the Lions keep going and commenting dibs and things like that. They're like, oh, yeah, we want him for 25 years down the line.
At 6 months. What were they at birth?
Yeah, I don't know. I just see the snapshots, I don't follow the life of
feeding
these.
Those kids.
Yeah, I don't know if Robert Saleh has 31 pounds at 8 months, but if we get him on the show, we'll definitely ask him, and we can do a cross comparison of when they're able to get into the 49ers locker room later down the road. 808 KNBR, the number if you want to chime in on this discussion. Jeffrey Shadia now joining us at 12:30. Kevin Harlan at 12:50. We'll have Silver Linings playlist at 1:15. Sounds of Silver a little bit later in the show. It's all coming up, Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Oh, hey there. Greg Papa here with one piece of advice. Don't go through another year with all that high-interest debt. Let Loan Pronto wipe it all out now. Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan makes it easy to pay off all your credit cards or tackle that 2025 home improvement project. Get cash in your pocket fast. You get no appraisals required, no paperwork, no waiting. And Loan Pronto's AI-driven technology gets you approved and funded in as little as one day. One client got $150,000 approved in under 24 hours, paid off all their credit cards, 2 cars, and a personal loan, and saved over $1,500 per month. With low fixed rates and lightning fast transfers, you can do it yourself as well. Consolidate debt, improve your home, take control of your finances. Imagine being credit card free by this time next week. Don't wait. Call Loan Pronto. Pronto! Do it now, 415-808-5721, or visit loanpronto.com. Get your free quote now with no hard credit pull, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
The injury. First play from scrimmage for Philly. They mark him down at the 40-yard line. Toss it to the left side. Barkley's got a lane to the 50, to the 45. Spin move to the 40. Barkley still going. Zigzags inside. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown, Saquon Barkley. He is incredible. from would-be tacklers. He just does it over and over again. Eagles take the lead.
Saquon Barkley. I mean, how remarkable is this? The Washington Commanders' opening drive on the road was 18 plays with multiple fourth down conversions. Their longest of the year. They get 3 points out of it. The Eagles' opening drive, one play, Saquon Barkley, 60 yards to the house. Bobby Wagner went a little bit too deep into the backfield there. Jeremy Chin missed a tackle, and Saquon just stayed on his feet and kept going. That was one of 7 rushing touchdowns. I got to tell you this, Papa, as we kind of get back into the NFC Championship, looking at it from a 49ers lens, I don't think if the Detroit Lions, if they had beaten the Washington Commanders and that game was in Detroit yesterday, I don't think they beat Philadelphia with how banged up their defense was, because there were no answers whatsoever for that rushing attack. And here's why. I'll tell you this. This is why I'm calling it Vomit Monday, and this is why this Super Bowl especially stinks. Because getting back to a Super Bowl, whether you win or lose, is hard. It is a long journey, especially if you're on the losing end of it. And we saw that with the San Francisco 49ers. They had a new quarterback. They had a new left tackle. They had a lot of new pieces in the foundation. And the Chiefs continue to get back there, and the Eagles had one bad collapse to the end of their last season, and boom, just like that, they are right back there. So that's why it hurts a little extra.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one matchup. There were 4 possible matchups going into yesterday, and this is the one, the Bay Area. I would think, and I saw a lot of Eagle fans yesterday at North Star in North Beach, the Eagles-Bills bar. But I think most Bay Area fans, if you're a Niner fan, and certainly if you're a Raider fan, you don't want the Chiefs going back. Raiders did beat the Eagles long time ago in a Super Bowl. But to have them go back, this is the second time in 3 years we've got this matchup. Now, the Niners and Chiefs, we had that matchup twice, one in 2019 and one in 2023. So this is going to be hard because Kansas City, I mean, we were all saying beat KC, beat KC, beat KC. We wanted Kansas City to lose, and Buffalo couldn't quite get it done. It was close, but the Chiefs do what they do. And Philadelphia, I mean, they scored 55 points yesterday, 55. And on the very first time they touched the ball on the sweep, the toss going left, Saquon gets the edge. Bobby Wagner can't get there. He falls down. He was getting there, but he lost his footing. Chin, who's a tremendous safety, lost a tackle. He spun out of it. Looked like he may gain 15, maybe 20, and all of a sudden it's a house call. And he goes 60 yards for a touchdown. They never let up. And the one thing, that we talked about it on Friday, the ability of the quarterbacks to run in Championship Sunday, and they're different. The way Mahomes runs on the design rolls right, and Josh and the Buffalo Snowplow and Jaden Daniels, and that one touchdown run he had where he came back after he faked the pitch and came back to the middle. Like, whoa, how did he get in there? I mean, it looked like when they made it 34-23, they could maybe, win the game, and then Eckler had the big fumble late third quarter. And then obviously Hurts' running ability is just different. And that is the epicenter of their offense. Ride and decide. Who had that line yesterday? I hadn't heard it quite put that way, but that's the way these offenses are working. And, Kansas City runs an RPO where Mahomes has a decision to make at the mesh point, whether to give it or throw it. And for Hurts, it's an RRPO, whether to hand it, pull it, and run it, or pull it and pass it off of it. But that's the epicenter. So the quarterback's ability to run, and Brock did run more this year, but you're not going to run a lot of zone read with Brock. Maybe you should every once in a while. Brock's become a much better sneaker, the Purdy plunge, the Purdy push, the Purdy pylon when he dove for the pylon for a touchdown late in the year. But he's not Jalen Hurts. He's not Josh Allen. So that's one part of it. And then the other part of it is fourth down. How do you handle fourth down? And the way all these teams, Buffalo and the Buffalo Snowplow, Andy, and going forward on 4th and 1. Did you see the numbers on Dan Quinn in Washington on fourth down this regular season? Were they like 27 out of 30? I was like, what? And then obviously Philadelphia, and they started it with Howie Roseman in the analytics department with Doug Peterson. They were the ones that were going forward on fourth down more than anybody. Then, they did in the Super Bowl with the Philly special. I thought Brandon Staley, when he was on the staff, this past year, maybe could influence Kyle a little bit because he really wasn't just a coach on the staff. He was more like an assistant head coach or an associate head coach, whatever it was. He coached in the NFL, and he was really aggressive with fourth down, almost reckless, borderline, what are you doing? But you got to have the players, they asked Dan Quinn, why do you go for it on fourth down so much? He said, because of Jaden Daniels. The guy can run it or throw it. And when you get a quarterback like Josh Allen or Daniels or Hurts, and they hit their back foot on fourth down, and they can't find it, they just don't see it, then just run. And they know where the progression, if you're manning up on a fourth and short, you got to play man, and you're running vertical routes, or you know where the route tree is, you run behind it, you can run for so many first downs. And Mahomes has been, running all the big plays he's made. And virtually, going back to 19, the comeback wins he had against Houston and Tennessee before we even saw him in the Super Bowl, his ability to get out of trouble and run for first downs is as big a part of their playbook as anything. And Brock did run more this year, but just the fourth down, the quarterback's ability on all downs, but on fourth down, I think that's the one main takeaway was, should the 49ers be, and I remember John Lund having a conversation with this after the Super Bowl last year. There was and Kyle did go for a big 4th and 3 last year on the outcut to George Kittle, which was a big play. But there were a couple of fourth downs he turned down because I don't think he liked the way third down went and got some pressure, and he didn't think he can convert on fourth down. But just overall, watching Championship Sunday, the quarterback's ability to be live in the run game and really be the epicenter of the way they run. Saquon's a great back, but it is so much better to have him next to Jalen Hurts, where you got guys going in a split flow, where the quarterback can pull it and go that way. You hand it to Saquon, he goes that way. He can pull it and pop it over. I mean, it's like, where do you go? It's like a illusion. So it does help, and Saquon gets the edge so many times. Like, how did he get the edge that easy? Well, the line is huge. And they're so mobile. Mailata's like, how big is that guy? They had some injuries at center, at guard. That wasn't themselves in some situations. But Saquon is a better player in New York, a better player in Philadelphia than he was in New York. And Daniel Jones could run, but it was different than the way Jalen Hurts can run. And then just, should the Niners be more aggressive on fourth down? That blew me away because Dan Quinn, was you would think a very conservative, defensive-minded coach in the way he was in Atlanta. I mean, how successful they were on fourth downs throughout the year got him into this game. But the interesting thing is just when you come down to these short yardage, I mean, the games, Philadelphia trampled them and ran all over them, but the Buffalo-Kansas City game really came down to short yardage situations. And Buffalo was 4 for 6 on fourth down yesterday. But the two that they missed, where Josh got stood up on the 4th and 1, maybe to play the game up 22-21, driving for maybe a 2-score lead or an 8-point lead. Now you make it hard on them. And
I'm going to throw the 2-point conversion in as well. That was another stop.
Yeah, that was the same kind of action.
Yeah.
And that McDermott took the points off the board. They could have gone for the extra point. He put it on the 1-yard line, which is also something Kyle Shanahan never does. How many times, it's almost an automatic in coaching this, when you have a penalty which moves the ball on the extra point from the 2-yard line or the 1-yard line if you're going for 2, or the 15-yard line to the 7.5. Which coach took that? I think it was Andy Reid, moved the ball from the 15 to the 7.5 to kick the extra point, 7.5 yards shorter. I've never seen a coach do that. That's a much shorter kick to make than a 35-yard extra point or whatever it would be, 33-yard extra point. That was interesting. But there's a couple times it's come up, many times, like 5 times, I think, or more, where the Niners have, some kind of a penalty, move the ball from the 2 to the 1. Not one time has Kyle elected to go for 2 in that situation versus going for the extra point, even although it's an automatic for so many coaches. But a lot of that is personnel. And a lot of it could be just the way these quarterbacks are a threat to run. They are live, not just live in the run game like Michael Vick was live. They are the epicenter. The run game all pivots off of them and that mesh point ride, and then they decide what they do with the ball.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes yesterday, not even known as a frequent running quarterback. He can use his legs, but we mentioned the dislocated kneecap on the QB sneak that kind of deterred the Chiefs away from doing that. He went 11 carries yesterday for 43 yards and 2 touchdowns, and it was the same formation on the Kareem Hunt opening touchdown and then the Mahomes second rushing touchdown that led to it. First time he gives it to Hunt. Second time they all crash on Hunt and he takes it out. And it's just they just make the plays when it needs to happen. My fun stat of the day is that the Eagles rushed for more touchdowns in this NFC Championship game in 7 than the Dallas Cowboys did all season. So we're going to have the NFC East and the Dallas Cowboys catching some strays here. Poor New York Giants, by the way. Joe Shane had a lose-lose situation of either having that clip of his son saying, I'd trade up and draft Jaden Daniels, that playing, or just watching Saquon Barkley go crazy. And Jaden Daniels did have a pretty good game. I'm not putting the interception too much on him because at that point it was desperation time and the game was out of hand. But that Eagles defense, man, I mean, what an offseason they have had. And the reason we bring up the Eagles and how quickly they turned it around is because you'd like to think that's the ideal path for the Niners to get back there. They acquire Saquon Barkley. He's in the MVP and Offensive Player of the Year conversation. Zach Bond is in the Defensive Player of the Year finalist. 2 rookies up for Defensive Rookie of the Year in Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, and then not to mention the acquiring of Vic Fangio at the DC spot has allowed this to all turn around pretty quickly. So
yeah, and Mitchell's a special player. I mean, you could just tell that guy with his size and ability to play press man and also play zone. DeJean, he was someone that I was a little conflicted on whether or not he was truly going to be a difference maker in the NFL. I thought he would maybe in time. It'd be a team's player, punt returner, but their whole defense changed when they moved him in the slot. Everything opened up. And even last year, when they got off to the 10-1 start, Philadelphia had a hard time covering the slot. That was the main weakness of their defense. They never quite figured it out, and then they couldn't tackle last year at all. And they had a problem, specifically in the secondary and at the linebacker level. They solved it all in one off season. Then bringing Fangio in, DeJean is that good of a player, not just in the slot, but in space. Reid Blankenship has gotten so much better. He used to be a serviceable guy. They would play a little bit when they had other injuries in the secondary. Now he's become a ball hawk, very instinctive, good tackler, takes good angles. And Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the mouth of the South, as much as we're agitated by him and his whole act going back to his New Orleans days, and then obviously in Philadelphia, he's a difference maker. So, but it's not just them. They did win the NFC yesterday, so it's their conference now. They're going to the Super Bowl, but they're obviously a very good team, and they just play, and they've kind of reinvented themselves the way they play, and bringing Saquon in alleviated a lot of the problems. Their quarterback can still not read a defense. That's just not his strength. You take his primary away, he has nowhere to go. But you know what? Take it away. Well, first of all, even if he's not open, I'm still throwing the ball to A.J. Brown. How are you going to stop it? It's a 50-50 ball. That guy's like a power forward playing wide receiver. He's just going to take the ball away from you, and then you got to tackle him after. Then Devontae's completely different. That sideline catch he made was like, whoa. How did he catch that ball? And then Dallas Goedert, their offensive line, where the quarterback doesn't have to be Peyton Manning or Big Brain Brock. He just hits his back foot. If I don't see it, you know what? You guys tackle me. I'm going to run right over you. And he gets out. How many times does he go in untouched on the zone read or Saquon going the other way? Nobody touches them. So they're a problem. There's no doubt. They're not on the Niners schedule next year. So if you have to deal with them, it'll be January. But they're good. Obviously, Detroit is good. They've lost both of their coordinators the way Philly seemingly does every year. The Rams are good. Green Bay is good. Atlanta's going to be better. Tampa Bay seemingly just never goes away. I know we feel like watching the games yesterday, this will be our conference next year. Niners got a lot of work to do. You got to roll up your sleeves here. You got to get the coaching staff in, and then you got to determine who do you want to keep from your own team, who do you want to re-sign, who do you want to let go, who do you want to buy from other rosters, who comes in the building this time and is truly one of us, not somebody who's taking a paycheck and then get a tap out in the middle of the biggest game of the year. So it's a lot of work to do. And I in the own division, Seattle's good. Arizona's on the ascend. Last year after the Super Bowl, it was all about how do we beat Kansas City. Now it's how do we beat the Cardinals. It's like you got to be honest with who you are.
100%.
There are a lot of good teams in football and a lot of good teams in the NFC.
And I think that question that you pose right there, Papa, is exactly where I want to keep this conversation moving, which is, what do the 49ers need to tackle the most on their list? They took care of the defensive coordinator. They took care of special teams coordinator. What other boxes do they need to check, and what's the pecking order as we go down the list? Because it isn't just, how can they get back to the Super Bowl? Like, yes, that is ultimately the goal. But you look across the NFC, the Rams have been ascending while they're supposed to be in a rebuild, and you look at that young defense that isn't going anywhere. Washington's got their quarterback of the future, and they just exceeded all expectations here in year one. Philadelphia will be the defending NFC champions at the very least. And so there's a lot of work to be done. That doesn't mean they can't do it. So 808 KNBR, share your thoughts on the other side when we come back. 49ers, biggest needs, biggest boxes to check. We'll talk about that next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
ELGSES, Eagles!
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, well, championship weekend has concluded, and did we really expect another outcome than what we got? Chiefs and Eagles in New Orleans, Super Bowl 59, and now I got to figure out what the hell I'm doing on Super Bowl Sunday because I know I'm not watching that. Maybe I'll pop on a movie marathon. Maybe I'll go to Home Depot, pick out some wallpaper. Let me know your plans for Super Bowl weekend in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Chiefs hating leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver, hanging out with you to begin your week. Hope that the lunch hour is treating you nice. Hope you're able to get a little break from school, ditch a work meeting, do whatever you got to do to come hang out with us, because all we can think about is football. Discussion has been on the 49ers over the last half hour or so, and kind of going through the lens of the NFC playoffs, looking at the 49ers, and Papa said it very well. The NFC, yes, the 49ers have a lot of work to do to get back there. I do think it can be done, but when you look across the board, it is by no means a sure thing that they can get to Championship Sunday, which we just experienced, because even some of the teams that could be theoretically taking a step back, like Detroit or Minnesota, aren't necessarily going to be bad teams. And then you got teams like Seattle and Tampa Bay that never really seem to be bad or kind of go away. And then on top of that, you got teams that are going to continue ascending, like most likely a Washington or an LA Rams or an Arizona Cardinals. Oh, yeah, two teams I just mentioned in the division. So that's kind of what we're getting into here. And Papa, I want to continue getting your thoughts on this, but we did open up the phone lines at 415-808-5627. And Alex in Porterville is out here wanting to give a call about 49ers boxes to check and where to go from there. Alex, you're on The Sports Leader. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs.
Hey, right on. Thanks, guys, man. Appreciate y'all, man. My biggest concern is that the 49ers really are pretty much, man, derivative talent on the defense, man. You look at the D-line right now, you know, compared to last year, you know, you have a bunch of first-round draft choices, Armstead, you know, Kinlaw, Gregory, Young, Bosa. And then back when Salah was in the first Super Bowl, man, you had Defoe, man, Armstead. You just had guys, dudes, man, and they had spent a lot of drafting on first rounds with building up that D-line. The backers, man, were good there. We're talking about, Greenlaw maybe not coming back. Dude, if you don't have him come back, you just have Fred, and that's it, man. And then your safeties, I don't know what you're going to do there. It seems we got a bunch of strong safeties, man, instead of one run magnificent free safety there. So Saleh comes back. I don't know where you get your guys from. And if Saleh's one and done and he's the head coach, after 1 year, I don't know what you do with that, man.
Hey, Alex, appreciate the call. Call back anytime. And, Pop, I see you give a little bit of smile right there. I think you might be going in the direction of they'll worry about that when they worry about that. But just kind of your general thoughts on what Alex laid out there.
Yeah, I mean, as far as a one and done, let's see what they pay him. The first year versus the second year. He has one more year of his contract from the New York Jets, so you could, in theory, pay him $1 to be the defensive coordinator this year and let Woody Johnson pay the rat. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but then the money would jump the next year, and how high is he going to be paid? What I did read as far as the compensation pick, the compensatory pick, does he have to stay on the staff 2 years to get that? As the DC, if he leaves after 1 year, and a big part of their drafting model is a lot of these coaches and or players that leave, they do get compensatory picks for. But what I read from Matt Barrows over the weekend, we'll check with Matt to clarify, if he's here just 1 year, they would not get a compensation pick. If he's here multiple years, 2 or more, then they would. As far as the D-line, that is the engine of this football team. I mean, the one thing that when John Lynch came in with Kyle, that they were in lockstep about is how to build this team is from the defensive line out. And I'm talking all aspects of the football team. The defensive line sets the tone for the energy of the team. And when this team flipped from 17-18 and they were building it, we called it the Gold Rush. I remember going to that first Wednesday practice before the Tampa Bay season opener. And Bosa didn't practice much in training camp. He had some injury. D. Ford was away getting a PRP injection. You didn't see him at all that August. When I saw that Wednesday, that first practice, I went, whoa. You got Bosa on one side, D. Ford on the other. The Oregon tall furs in the middle, Armstead and Buckner. Good luck. And then you got rotation players. You miss DJ Jones. You miss a lot of the guys that, mixed in behind. So you got to build not just your alphas and your turbos, which is the base defense, your pass rushing group, but you got to bring in, you got to be TWO deep. I almost pulled a Philadelphia mayor spelling there. I want to be too deep. Not just, there's no say. I want to see her spell Philadelphia if she can't get Eagles.
PLGL.
No, it'd be FIL, Philadelphia. Anyway, there's no doubt the D-line has got to be where it starts from. And you went to a wide 9. Do you want to, Kasarik makes a lot of money to be the D-line coach. He's one of the highest paid, if not the highest paid defensive line coaches in football. Is that what you want? If that's it, then that's fine. Then you got to get, as Tim Ryan calls them, war daddies in the middle. And I think with Jordan Elliott, Malik Collins, we love Kevin Givens. You need more of those guys. You need guys to rotate in, but you need war daddies. If you're going to play wide splits up front, your D tackles have got to take on, play double 3 technique or a shade, over the center. You just got to, those guys got to win inside. And then as far as the linebacking core, if you're going to play those wide splits on the D line, there's no reason to believe they're going to get away from it. Because Salah ran that defensive line, even with different people in New York with the Jets. Your linebackers, your inside off-the-ball linebackers have to clean it all up. It's not just your front 4, it's your front, which is everybody, whether it's a 7 and 3 linebackers or a nickel and Diamador. That's how you stop the run. First thing they got to do is stop getting trampled. They have not been the same run defense that they were when Salah was here, even middle of last year when they lost Talanoga. So teams are running all over them. You can't stop the run. It's hard to play defense in this league. So there's no doubt. I agree with you from Porterville, and we think of Monty Moore when we hear Porterville, the great voice of the Oakland A's. And I heard a lot of Monty's voice over the weekend at Tony's function, and Jose Canseco was there, and we can talk about that. That was wild seeing Jose. But they played Monty's call of his 40th stolen base in Milwaukee when he was the first guy to go 40-40. So we love Porterville and we miss Monty Moore, but there's no doubt. What did Dan Quinn call it? Not rebuild Washington, but recalibrate. And they had to rebuild it from the owner's suite to the GM suite. I mean, that was a crash and burn. But he didn't want to say it that. What are the Niners going to do? I think it's recalibrate, reset your sights on where you want to be and how you want to do it. But based on what they were before, it all starts with the defensive line. And outside of Nick Bosa, do you have an alpha on this team? I like Leonard Floyd, but really he's a situational guy.
Yeah.
He should play half the snaps, not 3/4 of the snaps. Malik Collins, Jordan Elliott, they can start. Do you want them in the turbo? Are they your pass rushers? Can you bring Hargrave back? If you can't, go out and get other people. And then Greenlaw is so essential in your front, not just your front four, but the engine of all the success they've had the previous 5 years starts with that gold rush, the defensive line. They got to get back to that.
So you know Dre Greenlaw, and I want to take one more call here before we get to Jeffrey Chadilla and Kevin Harlan on a little back-to-back. Camacho out in L.A. wants to talk about the D-line, but also the linebacker position for the 49ers to address. What's going on, Camacho? You're on The Sports Leader with the Gregs.
Well, what I would say is, of course, defensive line, but how many picks do we have? We got like 10 or something like that?
It's going to be
11?
12 with all the compensatory picks included.
Right. So is there a linebacker out there in the mold of Al Shire that we could scoop up somewhere late in the draft?
Well, I'm going to get into the draft, and we'll start studying after the Super Bowl. In fact, I think Double G, the two Gregs, may be going to Indianapolis for the Combine. That is in the works, and I used to live in Indianapolis when I graduated from Syracuse. My first job was with the Pacers, so I love that city. It's one of my many second, third, fourth homes, but I've never been to a Combine. So I can't wait to go to it if we do go. And then we'll get into the draft heavily. I don't know about the draft as far as linebacker play. We'll get into it more. I mean, the one guy I would say, the key thing is whether or not they can afford Dre Greenlaw. And if he's going to make $6 million a year, I think somebody will pay him more. But he has, he's got a lot of injury history. He had the core muscle problem, missed an entire year just about. He intercepted Goff the first game of the year, didn't come back to the very last game of the year when they had to win in L.A. against the Rams. He has a terrible Achilles injury. What's going on with the knee now? He's not played much in 2 years. So, how much will it cost to bring him back? I would think the guy that's also out there that could be this generation, and it's only a few years since Aziz was here, is D. Winters. I think he had a lot of good snaps this year. They wanted to play him more. He kept getting injured. Ankle in training camp, this and that. He'd overrun plays like the play with Mahomes on the sideline when they came in October. But I mean, right now, and they'll add to it, and you may want more of a veteran presence here and there. But I would think if you could re-sign Dre Greenlaw this offseason, they would be very content having a trio of linebackers of Fred, Dre, and D. Winters.
Yeah, appreciate the call there from Camacho talking about linebackers. And, yeah, the D-line is the engine. It absolutely was the baby of Robert Saleh that built up, as Papa deems it, the gold rush in 2019 when they got to their first Super Bowl. But we will see what Dre Greenlaw's market is, because when Krug put the 1 year, $6 million out there, I was like, oh, I like the sound of that. I don't know if some other team's going to want to pay Dre Greenlaw more money. The injury history, unfortunately, is concerning even at his relatively young age. But the 49ers play physical football. It's a brutal game. And we'll keep getting into this discussion, but really appreciate the calls there from Alex and Camacho. Jeffrey Chadilla from NFL Network is going to join us next. Talk a lot of Kansas City, talk a lot of Philadelphia, and talk a lot of NFL in general. Papa and Silver on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
In the wishbone, here is a shotgun snap. Mahomes runs himself at the 10, inside the numbers, the 5, and he dives in for the touchdown. 10-yard touchdown run by Mahomes. Blockers ahead. In the wishbone formation, he takes it and runs for 6. And the Chiefs have retaken the lead, 27-22. 10-14 to go.
Yeah, they would make the 2-point conversion. The Bills would respond with a 4th down Curtis Samuel touchdown. But in the end, it was Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, the Kansas City Chiefs go into their 3rd straight Super Bowl, looking to make it a nice little three-peat. And we welcome in Jeffrey Chadia, senior NFL.com writer and on-air talent for NFL Network. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line to talk all about it. Jeff, thanks for joining the Gregs out in San Francisco. Appreciate your time. How are you?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
I'm calling it Vomit Monday because I think out in the Bay Area, this is the matchup that nobody wanted, but it is still fun to talk about football. The fact that I get to wake up and talk about football is not such a bad life. So in that context, I guess I'm doing pretty well. But I want to get right into it with the NFC, the AFC. It's going to be a rematch from the Super Bowl of a couple of years ago. And I've read your column actually leading up to this weekend and the biggest weakness for all 4 teams. You said Kansas City's defense is not necessarily as dominant as it looks. And I don't think going against Josh Allen is necessarily the best measuring stick for how dominant or porous they could be, because Josh Allen is kind of a one-of-a-kind QB. But what did you see from Kansas City's defense yesterday that either maybe changed your mind or kind of further bolstered your argument of that?
Well, I think what I meant by that was you look at their numbers. I think they were 4th in scoring defense this year, and I think 5th or 6th in yards. And I think people think it's the same defense as it was last year when they were pretty much elite and dominating people. This defense does not play that way. What they are, though, and you saw that in that game last night, was they are very clutch, and they're able to make the plays when they matter most. And so you look at the numbers in that game, and the Bills had a lot of success offensively. But when it came down to short yard situations, 3 times with a couple 2-point conversions in that big 4th down in the 4th quarter, they couldn't succeed. And that's what the Chiefs have done all year defensively. They've been able to get those kinds of plays. But, yeah, I mean, there were stretches in that game where you saw the Bills moving the ball at will, especially on the ground. And that, to me, is a concern for the Chiefs.
Yeah, the short yardage situations in Buffalo was 4 for 6. Hold on, I got something in my throat. Greg, jump in.
All right, we're talking to Jeffrey Shadia as we let Greg Papa.
That's what the Chiefs do, right?
I was going to say.
Make it choke on your words.
Good thing we have 2 Gregs. I think I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take it away.
Buffalo was 4 for 6 on 4th down. I think I can make it here. Something's in there. Maybe it's Kermit the Frog, your quarterback, has jumped in my throat here. The way Andy and Spags loaded the front, and they knew that Buffalo wanted to run that Buffalo snowplow over the left guard, David Edwards. But the way they had Chris Jones and Mike Dana, their 2 big guys, lined up over the left guard over and over and over again, just speaks to the brilliance. And Buffalo just wouldn't adjust. And then on the 4th and 5 later in the game, when he brought the double blitz, McDuffie from the outside, Justin Reid in the middle, and he chased Josh out. And he had to throw the back, off the back pedal, and Kincaid couldn't catch the ball, Jeffrey. You watch this defense in Spags, and they will bend, but they don't break. But how do they get away with the overload pressure time and time again? Well, it seems like it's unsound, and they're going to get gashed behind it. But whether it's a short yardage, 3rd and 4th, stuffing one side to stop the Buffalo snowplow or bringing pressure from the 2nd and 3rd level, Spags just gets away with it over and over again.
Yeah, he's really adept at the timing of when he deploys stuff. And I heard Jason Kelce talk about it once on TV, and it makes a lot of sense. He said that the one thing that Spags does really well, he does a lot of things really well, but something that's really brilliant in his mind was that he waits until the second half to do a lot of things against offensive lines to create confusion. And so he's not going to show a lot in the first half. And then in the second half, especially deep into the second half, he'll start throwing some things that he hasn't shown all game long. And that corner blitz was one example of that. Like that was the only corner blitz they ran all game. And they ran it when, from the short side of the field. And so it was hard for Josh to see that in that situation. Look, if that game was in Buffalo, he probably picks it up, probably sees it better, probably makes a better adjustment. But with the noise and everything else, it's hard to do that. And you're right. I was surprised that once they didn't have success, and second time not having success with that Buffalo snowplow formation, that they didn't start doing more of what they did, maybe a little more option, a little more quarterback power out of the shotgun to change it up. But that's also what happens when you have a younger coach in Joe Brady going against a more veteran coach and Steve Spagnola. And I think that's been a big part of the Chiefs' success. They've been able to feast on a lot of younger coaches in some of these big games.
Talking to Jeffrey Shadia here, NFL Network, and yeah, the coaching age matchup is actually right where I wanted to go with this next question. So the line of scrimmage battle is going to be a big storyline in the next 2 weeks, particularly the Eagles' offensive line, which fuels their run game, against the Chiefs' defensive line and Steve Spagnola. Do you think that because of how intense that battle could be, there's going to be some extra weight on the shoulders of Jalen Hurts to make more plays with his arm or his legs?
I think both. I feel like this is a game. To me, it's the number one thing Jalen Hurts has to do in this game. He's got to play like he did in that first Super Bowl against the Chiefs when he outplayed Patrick Mahomes. He played with his arms and his legs, but he had the big fumble that gave the Chiefs life. I mean, the Eagles were leading that game 24-14 at halftime. If they don't get that fumble return for a touchdown, the Chiefs don't get that, then it's like a 24-7 game, and they may not even be close. And so Hurts has the ability to do that. But you're right. To me, the offensive line, the line of scrimmage is going to play a huge role in this game on both sides of it, because I had a lot of respect for the Bills' offensive line. The Eagles' offensive line is better and bigger. And if Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson are healthy, they're going to be a problem for the Chiefs.
And although they're not going to go directly against each other, these 2 veteran defensive coordinators, Lord Fangio and Spags, it's just great to watch them, and they're very different. Lord Fangio, Vic, wants to run the soft 4, the cover 4, and get home with his front, and Spags will play a lot of man and come at you with pressure, as you say, the overload, mainly in the second half. So, today a lot of coaches are being introduced around the NFL. Pete Carroll in Vegas and Aaron Glenn formerly in Florham Park. Right now, Liam Cohn's being introduced in Jacksonville, Jeffrey. There's one job open. It's still New Orleans, and it may be Mike McCarthy's job. I thought maybe this year would be the one time Spags would get another chance to be a head coach in the NFL, but it seems like that's not going to happen, huh? And why not? Why is he not considered? And Pete Carroll gets hired, and veteran coaches are having success. It's not like he's antiquated. He's only 65. Is Spags ever going to get a chance to be a head coach again?
It's not looking great at this point, and I agree with you. He deserves a second chance. I think when he was with the Rams, whenever it was 13, 14 years ago, he had some tough breaks. Sam Bradford couldn't stay healthy, and the roster never really got going. But you've seen what he's meant to the Chiefs. I don't think they win any of the championships they've got if he's not their defensive coordinator, because he's been that good in the playoffs and specifically in the Super Bowl. But yeah, it's tough enough for defensive coordinators to get opportunities, and it's even harder when you're an older one. It's a league that's built more around youth, and if you're going to be an older coach, like the guys you mentioned, the Pete Carrolls, the Mike McCarthy's, you better have a Super Bowl ring, or Super Bowl appearance on your resume, and that's where I think it's tough for Spagnola. And I think a lot of people, and I've heard people say this about the Chiefs, a lot of people think their success comes down to the quarterback and the head coach, and that hurts him as well.
Talking to Jeffrey Shadia here of NFL Network, and want to give our buddy Josh Dubow a shout-out for this one, but Josh Allen in this 4 playoff starts against the Chiefs has 100.2 passer rating, 11 touchdowns rushing and passing combined, 1 turnover, and he is 0-4. People could talk about the refs, they could talk about the spot yesterday, but the bottom line is the Chiefs have won 17 straight one-score games, and many of those cases they continue to out-situation their opponents. What is it about Kansas City, and maybe what is it about Buffalo and their regime with Sean McDermott and Josh Allen that has just kind of kept the same result going over and over?
Well, you're right about Josh Allen's success. I feel like he's really played as well as he can play in all the games he's played against the Chiefs outside of the 2020 AFC Championship game. And I think overall against the Chiefs, I think he's like 19 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. So it's not what he did last night was what he's been doing against them. But the big problem for the Bills when they play the Chiefs is that their defense lets them down. And they took a huge blow when Christian Brentford, their cornerback, their best cornerback, went out in that game early with the concussion, because he was allowing them to do a lot more things, to be more diverse defensively, play a lot more man coverage. And once he went out, you saw them really attack Kaiir Elam, his backup, and that got the Chiefs offense going. But the Chiefs, situationally, that's the genius of Andy Reid and Steve Spagnola and Matt Nagy, that whole staff. They are prepared for about every last possible situation. And I go back to when they played Denver in the regular season. They blocked the field goal at the end of the game. They probably should have lost because they saw something in the protection that they could exploit, and they unleashed it at the last second, and they wound up giving them a victory. There is that belief in that locker room that every player can help this team win, and you saw it in that game where it was Kareem Hunt and Xavier Worthy and Justin Watson catches a 2-point conversion and the McDuffie blitz. Like, it's just, those guys know they don't have to be great all game long. They just have to make the play when it shows up, and they have to make it.
Yeah, and they got veteran guys. We talked about Spags. Dave Tobe is a coordinator on special teams, one of the best in football. And Andy Reid, he will pick on a weakness over and over again. And as soon as Benford went out of the game and Elam came in, you knew he was going to attack him. And the way he rolled Patrick yesterday on 4th and 1, 3rd and goal, the 2 touchdowns, very similar to what he did against the 49ers last year in the overtime Super Bowl game when it was the 4th and 1, which leads to Andy. And we had a caller earlier, Jeffrey, that asked, after Bill Walsh, because Bill, kind of started all this with the West Coast offense and his coaching tree just take over the NFL for decades, including Mike Holmgren, which impacted Andy. Is Andy Reid the second best offensive coach in football since whenever, all time, or along with Coach Walsh? What he's done, and the way he just calls the same play over and over and over again. If you can't stop a jet sweep or a jet pass, Nick Bosa, he'll score 3 touchdowns in one game. If you can't stop a roll by the right of the quarterback, he's going to do it over and over again. If one corner leaves 47 out, 5's in, we're going at 5. So he can adapt everything. You watch him all the time. After Bill Walsh, can we make the point that Andy Reid is the second best offensive coach in the history of the NFL?
Oh man, that's a big statement, and I have a lot of respect. I mean, he's in the conversation for sure. I have a lot of respect for what Mike Shanahan did when he was at Denver. I look at what Sean McVay has done with the Rams as being pretty special, but certainly Andy's got a pretty strong case, and it's borne out not just because of what Patrick Mahomes has become, but because of what he's done with other quarterbacks throughout his career, his willingness to be innovative. This is a guy who spends a ton of time watching film and tape of colleges, even high schools, to get new ideas. When Alex Smith showed up, he went and got the guy who created the pistol offense and brought it into his scheme. So, yeah, the offense he's running
from Nevada, Coach Alt,
yep,
yeah.
Yep, and so the offense he's running now is he's still a West Coast guy, but it's very far from what a West Coast offense is. He runs a lot more of what you see in college offenses, and that to me is what makes him great. So I think the case he's building, though, with the wins, the championships, and everything else, I mean, he might have a case to be the best head coach ever by the time he's done the way he's going right now.
Wow, big statements there, and we'll see how it shakes out on February 9th. I think Nick Sirianni could dethrone him if they win. No, I'm kidding, but would be a big achievement there for the Eagles if they get it done. Jeffrey, appreciate your time as always, and we'll have to do this again soon. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Appreciate you coming on.
No problem. Sounds great, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
He is Jeffrey Chadia, and from one guest who was out in Kansas City to the next, it is time to get to Kevin Harlan on the other side. Poppin' Silver with Harlan next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, well, championship weekend has concluded, and did we really expect another outcome than what we got? Chiefs and Eagles in New Orleans, Super Bowl 59. And now I got to figure out what the hell I'm doing on Super Bowl Sunday, because I know I'm not watching that. Maybe I'll pop on a movie marathon. Maybe I'll go to Home Depot, pick out some wallpaper. Let me know your plans for Super Bowl weekend in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Chiefs hating leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Allen is in the gun. He's got 5 wide. They're at their own 47, moving from right to left. He looks into 6 defensive backs. It's 4th down and 5. Allen to move his receiver, Shakir. Shotgun snap, drifting back 5. Here comes the blitz. He's hit as he throws. There's a wild pass downfield. Dropped and incomplete. At the 35 to Kincaid on a dive. Incomplete to Kincaid at the 35 on a dive. And the Chiefs will take over. The Chiefs will take over with 1:54 to go.
Well, when in doubt, if you don't like the result, you can always just pull up Kevin Harlan calls, and it'll make you feel a little bit better. That's right. Kevin Harlan is not only joining us on the Yuma guest line. I'd like to acknowledge that between calling this game, the AFC Championship for Westwood One, and coming on the KNBR morning show on Friday and getting back to me and Walter's texts, he is an absolute machine. So, Kevin, always thankful for your time. How are you on what we're calling a Vomit Monday?
Well, yeah, it is good to be with you. I'm getting over pneumonia, actually. I was struggling with it last week, and I'm still battling it today, but all is good with me, and happy that whoever the 2 teams are, we've got our final 2 teams, and I think these 2 are probably as representative as any 2 in the NFL. You probably could have put 6 teams in there, shaking it up and thrown them out there, and any combination would have been good. But this seems to be a little bit better than good, especially with a little history on the side of the Chiefs. So it's an interesting game we're going to have in about 2 weeks in New Orleans, and I think we're not going to be disappointed in how competitive it is and how good it's going to be. I think it'll be a terrific Super Bowl 59.
Harlan! No, don't do it.
Yeah,
Don't do it. I don't want you to blow a trachea out or anything. Even with
I was, man. You could hear it. You could hear it on there. You know, like when it settles in your chest, you're going,
oh,
holy crap, like what's going on? And in fact, I was so sick I couldn't do the Boston Golden State game last Monday. I was in a doctor's office with an IV. So anyway, got healthy enough to do the game, but that's been about it. It wipes you out pretty good.
Be careful. We lost the great Ricky Henderson. He had a form of pneumonia. I think it was more severe than what hopefully you got. So we think he often, but you sound great. And you were, I know how much this game means to you being the former voice of the Chiefs. So just calling this game, and it was the ultimate, 4th and 5, and here comes Spags again. McDuffie on the outside blitz, but he sends the safety, Justin Reid, inside and chases Josh out. But all the 4th and shorts that Buffalo struggled, they were 4 or 6 on 4th down. That one, Kincaid couldn't bring it in after the pressure. And then, Josh getting stood up on the 4th and 1 up 22-21, which I thought was the biggest play of the game. Did you get a good enough look at that spot?
Did you think he had it?
I thought he had
the
TV.
first down.
You did, you?
Yeah.
You thought he had it?
I did. We saw a reverse replay, and it was probably the same view that the country got on CBS. And I thought he had made it. I thought the top of his body, with the ball clutched just beneath his chin strap, holding it against his chest, I thought he had hit the line to gain. And I thought he had a first down. And but you can't miss two-point conversions. Now you're chasing points, and that's always kind of a tough part. And they went for 2 early in the second half. They went for 2 more. That's 4 points you leave on the field. Not if you kick those extra points, it's just 2. The point is that you kind of put yourself in a situation where you were going to chase the rest of the game. And that catch made by Kincaid at the 35, and he hauled that in, and it went through his hands. I mean, it was right there. Stunningly, he got it. Allen got it downfield. I mean, that's a game changer, right? I mean, and I thought Buffalo even had some momentum in the second half. They come back to tie it at 29. They come back and took a 22-21 lead. There was a lot of they had a lot of momentum, but boy, they just could not. They fell into the trap that all teams fall into with the Chiefs, and that is, the details and a penalty here or there, or not converting on 4th and short, or whatever it might have been, which the Chiefs always seem to pounce on and take advantage of it, and they did again yesterday.
Kevin, I want to ask you if you were surprised at all about the Bills going away from James Cook down the stretch, because you talk about the Bills having momentum, and James Cook was a big part of that. He had 5 carries for 45 yards and a go-ahead touchdown, including a great effort there on 4th down when he had to get the ball over the plane. And then it seemed like from there on, he wasn't as heavily involved in the game. Did that kind of surprise you, even though the Bills were playing from behind at the end?
Well, the thing is aside from Allen, he's their number one threat. He's a 1,000-yard rusher. He had, 16 regular season touchdowns or whatever it was. He's been effective in the playoffs. You've got to run the ball on a cold day like it was yesterday in Kansas City. Although wind was not a factor, you got to run the ball. And he was just shy of 100 yards. He ran it well when he ran it. He's a hard runner. I don't know what the Chiefs are going to do to stop Barkley, because I didn't think the Chiefs had success stopping Cook. So in answer to the question, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they were concerned about the clock and building a big enough lead, holding it to. I'm like, who knows what's going through their mind, and they can sit and you can talk yourself out of any kind of situation and into the right decision in your mind for that particular moment of the game. But in retrospect, going back, it probably would have been better to run him a little bit more. Allen didn't run quite as much, and I thought he probably had more opportunities to run. That's the kind of game where you kind of need him to do that and do special things that only he can do. So, and the receivers really didn't strike fear in anybody, not the Broncos, and certainly not the Ravens last week. And then I don't think they struck fear in the Chiefs yesterday. So running had been kind of their forte. Listen, they lost. At the end of the day, their defense just is not that great. And when they lost Benford as a corner, that was huge. And they went into the game without their starting safety, Taylor Rapp. That was big. And those are 2 pretty prominent guys on the back end of their defense. And for the majority of the game, both were gone. And I thought that also played psychologically into the Chiefs' hands, who just continued to figure out a way to do it. I mean, like with the Chiefs, there's nothing spectacular, right? I mean, there's nothing there's no Hill, no Tyreek Hill. There's no flash. Mahomes' numbers were not great this year. He was okay against the Texans. Again, he was okay yesterday. He wasn't great. But collectively, they are so in sync and so connected that they were able to get another win. And the way they won yesterday is exactly the way they've won all season long. They cash in when a team makes a mistake. They stand up when it's at the most critical juncture of the game. What they did yesterday is exactly what they've done all regular season long, with all those one-score wins, close games. What was it, the 17th consecutive single-possession game they've won? I mean, it's a remarkable string, but that's how they've been winning. It's nothing that bowls you over at all.
All-time NFL record, regular season and postseason. They won 17 straight one-score games, 11-0 this year. I want to go back, I watching the Bills and Chiefs in the history. I go back to when they played in the 60s, and Buffalo had won a couple of AFL titles consecutively. But as the former voice of the Chiefs, and I know you and I have talked about this before, their 93 championship game, where Joe Montana was the Chiefs quarterback and Marcus Allen was there going to Orchard Park to deal with the K-gun, and Buffalo won. They went to 4 in a row. And now all the success the Chiefs have had, Kevin, as a former voice of the Chiefs, and you've been in Arrowhead, and you've obviously called, their Super Bowl wins and, loss in Tampa. How do you reflect on this generation of Kansas City Chiefs? I know you do it for the whole country and you're very impartial, but being a former Chief announcer, what does it mean to you to go back to Arrowhead, to watch the confetti fall seemingly every year, and they're going back to the Super Bowl or winning the Super Bowl?
It's okay. We live in Kansas City, raised our kids here, as you know, and did the team for 9 years, and we loved it. They treated us like family, and I see a lot of familiar people at that stadium every time we go in that press box, and all that has stayed the same. But at the end of the day, quite frankly, kind of like you, like you're selfish about the broadcast, and you want to make sure you do it the right way. And do it fairly and down the middle, especially on a national level. I mean, is it great to be in town and have them going? Yeah, I do think they sense the country has had some Chiefs fatigue. I don't know that they ever felt that with the Niners. It went from Montana to Young so seamlessly, and there was such a love affair with both of those quarterbacks. And I think there is to a degree with Mahomes, but no team has ever gone 5 times to the Super Bowl in a 6-year span. That's a first ever. And so they're even taking what the Niners did, maybe even what the Steelers did in the 70s, Green Bay 60s, Cowboys a little bit, and certainly the Patriots in the 2000s. And they've taken it now to a whole nother level. And if they win in 2 weeks in New Orleans, they'll do something in the Super Bowl era that's never been done, and that is win 3 in a row. But they're going to their 5th and 6th years, which is pretty remarkable. You mentioned Buffalo. They went 4 straight Super Bowls, lost all 4 of them. But there's still this following, and I think that I think people always like fresh faces, new stories, new guys to root for, and all those things. So I get the sense of Chiefs fatigue. Here, I would tell you that they feel like, they know it's a special time. They feel like they're part of something that's incredibly unique and now historical. It's not a one and done. It's, multiple chances to go. And I think that in itself sets this up in kind of a different prism for them. And they see the different facets of it, the different layers of it. But for me personally, I'm pretty selfish with that broadcast. And had it been the 49ers that won, when they played the 2 times over the last couple of years, I quite frankly would have been as excited about that had the call gone, the way we wanted. So I guess I'm more selfish about our broadcast than I am the team winning. But you can't live in a city with a team having that kind of success and not be kind of swept into it just thinking, what a great time to be a sports fan, but what a great time to be a Kansas City Chiefs fans. I mean, I don't know that this will ever happen again. We've had 2 dynasties back-to-back, right? We've had 20 years of the Patriots, and now we've had 6-7 years of the Chiefs, who have gone to 7 consecutive AFC championship games, and now they're going to the 5th Super Bowl in 6 years with a chance to win their 3rd in a row. I mean, that just doesn't happen. Did people get tired of Jordan when he won 6 in 9 years? Did people get tired of Kobe and Shaq? Did people get tired of Steph and the Warriors? I don't know. I think you appreciate greatness, and so I think like a lot of people, you just say, "Wow, I'm watching history unfold right before my eyes," and it's pretty cool. It's pretty unique, clearly.
Awesome insight there from Kevin Harlan as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Kevin, the spot on the 4th down is the big talking point both on social media and just around offices and workplaces all around today. So I'm not going to focus so much on was it a 4th down or was it a 1st down? Was it a turnover on downs? But the thought I did have was we saw a rule change because of a Chiefs Bills playoff game and how overtime works in the playoffs now. So do you see there eventually kind of is this going to cause momentum for a rule change on how footballs are spotted and maybe doing some sort of microchip like they've tested in the preseason for a more objective answer in games like this?
Well, you're right. They have tested in the preseason, and I think there was, and Greg can correct me here, I think there was a intersection of do we go with it in the regular season or do we hold back and get more testing? And they eventually chose the more conservative route, and they're going to test it even more. But I think the game is always evolving from that standpoint. Would we be surprised next year if they come up with a chip in the ball that would better, with the GPS, figure out did they hit that line to gain? You'd have to not only do the football, but you'd have to do now a mechanism on the sideline with the chain gang, and maybe something that hovers above the field. I mean, I don't know how that's going to be constructed, but to have you'd have to have a couple different crossing points to make sure you had an accurate read. Again, when does the momentum stop? When do they blow the play dead? Was that part of the ruling yesterday? It looked like he had hit the line to gain and he was standing up, and he was not like burrowed in. And I thought that he had it, but we're constantly wrong on these decisions, on roughing, on penalties, on contact, it's a fool's errand to sit as a broadcaster and sit there and guess because once you think you've got the answer and you're proven wrong, now you feel like a fool, like you've kind of stepped out there. Like we had this situation yesterday late in the game where there was, quote unquote, a flag thrown. And the process at CBS is it was late in the game, and it was on that Kincaid throw to the 35, which he dropped on the wild pass thrown by Allen downfield under heavy duress. And on the CBS side, the officiating booth calls our truck. They're on a link the entire game, a live link. And if a flag's been thrown, they know it before almost the flag hits the ground, and they'll call our truck, and the truck immediately hits us in our headset and says, flag, even though we can't see it, and even though our graphic doesn't show it. And I know what happened yesterday is that someone in the truck got the word from the booth that a flag had been thrown. And Jim said it, and then the graphic goes up on that little score bug at the bottom of the screen that said flag. And we're 9-10 stories up. Greg's done games from there. You're enclosed. You're far away. You got the binoculars on. You're looking at a particular part of the field. But these flags can come in the four corners of the field. They can come deep in the secondary. They can go in the backfield where the quarterback was hit. They can go on a sideline on the far side. They can be on the sideline on the near side, hidden by standing players and coaches. So sometimes you've got to trust the information you're given. And Jim got the word. He said it. Then they flip up the graphic. It says flag. And then it went away. The graphic goes away. And now there's no call from Clete Blakeman on the field. And now you're thinking, well, what happened? So I'm working with Devin McCourty, and Devin says, well, they must have gotten him for taking his helmet off, one of the Buffalo players for taking his helmet off, and they gave him the penalty.
Dawkins, right?
Yeah, right. And then did the Chiefs decline the penalty? Like I don't know what. I'm not sure what happened. They never explained it, and now we know the Chiefs are lining up, and you've got to catch up to the play. You can't be sitting there talking about that when Mahomes is getting under center. So it kind of disappeared. But it's part of this narrative about did he get the first down on the 4th and 1? Was there a penalty flag that was phantomly thrown and now picked up? Like these are the things that lead to all these different avenues of thought by people that think the referees are favoring the Chiefs, and I don't think so. But the numbers kind of lean that way, and then you get plays like yesterday, which I don't know. My optics tell me he got the first down. Optics say that there was probably a flag thrown. Was it picked up? We don't know. No one has said anything from the league office.
Yeah, check in with Tom Spencer, who is the right-hand man in the booth for Jim Nance, more than just a statistician and the spotter. I mean, they share information, and I was texting Tom.
Yes.
I think somebody erroneously, either in the booth or in the truck, said flag. There was no flag on the field as far as I wasn't there. You were there.
I didn't see it. I didn't see
it. I think it was just a mistake, and they, then you have to did they pick it up or not? But they, I think there was no flag at all, and the bug went down fast. So, in any event, in a couple of weeks' time, you're going to call another Super Bowl, and we'll hopefully get you on from New Orleans. And then right after that, the stars of the NBA are coming to San Francisco. Kev, I assume you're coming here to broadcast the game, the All-Star game itself on.
I'll do Saturday night. Yeah, I got out of the game a couple of years ago. Yeah, I just do the conference finals, so I just do Saturday night, and that's going to be, I think, a lot of fun. We're still getting names that are going to fill those slots, and it'll be the final TNT All-Star game. That'll be it. That'll be after 40 years of doing it or whatever it's been. I guess NBC was doing it in the 90s, and then Turner took over maybe when Marv joined us in 2000, 2001, and he did, like 20 of them in a row, 23 of them in a row, and then I did one, and Brian's done, I think, the last two, and TNT will do their final one this coming this month in February in San Francisco.
Man,
so
that's awesome.
All-Star Saturday night to me is the big highlight. Sorry, Greg. And we're hearing a lot of rumors about Steph and Sabrina, but now maybe Clay and Caitlin Clark. What are you hearing?
Wouldn't that be fun?
Wouldn't that be
That'd
fun?
be great.
Great. The Splash Brothers against the.
Oh my gosh!
Women?
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? History, man, history. Greatest shooters in the WNBA and women's basketball, pro or college. Greatest shooters in the history of the NBA. Former teammates now maybe going against each other on opposing like in that on that floor in that venue. My goodness, it'd be too good to be true. I mean, the league is smart about that stuff. I think it's probably just selling all the participants to get out there and do it. We've always hoped when Turner was always doing these All-Star Saturdays that LeBron would get in there and he would be in the dunk contest and the great players. Back in the day, Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins, Kobe Bryant, they all participated. But the current day player does not do it. And I don't know that if they get embarrassed, they'll shoot, but they won't do the dunk. And we're kind of left with an empty feeling. The dunk is not going to be the final thing, I'm told, this year. I think they're going to move it like to the second event, and the three-point shooting will be the one that we'll be watching either with teams or individually or both to finish up the night. And I've always thought the three-point thing was far more interesting than the dunk contest anyway, and especially there, the home of the Warriors, with their history in three-point shooting, it'd be the perfect way to get the All-Star weekend going, but to conclude Saturday night with those great historic players, both men and women, going head-to-head. I would love that kind of an evening.
Yeah, we haven't had the most riveting season out here in the Bay Area with the Warriors right now, Kevin, but really looking forward to the All-Star weekend, and we'll have a lot of guys boots on the ground over there in a couple of weeks. So looking forward to hopefully meeting you face-to-face there, and it's been great having you on. And we'll be talking about the big storyline of the All-Star break, stopping the biggest three-peat in sports, Mac McClung, dunk contest champion.
Everybody, all eyes are on him. The kid is exciting to watch. He's got a lot of creative juices flowing, and I think because he doesn't play that much, he has a lot of time on his hands, and he's figuring out new things to do. So let's hope that he's come up with some new plays, new dunks, new style points to show all of us. But these kids love this when they get the chance, especially kind of the young ones that don't get a chance to be in the highlights all the time with their current team. But young up-and-coming players a lot of times gravitate toward this night. They make a name for themselves, and they can carry it on in a nice professional career. So there's a lot going on. It's the NBA convention, and it hits every team in some form or fashion with participation, and they all descend in the Bay Area. It's going to be a terrific weekend. No better place to have it. Basketball heritage out there is huge, and your appreciation for that. Was it back in the early 2000s was the last time? Was it in Oakland? 2000. Am I correct? Yeah.
2000, Vince Carter
weekend,
won the dunk
as I recall.
contest, yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right. No, it'll be a lot of fun. Your fans will be rewarded with a lot of thrills and spills. It'll be great.
Kevin, we appreciate you. You're the best, and hope you continue to recover from pneumonia. We had Greg Papa in the last interview we just did. You have to stop himself for a little bit.
I got all choked up. Did I catch pneumonia from Harlan just doing this interview 1,000 miles apart?
God, don't. I've had stuff stuck into my veins and pills I've eaten. Like, I don't know what the hell I mean. I'm eating bark as far as I'm concerned. It's like I don't know what I'm even ingesting anymore. But it's got me through a couple games by the grace of God. But you know, the problem is that as a broadcaster, you're taking gigantic gulps of air to then bellow out whatever's going to come up next, a tackle, an interception, a touchdown, whatever the case may be. But the problem is when you've got that in your chest, everything, your bronchial tubes are real. So when you bring in a lot of air, you want to cough. And so I had to be very judicious about when I was bringing in air. And it affects the way you broadcast. It's weird. I've never had it before. But I'm glad I'm in the tail end of it. But man, it's uncomfortable, especially for a broadcaster who relies so much on breathing, and that's the way you kind of that's the gas in your engine. And if you don't have it, you got voice strain, and then you got a problem. So anyway, I'm getting too deep into these. Greg, I know appreciates it.
No regard for mankind.
Oh my God!
That's all I got. That's all I got.
Yeah, gas in the tank,
you sound
baby.
Great, brother.
Thanks, man. Good to be on with you.
Harlan! Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want you to get further.
Oh, my goodness.
Save those bronchial tubes. Save those bronchial tubes.
Kevin,
holy smokes.
Kevin, stay well. Stay safe, and looking forward to connecting at the All-Star weekend.
He's nuts.
All right, guys. Take care.
Take care, Kev.
He's the best. Don't try to kill him, man.
He's doing. Why would he come on the air talking to us if he's got pneumonia?
That was my thought.
I hope it's walking pneumonia, not something more. I mean, that's honestly with it. There was a great tribute to Ricky at Tony's event in Walnut Creek with Eck and Dave Stewart. Even Jose Canseco was up there. Billy Bob Thornton jumped up on the panel about the A's. He knows a lot about baseball. But it was a tribute to Ricky. And, Ricky, from what I understand, it was some form of pneumonia. He was walking around with it, but it really wasn't walking pneumonia. It was something way more severe. So if you feel anything, that's causing you to have a hard time breathing, check it out immediately. But for Kevin to keep working the way he does, because he's got the greatest voice in sports, so he's got to keep that airflow going.
I'm just like, he was considering coming on with us Friday. He was on the morning show. He was booked up. Then he was so great about making time for us today. And then I learned about the pneumonia, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Just tell me to politely F off. So the fact that he came on, I really appreciate it. But yeah, man, he's the best. He's got a great voice, and glad to hear he's making some fun out of that. We haven't really gotten into much basketball today. We did just talk about a little All-Star, but I will throw in this piece of news. So Jimmy Butler walked out of the Heat's shoot-around this morning after being told the team was planning to not start him, and now he has been suspended indefinitely by the Miami Heat. So that's a messy situation.
Messy? I would love to see the one-on-one communication between him and Pat Riley, exactly how that's going. Now, there's a trade deadline coming up a week from Thursday, so we'll see how they handle it. And if they, certainly they're trying to trade him. They don't want to make a bad trade, but you're not going to cross Pat Riley. He's gonna ship you out of there. So how many times has he been suspended now? Three different times since they last played. When they were in town a few weeks ago, they've suspended him twice more, and this one's indefinitely, which would probably take it all the way to when they trade him. So he's not going to be on this team much longer. Where is he going to wind up? With the Phoenix Suns? Are they going to ones that got to get him in a Bradley Beal deal?
I could see Phoenix and KD and Jimmy Butler teaming up. By the way, Warriors injury-wise, Draymond Green currently doing some light court work and is going to advance to portions of practice this week, per Anthony Slater. So he's day-to-day with his calf strain. And then Jonathan Kuminga also doing some light court work. He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks, so he is probably not going to come back until a post-All-Star break would be my guess with his ankle sprain.
He's going to be a while.
Yeah.
That's a bad high ankle injury. He's going to be out a while.
Anyway, let's get into Silver Linings playlist up next, because wouldn't be a complete Monday whining about the results of football without some Silver Linings playlist. Where will I go, Walter? I'll tell you right now during the break. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Holla for Salah!
Oh, thanks, Papa. I couldn't have said it better myself. Is there anything else that needs to be said? Just to let you know, Robert Saleh has returned to the Bay Area for the 49ers defensive coordinator position. All is well with the 49ers. Right? Let me know what you think of Robert Saleh making his return to the red and gold in the YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Yeah, you know what time it is. Silver Linings Playlist. We do it in the 1 o'clock hour every single day. And here's my question before I even tease the song, Walter. Can I just be both for 10 minutes? Can I be someone who appreciates greatness and an emotional diva who wants to complain about the Super Bowl matchup? I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I'm going to say yes. I'm going to try to do both. Look, Patrick Mahomes, 7 years as a starter, lost the AFC Championship game in overtime after the D Ford offsides. Then he, wins the Super Bowl, loses the Super Bowl, loses another overtime AFC Championship, has won 2 Super Bowls and is now going back. I mean, it is just insane, the resume, going to 5 and 6 years, looking for his 4th ring over the Eagles right now. So the last time that there was an AFC Championship without Kansas City was back in 2017. That's exactly where I'm going with the year of the song. And Papa, I'm doing it. There's no way around it. Taylor Swift, This Is Why We Can't Have Nice Things. Off of the album Reputation. I don't want to do this, okay? The playlist is a mind of its own. The playlist is a life of its own. I don't get to control it. I have to speak about what happened and what watched yesterday. And the bottom line is I don't want Eagles Chiefs, dude. F them both. They can both lose. I want them both to have a Super Bowl hangover and the 49ers to surpass them next year. So, yeah, this is why we can't have nice things. Look, America wanted Lions, Bills, or just one of them. I mean, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, that would have been such a cool story. Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry on the big stage, I would have loved it and eaten it up. And now it's like, who do fans root for here in the Bay Area? Do they root for the Eagles because, beat KC and we don't want to see history? Or do you root for the Chiefs because you want the Eagles to also fall short of the hump and live exactly what the Niners have lived and have their own Super Bowl hangover? I've seen both points brought up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. But today, on a Vomit Monday, Papa, I'm just going to say it. This is why we can't have nice things, courtesy of Travis Kelce's pop star girlfriend.
On a Vomit Monday, you had to play Taylor Swift. Does anybody want to hear this in the Bay Area?
I don't want to hear this right now.
So why'd you pick this one? Couldn't you have gone the Bengal? I think you would go, first of all, Vomit Monday? Really? How about Manic Monday? Let's go the Bengals. Not from Cincinnati. Manic Monday. We're going up Chuck Monday? Really?
Walter's Kevin Harlan still on the line?
What's going on with the stock market, by the way, today? It is crashing. What's going on there? It really is a terrible Monday.
Yeah.
You went Taylor Swift. Wow.
Well, I went Vomit Monday because that's what our buddy Pat said in the chat, and I said I was going to run with it all day.
All right. Pat's running this show. It's all right.
Yeah.
Pat? Androgynous Pat? Venedetti? Which Pat was it?
Pat H.
I don't know if it's a man or a woman or not. Anyway, Taylor Swift over the Bengals on a Manic Monday, and we're playing Taylor Swift on KNBR.
That's what we're doing. But here's the thing. I don't want to only play one song. We're going to kind of do 1.5 today because you're right. That would just be a really brutal segment. And I got my complaining out of the way. And here's the thing. I do want to be someone who appreciates greatness, not just the greatness of this Kansas City Chiefs dynasty and Steve Spagnola, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, all of it. I want to appreciate the greatness of Dirty Work because Dirty Work and I are always beefing. It seems like we're in a constant fight just yelling at each other during the commercial breaks in the bullpen. Can barely stand to sit through their show. That's why I just upload the interviews as fast as possible. I take it out on Walter. It's a bad relationship. But you know what? Dirty Work produced some greatness, and there was some good news over the weekend. Robert Saleh officially coming back to the San Francisco 49ers as the defensive coordinator. So this is courtesy of Derek, Tim Webb, and Copes. Here's the little ditty.
Holla, holla, for Salah, Salah, holla, holla, for Salah, Salah.
Murder, holla, holla. Anybody that's ready
for
to
Salah, Salah,
get them a little
for Salah, Salah.
I'd get down to this. At North Star?
You got the white man overbite going. You are a pantomimer. What's the feud you have with Dirty Work? What's going on there? I have no feud with them.
Oh, well,
I
I'm
love
glad.
them like family.
That's good. Yeah, you probably should. It's more of a love-hate relationship with Dirty Work, but at the end of the day, I just feel like I finished the show. I feel good about everything. People are so kind on the YouTube chat and text line, and then I'm out there just doing my post-production duties, minding my own business, and it seems like the first 10 minutes of their show is always complaining about what we did. It's always about Cam Inman again, and you know what? It's just like, it's just we're always at odds, but you know what? It is greatness. I have to acknowledge the greatness of the production, the studio work of one Derek Papa. So yeah, hey, maybe they are like family to you, a little bit more so, but it's a love-hate relationship here on the Sports
it's like
Leader.
Family around the dinner table with the Truth Machine. Do you like the Truth Machine now? That's the highlight of Dirty Work.
I do like the Truth Machine. Yeah, it's a great way to spend your Fridays at 5:30.
So good.
So anyway, was that slightly make up for playing a little Taylor Swift?
No, Taylor Swift was a major gaffe. You lost me right there. I'm done.
Walter, you didn't have to push play. You could have vetoed me. I'm going to turn this and blame it on you. So anyway, Silver Linings playlist. This is why we can't have nice things. Maybe the Super Bowl will be a nice thing. And hey, as they were saying in the bullpen, glass half full way, one of them's going to lose. That's about all I got here on Manic Monday, Vomit Monday, Mamma Mia Monday. I don't know. Sounds of Silver. Coming up next, we'll get into the NFL coaching cycle on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver, getting into some sounds. Text line got a little bit riled up there, Walter, by Taylor Swift. 707, seriously, Vomit Monday. Some of us are eating lunch. That's true. Late lunch, I guess. 1:30. I don't know. 209, F Taylor Swift and her Chiefs. Other 209 just hates everything in general. Well, anyway, moving past that, we will get into some sounds right now. And it has been an introductory day for the coaches. Let's start off with Jerry Jones, because this was a fascinating one as Brian Schottenheimer got introduced today. He said, for anyone, and Walter, I think this might be in the NFL folder, if you can find that. So Jerry Jones essentially saying that he's like, not to make this about me, but for all the people that are questioning my ability to go outside of the comfort zone. And I'm like, well, Jerry, you did just kind of make this about you for the next minute or so. Here's what he had to say about the biggest risk he could take on hiring Brian Schottenheimer.
Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. Without this thing being about me in any way, if you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. Now, let me share something with you. With all of that, you've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road, especially if there was an effort to make it that way, and there was an effort. But then you go around to the countless numbers of coaches that Schotty has served on staff with and been around, the countless players. How often do you have someone that has 25, I'm going to say 25, it may be 26, of years of working through the human relationship and working, aspiring to learn, have his ears and eyes wide open and looking for techniques and looking for things that make coaches better.
So there's Jerry Jones, Papa. It is the biggest risk
head coach of the Cowboys
you can take.
So
I know.
Today, was there four? The Raiders introduced Pete Carroll, and Mark Davis was barely prominent at all. Jacksonville, Shad Khan did take a role, but Liam Cohen, by the way, was very impressive. I've not heard him speak a lot. And the New York Jets in Florham Park formally introduced Aaron Glenn. I believe that was all four, right, today? But the only one, I mean, Schottenheimer talked a little bit. Shotty, there's a gleam, man. But Jerry handled, and Stephen Jones was sitting there, but Jerry talked for, I don't know, how long did that go? An hour? Jerry must have talked for 45 minutes. It was like the episode 8 in Landman, which Jerry is in. Have you seen Landman? He goes off for a minute and a half on this speech. Monty's in the hospital. Billy Bob Thornton came in and sat down. I saw Billy Bob on Saturday at Tony's event in Walnut Creek, and we talked about that scene for a while. How many takes did it get Jerry to get through that? He said just 3, because basically he was talking about his life and buying land in Brentwood in the Bay Area, not the Brentwood in Southern California. That's how Jerry got rich. But anyway, it was just so different when you hear even the Raiders, and Al's long gone. Al would have gotten up and done most of the talking, but Mark's not going to do that. But in Jacksonville with Salvador Dali there, the Jets, it was, I mean, who was introduced as the head coach of the Cowboys today? Brian Schottenheimer, Schotty, or Jerry Jones? Because Jerry he did all the talking.
Maybe tomorrow's Silver Linings playlist is going to be Get It Shotty by Lloyd for Brian Schottenheimer. That'll be better than Taylor Swift, at least. So, yeah, it was fascinating. I mean, I was kind of, he's like, oh, it's the biggest risk I could take, no head coaching. And I'm like, well, I guess. But at the same time, like, you're talking about if anyone's questioning that I can't go out of my comfort zone, I'm like, you went in-house this entire time, made the announcement on Friday to, which, as Murph says, it's where sports talk radio goes to die. Maybe a little bit of the blowback just gets calmed down a little bit after a championship Sunday. I don't know. I actually am with you that I believe in Schottenheimer, and I don't think it's necessarily a terrible hire. I liked him when he was with this time of the Jets, but we'll kind of see where it goes. So moving on in the Sounds of Silver, Aaron Glenn made a big impression as the new head coach for the New York Jets. And we'll play a couple of cuts here. This first one is short, but he's trying to be a culture guy, much like his predecessor, Robert Saleh. He says, we are built for this, you know what.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges. But with challenges becomes opportunity, gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this.
Strong words from Aaron Glenn. Winning the press conference, but see if you can win games.
And it's been a while. He was a good player. He was an undersized player, but a feisty player. So we'll see. I mean, the one thing is the Detroit Lions, as it impacts the Niners, and we wish Aaron Glenn well, but Detroit's lost both coordinators now, and they are going to stay internal inside the building with their choice of defensive coordinator. And we're hearing Johnny Morton. Remember Johnny? Johnny coached on both sides of the bay with the Raiders years ago, and then most recently he was part of the play calling. However, they got it into the helmet of the quarterback when Jim Harbaugh was there. It was wild. But Johnny Morton's been in Denver most recently. But good news that our friend Johnny Morton is going to be the new offensive coordinator, it sounds like, with the Detroit Lions. And then Kellen Moore. We kind of thought Kellen Moore was going to wind up the head coach of the Cowboys. There's one job open in the NFL, the New Orleans Saints. Who's getting that? Mike McCarthy, the former HC from Dallas? Or are they going to hire Kellen Moore, the former OC, the offensive coordinator from Dallas? Who's getting that job?
Is Darren Rizzi even still on the table? I was trying to read into the Saints search when all this Saleh stuff was going on, even though he wasn't in the runner.
I don't think he's going to get the head coaching job. I don't think Mickey Loomis is going to do that. But he's been interviewed. But I think it's we thought it was Mike for weeks and weeks, but now we're hearing maybe Kellen Moore's going to get that job.
I just know Alvin Kamara was very outspoken on his social about wanting Darren Rizzi to have his vote, but we'll see how that all shakes down there. One more from Aaron Glenn, because the big story is, what are you going to do with Aaron Rodgers in the offseason? And he was asked about that. He gave a very blunt answer of, this is about the whole roster, not just one guy. Here's what he said.
Aaron, what will your process be like? Will you go meet with Aaron? I know you guys are going to...
We've already texted Aaron, and me and Moose are going to sit there and we're going to watch every game tape there is. And then we're going to look at the whole roster. This thing is not about Aaron Rodgers, folks. This is about the roster. And we plan on building the best roster that we can. So whatever that may be, guard, tackle, defensive tackle, that's what we're evaluating. And listen, everybody's under the microscope. That's just what it is. So we're going to do the best we can to make sure we build the best roster.
So we got two Gregs, but can there be two Aarons there in New York? Aaron Glenn, very stern with his words.
Exactly the same way, too. I don't know. When they start getting into the tape from Aaron Rodgers this year, whoosh, the only thing would be, that left Achilles tear going back the year before. Where can he get to? A lot like Kirk Cousins in the right Achilles, but he did not play well this year. We'll see what they determine there. But Aaron Glenn was impressive. I got to say, hearing all the coaches talk today, Aaron Glenn I don't know if I ever heard him talk as a player, or even the DC of the Lions. You never heard him much, but he had a very commanding presence today. He was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see what happens in that division. You assume Buffalo still going to be a very good team. The Jets got Aaron Glenn. Dolphins, if Tua can stay healthy, Mike McDaniel's going to have a lot more pressure this year and eyeballs. And the Patriots, probably not this year, but with Mike Vrabel, they could turn things around quickly, and that could be a 1 to 2 year kind of turnaround if all goes well. I thought Drake May really impressed this year on a team that otherwise didn't have a lot to show for, and an offensive line that was really brutal. So a couple more cuts here in the Sounds of Silver. Going to hear from a pair of losing quarterbacks yesterday. Yes, you wanted to hear victory pressers from these guys. Did not happen. Up first, Jaden Daniels, remarkable rookie season, arguably the best that anyone has ever had in this sport. He said it hurts, doesn't want to feel it again, but he's very proud of his guys. This is Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, obviously, man, it sucks, man. It sucks. Excuse my language. But just, I couldn't be prouder of the guys in the locker room. Just year one, everybody not really knowing each other. Rookies, the vets did a tremendous job of, bringing us in and helping us out. and we all just meshed, and we got to this point. But at the end of the day, man, we lost. It sucks, but we'll move on from this.
I mean, yeah, you could tell it's hitting him heavy. I think everyone has different reactions to losing in the playoffs. Usually it is something kind of solemn like that, but if you're Jaden Daniels, you got to hang your head high. You, Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, Josh Harris, Bob Myers, a lot of guys turned that thing around quickly. 4-13 just a year ago, and to be in the NFC Championship, look, that Philly roster, when they've been healthy, they've steamrolled everybody, and Washington had played a lot of clean football. That's why they got this far, but the turnovers yesterday, those 3 fumbles especially, just turned the tide, and you can't overcome that.
They had an amazing year, and he can get his whatever he's going to wear, tuxedo, whatever he wants, ready and cleaned, and I think all of them are going to be right there on February the 6th at NFL Honors, the Thursday before the Super Bowl, just hours after we have an NBA trading deadline. He's going to win probably unanimously, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Whereas Dan Quinn get a finish for Coach of the Year. I don't know if they're going to give it out of the honors, but Executive of the Year has got to be Adam Peters. To go from the second pick in the draft after winning 4 games last year to second place in the NFC this year behind the Philadelphia Eagles, I mean, it's quite an accomplishment. So they made a lot of young heirs yesterday. They're not quite ready to go into Philadelphia and beat them at the Link on Championship Sunday, but they had a great year, and we'll see what they can build on. So he started slow. It sucks, and then he got out of it. I watched all of Josh Allen's press conference at the end of the game yesterday. He couldn't get the words out. I mean, this is hard for him to have the kind of year. And he may go to honors this year and win the MVP. I don't know if he's going to show up and stick around in New Orleans to watch Mahomes play in the damn Super Bowl against Philadelphia, but he could not get words out. It was just could not get it done. I mean, he's always a very classy guy, win or lose, but yesterday, to keep going and beating your head against the wall and lose to Kansas City for a 4th time and also lose to Joe Burrow at home, when is Josh Allen going to get over this and get to a Super Bowl? Because he thought this was the year this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt like it was the year, and I know us two picked the Bills to meet the Eagles in the Super Bowl. Did not happen. It's the Chiefs again, and that's exactly where we're going with our last piece of sound, Papa. Josh Allen at the podium. Tough to watch, tough to listen to, knowing how hard he plays, playing his heart out. Could he have played a better game? Sure, but was he costly? In a lot of ways, no. And I think to get that pass off on 4th down, to even just get it down the field after Spagnola dialed up the blitz was a mighty impressive play. So here's Josh Allen at the podium answering a couple questions, both just how it feels and what happened on that 4th down.
It's not fun. But to beat the champs, you gotta to be the champs, you gotta beat the champs, and we didn't do it tonight.
Can you take me through the 4th down play there under pressure?
Yeah, they gave a good look. Didn't see anything in my first cadence. We were sliding left. Corner came. Yeah.
So I imagine a lot of Bills fans are staying away from radio, TV, media in general today. But I do wonder, of the 4 losses, if this one ranks at the top because of the compounding effects and everything. I mean, the 13 seconds was crazy in its own right. But, I can understand why Josh Allen's up there just looking completely defeated and lifeless at the podium when he gave it his all, as he always does.
Well, they beat Kansas City in the regular season, and they've beaten them 4 times. So, 2020, they did not play well in the AFC Championship game, and there were no fans at Arrowhead for that, during the pandemic. But the one against Cincinnati was not good. He did not play well in that game, in the snow. If you're going to be the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, you got to play better in the snow. Joe Burrow went in there and was Ice Burrow. They went right down the field twice and took a lead. He missed Diggs. And then last year's game, he played well. Diggs had a ball down the field that was dropped. It was a tough play going up in the air. Could have been caught. If he catches that ball, they may win. And then Tyler Bass, with the Winds of Western New York, just blew that field goal. I thought he was tight yesterday. He didn't play with the usual command. It's different when you host 2 home games and then you go to Arrowhead on Championship Sunday. It's hard in all the elements, but he couldn't get the words out. Then not only did they bring a corner blitz on that play and Trent McDuffie, who we know well. Going back to the Super Bowl last year, there were so many plays. There's one play to flip in last year's Super Bowl. It was Trent McDuffie's slot blitz on the 3rd and 5. If Brock gets that out and hits that to Ayuk or to Jennings and not go to Debo, we win. He converts the 3rd down, you milk the clock, you kick the field goal with zeros, and it's over. You win the Super Bowl. And here he comes again, damn 22, from the opposite side, not from a slot cat blitz, outside corner blitz. Plus, Spags brought Justin Reid. McDuffie's not what chased him out of the pocket. It was Reid that chased him out right over the right guard. And again, like the Niners couldn't block. I mean, watching that game, there were just so many moments where I'm watching the same damn game as the Super Bowl last year. They're running Mahomes to his right on 4th and 1 with a two-way go over and over and over again. They're going to bring 22. They're going to bring 20. They're going to blitz you. And they're going to save it for the second half. So, Buffalo's seen him so many times. They see him twice a year, once in the regular season every year and once in January. So they all get more difficult. I'm just judging by the way. And I remember his press conference last year when they lost. It was hard. But yesterday, he could not get words out. Every question they asked, he just came back to, we didn't get it done. We didn't get it done. He had a couple of words to respond to that specific question, but he added nothing. It was just overwhelming. So, when they woke up this morning in Buffalo, they think about this every day, not just Championship Sunday. It's 365 days, 24/7. That's all they think about. And we got an obsession with Mahomes. What do you think they deal with Pat? You wouldn't think they're playing Taylor Swift on Buffalo radio today after what happened again yesterday?
I wouldn't do this if I was working in Buffalo. San Francisco,
you think
we're
over
enough.
them? You think we're over them
Of
and what
course
happened
not.
last year in the Super Bowl?
Of course not. That's why I complained, and then the text line complained about me complaining.
That's a double complaint. Doesn't help, though. In any event, I feel for you, Josh. But you know what? You got to play a little bit better. It's when it comes down to, Mahomes, how many mistakes did he make in critical plays? He wasn't perfect, but Josh he played a little bit jittery, not just the Buffalo snowplow off left guard. You got to figure out a better way there. But he missed some throws. That Shakir crossing route on 2nd and 10. When he missed that one low and outside, it's just like, Josh, what's going on, brother? It's hard. It's a big moment. You can't make mistakes. He made errors yesterday.
Everyone's worst nightmare on the YouTube chat. Josh Allen has PTSD from Chiefs whooping him, same as the Niners. Yeah, it's a lot of PTSD collectively. It is the Michael Jordan or Tiger Woods where you're just the reason that all these other greats cannot win for now. We'll see if Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni and Saquon Barkley's Eagles get it done on February 9th. But in the meantime, that is your Sounds of Silver on a post-championship Monday. We'll wrap up the show. On the other side, it's Papa and Silver closing out a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, well, championship weekend has concluded, and did we really expect another outcome than what we got? Chiefs and Eagles in New Orleans, Super Bowl 59, and now I got to figure out what the hell I'm doing on Super Bowl Sunday because I know I'm not watching that. Maybe I'll pop on a movie marathon. Maybe I'll go to Home Depot, pick out some wallpaper. Let me know your plans for Super Bowl weekend in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Chiefs hating leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver wrapping up the show here on a Monday. Been a very heavy dose of football. Post-mortem championship Sunday, but we'll get into our other sports. And actually, Papa, I'm going to the Shark Tank tonight, so I can't wait.
I remember I had the date circled, Monday, January 27th against the Pittsburgh Penguins. I want a full report. We didn't talk Warriors much today, but wow, Anthony Davis and LeBron James just picked them apart on that same action. And Post was involved in it, Quentin Post, and Andrew Wiggins, they just kept that little pocket pass, and Anthony Davis, who's such a great defensive player, just annihilated the Warriors right from that elbow area above the break, and over and over and over it went. And then Steph Curry had a score, couldn't make a shot in the second half, and you do see him, whether he's getting his right hand caught in a jersey or whatever it is, it does bother him. He was able to play the back-to-backs and then play on Saturday against the Lakers, but he did admit after the game, which is the concern, that the right hand is bothering him. He had the great shooting game against Philadelphia, obviously, right away when he was 8 for 8, but I'm not sure. Watching it back, I didn't think he had any shots that were adversely affected, but if he is feeling pain. So not a good stretch right now for your Warriors. What are they, 10-20 over the last 30 games?
Yeah, it's not looking so great. Anthony Davis picked him apart, and we'll hand it off to Dirty Work in just a sec, but Mark Stein reporting that the Bulls want a first-round pick for Nikola Vucevic, and the Warriors are only willing to surrender second-round picks. So we'll monitor a lot of these discussions as we get closer to the trade deadline. But, big football day today. We'll get more into the Giants FanFest tour, have some baseball guests later in the week, and talk a little bit more hoops tomorrow. So, Papa, in the meantime, enjoy your Monday, and you got any big plans for tonight?
No, nothing going on tonight. We're going to rest up after a busy weekend. I'm going to, for the first hour of Dirty Work, I'm going to listen closely and see what they're going to pick on us about. So that'll be that.
Okay, good. Well, yeah,
probably something Swifty related.
Derek's already warming up in the chair. He's got a look on his face like he's got material. I'm sure Copes has plenty of his own, and Tim Webb will take it away from here. So, Walter, big thank you. Thanks to our guests, Jeffrey Chadia, Kevin Harlan, and Larry Kruger. I'm Greg Silver, signing off for Greg Papa, and you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on what's kind of a nice Monday.
It's a nice Monday.
A pretty nice Sunday afternoon, too. We got a couple of good, well, I'd say one good football game out of yesterday.
One great football game.
I'd say one good game and one good half.
Yeah. I mean,
Washington just got the brakes beat off.
I'd say Philly dominated most of that game.
Yeah, Washington was in it. There were top chances. I never thought they had a shot after Philly kind of got going.
Like I said on Friday, they're here a year too early, I'd say.
Well, and like you asked me, you're like, who's the worst quarterback left? I said, well, Jalen Hurts is certainly playing the worst, but that's not why Philly's been so damn good. It's the defense and the run game. And your boy Zach might get a few votes for DPOY Bond.
Oh, yeah.
It's a mouthful, I know, but played pretty well.
Zach Dark Horse Bond.
Zach, why's it got to be a dark horse? Anyway, our guest list today, that's it. Just us.
There
Just
you go.
us today. Matt Mioka traveling, so we'll get into it with him tomorrow.
Thank God you didn't do like the whole well, it seems like Derek really pulled his weight around here today.
Well, no, I was going to try to be nice because you guys, I haven't realized you guys just started saying crap in the last couple of weeks, saying that I'm mean to you guys. Tim's nodding his head yes.
I used a different word.
Yeah, what word did you use?
The word is bully.
Yeah, bully is what they said. Well, Tim, stay out of this because this doesn't concern you. I got Derek a gift.
Did you now?
Something that was given to me over the weekend at FanFest. By the way, thanks to everybody who came out to FanFest, especially that woman who sat in the front row.
Oh, I heard.
Just saying.
All right.
I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Those who know what I'm talking about.
You know
what I mean?
If you were in the front row, you know.
I would say top heavy is what I would say.
Oh.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop. D-Pop was not there.
I was not there.
Marcus Boucher was there. Everybody got a look. Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were talking to a handful of fans, and one woman came up and said she used to work at the Coliseum.
Okay.
And she said, I know you're not an A's fan, but I thought you love baseball and you might like this. And the gift she gave me is a relic of something from the Oakland Coliseum.
Dirt?
It's dirt from the Coliseum.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and so I think Derek Papa, and I think one thing. I think a little vial of dirt.
Ooh.
And so Derek is going to get
a vial, my
friend. How about that? She apparently she went to the warning track on the last day she was working there, scooped up with a couple of cups, a bunch of Coliseum dirt.
I'll gladly take that.
And then she's put them in a bunch of little vials and corked it. And I was like, you know what? I could keep this. This would be cool for me. I think Derek would mean more, too, if I gave Derek this dirt from the Oakland Coliseum.
I appreciate
that. Bro.
I just dropped it, damn it. No.
Tim, you'll get nothing and like it. This doesn't have anything to do with you.
No, that's awesome.
I'm going to continue to bully Tim.
I don't want any of your dumb dirt anyway.
Yeah.
No,
anyway.
I was going to grab something because I am going out to the Ricky Henderson.
I mean, that's pretty sweet, dude. I was like, she was like, you want one of these? And I was like, you know what? Sure. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. No, but I'll be out there this Saturday for the Remembrance of Life for Ricky Henderson.
The memorial for Rick.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, it's going to be a good celebration. I don't think it's going to be – I keep hearing rumors that they're going to put it in the Coliseum, but it doesn't sound like it's going to happen. It'll probably just be in what used to be Oracle Arena. So we'll have a good time.
The arena in Oakland. I don't know what it's called now.
Just what used to – the arena formerly known as Oracle.
Because it used to be just called. I used to laugh at that too. Like I want to say when We Believe Dubs were playing, it was just the arena in Oakland. I was like, it's got to get us a sponsor.
Oracle was like fairly new.
It didn't. Yeah, I mean, like it was for a lot of the.
It was 15 years ago.
It was for the entirety of the Steph run for sure while he was there. But it wasn't. There was no sponsor for the longest time. I mean, for a while it was the Network Associates Coliseum.
Oh, God. O.co?
Wasn't that Overstock.com too? It wasn't like the Oakland Coliseum.
There were so many different names.
Well, Tim, what do you give me for a 3Com or a Monster Park?
Oh, dude.
You know what I mean?
I never called it that.
3Com was the one.
3Com Park.
Some stadiums and arenas just by that name. So, like, there's some NFL stadiums that I still refer to as what I remember as a kid. Because I just, like, to me, like Miami, what is it, Hard Rock Stadium right now, or whatever the hell it's called.
Is it? I guess it's Hard Rock. Yeah, Hard Rock Stadium.
To me, that's like still Joe Robbie or Pro Player Stadium.
I don't know if it's still this in Phoenix because it used to be the U.S. Airways Center or something like that where the Phoenix Suns played. I went to a game there years ago. Then I went again more recently, like in the last handful of years, and it was Talking Stick Resort Arena.
Talking Stick.
And I was like, come on, dude, this isn't even like a global.
Talking Stick.
You talking stick, ball. Talking stick and stick.
Easton Stick.
Yeah, Easton Stick. Thank you. Which is like a casino in like Arizona, in the Phoenix area is all it is that they sponsored it. But you're right. Like I always get weird. Like you referenced a football team last week, and you were saying, yeah, well, the Redskins were the last to go to a Super Bowl from Washington. That was the name of the team.
Yeah.
That's what it was called. But when I throw back to like referencing a Barry Bonds home run, I don't usually go by the year of whatever the stadium was. Like he opened it at Pac Bell.
Yeah.
If he hit a home run and it was AT&T by the time it was AT&T Park by the time he passed Hank Aaron.
Yeah.
So he played at AT&T, SBC, and because it was only SBC for 2 years. It's funny, we call it Pac Bell for a long time. It was only Pac Bell for like 5 seasons.
I like that when people would, because the name had changed so many times, that people just started calling it the phone booth.
Yeah, the phone booth. Where are you going? Going down to the booth, dude. I'll be down
That's
to the
not
phone
bad.
booth.
I like that.
Whatever the hell the phone company's calling itself today, Park. It's kind of what it comes down to. Anyway, we got a Super Bowl set. Chiefs and Eagles. How are we feeling?
You know,
this is the worst case scenario for all 49ers fans,
and I
right?
totally get that.
In terms of sounds like it's the worst case scenario for fans rooting for football in general.
Yeah, a lot of people are pissed off about this matchup. And I would say, yeah, I totally get that. For 49er fans, I totally get that because this is the team that beat you in the NFC Championship game, and this is the team that beat you in the Super Bowl last year. But you're going to watch. You're all going to watch. Like everyone that's saying, like, oh, we're going to boycott the Super Bowl. No, you're not.
Who's boycotting the Super Bowl for what?
You are going to sit there and just be angry and bitch and complain the whole time that your team's not in it.
Just like everybody was going to stop like shopping at certain brands after that last election, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're going to Super Bowl Sunday's going to roll around. You're all going to be like, what am I doing? Well, I'm going to my buddy's house just to hate on Mahomes. You're all going to watch.
It's the last NFL game of the season. You're going to watch it and you'll complain.
You'll watch Kendrick at half.
6 months later, you'll have no football, and then you'll have it again. You're going to watch it. You're going to enjoy it. Relax.
Now, Portnoy says he's done watching.
Oh, please.
I was like, kind of bad move for the Barstool brand, who just signed Gruden. Kind of a bad deal to stop watching football.
Kendrick. I saw that they were playing They Not Like Us in the promos for the halftime show. Is he allowed to play that? I've heard he can't because I guess Drake is suing Apple Music, so they don't want to get into a whole thing where he's going to play that song and have like more material to go to the courtroom with.
It'd be pretty soft to make a diss track and then allow legal ramifications to make you not perform said diss track on the biggest stage any performer can have, which is the Super Bowl halftime show. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like if like Biggie back in the day was like, "Oh, hit him up was too much. I need to go to the courtroom."
They were like, "You can do it, but no, hit him up. You can't do that one, dude." No, yeah.
And Nas is like, "Oh, Jay-Z's takeover is just that's too much."
I mean, you could make a case the reason he's doing the halftime show is because of They Not Like Us.
Of course, 100%.
Why he was booked to do it, right? To that point.
Which to me, like, I'm not a huge Kendrick guy, but like that is the most non-Kendrick song I've heard in his catalog because it's just like kind of like poppy, beat and
I just don't care.
Yeah.
It just doesn't bug me. I didn't even like, again, it was one of those diss tracks.
Everyone's dancing to like, hey, that guy's a pedophile. Hey.
Well, I was like, excuse me? What are these rips on Drake in this? What's so funny is there's a bar up in North Beach where frequently this dude at Legacy who DJs there on like Friday nights. He'll play a Drake song and get people like popping to Drake or whatever.
And then
he'll play They Not Like Us and he goes, you guys were just dancing to Drake.
Yeah, seriously.
Y'all were just in on that last Drake song I played. And then the second we jump to this, it's so funny too how many people now pretend they hate Drake because of that song.
Dude,
how many people are like, I hate Drake, dude. Drake's so late. Everybody turned on Drake completely because of They Not Like Us. To which, by the way, I had to like have the rips on Drake explained to me from the diss track.
I have to go to like Rap Genius to understand this whole reference.
I said to you last week, same reason I had to stop watching Westworld. I was like, dude, if I got to do homework after every episode to know what I just saw, I'm not doing that. I'm done.
Yeah.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me like I'm 6.
Yeah. I've never been a huge Drake guy. But like
I ride with Drake. I get down with Drake.
Yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
I can get down with Drake.
Little Aubrey Graham.
I'm just saying. I like
Degrassi fan?
I like a catchy. Dude, I was. Yeah, Next Generation, don't you know? Shout out Jimmy in the chair.
Yeah, he was in the chair and couldn't get it up.
Was that an episode that I forgot about?
Yes.
Wasn't Maddie, right? Because Maddie was taking care of that for everybody, dude. Maddie, when she showed up in the high-waisted underwear, I'm just saying, dude, she's rocking a thong.
Yeah, if you saw that girl in the front row at the FanFest.
Okay, all right, dude. You know what? She's a listener, okay?
I'm sorry.
I don't know, maybe, I assume. I assume so. I sure hope so. It was the KNBR Giants FanFest, which makes its next stop where? Sacramento this week?
I believe so.
Who's going up for it? The Greg Popovich.
The Gregs.
By the way, how about the Giants holding a FanFest event at the same ballpark in which the A's are going to be playing in this year?
Oh, yeah.
How about that? Hell of a move for the A's.
That is a hell of a move. No, I will be at the Ricky Henderson Memorial.
You'll be at the Memorial.
Yeah.
All right, so Chiefs and Eagles are into the Super Bowl. Robert Saleh is officially back. Niners officially have hired a new special teams coordinator, formerly of the Jets. Brant Boyer. Tim, you got a take?
On 831, just checked into the text line. It says, nice to know that when Cope sees dirt, he thinks of Derek.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I was just
no, it's for the show. Dirty work.
There we go. Dirt work. Adam Copeland,
Don't
Depop.
perch it up. Your name's
Tim
Dirt.
Webb. We're going to get to your thoughts, by the way, at 808 KNBR. How we feeling, Niner fans? Chiefs and Eagles back in the bowl. Is this worst possible scenario for the 49er fans?
So.
I don't know, man. Doesn't hurt me all that bad.
You're still going to watch.
Well, yeah, but I also, again, I don't hate the Chiefs the way everybody else hates the Chiefs.
Was that a sneeze or a vomit? That was a violent vomit. Where's our usual one?
Yeah, where's our normal puke? That's not
Good Lord, these are
gross. What are these, Tim?
These are intense. Okay, that's enough. All right.
That's not the one I want. I want the one that sounds like he's like,
yeah,
I want the funny one.
That was more comic. Yeah, this guy's fine. Yeah, see that's comical Ralph, or what was it, Ralphing? That's like an old school term for like people like old guys say like for vomiting. Oh, he's Ralphing in the back there.
Back to Ralphing, dude. Yeah, that's a great call.
Ralph.
Oh, dude, sorry.
Ralph's all over the place.
Ralph mouthed it, maybe. Turkey. That's a real. Had nothing to do with anything. Just Tim just hitting bites on a Monday.
It's Ralph.
When we come on back, the Chiefs are on the verge of a three-peat. Niner fans, how much worse does it feel after remembering the 1990 NFC Championship game? We'll talk about the Chiefs getting back to the bowl next, only here on the Sports Leader.
David Lombardi of The Athletic reacted live to the hiring of special teams coordinator Brant Boyer after Boyer spent the last 9 seasons in the same position for the New York Jets. Keep it locked to KNBR, home of the 49ers for the last 20 seasons.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
It's 4th down and 5. On the move is receiver Shakir. Shotgun snap, drifting back 5. Here comes the blitz. He's hit as he throws. There's a wild pass downfield. Dropped and incomplete. At the 35 to Kincaid on a dive. Incomplete to Kincaid at the 35 on a dive. And the Chiefs will take over. The Chiefs will take over with 1:54 to go. That's a play of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Turnover on downs by the Bills there.
Spags, man. Steve Spagnola.
I mean, he knows how to draw him up. We'll talk more about the play that was not ruled a first down, or the 2 plays that were not ruled first downs.
Yeah.
For sure. But your initial reaction, I mean, you hate the Kansas City Chiefs I'd say more than anybody on the show. Tim, do you have hatred for the Chiefs?
I loathe them.
I'm exhausted by the Chiefs.
Entirely.
I feel that, and I get why 49er fans feel the way they do about the Chiefs, because for a long time, I held a lot of hatred towards the Anaheim Angels.
Really?
Yeah, 2002. It was the only time I'd ever seen the Giants in the World Series.
You ever tell Tom that?
I think, we talked about it. Tom mocked me mercilessly about the Angels, but the funny thing about Tom is that's his team too. Like, he grew up obviously an Angels fan.
By the way, can we just say that every time Tom said I wasn't rooting for the Angels in that World Series?
That's what I was going to say. Tom claims he was not rooting for it because he goes, when you get to that level and you've got friends on the team, he's friends with JT Snow from Arizona, played basketball with Kenny Lofton to hit leadoff for the Giants.
I buy that, but he wanted his team to win.
I buy that he wanted his guys to get rings and wouldn't have been hurt had they done it.
Yes.
But I also think, I agree. I hear him when he says, I didn't fully enjoy the World Series the way I would have. I don't know. He was working here, too. He'd been here for a long time. Like, the success of the Giants was tied to the success of KNBR.
No, that's true.
Tom used to always give Adam a hard time about it because he said, you got 3 championships between now and then. Why do you still care?
Yeah,
and the
that's
answer is, well, you keep your most painful ones with you. It shapes you as a fan.
The losses hurt more.
No, because to me, the most painful loss, it's not even a Raider loss. To me, the painful loss in my lifetime will always be the Warriors blowing that 3-1 lead. It doesn't matter the other championships. I always remember where I was and how painful that is.
But the thing is, nobody still hates the Cavs, right?
No, I'm over that. Because they're nothing now.
But nobody hated the Cavs the second LeBron was gone.
I still hate LeBron.
That's how different basketball is people hate individuals in basketball, whereas that's part of it with football, too. They don't like Mahomes. You can't really
identify LeBron with a team, though, because he jumped around so much.
I'm talking about the Warriors, though.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Warriors fan hatred for LeBron versus their hatred for the Cavs. Yes. The rivalry was with LeBron, not the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Exactly.
Is how it felt, right?
Yes.
So for the Kansas City Chiefs, I mean, same sort of thing. Football's so much different in the nature of which how it's played. You got to tip your cap to a guy who's doing what he's doing. I also get that Mahomes has gone the way of, shout out the Dark Knight, you either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, right? Like, Josh Allen would have been the hero had he overcome Mahomes, because everybody's sick of seeing Mahomes win year after year after year. People are sick of the Chiefs, and because of that, everybody's looking for reasons as to why they're getting it done. And I am not of the belief that the NFL is skewing things for the Chiefs. I think everything goes under the magnifying glass because they are always on the biggest stage, and because people hate them so much, there's no denying that there are questionable calls and that Mahomes may be getting calls that other guys don't get.
No doubt.
But that's the same thing as like when Cam Newton said years ago, I'm officiated differently. LeBron James said that too. I'm officiated differently. It's true. Those guys also, if you're a bigger style running quarterback like that, shots that Cam Newton was taking were not getting called in the same way that Patrick Mahomes is.
No, he was treated as a running back.
He was treated as a running back. And that's really more to the problem. The NFL has to figure out a way to get away from not being able to hit a quarterback who becomes a runner. Because they shouldn't be treated as a quarterback once they get out and run.
Yeah.
And because they decide to slide and give it up, it's dangerous. Like, I don't know that you eliminate the slide, but there's got to be something done to allow the defense to continue to play defense.
Oh, totally.
And that's something that Mahomes, within the bounds of the rules, has become an expert at either getting the right looks or showing referees, the game is moving so quickly, some of that stuff's not reviewable when a flag is thrown. So I understand the frustration. I just personally have more exhaustion and fatigue of the Chiefs than I do an absolute hatred of them, because you can't be like, fire Kyle Shanahan, he doesn't know how to manage a game, and then hate the Chiefs. Like, it can't go both ways.
No. I mean,
it can. It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I think that we all are exhausted of the Chiefs because we never seen anything like this before in the NFL. But now as a kid, I remember the Yankees winning 3 straight and being like, the Yankees are just dominant. I remember when the Lakers won 3 straight and just being like, they're dominant. In football, I think there's more parity, so that's why fans are like, we get more like unique Super Bowl matchups. We never get a repeat.
The Yankees won 4 and 5. They went 96, 98, 99.
But we were so used to it.
I mean, and then they went in 01.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, we're used to just certain teams always winning in basketball and baseball. In football, I think that you get your chances.
Football's not designed for it.
Exactly.
The parity of the NFL, the way the cap is set up, the way free agency is set up, the way the schedule is set up, is not designed for that to happen. Whether you like Mahomes or not, whether you hate the Chiefs or not, they went 15-2 this year, and he went 15-1 following back-to-back Super Bowl victories.
I don't even cut the last game. They went legitimately
15-1.
an old school 15-1 after back-to-back Super Bowl wins. That is the most dominant season we've seen from a back-to-back Super Bowl champion since the 1990
No
49ers.
one's gone to 3 straight after winning 2 in a row with an opportunity to win a third one.
Yeah.
I get people's fatigue on it. This is also history. Like, I got less hate for the Chiefs than I do for the Eagles. It's kind of like when a team in the world, like the American League, makes the World Series. I find myself frequently rooting for the American League team because I just don't dislike them as much as I like teams and dislike teams in the National League.
Yeah. But I mean, that makes sense for you to hate the Eagles more because you see them.
I don't like the Chiefs, but I also think in watching this weekend, and 49er fans, 808 KNBR, how would you feel? In watching the Super Bowl this year, I would like, if I'm going to see this, if it's going to happen, like if we're going to have to see Chiefs and Eagles, I think I'd rather just see the Chiefs win it. I think I'd rather just see history. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, I want to be, at this point, I don't really care who wins. Like, I grew up most of my life hating the Chiefs as a Raider fan. And in recent years, that hatred has died down a little bit because I'm not as passionate as I was once before as a Raider fan. But, I mean, I do like watching Mahomes.
You actually claimed on this show that you're not a Raider fan anymore.
I mean, it's
we know it was a bald-faced lie, but...
Bald-faced
You're not even bald-faced.
I know.
Your face is coming back a little
bit. Just give by the end of the week, I'll have a full beard again.
Monday shadow coming in.
But, no, man, like, I as a kid, I hated Priest Holmes and Tony Gonzalez and Trent Green, and I hated every team in the AFC West. I mean, really the team that I hated the most was the Chargers because I thought they were just so damn arrogant. LaDainian Tomlinson and Phillip Rivers talking all their crap. But in recent years... That is, this is going to sound lame. I'm not like Rob Lowe at an NFL game just wearing an NFL hat, but I'm more.
What was that? By the way, Rob Lowe wearing an officially licensed just NFL
I'm just
hat.
here to be here,
I've
guys.
never even seen that hat sold anywhere. Who's buying NFL gear?
He claims now that he's more of a Rams fan, or he's tied with Jim Irsay because they did that episode on Parks and Rec. But no, he just showed up to a game wearing an NFL hat, and I'm not doing that. But I'm just a football fan.
Love to see it.
I'm just a football fan in general now. But I would love to hear from 1990 49er fans or fans that go back that long, just be like, last night, okay, it's cool in history and all, but that was supposed to be our moment. That was supposed to be like, we were that dominant team in 1988 and 1989, and then we were, on the doorstep to go into 3 straight. Who knows if they would have won.
But you didn't. You fumbled. I mean, that's the thing is
But not only that, Joe Montana got hurt earlier in the game.
Yeah.
Are you winning that game with Steve Young became a Hall of
10-3?
Famer? Was it? It was like whatever the score was, but Steve, if they win that game, they don't fumble, and Steve Young, your quarterback for next week, Steve Young turned out to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. But would a backup quarterback in Steve Young have beaten that 1990 Buffalo Bills team? I don't know. But I do understand 49er fans' hatred towards this team because of recent years.
15-13, by the way, the final on that one.
Yeah, 15-13 with 5 field goals from the Giants.
1 touchdown scored in the game, yeah.
John Taylor?
Yeah, that's right.
I do understand 49ers' frustrations against the Kansas City Chiefs, especially, you think about how every year the Chiefs have never slipped up. It's always going back. They go back to the Super Bowl 3 straight years. And the Niners, they had all their excuses this year, but they didn't go back. And I think Niner fans, it's tough. This is the same kind of deal with Giants fans complaining about the Dodgers winning the World Series. It sucks. You hate this team. There's really nothing to complain about. At this point, they're better than you right now. You'll retool in the offseason. I don't even wonder right now. I mean, people thought that it was pretty close when they met this last year, the Eagles and 49ers. The Eagles have caught up. I mean, there's an argument to be made right now that Saquon Barkley has surpassed Christian McCaffrey as the best running back in football.
Well, because we haven't seen McCaffrey in a year.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we saw him this year, but
I think this Eagles team is actually a lot better than the one that was in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. They were more high-flying and scored more points and got more sacks, but I think they're more balanced in how they're able to run the football. And overall, defensively, they don't get as many sacks as they did in the past, but they cover pretty damn well. So, yeah, I mean, I totally get Niner fans' frustrations. They hate the Eagles. They hate the Chiefs.
I understand football fans' frustrations, and really, I don't even know if it's hate as much as it's being exhausted by what's happened. I don't know if anybody's coming around to Brady, or if at some point Brady will start to enter the limelight again as people are affectionate about it, because people hate the Deflategate stuff. There was more taint, I think, to some of what Brady did.
If he was just an announcer, then I think people would get behind him. But the fact that he's
now part owner of the Raiders,
secretly also helping out the Raiders on the side.
It's not secretly.
No, well, yeah, it's not secretly.
No secret.
No, He tries to downplay it a lot, though.
Yeah, because he's trying to be a neutral broadcaster. But again, nothing he's doing as a broadcaster is affecting anybody else's ability to top the Raiders on the football field.
I know, but I think that some NFL fans will find some favorite. Like if he ever calls a Raider game, which I'm not, I guess he wouldn't be allowed to. I don't know, but I think that some NFL fans
what would that matter? We've been through this. What would that matter?
I'm not, dude. I'm telling you that people get pissed off about that.
I'm asking, who are the people? You're the only person I've heard get upset about it.
I'm the only person that gets upset about Tom Brady calling games and being the owner of the Raiders.
I'm not hearing anybody. I'm not seeing this gripe anywhere except on our show from you.
People do have a problem with it.
Show me what people.
Fans, owners.
Who are these people?
It's not just me. Seriously, it is not just me.
Anyway, KNBR, are you pissed about Brady being part owner and a broadcaster? It's not affecting anything. They missed out on Ben Johnson.
They did, although Mark Davis says they didn't.
Yeah, right. Okay, Mark. We all listen to Mark's word. Well, I guess we'll have to take you at your word, number 2. Let's get to this. Thought from Nate Burleson. Nate Burleson is talking about Chiefs fans. Tim, we got the Burleson cut?
Hang on one second. He's getting callers. Well, no, but like the whole point of, we'll get to this cut, but like the whole thing of the Chiefs, they're on the doorstep of history right here, and my whole thing
They've already made history.
Yes, I mean it's incredible what they're doing right now. Here we have the cut from Nate.
Yeah, here's what Nate Burleson said. He's urging non-Chiefs fans to. I don't know. He's saying you should celebrate this as a piece of history. I don't know that we're that far, but here's his take on how you should view the Chiefs run to another Super Bowl.
Say this to the fan bases out there: if you're not a Chiefs fan, that's okay. But resist the urge to fall for the narrative that we're tired of seeing them win, that we might be fatigued of watching KC go to the Super Bowl over and over again. You are witnessing greatness, and just be happy that you are alive to be there to see it.
I hear what he's saying, and I also, NFL media people will always be like, yeah, this is good for football. It's like not the same deal as the Dodgers always winning, but like the same deal of like, okay, Patrick Mahomes is the face of the league. Like, this is history. At the same time, you can't expect Raider fans or Niner fans or fans across the NFL to be like, "Oh, this is good. This is good for history." People want to see different. They want to see different storylines. Like last night, I really wanted to see Josh Allen finally take that next step and have his Peyton Manning moment where he dethroned Tom Brady.
Well, he didn't. Only two guys. I mean, he's lost 3 playoff games ever as Patrick Mahomes, and it's to 2 different guys. One was Joe Burrow, went to a Super Bowl. The other was Tom Brady, who beat him in an AFC title game and then beat him in a Super Bowl. So one of the guys isn't even playing anymore, and he's the greatest quarterback who ever lived. Went to 10 Super Bowls. The crazier thing to me is that Mahomes is looking to win his 4th, and this is his 5th appearance, right?
In the Super Bowl? This would be
He's 3-1 right now in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? Because he won against the Niners.
Yep.
Won against the Eagles.
Won against the Niners again.
Won against the Niners
Lost
again.
To Tampa.
Lost to Tampa. This
Yep,
is his
3-1.
5th Super Bowl appearance. And we'll have to talk about his place in history as well. Let's get into the 4th and 1 call, or lack of a first down. We can talk about the play call. Even the 3rd down play I thought was one that might have gotten there. But this is the one that's making everybody irate today. I still, to this day, blows my mind that in 2025, we are deciding first downs just by the eye test, or we're measuring with chains. Or not measuring with chains.
Or index cards.
Or index cards. Shout out Gene Sterator. Bowler Bob in Brisbane, Irv and Fremont. We see you on the line. We'll get to you next. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How much do you hate the Chiefs and Eagles in the bowl? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
So now it'll be third, make it fourth down and about a yard. Again, he's under center, and Allen gets the snap, and again he is trying to push, and again the big red wall is right there. I don't know that he was able to gouge his way for the Buffalo first down. It looked like they had stopped him.
This is interesting. The ref at the top seems like he has the first down, but the ref at the bottom seems like it's a little short.
Allen got it. They tried to shove him from behind, and right now the ruling is he could not get across. He was barging ahead, and he could not get the first down.
808 KNBR, was it a first down? Did you think he was there, or did you just really want him to be there?
I want him to be there. I don't think there was enough concrete evidence to overturn that call.
Did they measure?
They did not measure.
How do they not measure? My issue is how the spot is placed.
Well, McDermott could have challenged the spot of the ball as well and chose not to.
Yeah, I guess my issue that in 2025, where we've got now assisted replay review, and again, I don't even know, I got to be honest, it happened a couple times at Niner games this year, where they say, due to replay assist, it was actually a first down.
Yeah.
And what happens is it's like a reviewed play that just gets reviewed by an official in the immediate upstairs. Now, I don't know that they did that, that they decided not to put it up there, or they didn't measure, but replay assist might have said that. My issue is it all happened pretty quick, and both officials who are standing on the close side of the sideline and the far side of the sideline, they run in at different spots. So why is the guy who's short the one who takes precedent in that moment? Why the guy who it seemed like could actually see where the ball was on the far side of the field was actually at or beyond the first down marker.
Seniority by the line judges?
Well, I'm not even saying it's seniority, but I'm just like, it's interesting that from a line judge, if it's two guys and he's like, one guy's like, I had it here, and the other guy's like, well, I had it here. Maybe they talk about it, one guy goes, well, I just didn't have it as far as you did, and maybe I didn't see the ball there. Those are moments where I'm like, I don't know where replay assist comes in there. Official replay assist. And I don't know why you don't challenge that spot. They had 3 timeouts, right?
They did.
So I have to believe that McDermott's thought is, I'm going to save the 3 timeouts.
Which is fine.
Which is okay, but you were ahead of the 2-minute warning, too, so you still could have used them both.
The bigger issue with me was that was your opportunity to go up by 8. Like, that was the moment where they were up 22-21 where I was like, they have a chance. Everything's going their way. There was a moment where they did another 4th down conversion where Mahomes fumbled the ball, Allen fumbled the ball, but they recovered that. They got, penalties that were going their way. I was like, God, everything's going the Bills' way right now. Is this going to happen tonight?
It felt like it was going, yeah.
And then they don't pick up that first down. And it was earlier in the game, too, where they went for it on a 2-point conversion and didn't get that tush push-like play. And I think it's completely dumb that I think that Joe Brady's a great play caller, and it's interesting to me that he decided to not interview for the Saints job. We'll get to that in a little later of what I think with that. But the concept to move Mahomes to the left like he's a pulling guard in these QB sneaks, I think is terrible. You're giving more leverage to the defense to come in.
Catch you in the backfield, yeah.
And also, they told Jim Nantz and Tony Romo before the game, we love this play. The Chiefs heard that and was like, all right, well, we're going to stop it. So I don't understand that. It was just one thing I can't stand in all of football is squandered opportunities. And the Bills had multiple chances to get back into that game, take over the game, and force Mahomes to have to win it for him. So they fail to get the first down on the 4th down conversion. Mahomes comes right down. It's 29-21. I mean, great passes to Matt Collins. And some people are going to say, well, this is obvious that Josh Allen needs more talent around him. I disagree with that. I think that they have plenty of talent. I think that they have average receivers, yes, and Matt Collins and Khalil Shakir, but they're not giving the ball enough to Amari Cooper. I don't think they're giving the ball enough to Curtis Samuel. I thought that the plays were there on that last play where Spags is blitzing the corner. That's just a great defensive play. But does also Joe Brady have something to offset that? I think every good play designer needs, if a blitz is coming, this is your safety valve in the flat right here. And they should have had that. So I'm just frustrated because
You're talking about that last throw downfield that was over the middle to Shakir?
No. I'm talking about the moon ball that Josh Allen threw once he was getting blitzed, and he threw it to Kincaid.
The moon ball, John.
The moon ball, and that's not an easy catch for Kincaid to make. He has to dive for that ball. So my whole thing is, yes, we all love history and everything. I also love changing history. I love changing narratives. You hear me talk about the America's Game episode for the Bills. That would have been awesome. I would just love to see when players change the narrative about themselves. It happened with Peyton Manning and Steve Young. I just wanted Josh Allen to take that moment. It was all set up for him last night. They were down by 3, either tie the game or win the game, and I'm just pissed that he couldn't do that for himself.
808 KNBR, are you ready to put Patrick Mahomes going back to a 3rd consecutive Super Bowl, the first ever QB with a chance to win 3 in a row, his 5th appearance, a chance to win 4 Super Bowls. He goes to the AFC Championship every single year, 7 consecutive AFC Championship appearances. God. I mean, this is LeBron James-like. It's better than Joe Montana in my mind in terms of the accomplishments for one guy. I mean, are we ready to put Patrick Mahomes at or above the Joe Montana spot in history? Let's go out to Bowler Bob. Bowler Bob in Brisbane. What's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey there, Adam. Hey there, Derek. I very rarely call into you guys anymore, but I knew you were going to talk about this. Yep. And my answer is no, 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 no. I do not want to see the three-peat because this was my 57th season as a San Francisco 49ers fan. So you know what I've seen, and you know that I saw that 1990 drop by Roger Craig. The minute it happened, I said, he gone. And so did I knew you'd love that. And so did the Niners' hopes of beating the Giants in that game and going for a chance for a three-peat, and so I really don't want to see that happen for the same reason that I didn't want to see the Pittsburgh Steelers beat the Seattle Seahawks
win
to
6.
get their 6th ring before the Niners, and the same reason I don't ever want to see the Cowboys get their 6th before the Niners. And yes, I am sick of seeing the Mahomes. Yes, he's great. Yes, the Chiefs are great. Yes, they've been getting it done. And as much as I don't like the Philadelphia Eagles or their fans or Big Dom, and you know why. Oh, man. And besides, and you know what? To digress, you all need to get a better barf drop. You need the one where the splash hits the ground.
Anyway, hell yeah. Bob knows what he's talking about. Hey, Bob, let me ask you this, because everybody looks at the Roger Craig fumble, and I know we all, like in history and sports, we all try to boil things down to one moment where things went wrong. I'm just looking back at the box score from that 1990 NFC Championship. You know the Niners got outpossessed in that game 39 minutes to 21 minutes? They only ran for 39 yards in that game.
Oh, yeah. I realize that. Oh, yeah. And see, my history with the Niners and their postseasons and them coming off of the mat after back-to-back 2-14 seasons and 3 years later getting their first Super Bowl, I told the old man sitting behind me, I said, you know what, as bad as the Pittsburgh Steelers are pounding the Niners, the same day that Mayor Moscone and Harvey Milk were assassinated, Monday Night Football did not cancel that game. No. And the Steelers went on to pound the Niners. And so I turned around to this old man, I go, you know what, nobody sucks forever because forever is a long, long time. And someday these losers are going to win the Super Bowl. And he goes, not in your lifetime, kid. I said, maybe not in yours, old man. Like, yeah. And so on my way out, the Niner gods were smiling down on them and me because I'm sitting here waiting on hold. And what do I see? I see an 80-year-old man carrying 2 bags coming out of a Walmart in full Niner gear, hat, sweatshirt, sweatpants. And I went, yes. So as much as I hate to see it, and talk about having bad picture girlfriends, I had a Dodger girlfriend for 10 years. Now I have a Chief girlfriend for a year. And, we're going to Boomtown to the party, and I'm just going to have to sit and suck it up. But I am rooting for the Eagles, and I already told her that. Hey, you guys are wonderful. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Thank you, Bob. Don't be a stranger, man. Good stuff there from Bowler Bob in Brisbane. I like
Boomtown, huh?
Boomtown, yeah, going up to Boomtown. Shout out Drew Hoffer. Frequently would make a stop to Boomtown on a Friday.
Hoffer was the mayor of Boomtown.
Dude, he used to be like, when I was working nights, Hoffer would always be like, going up to Boomtown this weekend, gonna lay a few shekels down. You want to go to Boomtown?
I don't know if he was making like a Dallas Braden. I'll go Pound Town.
No, he's going to Boomtown.
Okay.
Actual Boomtown.
He's going to actual Boomtown.
A literal Boomtown.
I know you don't know much about the West Coast, Derek, but no, he's going to
I'm
Boomtown.
straight West Coast.
Let's go to, yeah, right. West Coast and Texas. Let's go to Irv and Fremont. What's up, Irv? You're on the Sports Leader.
South.
What's going on? What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing? First things first, just want to give y'all a shout out. I hope everything is well with y'all. What's up with Papa? Where's he at? And what's up with Tober? Where they at?
Well, Papa's here. Break? No, Papa's here. Papa did the show. Tober, I haven't talked to him in a couple weeks. I don't know where he's at. I imagine at home. I don't know.
Okay, I missed out. Okay, look.
Much love, Irv.
I'm tired of all the hate. I bleed green, but I'm out here in California. I've been down with the Eagles since Randall Cunningham. I'm not tripping off on Mahomes. I'm just tired of all the Jalen Hurts hate. Y'all got to stop that. Come on, man. Well, he out here winning. He's out here winning, boss.
That was kind of my case. Or if this got my case to Derek last week when he was asking me, like, dude, who's the worst quarterback left of the 4? And I'm like, I'm not ready to say Jalen Hurts is a worse quarterback than Jaden Daniels. I just saw that I thought Jalen Hurts was playing the worst of the 4 quarterbacks remaining, I don't hate on Jalen Hurts. I think what he's done is, Hurts. I think what he's done has been fantastic. I didn't really like him in college, and I think he's been a much better NFL quarterback than I anticipated.
No, totally.
That said, it does feel like he's playing hurt. He had a great game yesterday, but they don't need him to play his best, clearly, to get to a Super Bowl, and maybe that's the scariest thing, is they've got a better run game than they have ever had with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, Irv, you definitely can't deny that him having like a pass for 120 yards was kind of.
But also, Irv's got a point. This is like Jimmy Garoppolo, man.
The NFL has, don't you guys think? Excuse me, I'm trying to cut you guys off.
You're good.
But don't you guys think the NFL has kind of changed? Because if I'm looking at the numbers, besides Burrow and freaking Lamar, everyone's kind of had pedestrian. Ain't nobody really been throwing 300-400 yards like the Marinos and the Elways back in the day. So it's like I'm thinking he's doing now. And now I'm gonna give you guys props because I'm gonna talk about Purdy. Purdy does what Shanny tells him to do.
Sure.
I think Jalen is going out there doing what he's supposed to do. Now he can be an X factor because he can run. But like you guys said, if he's banged up, then okay, then we need Saquon to do what he got to do. We need AJ Brown to not be a diva. I'm loving Devontae. I don't know if you guys know, that's our skinny Batman. You know what I'm saying? So if he can do his thing, we got Goddard. And then I know I'm jumping around because I know you guys got to go on with your show, but I think if Josh Allen had a tight end, you guys, like a Kittle or like a Kelce or even a Goddard, I think that's what they need because he's good.
He's got
good.
2 of them, man.
I seen what you guys said about they should have ran Cook more. I've been hearing that too. They should have ran Cook more. They got a little vanilla at the end. But, I mean, we going to see. I hope this defense I hope our defense can shut Mahomes down. I know he's like the magical man. I keep hearing this in my head that Kelce wants to propose to Taylor if they win. I'm just like, nah, we got to stop that, bro. We got to stop that. We got to have
How do you feel? How do you feel?
I know y'all hate my birds. I know y'all hate my birds. Well, if they lose, then I don't think he gonna do nothing. This goes, they got a running back next year. But hopefully Philly can weed it out. I'm looking at 35-28. Let's go.
All right, let's do it. I appreciate the caller. Thanks so much, man. I mean, I think
Let's go Birds!
I think a lot of thank you. ELGSLES. Go Birds.
Let's go Birds!
I would say this to his point. Jalen Hurts gets to the playoffs, and he don't make mistakes, man.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, in his career now, 5-3 in the playoffs. His rookie year in 2021, it's the only time he'd ever thrown an interception in the playoffs. He hasn't thrown an interception in the playoffs since 2021, and he's been every single year.
No, I mean, I think
he's doing, to his point, whether you think he's playing well or not, the Eagles don't need him to be a world beater.
100%.
It's like Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFC Championship against the Packers, 6 of 8 for 80-something yards or whatever it was. Didn't really matter. They did what Saquon did.
Yeah.
They ran all over him, and they handled things on defense. So I get that. The team as a whole, the unit as a whole, he doesn't have to be the best player on that team. That said, relative to what he's done in most recent seasons, his 3 previous seasons, he has thrown for the fewest passing yards this year, did Jalen Hurts, than any other year outside of his rookie season when he didn't start all year in his career.
And that's what's so frustrating.
I think that's what's coming. I think that's more to the point, right?
Yeah, because you look at the last 2 weeks prior to this championship performance yesterday, and it's not been impressive whatsoever. But you know that Jalen Hurts can be that guy. Like when you compare him to Jimmy Garoppolo, you're like, okay, we've seen Jimmy's ceiling. It's not that impressive. With Jalen, he's capable of throwing for 4 touchdown passes. It's just I think that, yes, he's correct. Whereas, football fans, we watch this like he's not doing much. We kind of watch it as a box score thing. But the truth is that you don't need him to do that stuff. You could just, have him hand off to Saquon. Also with, the way the game started yesterday in the NFC Championship game, yeah, I did not like the game plan starting off where they were throwing way more than they should have been running. James Cook should have got a lot more carries. And then for whatever reason, Josh just looked frazzled to start that game. And at this point, I was hoping he'd come in with more confidence. That's the thing is, Joe Burrow, he has...
Yeah, Jones applied pressure early on that first drive, and he just had to let that one fly. Almost got picked off immediately.
He could have got picked off a couple times.
2 times during the first drive.
And then he almost fumbled on a sack. Joe Burrow, he just has, I think, a little more confidence to him than Josh Allen does at this point, going up against Mahomes, which is frustrating. But I thought the Bills were going to win that game once James Cook had that 4th down dive. I was like, that's such a cool NFL
that might be the
moment.
One, yep.
And I was like, nah, it's not going to be their day.
Derek thinking NFL Films. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. I got to hear from the Niner fans. Are we ready to put Patrick Mahomes in the same class as Joe Montana? Bob, I see you waiting in San Francisco. Matt in Antioch, Mike in Jackson, Milt, Mort, Mert, Malt. We'll get to all you guys next. Is Patrick Mahomes now in the same class as Joe Montana? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Wow.
The Eagles and Chiefs will meet in a rematch of Super Bowl 57 after a dominant 7 rushing touchdown performance from Philly and a Kansas City squeaker over Buffalo. Keep it locked for 2 straight weeks of breakdown right here on KNBR, the breakdown leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, AFC Championship goes down yesterday, as does the NFC Championship, but we've got our Super Bowl matchup, a rematch of 2 years ago in Super Bowl 57, right?
You like that? I don't know if I love like all of the Super Bowl rematches we're getting lately. Like back in the day, it was like you just see.
I mean, 4 of the last 5 have been the same 2 teams, right?
Yeah. Like
Niners and Chiefs, Eagles and Chiefs, Eagles and Chiefs.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to see the same teams go every year. Like it was rare to see that. Like I remember the Cowboys and Bills did it back-to-back years, but
didn't Cowboys-Vikings do it too?
Which one?
Cowboys-Vikings years ago?
Cowboys and Vikings.
70s.
Well,
excuse me, not Cowboys Vikings.
Cowboys Steelers.
Cowboys Steelers. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that was a thing back then, but like I don't know, like you get like more like unique teams, and you get like like that's why I wanted Josh Allen to win so bad. It's like finally he makes it to the Super Bowl. It's just yes, the Chiefs have been here, Eagles have been here. I'm still going to watch.
The only time we haven't had that matchup, the Chiefs in the Super Bowl since 2000. It was
2021.
2021 is the only time since 2020 that the Chiefs have not made the bowl, and outside of that, it's been the same matchup for 4 of those years. So it was Chiefs-Eagles this year, Chiefs-Niners last year, Chiefs-Eagles 2 years ago, and then you had Rams and Bengals. And it's so funny, the Chiefs and Niners were both in the conference championship that year. Could have had a matchup in the Super Bowl that season. It's Chiefs and Buccaneers that year, and then Niners and Chiefs. So we've had one other different team. Yeah. The Buccaneers, of course, made it in one.
I just think we want some diversity when it comes to Super Bowls. Like everyone is just like when you see the same team over and over and over again, that's when it gets tiresome. And I know it's history and all of the NFL media and everybody's gonna be like, well, see, this is good. This is, history is being made here. At the same time, for fans, we're like, I want to like a new story. Someone else going to win it. Like if the Eagles win it, people are going to be like, all right, cool. Jalen Hurts finally won one. And then we can't rip on if Sirianni wins the Super Bowl, Tim, can we rip on him anymore?
I'm going to take a week off of it. They looked great, honestly. Like I was like trying to think of a way where like we could rip. The offense looked great. The defense looked great. Yeah. They looked motivated. They looked healthy.
Motivation. Tim, big on motivation.
I just think that they looked complete. And, as much as I wanted the Commanders to win, I was on the record as saying I was a commie guy. They look complete. I don't think I can. We can't pick on Sirianni this week. Can't.
Yeah, I don't know.
What about next week, Tim?
Next week's fair game, okay?
Leading up to the game.
But if he wins, I mean, shoot.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there, okay?
All right, okay.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text on the Golden State
and
number.
How about this, 49er fans?
And Building Materials text line.
Sorry, but like, if Sirianni wins the Super Bowl before Kyle Shanahan, yikes.
Yikes. By the way, this is the 3rd Super Bowl appearance in the last 8 seasons for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Right? They went in, what'd they go with? Against the Patriots.
Doug Peterson.
And that's the one they won, 2018. The 2018 season, Tom Brady throws for 500 yards and loses a bowl. Which is why I have to ask the question now. Patrick Mahomes going to his 5th Super Bowl. 5 Super Bowls already. It feels like this guy just got here. And all he does is go to the Super Bowl and the AFC Championship every single season. Joe Montana went to 4, never threw a pick, 4-0. Right now, Mahomes 3-1. So some 49er fans of a certain generation, Brian Murphy, will say that, well, he's not undefeated. He's never not thrown a pick in the Super Bowl. He can't be as good. This is an argument I had with Murph for years about Tom Brady being better than Joe Montana. I didn't see Montana play, and I'm not taking anything from his legacy. But you cannot argue me that going to 10 and winning 7 is worse than going to 4 and winning 4.
No.
I'll never buy that.
That's not an indictment.
And then Murph's argument was always, well, Tom Brady won 2 Super Bowls where he wasn't even on the field. And I said, yeah, well, he had to get Vinatieri in position for them to kick a walk-off field goal. They had to execute and manage the clock and get into field goal range. And then the other one that he loses, by the way, 2 of them that he lost to Eli Manning. It's not like he's on the field to get stopped for David Tyree and whoever at Manningham making catches on the sideline, whatever the hell happens there. Then you go up against the Eagles. The Philly special gets you. He throws for 500 yards. What was he supposed to do differently? He lost 3 where he wasn't on the field for them, and when he did, he put up big numbers.
Yeah,
and then he won 7 other ones, including with a different organization. Hosted a Super Bowl for the first time ever, unless you want to give credit to the Niners for hosting in Palo Alto, which you should probably. It was basically a home game for them as well. I've got Patrick Mahomes. He wins this one for sure. He's in the Montana conversation.
Oh, 100%.
Probably above. I mean, he's right there. I don't know if you put him above Montana, but he's right there with Montana. I mean, probably sitting behind Brady, and he's on his way to Brady.
And you're going to have Brady calling the Super Bowl as a Raiders employee, which is going to be interesting.
Get over this, dude. Just knock it off. Nobody gives a damn.
Yes, they do, Coach.
He's like, people out there are saying, I'm like, who's people? You? What people?
There's people out there.
Who are these people? Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. Bob in San Francisco, you're on the Sports Leader. Are you putting Mahomes in the Joe Montana conversation yet? What's up, man?
How you doing? Yeah, I think talent-wise and field generalship, definitely he's there with Montana, right? But when you look at the history of the NFL, I don't believe he surpasses Montana or Terry Bradshaw for that matter.
Why is that?
Because they are undefeated in 4 trips consecutively. Not consecutively, but I mean every time
went
they
to
went,
four Super Bowls and they won. Yeah.
Right. So I think Elway is the next tier, and then that's where these guys are because they do have the losses, and Brady lost his on the 4th try anyway. So can't take nothing away from Brady. I mean, he's a great quarterback. I mean, his field generalship is probably unsurpassed. But Montana was special, and he was special for this area because back then, hey, we were like the Warriors. We were cellar dwellers.
And that's the feel, right? That's the thing is he was the Steph Curry kind of that era. The one thing I would say, and this is why I always say Steph Curry is the most beloved Bay Area athlete ever. Murph would argue me on this tweet, said Joe Montana. And I said, but there were Raider fans here. There were people who didn't feel the same way about Joe Montana.
Yeah.
We only have one Warriors, one basketball team, one Steph Curry. But I'm with you for that linear thought that they were a bottom dweller, a nothing team that came around in 1946 or whatever it was, hadn't been to a Super Bowl, hadn't won, and the pairing of Joe Montana and Bill Walsh changed that for this franchise forever. I mean, as Niner fans, it's Super Bowl or bust, it feels like every year. I think Warrior fans kind of feel that way too, Bob.
I'm glad you brought up the Raiders because let's not forget about Stapler.
Yeah.
I mean, the run they had, he just missed the Super Bowl so many times, and they finally got there and they beat Minnesota. But the run he had was amazing. Just look at his career.
No, definitely.
Thanks.
I appreciate the call, Bob. Thanks so much. I know he said Elway's the next one up there. Wasn't Elway 2-3?
Elway was.
I mean, Mahomes has already passed Elway.
And Elway's runs to the Super Bowl were awful. Not like he played bad, but it was just like they got dominated every single game.
Well, and you can make the
case. They lost
to
the Niners 55-10.
You make the case that the last Super Bowl Elway got is very much like the last Super Bowl that Peyton Manning got. It wasn't. I mean, it's a big run game bowl.
Yeah, but Elway did a lot more than Peyton did.
Peyton was much more hobbled and injured and old seeming, I think. Elway came back.
And they pushed him out the door.
Elway came back for another one after they beat, who was the first one, the Packers?
Yes.
And then they come back, and he's like, and he takes down Favre, and he's like, you know what, I'll come back for another one because the team was too damn good.
Remember when he dove into the end zone and everybody thought he was just going to get broken in half?
The helicopter?
Yeah, I thought he was dead. I was like, oh, he's dead.
No, but I mean, like, the irony was that Peyton didn't know if he wanted to retire yet, and of all people, John Elway was like, you got the Super Bowl, you're good.
Yeah. Elway was like, you're good.
You can go away now.
Yeah. Elway was like, you don't need to come back. No.
To the caller's argument, I hear what he's saying, like they were undefeated in Super Bowls. However, what Patrick Mahomes is doing as a starter in this league, he has never not gone to the conference championship. It's always championship, Super Bowl, and then it's incredible what he's doing. So to go through Joe Montana's career, he was a starter. We should not count 1979. So 1980, he takes over as the 49ers quarterback. He goes 2-5. Then 1981, he wins the Super Bowl. 82, they don't make the playoffs. There's just instances where I understand, yes, Joe Montana's greatness, never threw an interception, never lost in a Super Bowl. It's incredible.
The game-winning drives. You asked me to who do I want on the field for one drive to go win a Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah, Joe Montana.
That's my guy. There's no question. But if I want a guy to start a Super Bowl, I'm probably going Mahomes or Brady.
I mean,
and Montana's there too, but that's my point. Is if he's in that conversation for picking any quarterback in history to start a bowl, I'm going Mahomes, Brady, or Joe Montana.
No, absolutely.
He's in that convo.
And Joe Montana, I think, probably has more impressive victories in a Super Bowl because he's beat the crap out of Dan Marino and John Elway. But at the same time, talent-wise, yeah, Patrick Mahomes is 10 times better than Joe Montana and Tom Brady.
Joe Montana be better quarterbacks in the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
Esiason, Elway, and
Dan Marino.
And Dan Marino. Whereas, who does Mahomes have?
He's got Jalen Hurts.
He's got Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's got Brock Purdy. Those are the three right now, right? I mean, if he gets another one, it'll be another one against Jalen Hurts. But his one Super Bowl loss is to Tom Brady.
No, but I'm not here to say today that.
Just saying, it's funny to think about it like that. No, but who did Brady beat?
Brady beat Kurt Warner.
Beat Kurt Warner. He beat a Hall of Famer there. He beat
Donovan McNabb.
Jake Delhomme.
Jared Goff. Patrick Mahomes.
It's funny. The pool still of talent isn't as good, but he does have. Is McNabb in the Hall?
No.
Will he go?
No, probably not.
Probably not. Is he a borderline guy for you?
Definitely
he
borderline.
was top 5 at his position for a long time, I thought.
He was.
He went to 5 NFC championship games.
I don't think we can criticize Patrick Mahomes not playing great quarterbacks because he always sees them in the AFC championship.
He eliminates more in the AFC. It's not his fault that the NFC can't produce a good quarterback.
No, really.
It's not his fault that the AFC is just a gauntlet of good talent.
And honestly, right now, the way that we view it, AFC versus NFC, you have to say the best quarterback in that conference probably is Jalen Hurts. So probably he's faced him twice.
Is Jalen Hurts the best quarterback in the NFC? I don't think so.
Right now.
I mean, you argued last week that he wasn't even the best quarterback left in the playoffs. So how could he be the best quarterback in the NFC if Jaden Daniels was better last week in your mind?
It was a good topic of discussion.
It was like we got 4 hours to fill. You know what I mean? We had stuff.
Jalen Hurts. Yeah, I'd say Jalen Hurts is better than Jaden Daniels. But I mean, like, I'm not here to say that Patrick Mahomes is better than Joe Montana in the annals of history right now.
No, I'm saying he's in the conversation, and a win next weekend. Is it next week?
Yeah, or 2 weeks.
2 weeks away. So in a couple of weeks, if he wins another one, his 4th in 5 tries, and he's this early in his career.
Yeah. He's 29 years old.
I don't know. Yeah, he's 29.
He's doing things that we never seen before.
He won't turn 30. And by the way, he just turned 29 in September. He won't turn 30 until like week 2 or 3 of next season.
If he retires after the Super Bowl, he's a Hall of Famer. So I think at least, he's top 3 all time in the conversation. Absolutely.
How many do you think he goes to? How many more?
That's hard to say. I mean, with free agency, who knows? And we'll see. But I think
now that we've seen it happen this way, this early in his career, like, I don't know. I'm not really anticipating a 10-year gap the way that Brady had.
No, because I think they'll always be relevant in the AFC. I like the AFC West, unless the Chargers make a huge jump. It's their division for the taking. I know that Pete Carroll got introduced today as Raiders head coach, but I don't see them competing for quite some time.
Here's what Google thinks. If you just Google Patrick, I was going to look at his age. If you just Google Patrick Mahomes' name, that's all I did. It's got the most recent articles about him up here. The top article is Patrick Mahomes passes Joe Montana in NFL postseason record book. 12 other crazy stats from the championship game from CBS Sports. Gives you his age, gives you his spouse, and then it says, see also what other people have Googled. Kansas City Chiefs and Joe Montana are the 2 other things that Google suggests you see also. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Matt is in Antioch. Matt, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader. Matt, we got you?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
I wanted to ask about hello?
We got you.
Okay, I wanted to ask about the Eagles play where the guy jumped off sides and poked the center in the eye and only got a 5-yard penalty.
Jalen Carter, when he just knocked the center back?
And it was like 3 Stooges.
Yeah, what about the play?
Well, any other time on the field, if you poke a guy in the eye, you get 15 yards. I mean, you could line up 5 guys and poke all 5 linemen in the eye and get 5 yards.
Well, I think, I don't know that would, I think if you did that, it would probably be an unsportsmanlike. I think because they were calling him for jumping off sides or encroachment or whatever it is, they just roll with that penalty rather than the unsportsmanlike. I mean, the reason he I don't know that he intentionally poked him in the eye. He put his hands to his face because he jumped like he was jumping. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that was an end-all, be-all.
Are we talking about 2 different plays? The Frankie Lulu play?
Yeah,
where he jumped off sides, but then there's a Jalen Carter play where he poked the center in the eye.
He poked the center in the eye is the Jalen Carter one. Also, they put up 51 points, Matt. I mean, I don't know that changes anything, you know?
Hey, real quick on the Mahomes issue.
Yeah.
On the Mahomes issue, I don't think Mahomes could tiptoe down the sidelines in the 80s and 90s. If Montana had the same rules, he probably would have had that factor of the game. But if they got hit like they used to, he wouldn't be taking off and running. He just flat wouldn't do it. There weren't that many running quarterbacks.
A lot of guys wouldn't, though.
Well, I mean, I appreciate the call, Matt, but I mean, I don't know. I can't fault Joe Montana for playing when he played, and I can't fault Patrick Mahomes for playing when he played.
Yeah,
he's playing within the bounds of the rules. It's the officials who are throwing flags on plays where we think, oh, he's trying to sell it, or it looks a little bit cheap, or whatever it is. I mean, that's not on a guy who can get an official to throw a flag in a situation like that, where it's maybe not a penalty. I give credit to the player, to how he handled himself.
Oh,
Patrick Mahomes' control of his body. I'm with you. Tiptoe on the sidelines. I think everybody could tiptoe on the sidelines, but you just wouldn't get the penalty for getting blown up that way. You'd have to run out of bounds sooner. I'm with him, but I mean, I don't know what that means.
The game evolves.
I don't know what that means in the bounds of it. I mean, Babe Ruth didn't have to face black players, so we're not going to give Babe Ruth credit because he didn't play at night and didn't play against people from other countries. You know what I mean? I don't really know what the argument is. I give credit to the player for playing in the era that he played in.
No, absolutely. And I'm not going to diminish what Joe Montana did back in the day. I'm not going to diminish what Patrick Mahomes is doing now. It's just based on the accomplishments. You have to say that Patrick Mahomes is in the category with Joe Montana and Tom Brady right now, no doubt.
Yeah, and the other part of it is Joe Montana was having to face, people go, well, it's so much more physical back then. Of course, dude. He had to face different levels of play. You got to hit guys differently. The rules weren't all the same back then. That said, he didn't have to deal with free agency and salary cap in the way that Patrick Mahomes does to find success year after year after year. They're facing different things because they're different eras. And I'm not going to fault a guy for playing in the era.
But at the end of the day, winning is winning. I mean, winning Super Bowls is hard regardless. So I don't know why we're trying to be like, well, if Mahomes did that or if Joe Montana, regardless, This guy is accomplishing things
Montana
we never
didn't
seen
have to play
before.
Thursday night games.
He's been dominant since the jump. And do you agree with me on this? I'm excluding Belichick and Brady because Belichick is defensive oriented. This pairing of Mahomes and Andy Reid might be the best coach and quarterback combination since Joe Montana and Bill Walsh, in my opinion.
Boy, you're probably right.
I'm not saying Belichick because he did defense. As far as just
Can we offer you Mike Shanahan and Elway?
It's not the same, though, because Mike Shanahan and John Elway won 2 Super Bowls back-to-back, and it's been that was fantastic. But the dominance that Andy Reid and Mahomes have had, I think it's Walsh and Montana-like.
Yeah, well, there's no denying. I think that's why you have to put this in the conversation. The offense, and the crazy thing is how great this defense is, too. I mean, Spagnola has a dynasty of his own on the defensive side of the ball.
I can't, I've heard so many 49er fans be like, can somebody just give Spagnola a job so he can go away? At this point, I don't think he's getting a job
Did
because
the Niners try to take Spagnola from the Chiefs?
As defensive coordinator, yes. But the problem, you're seeing it now. Is Kellen Moore going to get the Saints job? Probably not, because owners are so impatient about waiting. And they want their guy, and they want to do the press conference. We had 4 press conferences today to interview head coaches. So I think Mike McCarthy gets that job. Down the line, teams aren't going to wait because they just want a guy already. So Spags every year is doing his thing with the Chiefs, and then you want to introduce him as head coach of the team in February? I just don't think owners want to do that. And also at the same time, they see Spags, passed as a head coach with the St. Louis Rams and interim as a Giant head coach, and they just think he's a defensive coordinator. So I don't think anyone's going to think that it's the best interest to have Steve Spagnola be their head coach. He's a great defensive coordinator. He'll probably finish his career as a defensive coordinator.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and text. Let's go to Mike, who's out in Jackson. What's up, Mike? You're on the Sports Leader. How we feeling?
He's doing today.
Doing well,
Mike.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Bob in San Francisco. Mahomes I don't think he's quite there yet with Montana. If he wins this one, he's there. If he wins another one, he passes him. Montana's, his stats. I'm not talking about the 4-0 record, but just his stats alone is pretty darn good. And I'm a Niner fan at heart, but I love the NFL. Walter Payton's my favorite player. And that's okay, but I'm not going to break. This is going to be my 44th Super Bowl. The NFC Championship game is my first game ever. I was 10, and I cannot break that streak. This is my 44th one, and I'll be watching.
Appreciate the call, Mike. I think
you will, Mike.
I think he was going to drop a Go Birds on us. I think we cut him off. Tim, can we get Mike and Jackson a Go Birds?
ELGSES Eagles! Let's go Birds!
So stupid, dude. I was at Showdown yesterday watching the game up in North Beach, and our guy Jake, the bar manager up there, dude. Normally he's revving. Tim knows whenever there's another first down, he leads the whole who. And right as the AFC Championship was starting, he made an announcement because all these Bills fans came in. He said, "Hey, for the next 3 hours, Showdown has a Bills bar."
There you
go. But at one point, when the Eagles were going up against the Commanders in the early game, and they scored late, he started an ELG. He started the chant, dude.
ES Eagles!
Go Birds! Let's go to Lou in San Mateo. What's up, Lou? You're on KNBR.
Lou!
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing, Lou?
We do well, Lou.
I'm doing good. I'm kind of sick of the Chiefs, but
I know.
You know, that's how it is. But to comment on what you guys are saying about, I'm 55, so I grew up in that era.
Yeah.
You know, in the 80s, I was a teenager, and Montana would have had a way longer career if he didn't get hit the way he did.
No doubt.
I remember the
In that
Giants
championship
knocking
game.
him out of the playoffs twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim Burt did the first time in, I think, 86, and then Leonard Marshall did in the three-peat. You're going for the three-peat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I ain't taking nothing from Brady or Mahomes, but they did not get hit like that, and the middle of the field's open for them. Like, you know, they didn't have safeties just crushing guys like the way they did back then. I mean, that guy from the Raiders, paralyzed Darryl Stingley's grandfather. that played for the Patriots. So it was a lot different. The middle of the field was more open. I hear Steve Young talk to you guys about it all the time.
Yeah.
How we wish he played in this era. So it's hard to say. But I grew up a Joe fan. I'm a Niner fan through and, my family, all that. I went to the games in the 70s and they were horrible.
Lou, let me ask you this. Because I'm with you. I understand the thought of can you put them in the same class because they played in different eras? Funny thing is the era that Tom Brady retired in was nowhere near the same era that he came into the league in. Brady had to find success over that long a period of time in his career. So 15 years ago, the league was different. You can't hit guys the way Dante Whitner did and Deshaun Goldson did when they were playing. And that wasn't that long ago. Right? That was the Harbaugh era. So if we sort of take that away, I guess I'm more asking about, since you were in high school and you watched Montana at the peak of his powers, did the dominance and the feel of Montana feel similar to the dominance and feel of Mahomes and the Chiefs now? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it does. That I can't. Because Joe was just graceful. He was out there it was like he was, and he didn't flinch under pressure. He excelled in it. And that, I hate to say it, but Mahomes does remind me of him in that way.
I appreciate the call, Lou. I appreciate it, man. Thanks so much,
See,
dude.
he's just in the conversation.
Yeah.
No one's I'm not saying today that Patrick Mahomes is better than Joe Montana. I've watched my fair share of Joe Montana, but I didn't live it. So I can't say 100%. But I love NFL history, and I'm not going to be hyperbolic and say, Patrick Mahomes is the GOAT. He's way better than Joe Montana.
Football, more than most sports, has evolved and changed. Basketball is maybe the second most. Baseball, the most consistent. And I know training and ability and the way they make the balls and all that has evolved. But they're literally playing baseball games in the same stadiums that, Babe Ruth was playing.
Yeah.
He called his shot in the 32 World Series at Wrigley Field, where we still play baseball. He played in Fenway Park, where we still play baseball. There are factors in the game, travel, lights, all that stuff, the evolution of the Dominican player, the integration of baseball where Jackie Robinson breaks the color barrier, all that stuff is part of it, of course. But the game of football, in what it means to be a pro football player, is maybe the most different of any of the sports.
Oh, 100%. I think you
probably
and I
hockey's up there too, man.
You and I are just making the same argument, though, that he's just in the conversation right now.
Yeah.
I hate always was this guy a Hall of Famer while he's still playing? Let's let his career play out. But you can't deny that what Mahomes is doing right now, as I said earlier, if he retired after this run, you have to put him in the Hall of Fame. This is unprecedented in what he's doing right now. It's insane to have this dominance right out the gate as a starter.
And if you were going to go football by eras, who was the GOAT from each era, you might go Bradshaw, then Montana, then Brady, then Mahomes.
Yeah.
If you were going to generationally
in the
break
90s,
it up,
you probably have to go. He didn't put the stats up, but Aikman won 3.
Aikman's in there too. That's what I mean. It's you'd have to go, if you were going to go dominance of an era. I just don't have to tip my cap to any Dallas Cowboy whatsoever. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb.
You better for the new head coach, Betty.
No, I won't. It is a Monday afternoon. The 49ers are looking to make their own news next year, trying to get back to a Super Bowl. First, they got to get back to the postseason, and they're hoping that Robert Saleh will help them do it. Saleh is officially back with the Niners, and they've got a brand new special teams coordinator, Brant Boyer. We'll talk about it next. It's Dirty Work on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Kevin Harlan, the greatest play-by-play man alive, joined Silver Linings Papa today with a recap of a huge championship weekend. And yes, him and Greg yelled each other's names at each other for 14 straight minutes. For all the yelling all day, check out that podcast and all our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. We'll talk more about the outcome of the conference championship games, Eagles advancing and the Chiefs as well.
Is there more to say?
We talk a little about the Eagles and how they are...
We've said it all.
In the 49ers' way of going back to the Super Bowl next year.
They're like the only team I look at. I'm like, damn, they're doing it all the time. 3 times.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
It's usually through the offensive line.
I don't like it.
But we'll talk about that a little later. Let's talk about what everything came official on Friday night as soon as we got done with the show. Robert Saleh is back as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers.
We anticipated that news was going to come out pretty quick on Friday after Liam Cohen was going to be introduced. And by the way, he was introduced today as head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars and did not have the best vibes about him, I'll say that.
No, we'll play it later. We won't play the Duval. I mean,
if you're a Jags fan, I know you are.
Sound, but
if you're a Jags fan out there, and I know you are, I don't know how hyped you are about the attitude of a Liam Cohen. He had big OC energy to me.
Yeah, he also kind of was like, kind of not going to answer everything when it came to Tampa Bay and the whole situation there.
You should kind of have to.
I mean, he did, but he kind of played it off like, got a great opportunity, go to a premier franchise in the Jacksonville Jaguars.
It's not so much that he did what he did, it's how he went about it. Even Kruger said to us, I didn't totally like how he hosed the Buccaneers like that.
Yeah, but also I would say if you have an opportunity to be a head coach, you should take that, but you don't have to be shady about it at the same time.
I believe he called it a premier franchise, and I was like, you're not even the premier franchise in your state.
Yeah.
There's like 2 other teams that are bigger than you.
We'll definitely play that sound later. But just as far as Robert Saleh, that news became official. I guess they were all waiting on the Brian Schottenheimer news to be announced. And then as soon as that got announced...
Once it was announced, there was no other opportunity for a head coaching job.
But I didn't think Saleh had to wait for so I'm not getting the Cowboys job. Okay, now let's announce that I'm DC.
No, but it was on the table, so I understand you've interviewed for it. What if he was going to be brought back for another one? You may as well wait and do your due diligence. And here the Niners knew if there's not another head coaching job for him to take, he's taking the DC job. I don't know how big of a deal it is that they've brought in Brant Boyer. To be honest, I sort of look at special teams coordinators and coaches the way I look at officials and referees. The best ones are the ones that I never notice.
Yeah.
Never have to think about or deal with. Right? Because it means that you're executing and you're not giving up games on special teams.
Now, if they hired John Bones Fossil, I'd be like, okay, I know that guy.
Because he's known for what he does on special teams.
But Brant Boyer, I'm like, okay, he knew Saleh with the Jets. I'm assuming Saleh recommended him. If they get solid special teams play, then by all means, he'll be a great addition. But that's hard to say. Brian Schneider came in as a veteran as a special teams coordinator, and I guess, Nick Sorensen's not going to have any role on this team going forward, so that's kind of sad.
So Nick Sorensen not returning to the 49ers.
In any capacity, it sounds like. But just as far as, Robert Saleh coming back, you and I talked about it all day Friday, it's not just him. Yes, he's going to have the scheme, and they're going to play the way that Kyle likes. But nothing's going to change unless they get better players. So that's my thing also for fans that are like, we're only going to have him for 1 year, and then we have to find another defensive coordinator. That's the risk you take sometimes. You rather not have Saleh? Okay, so then who else do you want? People are talking about KJ Wright, who's on the staff. I think that, yes, the best thing to do right now is get somebody in Robert Saleh. And if he does go to another team and becomes a head coach, then good for him. But, yeah, that's what happens in this league sometimes. Now, to what I was talking about with Joe Brady, he declined another interview with the New Orleans Saints. Right. I do believe that Sean McDermott's a good coach. I don't know if he's a great coach. He does enough to get them to the conference championship and number 1 in the AFC East every year. But I don't think Joe Brady called an amazing game yesterday, but he did change their offense. I would be down the line eventually, not this offseason, but eventually, if the Bills just do not have success going to the Super Bowl under Sean McDermott and you don't want to lose Joe Brady as an offensive play caller, I do think you explore at one point naming him the head coach of the football team over Sean McDermott at one point.
Do you think if McDermott does it? Well, it's something we talked about, like, I forget who we were mentioning that with in regards to another organization. We were saying if they don't win or they don't get here, then do you start looking at the head coach? I think it was the Dodgers and Dave Roberts this past year.
Okay.
And I said if the Dodgers lost the World Series to the Yankees and, like, maybe in the same fashion the Yankees lost the World Series to the Dodgers 4-1 or something like that, like, do you at some point have to go, maybe we need to look at Dave Roberts because we poured all this money in, we've got all this talent, they continue to get there, but they don't get it done. Is that something that you look at with a manager? Now, baseball's a little easier to do that because in football, we were talking about the plug-and-play nature. It doesn't always work. An elevation of a coach like the
Joe
49ers,
Brady.
like Joe Brady or like the 49ers did when they promoted
Clay Kubiak?
No, I'm talking about after Bill Walsh retires.
Oh, George Seifert.
George Seifert steps up and becomes the head coach. That's a little easier transition because you're doing it from within and you know that your team is built to win now. It's an interesting thought that if McDermott, the thing is with McDermott, anybody there who's calling for his head, it's sort of the same thing as with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
If McDermott were to become available, he'd be the top available guy.
Oh, no
for
doubt.
any organization.
No doubt. I think at some point, like with Kyle, I just don't see it getting any better though. With McDermott, there's guys on that staff, Joe Brady, who I'm like, I guess I see it. This is probably unfair. I see it with defensive coaches like Todd Bowles. Like Liam Cohen probably saw an opportunity to stay on the Bucs staff to become head coach eventually.
Yeah.
Because, all right, Todd Bowles is there and he wins. It gets him to, the playoffs and wins the NFC South.
But will you ever be as hot of a commodity as you are right now is always the question.
Exactly. So it was in the best interest for Liam Cohen to take that job. Same thing with Joe Brady. He's probably going to become a hot commodity down the line here as a play caller, as a head coach, along with Kellen Moore. But maybe it's best for him to stay in Buffalo. And sometimes when you hire these defensive coaches, you lose out on these guys.
Well, let me ask 49er fans this, and you can check in at 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. How confident are you in a turnaround in the immediate for Robert Saleh to come in and adjust things for the 49ers defense? Because, like if you were going to rank a defense, and I believe when they generally rank it by, like, the number one defense or the number two defense, whatever it may be, they do it by number of yards per game allotted.
Yes.
Right? Do you know where the 49ers were in 2024 in yards per game against?
In the 20s?
They were 7th. 49ers were 7th in yards per game allowed to their opposition.
It was actually closer up to 3 up until the last couple of weeks when they were giving up, 400 or 500 yards a game.
They were like a top 5 team in defense and yards allowed per game.
But their points per game allowed was very high.
Points per game allowed was much worse, and I'll get you those numbers too. Robert Saleh, when this regime, when Kyle Shanahan took over, 2017 was his first year as defensive coordinator. Niners were 25th in yards per game allowed.
Okay.
The next year in 2018, they jumped to 13th, so they cut that in half. They jumped back into the middle of the pack. 2019, second in the league. 2020, when they were still a 6-10 team, 4th in the league in yards per game allowed.
Yeah.
So 7th this past year. I guess the question is, you've seen Saleh, we now know that with a period of time, he can vault that defense up. I'd love to see what the Jets did from the time that he got there to the time that he left as well. Did he raise the Jets back up? Were they a bottom feeder team defensively, and then did they end up better? My question is, Robert Saleh may only be here for one season.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the most likely of scenarios.
It's almost the best case scenario because if he turns the defense around and becomes a head coaching commodity, it means your team was very good.
It means your team was probably pretty damn good. So
maybe.
Yeah. I always wonder how much does the play caller on defense have to do with the success of the defense. The scheming and the game planning, sure. Saleh's proven that he can elevate a team. But again, talent came in, right? After 2017, you get Nick Bosa in here for 2019, right? The entirety of that defensive line changed and then got too expensive to keep. But even after they lose to Forrest Buckner after 2019, 2020, they're still 4th in the league in yards per game allowed.
Okay, well, would you say the same thing for Steve Spagnola, though, where it's just like, he calls the plays. Is it more so the players that they have, or is it the scheme?
It's always the players they have. That said, I think there are guys who I think are viewed as like defensive wizards and geniuses for their game plan. Belichick was one, even under Parcells. Parcells gets all that credit, but Bill Belichick was the mastermind behind those Giants defenses in the 80s.
Is a big reason why the Niners didn't three-peat. I would say that Saleh's a great defensive coordinator. Do I view him as some kind of defensive mastermind or defensive wizard in the same vein as a Belichick and Steve Spagnola? No, I don't. He does need good players around him. To your point, yes, the points per game improved every single year that Robert Saleh was defensive coordinator, but it wasn't
the
until
yards per game,
but it wasn't until Bosa and D Ford and a lot of big names signed that offseason in 2019.
Well, I don't even know if it's fair to say that he's not a defensive wizard because I think this is why he's such a hot commodity. Do you know where the Jets were when Robert Saleh took them over? The Jets were 32nd in the league in 2021 Saleh's first year in New York with the Jets in yards per game allowed on defense. By 2022, they had jumped to 4th. By 2023, they were up to 2nd.
No, dude.
So I'm if we're making a case for Robert Saleh having an immediate impact on a defense, there is a track record over the last 7 years to prove.
Oh yeah, he'll improve the defense. Oh, the hell?
Is that me? Am I getting a call? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's a fine. $50 for fantasy football and your phone going off.
Well, I'm getting fined also. I'm getting fined another $50. Yeah, I still haven't paid. I'm a cheap ass.
Oh, God.
Well, send me the Venmo request. I got to pay you cash?
I've done it numerous times.
Have you?
Yes. I've declined it and then accepted it again.
Venmo request me.
Again? No, I definitely hear you on Robert Saleh, but my thing is he does need good players around him. Like, as far as Belichick and Steve Spagnola, those had good players, but I feel like they could scheme it up with lesser talent. Like right now, the Chiefs, yes, they have Chris Jones and George Karlaftis and a lot of good players on that team. But they also have a lot of, average guys that they just get the best out of because Spagnola knows how to scheme it up. I think that Robert Saleh, right now with the talent that the 49ers have defensively, they would be better with Robert Saleh. But they also need to be, they need to improve the personnel a hell of a lot than what they had this last year to be an elite defense once again.
Jets were still 5th, by the way, even after the Saleh firing, 5th in yards per game allowed, which is pretty incredible. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Gene has been waiting a while in Roseville. Let's get to this call real quick. Gene, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah. Hey, hi, guys. Yeah. You guys, one thing I wanted to mention about Montana that Brady and Mahomes will never reach, and that's the fact that Montana never had an interception in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's impressive.
But if you go to send him to 10 like Brady, and then let me know how he does. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but anyway, and then with Salah, I hope that they get rid of Staley. Brought a bad culture. They blew so many games.
Staley will not be on the staff, Gene. Yeah, there's no chance in hell now with Salah coming back that Staley's going to be on the staff. I doubt that very much.
Okay, and can I just say one other thing?
Sure.
Back in 1957, I was at that 49er game that they blew the 24-7 lead at halftime.
Yeah.
Well, it took 66 years, but last year I finally got that bad taste out of my mouth when the Lions blew that 24-7
There you go, Gene.
lead.
See you, Gene.
Right.
Appreciate the call, man.
Appreciate you, Gene.
Oh, man. What year was that you mentioned?
1957.
It was pre-Super Bowl.
Yep.
That was back when the Lions and the Bears or the Browns were appearing in championship games. You know what I mean? We were talking about this during the break. Only 4 franchises have never been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
the Texans and
Jags.
the Jags, which are 2 obviously modern era teams, and then the Lions and the Browns.
Yeah.
2 very old classic franchises. 808 KNBR, if you want to get involved in the conversation. We got breaking news.
Well, just something that we did for the first time. We said you could put it on the board if you remember. The conversation was, is there going to be a team that wins a Super Bowl?
My question was, what happened? What is the more likely? That was my question coming into the playoffs. What is the more likely scenario? Is it Mahomes three-peating, or is it a franchise that has never won a Super Bowl?
And I took the Lions
into the
or Bills.
Super Bowl?
We're going to put this to bed.
Well, we said at that point it was a never won one. So it was Vikings, it was Lions, it was Texans, it was Bills.
But we really were focusing on the Lions and Bills.
I was just saying, would you take one of those teams?
Yeah.
The Chargers have never won one, right? That was another team. There was 5 of the teams or something like that where have never won a Super Bowl. As it turns out, the more likely scenario is that Mahomes is gonna three-peat.
Yeah, don't you hate that?
The first big board argument has been settled.
There you go.
Do we have a Hawk Harrelson?
Are you crazy? I don't need a bag.
Oh no! Save it for the last segment.
I wanted the Hawk, dude. You can put it on the board. Yes, that's what I was hoping for. We'll do that another time. 808 KNBR. If you want to keep talking on this conversation, why don't we jump into a little Warrior basketball talk? No, they lost again? You got to be kidding. Who'd have thought that they were going to lose on Saturday night to the Lakers at Chase Center? They were in it. First half was a game, and then, sure enough, the Warriors warriored, and they fall to the Lakers. By the way, we'll be out at Harmonic Brewing out at Chase Center on Wednesday and on Friday. Come on out if you're going to the game to see OKC on Wednesday or Phoenix on Friday. We'll be there. Tomorrow, Warriors in Utah against Utah at home. So 3 games this week. We'll be out there for 2 of them at Harmonic Brewing Wednesday and Friday. And when we come back, we'll talk more about that loss to the Lakers only here on the Sports Leader.
You found dirty work. Hey, we all make mistakes. Right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
We're past the midway point of the fourth. Davis, jump shot, puts it in. Anthony Davis in control all night.
Just pounding the two-man game right now. The shot chart of Anthony Davis tonight is going to show a lot of middle of the free throw line.
Curry still scoreless in the second half. And the catch and finish from Davis. What a pass. Back up to 11. LeBron James with his 12th assist. The LA Lakers win their third in a row. And again, 5-1 in their last 6 games. As Golden State falls to under 500 once again. Steph Curry, strong start. A rough second half. As the up-and-down Warriors season continues.
As it does, Breen.
What's up, Dubs fans? Where you at? What's happening?
This team is just...
They stink.
They're not that good, man.
They're not good. They're not a good team, and they're not a 500 team. That's what I've been trying to say. What are they, 10-20 or something in the last 30 games?
We're just not that good.
Maybe even worse than that.
I mean, whatever it is, like we could keep looking at the standings. And like, well, they're close.
It doesn't matter. They're
close to the Kings. They're close to the Mavs. They're
exactly what we went through with the Giants last season.
Yeah.
After the trade deadline, everyone's like, well, they're only 3 games out of that third wild card.
No.
It's like, yeah, with 5 teams above them. And nobody believed that should they jump those 3 teams, that they would be a quality team or be good enough to compete in the postseason.
It does not pass the eye test by any means.
It's intellectually fraudulent to make a playoff case for the Warriors right now.
No, they're not good. They're not as good as the Kings. They're not as good as any of these teams above them. And it hurts me to say this. Like, I thought that maybe they could compete with the Los Angeles Lakers. They're not as good as them right now.
We're just not that good,
They had the same over-under for win total at the start of the season.
Yeah.
It was like maybe a half game difference.
Yeah.
And we asked a bunch of people who has a better record, who wins more games. And overwhelmingly, people said the Warriors. I was like, I don't know. I don't think so.
No, I mean, dude, the Lakers right now.
I'll take Anthony Davis as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, even though he's whining his ass off about Wemby. You see this? Anthony Davis won't stop crying about Wemby.
In what way?
So I'm doing an interview about it the other day, and he goes, seems like the narrative is that everybody wants Wemby to win it. I was like, because he's playing...
What, Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah, because he's playing out of his mind. He's going to win it because he's got... What did we put that number up last week? He has like 60 more
Is anybody calling for Anthony Davis to win Defensive Player of the Year right now?
I think he's a candidate. No, he's upset that he would be the candidate, one of the top candidates, if not for what Wemby's doing. Because he has the second most blocks in the league. He's having a really good defensive year.
Well, sorry that Victor Wembanyama has been more adaptable to playing the 5 than you, like this so late in your Laker career.
I feel like the narrative is that the guy who's playing better is going to win it. I was like, yeah, it's kind of where we're at.
All right, AD.
That's my point. I'm like, all right, AD.
Oh, I mean, regardless, I could try to crap on him, but he just dominated. Like, ever since he became a Laker, he's dominated the Warriors.
He's the best player on that team.
Did Draymond complain a little bit about Wemby being the front runner early in the year?
He did, but he did it as a rookie. I think now it sounds a little more bitchy than what Draymond did a year ago. But I definitely hear you on that one.
Just look at the numbers. I mean, come on. It's not even that hard.
No, I mean, he definitely should be in the conversation. But yeah, like the Lakers, like even the rookie Dalton Connect, like he's a good player. Like Austin Reeves has good performances against the Warriors. Like
Anthony Davis is going off at plus 10,000 right now.
Yeah,
to win Defensive Player there. Whereas Wemby is the only player who is in the favorite at negative money or minus money. He's at minus 901, meaning you'd have to bet $901 to win 100. Yeah. Evan Mobley, second best odds. Jaren Jackson Jr., Lou Dort. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's even going off at plus 5,000. That guy.
Yeah.
Shea is insane. What a two-way player he is.
He's so good.
Bottom line is, I'm with you in that.
Lakers have Vanderbilt. He's a good player, too.
Yeah. Bottom line is, I'm with you in that I thought the Warriors were going to be better than they are. But I really wasn't excited about this roster.
No, I wasn't
starting
either.
the season, which is why at 12-3, I was like, I'm in. I'm buying into this depth. I'm cool with what's going on here. They're obviously better than I thought they were, and it just showed me, man, I don't know anything about hoops. I don't know anything about how to evaluate this roster with as well as they were playing. Turns out that was all a facade.
Yeah. No, I mean, Steve Kerr played 11 guys in the first quarter, so I don't know.
In the first quarter, 11 guys. You wouldn't see 11 guys in a game when the Warriors were at their peak. And if you did, you weren't seeing like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 until like late fourth quarter.
I just think they really like they know what they have. They're just trying to mix and match to find the best possible starting lineup and finishing lineup, and nothing's going to help right now. Like I say, get rid of Dennis Schroeder. I mean, like I don't even know like what you could get for him at this point. Maybe he's a better like off the bench type of guy. Right now, I hear like we're trying to find ways to make this team better, and by next week they should trade for somebody. I guess Vucevic. The Bulls want a first-round pick. The Warriors are offering second-round picks. I don't even think Vucevic helps right now.
That's where I'm at. I'm like, they're so bad that it does. Yes, it would make them better. And does it make you more? The question is like, can you do anything to be more attractive? But is that a piece that's like makes people go, hey, one more superstar there now that Vucevic is there? Like, if you were a superstar and you were going to come, you were coming for Vuce. Yeah. You were coming for Steph and Dre.
I mean, honestly, I would play more like, not a lot, but like see more Quinn and Post. Like, I think right now, yeah, you can make a trade, but I really don't care at this point. Whatever they do is not going to be significant until the offseason. So by all means, trade to get, some mediocre player to get you to the 7th seed. That's not going to help you for the long haul. Whatever needs to be done to make this a championship contender is going to have to wait till the offseason. So at this point, the Warriors are kind of like the Giants. I just don't care right now.
They made a critical error in deciding that Buddy Hield, Dennis Schroeder, and Wiggins are going to be your second scorer. And none of them are consistent.
That's three guys.
All. Just none of it is consistent. Your second best scorer on the team,
that's 3 guys, and none of them are good.
None of them equal one Klay Thompson.
None of them equal one Klay, injured Klay. You know what I mean? I'll take that Klay from last year.
Wildly inconsistent.
I'll take Klay with a torn ACL.
I'll take Klay knocking down those free throws without a knee. Exactly.
Yeah, you got Buddy Hield throwing up 12 threes, and it's like, oh no.
Oh man.
Yeah, and now we got to wait for Draymond's day to day. I think we have to wait another 2 weeks for Kuminga. So he's going to come back after the trade deadline.
We're just not that good, man.
More good news.
More good news. Good news.
Good news.
It's a suppository.
The Dubs suck.
And plus, when things go bad for the Dubs, go ahead, Tim. You got it?
Good news. It's a suppository.
That's how I feel every time I see the Dubs on TV. I'm like, great, shove this one in me.
Good news.
Here we go.
Save that one.
Here's Kendrick. Oh, good news.
Kind of what it feels like.
Shove this one in me. Here's what happens when the Dubs stink. You got Kendrick Perkins and Stephen A. debating why haven't they got more
here's the thing.
Star power around Steph Curry. Here you go.
For these iconic Hall of Famers, top 10 greatest players of all time, in my opinion, they still want to win. They're playing at a high level, right? And when I'm looking at the Warriors, I'm looking at Steph. He's the only superstar in the league that doesn't have a certified number 2. Why is that? You look around the league, Braun has one, Kevin Durant has one, Jokic.
It was partially his fault.
What you mean?
He's cooperative.
Wait a second.
He's cooperative. Let's call it what it is. He's the one that was quoted saying, "Look, I wouldn't be hasty.
So
we don't have to make
somebody
a move." No. What I'm not punishing. Okay. I'm not punishing it. I'm just answering the question directly. I have nothing in this game. At the end of the day, that's what you're doing. You're not being a headache. You're not being cantankerous. You're not saying, "Damn it, this is not enough. I'm not happy with this. I need more." We know LeBron's going to do that. That's what he does religiously. He makes it an annual thing for him, okay?
Yeah.
That's not Steph, period.
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
I mean, he's right. He is right.
No,
that's something LeBron does, and that's why we all make the jokes. Oh, it's the LeBrons. LeBron's the coach there. LeBron's the GM there. But it's true. If Steph wanted to throw that weight around, couldn't he?
Oh, definitely.
If Steph was like, get me this now, behind closed doors, wouldn't they make it happen?
I think he doesn't say, get me this now, but I think he lets it known, I think we need this guy to help us. Now, to your point we talked about Friday, where Steph gets some blame and them not making a trade, I think he's also the guy that says, I don't want Lauri Markkanen. I don't want Jimmy Butler. So he's smart about it. He's the smartest GM in all of basketball that plays. That's not LeBron James and these other guys that make demands.
Well, it's sort of like, you were just asking, like, maybe Dennis Schroeder's more of a bench player. Nikola Vucevic, would he even help you that much? If I like that show Manifest, we've talked about that.
What show?
That show Manifest. It's a plane takes off from, like, I don't know, the Bahamas or something like that, and it's flying to New York.
Okay.
And then there's a bunch of turbulence on the plane, and they're like, hey, we've been rerouted from JFK to LaGuardia or something like that. And they land, and they won't let anybody get off the plane. It was, like, major turbulence. And it turns out that while they were flying, they flew through some, like, time warp. And so everybody on the plane has been missing for 5 years. But when they land, everybody who is was on another plane or family members, they've all aged 5 years. So nobody on the plane is aged any different. There's
Let's
like
go
twins.
Through the time warp again.
So I was going to say, the time warp was a funny thing. And I always thought when I saw that show, that pilot, it's one of those shows where the pilot's really good. Then I'm like, I don't really know if there's anywhere else for the show to go.
Yeah.
But the premise of it to me was kind of like if you were if you were in a coma for 5 years and you came out of it, or you got off the plane in Manifest, what would shock you the most? If I got off the plane in Manifest and they told me that there was a championship NBA team out there that started Dennis Schroeder, I would be pretty surprised. That's kind of where I'm coming from. I know it's a long way to go. If you told me there's a championship team out there and like Nikola Vucevic was on the starting lineup.
I got you now.
The Warriors in 6 over the Toronto Raptors.
Yes, sir.
I'd be like, yes, sir. He shot that one from, I don't know, where's Vucevic from?
I don't know.
I don't know, wherever. That's kind of my point is I'm like, they don't seem like they're championship starters to me.
No.
Then again, I don't know. The Warriors just don't have the talent.
No, they don't.
They don't have the talent. And unless something drastically changes this offseason, they ain't going to have it next year either. And we're just kind of wringing the Steph Curry rag out until that thing is dry.
Well, that's my thing, too, is if they get this Jimmy Butler deal done, this could blow up in the Warriors' face where, 1, they didn't get Jimmy Butler. 2, Kevin Durant is more enticed to stay in Phoenix because they got Jimmy Butler. 3, Giannis now is liking that Bradley Beal came over. So now you have like all these domino effects where the Warriors can't get anybody in the offseason. But I wanted to play that Kendrick Perkins and Stephen A. Smith sound just real quick. I wanted to bring this up. I watched that pregame show on Saturday. Man, can we get Bob some effing help? I love Bob Myers. Good dude. I think Bob Myers needs to get off television, not because he's bad at it, because he's just the smartest guy on that pregame show, and they say the dumbest crap.
And he doesn't want to deal with how dumb their crap is.
I could just see him just sitting there just being like, all right, Stephen A., so what do you think? What should they do? And he's like, well, you gotta make a trade. You can't tell me, Bob, you can't make a trade. You gotta make a trade. And Bob's just like, well, trades are hard. I don't want to hear that. Don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear trades are hard.
Who's this impression?
Stephen A.
Somebody give Bob some credit.
Yeah, that was your Stephen A., huh?
I don't want to hear that it's hard. A lot of things are hard.
The worst day to be horny is Sunday.
I'm hard on Sunday.
But listen, like Bob's being reasonable and saying you can't just trade guys willy-nilly. And they're like, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that, Bob. It's like, I'm not in the TV hot take
I don't want to
business.
hear that. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, so I think
there's nobody out there to go get.
Exactly.
That's going to change your fortunes.
I just want Bob to. I would love, I know Warrior fans probably pissed off he went to a different team. I think Bob should go back. I know he's running the Commanders now with some help. I think he should be running an NBA franchise and not be dealing with Stephen A. and Kendrick Perkins.
We're going to have to play that manifest game, like when we get past the Super Bowl or whatever, and play with some listeners. Like in the last 5 years, what would shock you the most? If you got off a plane today, you walk off a plane today and they're like, it's been 5 years since you were last here. What would shock you the most? Up there would be the 4th Warriors title. That would surprise me. They got a 4th in the capacity that they did based on 5 years ago. You got on that plane, right? It would shock me to no end that Buster Posey was not only not playing baseball anymore, but was now the president of baseball for the Giants. That would be pretty shocking. Also be kind of a surprise, but maybe not as big, that Mahomes would have been to every Super Bowl but one since I got on that plane.
Yeah.
And won them all.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy to think about things that have happened in the last 5 years and think like how shocking would it be had you not known
not known about it 4 years and then you wake up from a coma and you're like, yeah, Steph got another one. And Mahomes got 3. You know what I mean? That'd be frustrating.
Brady was on the Bucs. The hell?
Yeah, you're like, what the hell's Tom Brady doing in Tampa?
What the hell's COVID?
And he won a Super Bowl. What the hell's COVID? Yeah, dude, they kick you out of the hospital immediately. Like, you're not vaxxed. You got to go, dude.
Excuse me?
Like, vaxxed for what? You're like, don't worry about it.
Wait, Rodgers is on the Jets?
There'd be so many weird things going on.
The hell did I miss?
Pete Carroll's the head coach of the Raiders? What the hell is going on? Bill Belichick's at UNC. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, it's Dirty Work. When we come on back, let's get into the NFC Championship. A little review of Saquon Barkley running his ass into the Super Bowl. The Giants didn't want to pay him. They didn't want to pay him. And now he's going to be playing for a Super Bowl against Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs. We'll get more to the NFC Championship as the Eagles are going back for the 3rd time in 8 years, only here on the Sports Leader.
You can put it on the board. Yes.
Dirty Work will be live at Harmonic Brewing this Wednesday and Friday. Wait, seriously? They're letting us out of the freezing cold studio? Hell yeah! Come have a beer with Derek, watch Adam steal your french fries, and say hi to Jimmy the owner for me, Tim Webb, the only real beer drinker here at KNBR, the beer leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the playoffs, and you got one football game left. That's right. It's coming up in just a couple of weeks where you can decide which players are going off and which ones are ice cold. There's over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won. Underdog is making it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. With their pick'em game, you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats like yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and more. Plus, you can make some cross-sport entries there. You can go with Steph Curry tomorrow against Utah or on Wednesday even against OKC, and you can pair that with a Patrick Mahomes higher or lower on passing yards or total touchdowns scored when we get to that big game in just a couple of weeks. Underdog is the only pick'em platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands. You can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button to cash out just whenever you want. Plus, every dog deserves a second chance. And with Underdog Rescues, you can even get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes you to lose. Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em. So download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR like you're listening to right now. Make a deposit and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply, or you can serve with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
First play from scrimmage for Philly. They mark him down at the 40-yard line. Toss it to the left side. Barkley's got a lane to the 50, to the 45. Spin move to the 40. Barkley still going. Zigzags inside. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown. Saquon Barkley. He is incredible. Handoff. Barkley stutter step. Running to the right. Barkley will take it in. Touchdown. Philadelphia. They are lining up the link. And the Eagles running away from the Commanders. Saquon Barkley, third touchdown of the day, and Philadelphia can taste it.
I mean, as good of a running back performance in a championship game as we've seen since
Raheem Mostert?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where I'm going.
I think so.
3 rushing touchdowns. Mostert had over 200 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns in that the 2019, early 2020 calendar year, of course. The NFC Championship against the Packers when the Niners went and lost to the Chiefs with Jimmy Garoppolo at the helm. But, I mean, Jalen Hurts threw the ball more than Jimmy Garoppolo did. It's been all Saquon Barkley. Something that sports fans have to love and appreciate is when the best players have their biggest and best performances on the biggest and brightest stage.
Yeah.
It's the coolest thing in sports. And in championship weekend with a date in New Orleans set for a potential Super Bowl appearance for the Eagles, who went just a couple of years ago and lost, it was as cool as you could have wanted to see, I think, for Saquon and the Eagles. Who doesn't root for Saquon Barkley? After all the talk we had all offseason, after free agency, where the running back has been, quote, devalued, and then we watch teams run the ball more this year. I mean, what we say, there's 4 teams that were over 50% running this year.
Mm-hmm.
No team ran, or one team, I think it was the Ravens last year, ran the ball 50% of the time with their play calls. The Eagles do it more than 50% of the time. Their defense allows fewer than 300 yards of total offense a game, the only team in the NFL to do that. The reason they're in the Super Bowl is not because of Jalen Hurts. It's in part because of his play, but it's because of what their run game has been able to do, what the offensive line's been able to do, even with the retirement of Jason Kelce, a Hall of Famer. They do the tush push maybe better than they've ever done it.
With 2 different centers yesterday.
2 different centers yesterday, right. It was pretty impressive, pretty incredible. And it's not a hard route for me if you want to pull for the Eagles and Saquon in the Super Bowl.
But you won't. You're going.
To be honest, I don't really care.
Yeah.
I'm a football fan. I'm a football fan. And if it was the Seahawks, I'd be like, no. If it was the Rams, I was like, no, I don't want to see that.
No, but
I don't hate the Chiefs the way everybody hates the Chiefs. I get the fatigue, but I'm also just mesmerized by what it is that they're able to do. It's
so is it the
cool
Eagles? Is the Eagles and their fans? Because the Niners and Eagles, like, there's not a rivalry. There's moments. There's obviously the NFC Championship game.
It's
and
not Niners Cowboys in the 90s. It's not that, no.
So, but I think it's just an NFC foe.
It's not Niners Packers in the 90s.
No, it's not.
No.
So it's just like an NFC foe who you hate their fan base. I totally get not rooting for either team. But you're going to watch. It's football. It's Super Bowl. People are going to watch. For Saquon, it's an awesome story. I mean, yes, this time, like 2 years ago, that offseason, we were talking about the devaluing of running backs and what that meant for McCaffrey and everything. And we all saw the Hard Knocks where Joe Shane says, I'm not paying that amount of money for a running back. I also...
Maybe you should have.
Yeah, but also at the same time, I don't think Saquon wanted to go back to the Giants.
Well, it's kind of like I said to you, too, to me, it's how I view receivers more. Remember, I've said, like, I view elite receivers on bad teams like I view elite closers on bad teams in baseball. Like, why do you even have that guy? When the New England Patriots were talking about trading for Brandon Ayuk this offseason, I was like, really? Don't you have bigger fish to fry? Like, you got to see who Drake May is, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to see what you have before you're investing a huge portion of your salary cap into a receiver making over $100 million when you've got nobody, at least with a track record of being able to deliver him the ball. Because then every receiver looks overpaid when you're not throwing him the ball and he's not effective.
Because they knew it was going to be hard to acquire talent. Like this offseason, we'll see. Like the Patriots may have the most cap space of any team this year, but I doubt they'll attract free agents like we all think they will.
But I'm with you in that, like, I don't know that he wanted to go back there. I don't know that it was the right move for them to bring him back there. Probably not the right thing to say, I'm not paying that for a running back, especially with anybody who wrote him off. I mean, I don't want to quote Skip Bayless, but there's a video clip going around of him talking about how the Eagles made a bad move, and it was before the season.
Yeah.
That's a shocker. Skip Bayless had a bad take in he says, I think all you see is his highlights, but you don't see what he's incapable of doing in the blocking game and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, maybe he was just the best player on a really crappy team. That's kind of what it comes down to.
I mean, dude, anybody that thought that Saquon was not going to do well with the Eagles this year, I have to think, like, what
were you watching?
Well, like, what have you seen in Saquon's past? Like, I understand maybe injuries, but, like, the Eagles got the best out of mediocre running backs. I never was a Miles Sanders guy.
No.
I'm not really a DeAndre Swift guy, and they had great seasons, career seasons, against with the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line. With Saquon, yeah, first year he gets 2,000 yards. And I was upset that he didn't go for Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record. I got to say now, it's going to be his birthday on Super Bowl Sunday.
It's Saquon's birthday on Super Bowl Sunday? Yep. Bang the over on whatever props you can get.
Well, he just needs 30 yards to get the most rushing yards in a single season, postseason included.
Or otherwise.
Yeah.
I hate that.
No, I know, but think about that's honestly more impressive because how many 2,000-yard rushers have gone to the Super Bowl? Just him and Terrell Davis. And now he has the opportunity to eclipse that. So I'm rooting for Saquon. I think it's an awesome story. As far as the Eagles, yes, I did say on Friday that right now, at that moment, you probably had to put Jalen Hurts fourth as far as quarterbacks left in the conference championship. But after yesterday, I changed my opinion wholeheartedly because, yes, Jaden Daniels is a rookie quarterback, and he had an amazing performance against the Lions. But when Jalen Hurts wants to take over a game, he can. And there's times where he doesn't look very good. I don't think he's very good against pressure sometimes, but if he has the protection around him, and he has the players around him as well. He has A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. He can throw it. And that's what, again, the Commanders' defense, not amazing, but that game plan was we're going to make you think that we're going to run with Saquon. Really, for a second there, I thought something wrong with Saquon with how little they were running the ball with him. He got 15 carries on 118 yards, but it could have been a lot worse. I don't know if they were trying to save him with that calf injury, but first it was, let's run it with Saquon, boom, out the gate, 60 yards. Then they get a turnover, another handoff to Saquon, he scores a touchdown. And then for the majority of that game, it was let's throw on first and second down to Dallas Goedert and set up small running games or like in short yardage and stuff like that. But, yeah, I mean, Jalen Hurts, he showed how he could be effective on given Sundays. So, yeah, I do think this Philadelphia Eagle team, I think they are more balanced and better than they were 2 years ago.
I think the defense is better than it was 2 years ago.
No doubt it is because I think they have a stronger running game.
Jalen Carter was a rookie that year, right?
He wasn't even on the team yet.
No, last year he was a rookie.
Yes. Right? So that year they were close to breaking the 85 Bears or maybe 86 Bears as far as single-season sacks. They had 4 guys with 10 sacks. Yes. They were, I mean, it was Javon Hargrave and Hassan Reddick and all these guys, but they couldn't in pass coverage. James Bradbury, we see it now. Like Deebo Samuel was actually right when he said that guy's trash covering receivers. Like in that Super Bowl, I don't know if you remember, Copes, they got no pressure whatsoever. They got no sacks, and they were throwing it to wide open receivers the whole game. This time around, I think they have better covering linebackers in Zach Bond.
For sure.
I think they have better young talent in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. I think that this Eagles team, I mean, I would probably lean towards the Chiefs right now, but I think this Eagles team is a lot better than what they were 2 years ago that can't put up a fight and maybe win this whole thing.
And by the way, they lost that Super Bowl 38-35.
Yeah.
Wasn't like they got blown out in that game.
With a questionable defensive holding call.
Yes. So, everybody's going to be upset about that. Everybody's going to look at the officials in this one. But in that game, Patrick Mahomes, 21-27, 182. He didn't throw for a bunch of yards. He did throw 3 touchdowns, and they ran it extremely effectively. They went...
that was it, just 182 thrown through the air?
182, 3 touchdowns for Mahomes in that game. Jalen Hurts in that game, 27-38, 304, 1 touchdown, and no interceptions. Also, he was the leading runner in that game. 15 carries for 70 yards.
That won't be the case on 2 weeks from now.
That will not be the case. No. If he has to throw, if he has to pass to beat them, how do you feel about their chances?
I think the threat of the run, I mean, their running game is so dominant. Like, we came into this saying, like, the Commanders, they got to find a way to stop it. Steve Spagnola is a fantastic defensive coordinator. I will be shocked if they hold Saquon under 80 yards rushing because they're just so dominant in the running game.
Also, in short yard situations, Kansas City looked real good in short yard situations against the Bills. And then how many times did we see the Tush? I mean, how many times did we see it? I think they ran it on 3 consecutive plays at one point.
I mean, they run it way better than the Bills do, and
way better than the Bills.
And then James Cook had 85 yards rushing yesterday. So I would anticipate that Jalen Hurts is going to have his moments for doing a good play action fake. And I think that Jalen Hurts, the conditions were perfect yesterday. I think that he had trouble throwing in the snow. He had trouble throwing against the Packers. I think that it's set up with the running game that he can actually have a good performance in the Super Bowl. But I think this Chiefs secondary is pretty good. So if it's just, well, they stopped the run and now Jalen Hurts has to drop back and throw 40 times in this game, he's not going to have success. If they can run it and throw, then yeah, it it potentially could be a long day for the Chiefs.
The Eagles beat the Chiefs in that Super Bowl, by the way, in just about every category. How about this? Is incredible to me. The Chiefs only saw 8 third downs in that entire game.
That's it?
4 of 8 on third down is what the Chiefs were. They put up a total of 340 yards to the Eagles 417. The Eagles ran 19 more offensive plays than the Chiefs did.
Yeah.
And lost by 3. So it's not like it was a blowout and they had to get back in and run a bunch more plays. They were putting together sustained drives. 11 of 18 on third down were the Eagles in that one. But to your point about the run game, this is a better defense, I think, but it's definitely head and shoulders above where it was on the ground. We were joking, Miles Sanders, and they were sort of patchworking together that backfield.
Yeah.
Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, and Boston Scott in that game combined for 13 carries and 45 total rushing yards.
That's it? Wow.
Yeah, whereas Jalen Hurts, 15 for 70. He was their leading rusher.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, man, if the Eagles come away with this one. I know that we're all, anointing the Chiefs as 3-time champions
Eagles won time
already.
of possession in that game, 35.5 to 24.5. It's Eagles put every statistical category would tell you the Eagles won this game 2 years ago.
So my question to Niner fans is, you don't want to see a three-peat. You hate Mahomes. You hate the Chiefs. I get that. Would it sting a little bit more if it was the Eagles? Because the Niners have had more success, I think, in the NFC in more recent years.
Yeah, 808 KNBR 49er fans, my general consensus or my feel from Niner fans is, it's more like, quote, ugh, I guess it's go Birds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like anybody's rooting for the Eagles, it doesn't feel like. It's that you're rooting against Patrick Mahomes, a la Yankees-Dodgers in the World Series. Maybe not quite as big, but nobody wants to see Mahomes get another one is my feel. 808 KNBR, if you got a feel on that, I'm
Let's go Birds!
I think this is why, I don't care. Niners aren't in it. It'd be cool to see some history. It'd be cool to see Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts win, but the more historic moment would be Patrick Mahomes getting 3 in a row and his 4th Super Bowl win in 5 potential tries.
Yeah, but I think for Niner fans, it would be like we've been running the NFC for quite some time right now, and if the Lions won it, then the Lions won it. But it feels like the Eagles, yes, they had the Super Bowl in 2017, but they just have turned it on more recently. Where you think we could beat that team, we kicked the crap out of them a year ago, 42-19. Who knows if Brock Purdy stays healthy? We may have won that game. But now the Eagles are now going to beat us or be the best team in not only the NFC, but the whole damn thing. And I wonder right now, by this time next year, the Niners could retool and be a better team. I think it's a debate to have right now if Saquon's better than Christian McCaffrey, if this Eagles defense is better than the Niners right now. I think that the Niners could come back and be a better football team. I don't think this is the same Eagle team we saw a year ago that the Niners kicked the crap out of.
No, it would be a much different team to try and stop. Niners also got the brakes beat off them by the Chiefs earlier this season, right? My buddy was saying that to me yesterday. He's like, the Chiefs barely get by everybody. And I'm like, you didn't watch that Niner game this year, did you? The Chiefs kicked the crap out of the 49ers at Levi Stadium. We'll talk more about this one. And you know what? Tables have kind of turned, I feel like, on Bay Area sports fans. And Warrior fans, remember what it was like to be on top? We kind of felt like Chiefs fans do, I think, right now. We're going back, and we're going to win it again. Can the Eagles be the Toronto Raptors to the Kansas City Chiefs Golden State Warriors? We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
David Lombardi of The Athletic reacted live to the hiring of special teams coordinator Brant Boyer after Boyer spent the last 9 seasons in the same position for the New York Jets. Keep it locked to KNBR, home of the 49ers for the last 20 seasons.
What's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, you down with ERC? You know me. Tell everybody about the ERC coming up and tax season this year.
ERC, there's 3 big areas. 1, have you been waiting forever for your check and you're not getting paid? There's so many good solutions. Just before I came on air, we were having a discussion in the firm about the different ways we want to get you this money. So the bottom line is, but we want you to hurry up because we're concerned with President Trump saying he's going to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal spending. Will he pick up his pen, which he's very likely to do? Will he axe ERC? Who knows? But we don't want to take that risk with your listeners' money. Or if you got a letter from there saying you don't qualify, there's a big suit going on right now that says IRS is using AI and they're disqualifying lots of people. They don't even know if they're qualified or not, or if you're being audited. So the bottom line is, I call them the big three. 1, you're still waiting for your check. 2, you got denied. 3, you're being audited. We want to take over the cases for you. All that you have to do is call up. We'll explain all the things we can do for you. We have a lot of experience in this. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Steve can help. Give him a call, 1-88-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. Happy 420 to everybody. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. T-Dub.
On the nose.
On the nose. We're going to be out at Harmonic Brewing on Wednesday.
We are.
And on Friday.
Hey, 2 in 1 week?
2 in 1 week.
My God. For this fantastic Warriors basketball team.
Shout out our guy Jimmy, noted Vikings fan out at Harmonic. Tough deal for the Vikes.
He wasn't feeling confident about that wild card matchup, huh?
I thought he said he felt pretty good as long as Darnold played well, and he didn't.
Oh, wait, was it the Lions game that he wasn't confident about?
I can't remember which game. I think it was the Lions game because that was the Sunday night game to end the season. We were talking about that one. By the way, I could not get it out of my head yesterday. It's one of my favorite lines ever. The line from our guy Ray Ratto that we asked him about the Lions 6 weeks ago, and he was like, some franchises are just French kissed by Satan. Lions are one of them. I think the Buffalo Bills are one too.
I think you have to say that. I think watching that game yesterday,
if this were baseball, we'd start talking curses. Football, you don't really do it, but like baseball, you'd be like, yeah, that team's cursed. Like the Boston Red Sox, after trading away Babe Ruth, what was it, 1918, right? It was the last time the Red Sox won a World Series prior to 2004. They win in 18. They trade away Babe Ruth for like $100,000. They sell him to the Yankees. And then it was like it was self-inflicted. You did it to a team that was your biggest rival. Then he becomes the all-time greatest hitter in the history of the game and whatnot. And the Red Sox, I want to say, had been to 3 or 4 World Series. Maybe it was 3 in the time before they won it. And everyone, not only did they lose it, they lost in gut-wrenching, heartbreaking Game 7 fashion.
Yeah, but
it's almost like to exercise those demons, they had to overcome the Yankees.
Oh, of course.
Down 3-0 to do it. Now, the Bills, this has been out there today, Nick Wright, everybody's favorite guy. You hate when you hate when a guy that you hate is correct about stuff.
I hate when Nick Wright's right.
It's kind of like when O.J. Simpson came out during COVID and he was like, come on, everybody, go out and get vaccinated so we can get back out there.
Juice is right.
And Murph was like, I kind of hate to agree with the juice here. Kind of hate to say the juice is right. But in terms of
sort of like this guy.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
Yeah, we know.
He was right.
I hate to agree with him sometimes.
Hate to agree with him.
Well, but to your point with baseball, there's like folklore there. There's like great like curse stories of the great Bambino, and also like the
Billy Goat. And all that.
Yeah, exactly. With football, we don't have that. Like, what do the Bills have? It's like, you should have never passed on Mahomes. Well, and now like Stephen Colbert and then Curb Your Enthusiasm, you will fail.
Yeah, right. So that's the thing is Patrick Mahomes was on the board.
Yeah.
When the Bills were picking, and they decided not to go with Patrick Mahomes. They might have even traded that pick away.
I don't remember
Go back and look.
It was 2017, and the Bills were on the clock. The big one to me was just this past offseason. Last night you saw it.
Xavier
Worthy. Like you can't think that way of like, oh, we'll trade this guy, like we'll trade out of this pick because we don't want him. He doesn't fit with us. But the Chiefs want him, so maybe we'll have them move up and we'll get who we wanted, Keon Coleman. They kicked your ass last night. And yeah, maybe Xavier Worthy doesn't fit with the scheme right now with the Buffalo Bills because you're going to have already a guy like that in Khalil Shakir. But I don't know. Like, you never want to do business with a team that you're, constantly always having to get over the hump against. So, yeah, I would say the Bills, they're not cursed. They just run into the worst luck. Like, I don't
know, man. 2017, the Buffalo Bills traded their first-round draft pick to the Kansas City Chiefs, who they then used to draft Patrick Mahomes. If that ain't like sports cursed lore, I don't know what is. Then 2017, the Bills are on the clock with Patrick Mahomes on the board, and everybody gives crap to the Chicago Bears for taking Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's a bad pick. Teams miss, especially the Bears. They've been looking for a quarterback for like 45 years, and they can't find one. But the Bills are on the clock, and the 2 quarterbacks they have on the roster are Nate Peterman and Tyrod Taylor. And they decided we're going to go with Tyrod Taylor and Nate Peterman. They traded that pick to Kansas City, who then sent their 27th and 91st overall picks, as well as another first-rounder in 2018 to the Bills. Hey, Buffalo, was it worth it? Because now, not only is Patrick Mahomes running things, and who's to say that he would have been the same guy? But when you look at what Josh Allen has done in that offense, who's to say Patrick Mahomes wouldn't have been? He was still a first-round quarterback.
Yeah.
Who's to say he wouldn't have been fantastic? The Bills then, by the way, used those picks on Tre'Davious White.
Good
wide receiver Zay Jones.
Yeah.
They got a linebacker in Tremaine Edmonds, pretty good.
Yeah.
And an offensive lineman, Deion Dawkins.
All solid players. But
and then Mahomes is ripping your heart out year after year after year. I mean, could they be back into these positions each year without Tre'Davious White, Zay Jones, Tremaine Edmonds, and Deion Dawkins? I think yes.
Yeah.
I think you could have found comparable talent or talent to supplant some of that stuff.
Absolutely.
Quarterbacks, you can't do it. No, again, everything is revisionist history.
Of course, because
everything is.
Okay, because to your point, yes, you're making solid points here. But also, when Mahomes was coming out of college, he was known as a gunslinger. He wasn't like the biggest name as far as that draft.
What was Josh Allen known as? He's played in Wyoming.
No, I know.
He's a zero-star recruit.
I know. What I'm saying, though, is like a lot of teams thought that it was going to be hard to coach the interceptions out of him. And the perfect guy got him in Andy Reid. So it wouldn't have made sense for Sean McDermott, a defensive-oriented coach, to go after Patrick Mahomes at that time. Now, did you find a good quarterback in Josh Allen? Absolutely.
But look what was on your roster. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at. Is I'm like, it's not like they had somebody in waiting. They really thought Peterman was the dude.
I know, but I never think of like, well, if they drafted this guy, you never know if that's going to be the same result.
Of course not.
So like whenever like I hear like, well, the Raiders could have drafted Aaron Rodgers back in 2005.
Right, but it just
he
feels
probably would have
different.
sucked with them.
That's different. But that is I think that is different. I think it is different.
How so?
Because we saw what Josh Allen became after going to the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Right? Like they were able to get that production out of Josh Allen, and they took him 7th overall the next year. They had a worse draft pick the next season.
Yeah.
They had 13th in 2017. They were the 7th pick in 2018. So obviously they didn't have a player at that position that was good enough. Was that Rex Ryan, by the way? Or was he gone by then? Was that his first?
What season?
Was that McDermott's first year, 17?
17 was Sean McDermott's first year.
Sean McDermott comes in. Josh Allen's the number 7 pick the next year. If you're going to take a guy at 7 the following year, I get it. Maybe you just liked him better. That's all fine and good.
At that point, though, they went to the playoffs. They had Tyrod, and they lost in a playoff game to the Jacksonville Jaguars when they only scored like 3 points. So they needed to upgrade there. And they didn't like Tyrod. I mean, like if you remember, they benched him in a game where Nathan Peterman threw like 5 interceptions before half. So
I remember the game.
Yes.
I was like, he's still out there just heaving, huh?
So
they're still dropping him back.
But at the time, it just didn't make sense to draft a quarterback because they were just a rebuilding team. They were more defensive oriented. I totally get the argument because history bit them in the ass. They chose the wrong pick. They didn't pick at all. They traded down and they let Mahomes get there.
By the way, 2018 is a pretty sick draft.
As far as talent, but not quarterbacks.
No. Well, Baker won 1.
Oh, but Baker. So Darnold 3.
Baker 1, Saquon 2, Darnold 3, Denzel Ward 4, Bradley Chubb 5, Quentin Nelson 6, Josh Allen 7, Roquan 8, Mike McGlinchey 9, Josh Rosen 10, Minka Fitzpatrick 11, Vita Vea 12, Daron Payne 13, Marcus Davenport 14, Colton Miller 15. Pretty deep draft to this point.
Bad.
To this point, pretty damn good draft in terms of talent.
Yeah, but like the bigger thing here is just like the Buffalo Bills right now. They probably would have been a dominant team in the AFC had not Mahomes went to Kansas City. And it's blown up in their face, and it's blown up in, I mean, it's not only just the Bills, it's all these teams. It's the Eagles.
Kansas City was already good, was my point. Like, they already had Alex Smith.
Well, they knew they had to upgrade because Alex Smith just wasn't cutting it enough.
And the Chiefs the Bills viewed it as we can get more players and more talent by giving up this pick. And turns out, not only did they get more talent, it was just talent that's just going to lose to Patrick Mahomes every year.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at.
And it seems like it is. It doesn't seem like it is. It is a one-sided quarterback rivalry, which is the hardest thing to watch is because you always root for the guy that needs to overcome his nemesis. Like that's what we love in sports, right? Is this guy got me one time, and then I'll get him the next time. Like it happened even with like Joe Flacco with Tom Brady. Like Brady would kick his ass, and then the next year when they had like Ray Rice and guys like that, they ran all over him.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
You can't bring up Ray Rice, can you?
Yeah, as a player.
You can talk about him still?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. And then
Derek going Redskins and Rice in the same week.
Not the
you
same
can remember Ray Rice any way you want to, right?
You remember however you want, Derek.
I'll choose to remember him as running back with the Ravens. I'm kidding.
It's just the guy whose dad's talking OJ.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
No, but there's always moments where that team that always got kicked was finally doing the kicking. And I just don't feel like I don't think that's going to happen with the Buffalo Bills, which sucks.
Well, dude, Tim, you're going to have to dig that up, dude. You're going to have to dig us up a dirty word quote, man. There's two kinds of people in this world. There's
the ones that get kicked and the ones that do the kicking.
Something like that. Yeah.
I was stealing that from Norm.
Were you? Because, see, that's a dirty work line. We got to dig that. Yeah.
I did it subconsciously.
We'll talk more about this. At 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Are the Bills the most snake-bitten team in sports now in your mind?
And also, like, compared to the Niners, I know Niner fans feel like, damn, we just can't catch a break against this team. How do you think the Bills feel? I mean, good Lord, the Niners have won 5 Super Bowls. The Bills haven't won anything.
I would wager that's why the Bills are cursed. 4 straight, you don't get one of them. Why should you never again? Is what the football gods are saying. They're like 4 times in a row.
Never again.
Jim Kelly.
You didn't appreciate it.
Never again. Never again. You missed that wide right, dude. No chance. We're not sending you back there. You're losing to Hostetler. You're not going again.
But since that time, I mean, that wide right, and then there's been more like After that.
That was the only close one, too.
Yeah, exactly. Like they lost to the then Redskins.
You can't say that.
By a lot.
You can't say that.
They got dominated by the Cowboys twice. And then they were, a terrible team for the longest time. Now they're back. But now they have these gut-wrenching losses where Josh Allen thinks he's won the game with 13 seconds left. That didn't happen.
They changed the rules for Josh Allen. They changed the rules.
Yes.
It's for everybody who's like, Patrick Mahomes gets favorites. Dude, they changed the rules because the NFL was like, I guess it's not fair that one of the best players in the league doesn't get to touch the ball in overtime. And I'm like, but they didn't change it after Tom Brady did it in the AFC title game with Rex Burkhead against Mahomes and the Chiefs.
So every time I visit family in Buffalo, they always talk about, like years ago, 10 years ago, whatever it was, they always talk about wide right and Scott Norwood missing that field goal. Now I can feel like everybody could bring up, oh, man, if Josh Allen just didn't give him 13 seconds, or, man, if Tyler Bassett had missed that kick, or last night, if Josh Allen just does something better than a QB, like they're more effective when they do shotgun on 4th and 1, and they do like a QB read option instead of this bull crap they ran repeatedly where he goes to the left.
Derek wouldn't have called that play, no.
I just didn't like it. So, yeah, I think Bills fans have a lot to complain about.
There's two kinds of people in this world, those who get stomped on and those who do the stomping.
Stomping.
Stomping. Yeah, that's an interesting quote. Who said that? That famous guy said it. I don't know. What was his name?
Jesus.
Oh, yeah, Jesus.
Hi, I'm Mitch.
Yeah, dude, then he turns over and meets
I gotta help out my buddy. I'm sorry. I gotta go.
Uses that line to hit on a woman at the bar. There's two kinds of people in this world. Those that get stomped on, those that do the stomping. That's the Bills and the Chiefs. 808 KNBR. Are the Bills cursed? Are they the most snake-bitten franchise in sports? We'll talk about them relative to some of the others when Dirty Work rolls on next on the Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work. All the sports you'll ever need. On KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. Before we get into this Bills conversation, if they're the most snake-bitten franchise, we talked about Brian Schottenheimer being named Dallas Cowboys head coach.
We didn't really talk about it because I don't care, but yeah.
Well,
it was mentioned on the show.
It was mentioned. I mean, surprising move. I think a lot of people are like, what? Matt Eberflus is going to be his defensive coordinator. You know who special teams coordinator is going to be?
Go ahead.
Nick Sorensen.
Nice. DC Nick Sorensen, who, by the way, his defense this past year gave up the 7th fewest yards per game in the NFL.
So there you go.
Nick Sorensen going to the
Don't know
boys.
what to make of that. The Niners thought they got a better guy in Brant Boyer, but yeah, he's going to Dallas.
All right. Is there a more snake-bitten franchise in sports right now than the Buffalo Bills? Buffalo Bills fans have got it tough. First of all, they're in Buffalo. That's for starters. Am I right? As a man with ties to Buffalo,
it's a nice place.
Not what Marshawn said.
Not the most. That was Willis McGahee.
Willis McGahee.
Yeah.
Was he the one who
There's
thought
only Applebee's around.
Well, who's the one who thought they were going to somewhere? They're like, I was going to a New York team. I didn't know it was going to be like this New York. I thought that was Marshawn.
It might have been Marshawn. You know, famously a couple years ago, who was it? The tight end, Jordan Matthews. When he was in Buffalo, he said, "There's really not a lot to do here. So me and my wife, we just started making babies. That's all we do all day."
Don't forget, they had like the Toronto Blue Jays play some games there in a minor league facility at one point during COVID and after COVID and whatnot. Yeah, is there a more snake-bitten franchise than the Buffalo Bills? I can't imagine.
In the NFL? No.
I just think, like, Niner fans, think about how tough it's been to lose these 2 Super Bowls. Think about going to 4 in a row. Like, by the 3rd one, are you like, it has to happen this year? And by the 4th one, you got to be resigned to your fate, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, they had leads, I think, in all 3 or 4 of those games. Well, not the Washington one.
So one of the Giants, they lose 20-19.
Yeah.
Next year in Super Bowl 26 to Washington, they lose 37-24. Then Dallas the following year, they lose
52-10?
52-17. I think it might have been a late touchdown. And the one after that, 30-13. Yeah, that's tough.
I mean, that's...
Have you watched every Super Bowl?
Have I watched every Super Bowl?
Yeah,
I've seen highlights of every Super Bowl.
You're pretty incredible, man, when it comes to like remembering scores of games. Like I can usually get close, but I sometimes forget like the like late scores that happen or things like that. Like you have a really good I know I have a good baseball recall. I have pretty good play recall for football. Basketball, I'm terrible.
In my younger days,
you're real good.
I was really good at remembering like I could recite like every score of like a Raider 2000 season.
Yeah. Like what if I just threw at you like who was Super Bowl 17?
Super Bowl 17. Hang on. That would be. I'm not good with the numbers.
It's the year after the Niners beat the Bengals, 26-21.
Okay, so that would be 1982. So
1983 Super Bowl, yes, 82 season.
Okay, so that would be the then Redskins.
I can't say that.
And the Miami Dolphins. And I want to say John Riggins was MVP.
So far, he's right on it.
And the final score, I believe, is 24-17.
27-17. You're damn good, dude. That's really impressive.
Dude, back in the day, Joe Fortenbaugh would bring me on the morning show to go through every single Super Bowl if I can remember the scores, and I think I could get pretty close to it.
Well, so Joe Fortenbaugh on Friday, or I think it was on Thursday, he joined us last week. ESPN's Joe Fortenbaugh. And he said to us, because I said, what does this game and what does the end of this season for Josh Allen mean for his legacy?
Yeah.
Like I think I said to you coming in to the season or into the postseason, I said, Josh Allen has more to lose on his legacy in this run than Lamar Jackson does. If the season ended today, or if the careers ended today, would Josh Allen be a Hall of Famer? I don't think so.
That's hard to say right now.
Okay, but if Lamar's
asking like Phillip Rivers at the midway point of his career, if he's a Hall of Famer.
That's what I'm saying is exactly. But if the career of Lamar Jackson ended today or yesterday, he's in the Hall
because of the MVPs,
and maybe 3 of them. And he's done things that he's already the all-time leading rusher for quarterback.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, I mean, Jalen Hurts now, by the way, has more rushing touchdowns in the playoffs than any quarterback in history.
Yeah, and now Josh Allen has the most career playoff appearances without going to a Super Bowl,
which is pretty incredible.
Yeah,
sort of a Crash Davis-like note. Most homers ever in the minors. Like it's a tough deal.
No,
right?
he's on Bernie Kosar territory as far as like being a great regular season quarterback. And playoffs, too, but like
just can't get
Sean Elway was always in Bernie's way, and
Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson are going to be in Josh Allen's way, and maybe more coming.
So Josh Allen, like I was thinking about it, like right now for Bay Area fans, we are pissed off about the Chiefs every single year. Like not so much pissed off, but annoyed. But this was the Warriors. This was the Warriors in, just 10 years ago. Like they started their, championship run exactly 10 years ago, and then they got Kevin Durant, and every year, like, we were expecting it. Like, I pretty much was planning my vacation and everything in the summertime around all right, well, when's the Warriors parade going to be? We were confident, we were cocky, but that's just kind of how it is with basketball and baseball. Like, you kind of expect certain teams to keep winning. In the NFL, like I said earlier, I think there's more parity. You say, okay, they can't do it again. The Chiefs win 3 in a row. That's never been done before. Now that they're doing it, we're all kind of annoyed, but this was the Warriors. So I kind of relate it to Steph Curry being Patrick Mahomes and James. Like, I hate making this comparison because I hate James Harden. James Harden's kind of Josh Allen, which sucks.
It's so funny, too. Somebody mentioned that to me yesterday or this weekend. I don't think it was you when we were talking. Yeah. I was talking about Steph Curry and his trajectory and what he's been able to do in his career. I think it was our guy Jack Loader. We were coming back from FanFest on Saturday. I'm pretty sure this was the conversation we were having. And Jack said something interesting. He said, which is the first interesting thing Jack's ever said. Really. He said, you know what's interesting is it feels like James Harden and Steph Curry at one point were kind of on the same trajectory. And I thought, superstar stardom, yeah, because we were discussing what Marcus Thompson said to us on Friday about how Steph and LeBron are kind of the last of their style of superstar.
Yeah.
Like the type that will be the face of the league and know what it means to carry the league and know that they are like Jordan was and that fans are going to account for or want different things from you. You know what it means to have to be an on-the-field presence and an off-the-court and an on-the-court presence. Because he said, now there's these 22-year-olds who show up and think they're superstars and they're wearing fur coats. You just have to earn that.
Yeah.
Like guys had to earn sort of that right to be that eccentric or that sort of flamboyant when it came to their stardom. But at some point, Steph, obviously, with the championships and the victories, breaks away. James Harden's still going down as one of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Famer. I think he's top 5 in three-point shooting or three-pointers made.
He's definitely Hall of Famer.
All-time right now. But you're right in that their trajectories and their paths split dramatically and tremendously because of what Steph could do as a winner. I don't think football quarterbacks have the same type of thing happen. I don't think Josh Allen's going to waste away or just become some whatever player because they haven't won. The question, though, has to be asked. In a game like this where he plays well and they still can't get over the hump, and this was maybe going to be, as Fortenbaugh put it, a gap year for the Bills. I don't know if that was totally true, but they did lose some players on defense. They traded away their top pass catcher. They got a better run game than they've ever had in James Cook. Does Josh Allen need more help? We talk about Brock Purdy can't get it done unless he has help. Josh Allen ain't getting past Patrick Mahomes either. You know what I mean? So where are we with that? Does he need more? Everybody needs help.
Yeah,
Does Josh Allen need more help? Or is this team good enough, you think, to win a Super Bowl?
Well, this goes back to the argument with Brock Purdy of giving him a contract or not, because when you pay a guy, you're going to lose talent around him. So they paid Josh Allen, and they traded for Stephon Diggs, and they had a good guy in Gabe Davis, but after a while, they couldn't make it all work together. And also, that was a lot of off-the-field stuff, too, what was ever going on with Stephon Diggs really Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen. But, yeah, they wanted to change the scheme up with the offense. I think this offense really worked without Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis and all these guys. I think they all do their own separate thing. I think Keon Coleman is the big body wide receiver you could throw a jump ball to. I think that Khalil Shakir is the good, shifty slot guy. The guy that I don't think they threw to enough, and they're going to see if they keep him in free agency, they acquired Amari Cooper at the trade deadline. And I don't think they used him enough yesterday of this whole damn season. So to say like Josh Allen doesn't have talent around him or receivers, I go look at Patrick Mahomes the last 2 seasons when he didn't have Xavier Worthy or Marquise Hollywood Brown or DeAndre Hopkins. He was throwing to Juju Smith-Schuster, and I don't even remember.
Last year?
Yeah, Mecole Hardman.
You want to know who caught the touchdowns? You mean 2 years ago when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl?
2 years ago?
2 years ago, there were 3 touchdown passes by Patrick Mahomes in that game. They went to...
hold on. Travis Kelce.
Yep.
Who's my guy? Sky Moore.
That was the random
and
one.
Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, that's it. Those are your 3 pass catchers for Super Bowl or for touchdowns against the Eagles in the Super Bowl 3 years ago.
Not any of them are elite receivers. They are better. They have had better Super Bowl runs without Tyreek Hill.
Kelce's the elite receiver there.
Yeah, well, of course. Of course he is.
But again, they were outgained in basically every statistical category with the exception of rushing yards in that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They ran 20 fewer plays. They held the ball for way less time. They saw 4 or 8 third downs the entirety of the game, but they scored 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, but I think we also just create this narrative because the Bills just didn't get it done last night. They had an opportunity. That
is the narrative. The narrative is that they've been, how many times have they lost in the AFC Championship? 3 now?
I know, man. But
Mahomes?
Okay, but did you think, yes, but AFC Championship, divisional round, whatever, but did you think last night going into the fourth quarter up 22-21 that this felt different, that finally they probably could get this done? Or no, in the back of your mind, something's going to happen here?
This is how I feel. I feel about Mahomes the way I felt about Brady. I will take, you give me the live line at any point in that game, when they're down 22-21, I was probably taking Kansas City. Like, I felt like this is as good of a chance as anybody has had to beat Mahomes in this position, or as good of a chance as the Bills have had. But they have to execute. And if you let Mahomes have a chance, he's going to take advantage. And he did.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just kind of it. Like, you cannot – the Chiefs do not and will not beat themselves. Even when things were trending in the wrong direction for them, they didn't beat themselves when it mattered most.
No,
I'm not saying Allen didn't step up. Call it play calling, call it whatever you want. You cannot give that dude opportunities to beat you because he will. And if you give that defense a chance to get a stop, the chances of them stopping is pretty good.
That's why that 4th and 1 denial was so bad.
They knew what play was coming.
No, I mean, they knew they ran it too quickly. And if they scored,
why did they go to the line so quick? What was that?
Just so that they couldn't sub Chris Jones in or whatever it was, where they had less meat on the defensive line. But
how'd that work out?
Well, it didn't work out. And Chris Jones did end up making the play on that line. So, I mean, no.
None of it mattered. Yeah, nothing mattered.
It didn't. But if they found a way, like, even after they got denied on that 4th down, I was like, oh, crap. And then immediately Mahomes scores, and it goes up to 29-22. But then Josh Allen has a great throw to Matt Collins over the middle, and then they score, and they go up. I mean, they're not up, but they're tied the game 29-29. It was all set up. They were down 32-29. Josh Allen was going to have his moment where he could tie the game or go win it. And yes, that play by Spags, the corner blitz, was perfect. But they had to find a way to get around that. So I do wonder last night if that was their best opportunity, and if Josh Allen ever get another opportunity like that. Yeah, they could go out and get better receivers or a better defense, probably a better defense. Like, there were definitely factors in this game. Christian Burford or Bradford, whatever his name. The Bradford, the cornerback for the Bills, got concussed. Taylor Rapp wasn't out there. Matt Milano's not the same player he used to be. They can make upgrades, but as far as, like, I don't want to hear the narrative of Josh Allen doesn't have guys around him. He has plenty of guys around him. He has depth around him. Are they elite receivers? No, but neither Mahomes doesn't have that either. So they blew an opportunity last night, and it sucks.
Yeah, I don't know that there are many more cursed teams. And again, it's tough to say teams are cursed unless they're like the Cubs were cursed because they went like 100 years. Also, for how long, Tim, they were the doormats of the National League, right? I mean, like World War II ended like 45. That was like the last year the Cubs had been to a World Series before 2016.
Yeah. I went to Chicago in 2011, and there was a very famous billboard that was up front. It said 2010 champs versus the 14 champs or whatever. 1914?
1908, yeah.
1908, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it was, when the Cubs had last won.
So it was still good.
808 KNBR, like 707 checks and says, yeah, the Knicks are cursed. Like, I don't know, are they? They've just been terrible, and they had bad ownership forever. Like, I don't think Washington is cursed.
Being cursed is not the same thing as having bad ownership. You'll realize
like meddlesome ownership is a potential way to
exactly. Like the Dallas Cowboys, they're not cursed. Just Jerry Jones is in their damn way.
By the way, did you see that article that ESPN had out over the weekend about Dan Snyder, the disgraced former owner of
I'm mad as hell.
Washington football team?
I can't watch this.
What they said was people close to him and tight to him say he is very upset about the success of Washington.
Shocker.
I'm like, dude, this is on you. This is on you.
You got out of the way, and they immediately made a deep playoff run.
Which is pretty hysterical.
That's why Glenn Taylor of the Minnesota Timberwolves is like, oh, this team's going to have success without me? No. A-Rod, you can have my franchise. I'm going to ruin it some more.
And what happened?
Now they suck again.
Now they stink again.
Yep.
The trajectory has already taken a step back.
Suck again.
Bills, Browns, Lions. Most cursed teams in football?
Right now, yeah. Yep.
You know, we're a pop culture show. We like pop culture.
We do.
We like music. We like TV. One of our great listeners sent in a video clip from the X-Files of some Tim, we'll do this next, of a guy who gives the reason. I guess there's a dude who's cursed the Buffalo Bills from the X-Files. It's like some, what would you call him? Some shady organization?
Deep government conspiracy.
Some deep government conspiracies have been meddling in sports for a number of years, and it may play into why the Buffalo Bills have not won a Super Bowl.
Is this like in Little Nicky when Dan Marino sold his soul to win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, how'd that work out?
You gave it to Namath.
Exactly, dude. Exactly it. God, I wish Danny Marino had gotten one, not Namath. We'll talk more about this and the curse of the Buffalo Bills, where it comes from next on the Sports Leader.
The Eagles and Chiefs will meet in a rematch of Super Bowl 57 after a dominant 7 rushing touchdown performance from Philly and a Kansas City squeaker over Buffalo. Keep it locked for 2 straight weeks of breakdown right here on KNBR, the breakdown leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. By the way, we'll get you the Sound Soiree coming up at 5:15 and the Pat H. Crap section. It's coming your way at 5:30.
There you go. Our loyal listeners will get their name in segments if they love it enough.
If you love it enough, just like our loyal listener who sent us a I gotta find exactly.
Steve Powell?
Was it Steve Powell? Steve, what up, dude? Who sent us a video on Twitter from the X-Files. Are you an X-Files guy?
I am not an X-Files guy.
I am not an X-Files guy either. Didn't watch the show.
Mulder and Scully? I
feel like it's a show I would like. I feel like it's a show I'd get down with if I got into it.
If I watched it today, probably. I don't know where it's streaming, but it wasn't Vince Gilligan part of that show before he went to Breaking Bad?
I think so, yeah. So there's apparently a scene and a character where Steve, one of our good listeners, Steve Powell, texted or tweeted at Derek and I and said, guys, don't forget Cancer Man from the X-Files who won't allow Buffalo to ever win a Super Bowl. And I guess he's a member of a secret shadow organization in the show, MJ12. And they're behind numerous Buffalo Bills Super Bowl losses. We're talking about the most snake-bitten teams in sports history. And we've got a clip here that I guess follows this whole thing up. Bills are cursed from a Cancer Man, a cigarette-smoking dude who's a member of MJ12. Here you go.
I'm working on next month's Oscar nominations. Any preference?
I couldn't care less. What I don't want to see is the Bills winning a Super Bowl. As long as I'm alive, that doesn't happen.
Could be tough, sir. Buffalo wants it bad.
So did the Soviets in '80.
What, are you saying you rigged the Olympic hockey game?
What's the matter? Don't you believe in miracles?
The boss gave the Russian goaltender a little pre-game good luck pat on the back. Unseen Novocaine needle on a bogus wedding ring. Goalie's a little slow on the stick side. 4-3, home team.
Payback's a bitch, Ivan.
What a genius scene.
Oh, dude, that is so funny to me.
That's
so
great.
funny. Not in my lifetime. I don't want to see the Bills win a Super Bowl. I love that it starts off about him going Oscar nominations out next week.
I don't care.
I couldn't care less.
That's kind of how I feel about this year.
What I don't want to see is the Bills winning a Super Bowl. As long as I'm alive, that doesn't happen.
You may still be out there, dude. Cancer Man and MJ12 still making sure it ain't going down, dude. He goes, are you? It's almost like the scene in Dirty Work. Are you telling me that you bet on the fight in Rocky 3 and that you bet against Rocky?
Hindsight's 20/20, my friend.
What's the matter? Don't you believe in miracles?
Well, maybe Boston Red Sox, Buffalo Bills, New York Jets.
Such a good line when he says, "Don't you believe in miracles?" We have that line. Chevy Chase. Anyway, we can get that up in just a minute. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Here you go.
I'm sorry. I'm a compulsive gambler. Now, I know there's really nobody to blame for this but myself. Well, I don't know, maybe the Buffalo Bills, the Boston Red Sox, or Mr. T, or the Jets.
Wait a minute, Mr. T, are you telling me that you bet on the fight in Rocky 3 and that you bet against Rocky?
Hindsight is 20/20, my friend.
What's the matter? Don't you believe in miracles?
Very similar.
Nicely done, Tim. Good work back there. 209 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line and says, dude, this is the worst outcome for me for a Super Bowl. Might be the first time ever I'm watching the Puppy Bowl with some pizza, wings, and beer.
Dude.
Oh, come on. 209, you know you're flipping it on, dude.
No, hold on. I do like me a good Puppy Bowl, even though it's the same thing every damn year. Just, the same footage. Just to recycle it. You can't fool me. I know the same shut of puppies running around. You ever check that out, the Puppy Bowl?
I've never watched it, no.
Yeah, believe me, I hang out with a lot of non-football watching friends during Super Bowl that want to put that on as a joke. It's not funny. People don't care. People don't care about the Puppy Bowl. People are like, oh, we're doing an anti-Super Bowl party. Screw you. It's only one time a year. You hipsters and nerds.
I'm only here for the halftime show. Get out.
Get out.
I'm down. I don't care. What do you care if people watch? You got to watch. This
you got
Derek,
one TV. It's a real big deal.
It is. Well, Derek's got to remember his scores, too. If Derek doesn't watch the game, he's not going to remember all of his scores.
Well, what I can't stand with people that don't watch football, when they do the squares, the squares game.
You're talking the Super Bowl squares?
Yes. And they win at that. I'm like, oh, you damn people.
Well, see, so this is what my buddies and I started doing, because I have a bunch of friends who are not football fans and don't give a damn at all. It's so funny how most of my best friends are not sports fans whatsoever.
Same with me.
And so when I was living in a house with like 5 other guys, we used to have a Super Bowl party, and we had one year. It was the Broncos Seahawks Super Bowl, absolute blowout, total dud. Yep. We were having a party, and that thing was a dud fast, right? Like it got out of hand early, and it just wasn't exciting. So we started doing a commercial betting pool.
Okay.
So what everybody does is, because you like to see the commercials too, is what'll happen is during the action of the game, people start writing down or they'll throw $1 in the pot, and then they throw their brand down. So somebody will be like, I picked Doritos. Somebody else will pick Pepsi. Somebody else will pick GoDaddy. Somebody else will pick some crypto, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
You pick your brand, Toyota, whatever it is. whatever the first commercial is of the next commercial break, whoever had that brand gets the pot. If it's if that commercial was not picked, then it's the next commercial. So you go on, and if nobody's brand is picked throughout, then
that's not bad.
You got to double down for the next one.
I like
it's a good way to keep everybody interested. Plus, it's funny because commercials start, and then everyone's like, shh. Let's watch and see.
No, hindsight is 2020, my friend.
So you get your game, and you get your because again, the Super Bowl is it's an event. It's so sterile. I mean, I said this last year. Like, I gotta tell you, being a mega sports fan, the one sporting event I never really cared to attend was a Super Bowl, because I love Super Bowl Sunday for the pageantry of it, for the whole day, for getting the whole afternoon and getting everybody together, and it's a time where people don't watch football. I'm cool with that. It doesn't
McDonald's
bother me.
having a sale on 50-piece chicken McNuggets.
Okay.
Piss, yeah.
Yeah. Are they doing that? Did I miss that ad?
Yeah.
50-piece chicken McNugget?
They do it every year.
For Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm about to get in on those nugs. What sauce are you going? If you're going to power rank your McDonald's dips and sauces, if you're getting nuggets, like when I was a kid, I was
probably honey mustard.
When I was a kid, I was a pure barbecue guy, and now I mix it up.
Will they still have that Mulan sauce?
The Szechuan sauce, Szechuan. You got to go through a time warp with our guy, our guys Rick and Morty, dude. If you want to get that Szechuan sauce. By the way, they brought that back at one point because Rick and Morty were so popular with it.
The power of Rick and Morty.
Let's go to Jonathan's in Vallejo. What's up, Jonathan? You're on the sports leader. Sorry, Tim, I didn't get your sauces. We'll do it after. What's up, Jonathan?
Yeah, here's how we kick off the party at my house. It's 10 pounds of thick-cut bacon baked off on a tray. What's this for? It's an hors d'oeuvre. Everybody likes bacon.
Nice.
Have at it.
That is
So
true.
it's just you just go big plate of big tray of bacon for everybody.
Big tray of bacon. What's it
Jonathan,
for?
Jonathan and me we're in the same church. I used to do the Bacon Tower, if you remember, for the Super Bowl. Bacon Tower.
Ooh.
There you go. Can't really root for anybody since I'm a Raider fan. No Eagles.
There you go, Jonathan.
No Chiefs. But snake bit is when you're better and you can't get over. Roger Craig putting the ball on the ground for the three-peat. Snake bit.
Sure. I'm with you on that.
The Bills just are better. You know, I wanted them to win, but they're just not better.
No, you're right.
Know, and so you keep going. But Allen, Mahomes didn't really have any talent. Okay, Kelce, you got a couple of guys, but not like he had before. You're just a winner, and that's not snake bit when you lose to a winner.
No, you're right.
Here's my one counter, Jonathan, is year after year it seems like the Bills get him in the regular season, and then the Chiefs get him in the postseason. That's where the better stuff comes in. That's where it's like, dude, are they better? Not in the playoffs.
You know what? Tiger Woods said it well. You got to learn how to lose before you learn how to win. And I think Josh Allen's future is bright. Maybe a piece or more, but I see the Eagles winning this by 10. By 10.
Ooh. I kind of like that. I think the Eagles can win this one, too. Jonathan, I appreciate the call, man. Enjoy the bacon on Super Bowl Sunday, bro. Tim, where do you come down on your top three sauces? Because I like the honey mustard, too, but, dude, sweet and sour is a tough one to beat.
You know, you and I have both gone to Chick-fil-A so many times. You know me. I'm a raw dogger. I don't need sauce at all.
Dude, how about this? Tim goes to Chick-fil-A with me anytime the Niners play a game that is not on a Sunday. And
Tim comes with a raw dog.
He does. Tim raw dogs Chick-fil-A every time we have it.
I don't need the sauce. I'm good.
Tim and I usually share like a 30-pack of nuggets because we get it like we're down there so early before the game. Just kind of something to snack on throughout the afternoon or whatever, and then usually we get some left.
Well, and they're always rarities. It's always a Thursday night or the Monday night games because of Chick-fil-A's Sunday policy, as everybody well knows.
Yeah, big God guys, Chick-fil-A. Anyway, Tim never, ever touches a sauce. Doesn't want a Chick-fil-A sauce.
I'm kind of with Tim. I'm not a big Chick-fil-A guy, but when it comes to chicken McNugget sauce, I'll have it. But if I'm being honest, I don't need sauce for chicken McNuggets.
You have what? You don't eat sauce on your McDonald's nuggets?
I don't need it. You know what's not bad?
This from the guy who won't eat mayo out of a squeeze bottle too, Tim.
Oh yeah, his mayo take is weird.
Mayonnaise, Tim Webb, he doesn't like that.
Hey. I've been open-minded about it. At the end of the day, it's still mayonnaise. But the sound it makes is disgusting.
You have such a simple,
disgusting.
just a simple palate, dude. That's all you are.
I'm a simple man.
The text line is on fire right now. Somebody jumped in and said that Shohei Ohtani's a translator bet on the Bills. That's why they're cursed. Somebody else said, this is from the 415. They said in The Simpsons, Krusty was in huge debt when he bet the last of his money against the Harlem Globetrotters.
I thought they would do.
Against the Washington Generals, dude.
You took the Generals? I thought they would do.
Hindsight is 2020, my friend.
It's exactly the same thing, dude. I still love that X-Files cat, dude. That's incredible.
Okay, hear me out.
Don't you believe in miracles?
Hear me out. There's some people with me. A good combination of Sprite And Chicken McNuggets.
Sprite, that's what you're going with? I mean, I'll give you McDonald's Sprite ranks higher than any other Sprite.
I'll tell you even what. It's not bad to dip the Chicken McNuggets in
You're
the Sprite.
a freak,
I know, I'm a
dude.
freak.
You're insane.
I'm freaky, baby.
I'll give you like a dip in a McDonald's fry into a milkshake or something like
That's
that.
not bad.
Dipping this is, dude, I forgot what a gross eater you are. Don't forget, Tim, he also eats his cheese puffs, Derek does, by dipping them in water.
When I was 10 years old. When I was 10 years old.
I don't know why I'm ever asking you anything.
Or maybe even yesterday I was watching the games, but yeah.
Suddenly, mayonnaise Tim Webb is the worst on the show.
It's called me Cheeto Puffs Derek.
Cheeto Puffs and a cup of water, D.
What's the matter? Don't you believe in miracles?
It's almost a Murph nickname, Cheetos Puffs
Yeah,
and
Cheeto
water.
Puffs Derek.
408 on the text line says, no sauce on nugs. Weirdos. Yeah, I'm going tangy barbecue's probably my favorite.
Okay.
Then I'd probably go sweet and sour. I would definitely go sweet and sour. Then I'm going like hot mustard.
All right.
Hot mustard's pretty good, man.
Hey, they're all tasty and I would do them, but at the same time, I can just eat Chicken McNuggets raw dog, as Tim said.
925 says, where do you guys come down on ketchup with chicken nuggets? I know it's controversial, but I'm for it.
No, fries, not chicken nuggets. More mustard for chicken nuggets.
You'll dip them straight yellow mustard. You'd rather do that?
Yeah.
All right.
Dijon.
All right.
I want to clarify here for the YouTube chat because there was some questions about the bacon tower. What I would do is I would end up spending
is it like Jenga? Like how do you put that together?
I would spend probably about $200 on bacon, and I would go get like butcher cut bacon. None of this like flat, flimsy crap. And then I would do it the way you're supposed to do it, which is in the oven. You can either go rack or no rack, depending on what you do. And I would assemble it like it was a pyramid. And
Tim.
Everybody would just have
Are you
bacon.
doing this for this Super Bowl?
You know, I did it. What was the last one I did? I think it was not the last Niner Super Bowl, the one before that where they lost. And I was like, I got to put an end to this. It's got bad juju all over
which Niner loss did you do that for? Was it this one, the last one, or the one before that?
So it's been about 3 years since the Bacon Tower had an appearance. But I got photos. I could post one on Twitter if you want.
Please do. I need to see this Bacon Tower in action.
It's absurd.
It's tough to mention.
It sounds impressive.
It's real tough to mention a Niner Super Bowl loss and have to ask which one you're talking about.
It's just
that's kind of sick.
But by the way, was it weird yesterday? Like just watching these games. Like, and this is more of a question for like the whole playoff run here. But has it been weird? Like this is the first time you've done, I guess, since you've done Niners pre and post where you're not working in the playoffs.
Well, I didn't have to work playoffs in 2020.
Yeah.
Right? And I started, my first year doing Niners was 2019.
So you've only done one season where they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Has this been kind of weird?
It's very weird. Not to jump on you, but
yeah,
got a lot of extra time all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's been interesting to have complete weekends as early as we have. It's kind of like when the Warriors got bounced in the play-in last year, and then like Draymond was popping off on podcasts, and we're like, dude, Draymond's awfully mouthy right now. Then we're like, well, they usually have stuff to do. They're usually busy this time of year in April, you know?
That was me for the longest time working at the other station. We were like, okay, so the Warriors will always be there. I haven't experienced, like last year and the year before that were the only times I worked in radio where the Warriors weren't in the NBA Finals, where I was like, so what do we talk about in June? Baseball? Well, that's weird. I've never done that before.
There's another station. 818 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building. What are you talking about? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials.
Hindsight is 2020, my friend.
Oh, if you don't mention them by name, it's okay. But if you do it by name, then it's a problem, I guess. 818 checks in and says, yeah, I know from experience, dude, if you know what I mean. Syrup and chicken nuggets, says the 818. I more endorse that.
What, syrup and chicken nuggets?
I understand the sweet and the savory. Syrup and chicken nuggets is not that far off from like the Polynesian sauce you're getting at Chick-fil-A.
No.
That's pretty syrupy.
No,
that's like a sweet chili sauce almost.
Yeah, you know what? I'll try it, but I can't go all in on that. I'll try a little bit of syrup on my chicken nuggets.
Now this person knows how to eat or clog their arteries. 408 says, on the way home from getting nuggies, I'll swing by KFC, get myself a side of gravy. It's next level. It's pretty good.
That's all you do? Just go to the KFC and says,
hi,
sir,
can I
no
have
chicken?
Gravy?
Yeah, just no chicken for me, please. Load me up with some gravy.
They're like, you want mashed potatoes and gravy? No, sir, just give me a boat.
No.
Just
give me the gravy.
Can you just stick the hose directly in my mouth, please? There's gravy, please.
I assume you have a gravy hose, right? You don't?
408 says, would you rather do raw fish and wasabi, sushi, I presume you're asking, or chicken nuggets and horseradish? Well, I like wasabi.
Chicken nuggets and horseradish.
I like horseradish too, but I eat horseradish like with a steak. I mean, like with a fillet or something.
Yeah, for like
a prime rib.
For like a podcast bed, I've definitely taken a spoonful of horseradish, and it's awful. Just absolutely awful.
Now, if we're talking orange sauce from La Victoria in San Jose, I'd put that on anything.
Shout out La Vic's, dude. La Vic's fantastic with the orange sauce. CHP Joe. Dude, what up, CHP Joe? He texts in. Usually he's just sending us nice, good tidings. Great show. Love talking to you. CHP Joe, we love you, bro. He checks in today, and he says, I knew a guy once who dipped his Doritos in ketchup. That's gnarly. I'll go like Lay's potato chips with a dip of ketchup.
What?
It's like a fry and ketchup.
You
can't think anything's gross. You dip cheese puffs
So how can you
in
call
water.
me out?
Because what you're doing is disgusting.
Well,
cheese puffs in water?
Yeah, make them soggy.
I don't think it's gross to eat a chicken nugget without sauce. I'm just like, what a waste.
Yeah.
What a waste. It's kind of
What about hot dogs without any sauce on that? I've been called out by our own Jacob Violante. We've been on the street in San Francisco getting a hot dog, and I said, no thanks. No ketchup, mustard.
Or bun. I just want the hot dog. Just put it in my mouth.
Or relish. And he goes, you freak bastard.
Yeah, exactly.
How dare you?
freak.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm like, it depends on the quality of the hot dog.
We were in a hurry.
If there's stop. There's in no scenario are you in such a hurry that you can stop to get a hot dog.
I believe me and Jacob were on the way to something, and I was like, we just got to eat something quick.
I don't care. You're telling me you were in too big of a hurry to put in 2 seconds a squirt of ketchup or mustard on your hot dog?
Yes.
But you weren't in too big of a hurry to
Time
stop.
was of the essence, my friend.
No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
All right.
Or
maybe I just like a hot dog without any condiments. How about that? Does that make me a freak?
I just think Derek's one of these guys who just doesn't care about taste, I don't think. I think that food's not...
Oh, I care about taste a lot.
I don't think food's important to you.
Well, of course it is. How
it's
would I
sustenance.
live?
I'm saying, of course, it's sustenance. I'm saying I don't think quality of food taste is important to you.
That's not true. I put my steaks in an oven.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying. Like some people think that's disgusting.
Tim, when it comes to taste and food, would you say Derek ranks third in what's important to him in taste and quality on the show?
How the hell would you know?
I didn't ask you. I asked Tim. Tim, where would you rank Derek?
I mean, I would rank you, again, like I said, if I'm mayonnaise Tim Webb, you're just going to be beneath that for sure.
Yeah, dude. I mean, there's no way that you care more about the quality of food than Tim and I do.
By the way, I just posted the bacon tower on Twitter.
foodie.
If you'd like to see the bacon tower.
Yeah, I would actually. Hang on. Well, you can keep talking.
707. Yeah, okay. Now everybody's coming to Derek for the hot dog. Honey and chicken nuggets, people are saying yes. Yeah, I understand that a little bit. I can come down with the sweet and the sour. A lot of people saying buffalo all day. I assume that's a sauce take and not a Bills take. 925 says, yeah, my husband doesn't like dipping sauces either, not even with nuggies. Absolute bat-ass crazy.
Okay, Tim, this is impressive as hell. Look at this.
Can we tweet? You tweeted this out? Oh, my God.
That's a hell of a bacon tower.
Tim's bacon tower?
Bacon tower.
How many pieces of bacon is this, Tim?
Oh, I said it's like $200 worth of bacon, and it's all super crispy bacon.
You don't know how many pieces?
I don't screw around with like flimsy, undercooked, limp. We're not doing any of that.
No,
okay?
I mean,
you come here, you're gonna get it's gonna crunch like it's in a BLT.
Having flaccid bacon will not give you a tower like that.
Would you ever use turkey bacon, Tim?
No, not for this.
TB Tim Webb.
What are we doing? It's the Super Bowl. Go big or go home.
That's the whole point of this conversation. For everybody saying boycott the Super Bowl, I hate these teams. It's more than just the game, people. Enjoy the game, but also enjoy halftime, enjoy the commercials. The Super Bowl's an event. I don't know one person alive that goes, Super Bowl? Nah, I'll go watch something else. Are you crazy? Come on. Come on, people.
Somebody else says,
don't judge me on my condiments for my hot dog.
No. I'll take the condom thing for $200. That's condiments, Mr. Connery.
And by the way, it's not like we're anti stuff to dip your nuggets in. It's just I don't need it. All the sauces are fine. The Chick-fil-A sauce is fine. I just don't need it for that.
530 checks in and says like a good all beef hot dog doesn't need toppings. I do agree with that. Like there's you can get a good hot dog with like the right oils and flavors in there. I'm talking, you're going like a ballpark Frank somewhere. I'm not eating that.
No, I mean usually I will get mustard on my hot dog and relish, and maybe even a little chili. I like that, huh?
It's all right. I'm good with that.
Okay,
get down with the chili dog.
But sometimes I don't need it.
Yeah, that's weird. 408 says condimentless hot dogs is maniacal. 209 says I used to do popcorn in my 7-Up when I was a kid. Tossed it all in one day, never again. You poured the whole soda into your... This is from our guy, Natron.
That's too much liquid in one popcorn.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay, what about, do you ever put M&Ms on top of your popcorn?
I don't put them on top, but I will do like a handful of popcorn and then like some M&Ms in my mouth.
I will get a whole thing of M&Ms and just dump it in my popcorn.
I mix it in my mouth, not in the popcorn.
Because it melts in your hands. Or melts in your mouth, not in your hands.
I do love M&M with some popcorn. Popcorn, though, is my favorite snack, I think. As I've gotten older, I think I've realized.
Smart cheddar or just like regular movie popcorn?
No, just like I started making more at home, like on the stovetop, dude. Like getting the Orville Redenbacher kernels. Do you like getting the seasoning for it? Okay, I just go regular popcorn.
Okay,
like butter, salt, whatever it is.
But when you're at the movies, you have to put that extra gooey, yellow stuff on top of it.
Well, yeah, a lot of times, like if you go to like Regal, you go to like the Metreon or something like that. Like they get that button where you can add your own.
Oh, every
yeah.
movie theater has that.
Maybe they all do now.
Have you ever been Icarus and flown too close to the sun and put too much on?
Yeah,
and
dude,
all
I've done it. We've all been there.
No, what have I done? And it's your whole hand. Like, oh,
you wear like a gray, you wear a gray shirt, and then all of a sudden you got a butter hand.
I was Icarus.
Yeah,
I flew
yes,
too
Tim.
close to the sun.
We've all been Icarus at one point.
Yes, Tim. We've all flown too close to the sun.
By the way, I would
Top Gun, huh?
If I could get some amazing Dijon mustard, I would dip every piece of chicken in it. You just can't. So
what's amazing Dijon mustard?
Just give me some Grey Poupon. That's fine. I don't care. But it makes me sound bougie as hell to be like, can I have some Dijon mustard? So I'll just not have it. That's fine.
I don't think anybody at a fast food restaurant has ever thought Tim was bougie. Well, asking for Dijon.
If you do it in the old school way, a pardon. Do you have any Grey Poupon?
And I don't think that McDonald's is stocking the old Dijon.
Not anymore.
I don't think so.
Sorry. The last mustard I bought was like Bijan Robinson's Dijon mustard.
You know what's funny? I like a brown mustard. I like a Dijon. I like yellow mustard more, though.
Okay.
I like a yellow French's more. Favorite condiment? I think I'm going mustard. Mustard comes from mustard seeds.
Does hot sauce?
It's my second Celebrity Jeopardy reference in this segment.
Dude. You've seen a lot lately. Does hot sauce count as a condiment?
Yeah, which hot sauce?
The hot ones.
What's your most frequently used hot? Because I'll go like
Chopatupo?
Thank you. I'll go like I'll put Tapatio. I had Tapatio this morning on some eggs.
Or Sriracha. Probably Sriracha is my go-to.
I'll do Sriracha on a lot too, but I usually reserve that for more Asian-style foods.
Yeah.
But I'll put Tapatio on just about anything.
Eggs?
Yeah, Cholula too. Eggs,
I'll even
Tapatio.
I mean, that stuff we were all eating like a year ago with Tom, the Hot Ones hot sauce.
Was that a year ago?
No, maybe less than that. It was like August. But you put that on your eggs. I mean, you'll have diarrhea the next morning, but it tastes good.
All right, Derek. We didn't need all that.
Just being real.
Nobody wants your...
Just being real.
Nobody wants our thought of
That's
you
the end of that.
Squatting over a toilet. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb here on another dirty work, I guess. It's Monday afternoon. We got a sound soiree coming your way. Pete Carroll introduced as the Raiders head coach, and he had a comment that pissed Derek off a little bit. Is that in the soundbite?
No, but I'll say it. What I'm saying now?
No, we'll
Pete,
say it. Yeah,
Pete, it's Raider Nation, not Raiders Nation. Come on, Pete. Come on, Pete.
It's better than anybody who's dropping Niner Nation. Oof, not about that one either. Jerry Jones checked in on hiring Brian Schottenheimer. We're not going to hear from Schottenheimer. We'll just hear from Jerry. And then Liam Cohen was asked what happened in leaving Tampa. We'll get all that coming your way in a sound soiree for a Monday. We'll do it next on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Kevin Harlan, the greatest play-by-play man alive, joined Silver Linings Papa today with a recap of a huge championship weekend. And yes, him and Greg yelled each other's names at each other for 14 straight minutes. For all the yelling all day, check out that podcast and all our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
What's going on, everybody? Derek Papa here to tell you about the largest RV show on the West Coast. It's the 36th annual Manufacturers RV Show, and it's already going on. Some of you may have already been, and if you haven't, well, you're missing out. It's 500,000 square feet of new and used RVs at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. It's going on till February 2nd, this Sunday. Over 40 different RV manufacturers will be on display. Get a special RV show-only deal on a motorhome, travel trailer, van conversion, fifth wheel, toy hauler, or truck camper. Once again, that's the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, going on till February 2nd, this Sunday. Come on down and check it out, browse around, and find what's going to make you and your family very happy. Many good times ahead. So while you're wasting time listening to me, we can already be at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton checking out this fantastic RV show. Check out rvshows.net, and I'll see you at the RV show.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work roll on.
A hot dog with no condiment.
On a Monday afternoon. 707 says, dude, you guys got to have ranch with your chicken nuggets for sure. I like ranch. I go ranch with some fries. I use ranch more as a dip than I'd ever use it on salad. I'm never like getting a salad and asking for ranch.
No,
you know where I will go, though, boys? If I got a choice, I'm going blue cheese over ranch like 8 days a week.
Bad call.
I'm a blue cheese maniac. I'm a blue cheese monster, dude.
We talked a lot about the Buffalo Bills today. You would ask Buffalonians, what would they use, blue cheese or ranch? They're going blue cheese every time.
I'm going blue cheese with buffalo wings every time. I love it. I love a chunky buffalo with like real blue, or excuse me, chunky
Why is
blue
it gross,
cheese.
Tim? Come on.
Makes me want to blow chunks.
Really?
It is literally fungus. I mean, it's kind of where I come down like with mushrooms. It's my least favorite food.
I like mushrooms.
Dude, I can't do a mushroom. You put it in like a bolognese, I take a bite, I'm like, there's mushrooms in this. Yeah, it's exactly it.
God, that's so violent.
I don't know if I like that one.
I like ranch the same way that I like bacon. If it's fast food, I don't really like it because it's not quality. It tastes bad, you know?
If you asked me to guess what that guy was puking up, I would have to guess bile. That guy's gotten rid of everything else inside of him. That guy's spitting up that like neon green bile that's kicking around in your stomach. Yeah,
like a dog vomit. Yeah, that's gross.
Right in time for dinner.
Perfect. Right in time for dinner, and right in time for the Sound Soiree.
Dirty works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Jesus.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports League.
Yeah, it's like retching, ralphing, whatever you want to describe that vomiting. That is.
It's a retch, dude. Yeah, that's not. He wasn't ralphing back there. He was retching.
That's like that Family Guy scene where they all drink the Ipecac and they all just like vomit all over each other.
They're just puking nonstop.
Lois, get in here.
Oh God. No, please no. Brian's like begging no. 408 checks in says, "Sheesh, Copes, we have the exact same taste across the board when it comes to condiments. Same McDonald's rankings and same Tapatio, Cholula, and Sriracha. I got some other ones out there that I'll use too, like hot sauce. The one hot sauce I'm really not into, if I got to be honest, it's a little too careful, boys. Vinegary for me.
Oh yeah.
Careful.
Okay.
Careful saying that one. Vinegar a little, or the Tabasco a little too much for me with the vinegar.
Yeah.
I'm not big on crystals either. I could do it, but like it's not my favorite.
I like crystal.
I'll do a green Tabasco. A little tomatillo.
Okay.
I can get away with that one a little bit more.
Yeah, but like straight up Tabasco, like nah, just like nothing. No taste.
Yeah, 408 says, I hate mushrooms
flavor.
too, but shiitake are pretty good. I can't do a mushroom unless it's a magic mushroom, in which case I'll force it down. in which case it's mine over.
I had an idea.
It's mine over matter for me.
You'd be into that.
I'd rather you ground it up and put it in like a gummy, but hey, if I got to do it, I'll do it. It took me so long to fry mushrooms.
Yeah, that's you start making me gag.
Tim, it's gnarly, dude. It's gnarly. Let's get to the Sound Soiree here.
Just laughing back there.
Yeah, I don't like that, Tim. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Knock it off. Here we go. More Sound Soiree here. First cut from the Sound Soiree.
Yes.
Pete Carroll, formerly of the Seattle Seahawks. Come on, Pete. He's been introduced as the Raiders' new head coach. Tom Brady not in attendance because he was out there yesterday calling. Was the NFC Championship he was on yesterday?
NFC Championship game.
NFC title game.
He's got to get ready for the big Super Bowl he's calling in the next 2 weeks.
Got to get ready for it. Tom Brady just never missing a bowl for the rest of his life, probably. 408 says 1 or 2 grams, Scopes. Let's stop with there. Well, we stopping with 2. Let's go to Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll introduced as Raiders head coach. Here's what he had to say.
Being a kid that grew up in the Bay Area, and my dad made me a Niners fan when we were going to Kezar Stadium back in the day, parking in Golden Gate Park, and then the Raiders came to town. And when you're in the Bay Area, you can take sides and all, but the Raiders captured me a long time ago, and I'm just filled with gratitude to be part of this. Wherever our fans come from, we do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Mark, settle down a little bit.
Great line by Pete. Great line. Like the last couple of guys were stiffs. Antonio Pearson have a funny bone in his body. Josh McDaniels definitely not a funny bone in his body. Usually stick in his ass. Like Pete Carroll off the cuff, just like, oh, that's Mark Davis just freaking out in the back right there. You know who was streaming that?
Who was that?
Marshawn Lynch.
Was it really?
That was Marshawn Lynch.
What's Marshawn doing there? Showing up for Pete Carroll's.
Yeah. Oh, my boy Pete's in town, man.
Marshawn's like, I got to fly up, dude. Pete's getting introduced.
Yeah. With our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Mark, settle down a little bit.
That's not a bad line.
That is pretty good.
That's not a bad line.
But he did drop a Raiders Nation.
Raiders Nation, it's Raider. He'll learn. Like, he claims, like, yeah, when the Raiders came to town in the Bay Area, I was like, Pete seems
You're
more
telling
like,
me you were going to Kezar with your dad, parking in Golden Gate Park, but they captured me, the Raiders. I call BS.
I love it when guys say that, like old school, like Bay Area guys, like, I was a Niner fan, I was a Raider fan. You pick sides. There's no way in hell you were both a fan of both teams. But, yeah, I mean, he knows the Bay Area. I've heard, like, I don't know if he mentioned in the press conference today, I didn't hear, like, John Madden was his mentor as far as, like, who he wanted to be as a head coach. So, yeah, it feels like there's an adult in the room finally for the Raiders.
Yeah, and they also asked him, like, what's your timeline for success here? How do you view laying out, like, a rebuild? And he basically said, I don't think he talked in depth about rebuild, but he said, we're going for it immediately. He doesn't have much time. You know what I mean? With respect to Pete Carroll, he's like, yeah, we're
time coaching.
That's what I'm saying.
Just not, he's playing time on this planet, Coach.
I don't know how much he's got. 74 years old by kickoff of the 2025 season.
He's a young 74, though.
He's a young 74 is Pete Carroll. He says, he's got a 3-year deal with a team option for a 4th, which would put him at 78 entering that 4th season, which would just be wild, wild stuff. The the oldest coach in football at 74 years old. But he did say, we found success in 2 to 3 years. We found ourselves at the top last time.
In Seattle?
In Seattle. So that was kind of what his roadmap is. I think it's fair.
Everything clicked right. Like, they drafted Russell Wilson, but initially they wanted, like, Matt Flynn.
They paid Matt Flynn.
Yeah.
After that, what was it, a 5-touchdown performance?
Yeah,
in the final week of the
6, I want to say.
He threw 6 for that. Was it Packers? Is that who he was with?
It was the last game of the season. Aaron Rodgers was MVP already at that point, but yeah, I doubt it goes that quickly, and we'll see if Russ becomes Raiders quarterback. That's the rumor right now, but if I was Russ, I'd probably want to stay in Pittsburgh with better talent around me, but we'll see.
Next in the sound soiree, Tim Webb's favorite guy, Jerry Jones. Uncle Jerry for Tim.
I want me some glory hole.
He was talking to Tim. He was.
By the way, before you get to the soundbite, I would recommend all of our listeners to just flip on ESPN at some point today just to see the way that this press conference looked. Holy Lord. It looked like it was a mortuary. Everyone was just standing there like no one wanted to be there. Jerry's just like half away. Just the worst.
916, by the way, checks in. Says, hey, Copes, you're being especially nice to Derek and the boys today. Just an observation. I brought Derek a gift. I told Tim to eat me. It was all good, I thought. It was a good Monday.
Just give it till the end of the week here.
Yeah, wait till Thursday.
The week just started.
Yeah, wait till Wednesday when we're remote and Tim's just firing stuff off from back of the studio. I'll be pissed.
And Copes is fresh off of a karaoke night.
Oh, yeah. Everything turns after I'm hungover after karaoke on Wednesdays. I come in just peeved.
Oh, what the hell do you guys want to talk about today?
A harmonic heater.
A harmonic heater.
A harmonic heater, dude. So with my pipe still hurting from Santeria the night before or whatever the hell I sang. Here's Jerry Jones talking about hiring Brian Schottenheimer.
As a matter of fact, I wanted to be a coach. Except I wanted to live better than I thought coaches live. I wanted to drive a little bigger car, and I wanted to fly in an airplane. Had I known what I'm paying them now, I'd have been a damn coach. Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. Without this thing being about me in any way, if you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience.
Hold on a minute. This SOB. Did he say, I don't want without making this about me? You just hired a new head coach and you're talking.
Yeah.
Wasn't about him. The sentence started about him.
As a matter of fact, I wanted to be a coach.
Clearly making it about you.
What the hell's the matter with you, old man? What the hell's wrong with this guy?
Yeah. The fact that he openly says, like it's always been like a thing with Jerry Jones where he downplays how much of an impact coaches have. But like for him to right away, like start the press conference by saying like, I don't like the way the coaches are being paid these days. Hell, for up to me, these coaches wouldn't make nearly as much money.
Without this thing being about me in any way, as a matter of fact, I wanted to be a coach.
I'm sorry, but
come on.
Then, like, Steven, his son, is sitting right there just laughing at his jokes. Where,
sad sack.
Where, like, at the same time, like, Brian Schottenheimer, and he's getting a ton of crap for getting this job. And he's, like, saying, like, yeah, I mean, this is a risky move. It's risky. This guy has no coaching experience whatsoever. I got to be a real moron to hire this guy.
This guy's such an idiot.
I do feel for Brian Schottenheimer. Because in a way, like, I think, like, he got this job, and everything's like, oh, what? This guy has no experience. What, some Nepo baby?
Some guy.
You're going to let him be head coach of the Dallas Cowboys? I'm like, it's kind of me, actually.
Yeah, it's close to home, huh?
Without this thing being about me in any way, as a matter of fact, I wanted to be a coach.
So dumb.
I'm rooting for Brian Schottenheimer.
Are you? No, you're not. You thought this was a terrible move last week. You think it's a bad move now. You're not rooting for Schottenheimer.
It is a bad move. It reeks of an Al Davis hiring Lane Kiffin or Art Shell.
You hearing this, Tim? Dallas Derek over here?
At the same time, I feel bad for him.
Depop Derek?
I kind of
sympathize with him.
He is a little insulated in the respect that if it goes terribly, this is all going to blow back on Jerry. It's not going to blow back on Schottenheimer.
Pressure's not on Schottenheimer. Pressure's on Jerry.
I mean, now, is it not great that he might not get another opportunity because of it? Maybe, but he is going to get paid like a head coach, so it's not like he's not going to make it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. He may have got supposedly they offered Mike McCarthy a crappy deal, and he was like, you guys are being disrespectful. So I was like, all right, well, let's go to the next cheapest option here.
They said it took 5 days to decide on McCarthy, and I sort of thought it was a negotiation thing. That was my thought, it took 5 days for them to negotiate out of him being the head coach.
Yeah, and then Mike McCarthy thought I could get a better job with Chicago Bears and New Orleans Saints, and it sounds like Maybe the Saints are going that direction, but I don't know right now. We'll see.
Shout out our guy Danny Dunn, dude, the legendary Danny Dunn, and his big poll. He just checked in. He shot me a text right now, and he put in quotes, I don't want to make this about myself, but I've known about Brock before everybody.
Well done, Danny.
Nicely done,
well
Dan.
Well done, Danny.
Love you, dude. By the way, Jerry, don't you have some high school integration to interfere with? Moving on here in the
Landman.
The Sound Swarm. Don't you have a Landman Season 2 scene to cut? Here's Liam Cohen, the guy who spurred the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to become head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Hold on, Tim. Do you really? I saved it. Do you have him saying Duval today? Just real quick.
The Jaguars play in Duval County. Now, I don't know the background of this for sure, but do they do a big Duval thing in the stadium?
I may have saved that later on, Tim, if you want to open the file again. But
basically, they asked because the way they asked him to do it. So we should set this up. Liam Cohen, I guess, is at the podium and is, trying to ingratiate himself to the culture there and whatnot. And I guess they asked him, "Can you give us your best Duval?" And I think they must do that in the stadium.
He just unprompted. He was going through Jacksonville, and here this is at Jaguars games they scream out Duval, but this is just cringy.
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
Oh no!
He's a meme now. He's a meme.
He's already they're memeing his ass over there.
Who is this guy?
He's getting his ass memed off now on
He's
Twitter.
Jonathan Gannon doing the pew, pew, pew explosives. That's how everybody remembers him now.
Duval.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Lane Kiffin when he did the Raider press conferences. And my family is going to sit in the black hole. And everybody's like, no, stop.
Yeah, you better coach your ass off, Liam
Or when
Cohen.
Lane Kiffin said, "Can't we just stay up all night singing Rocket Top after we beat Florida, huh?"
Yeah.
That didn't happen either.
Yeah.
Go Wells.
After one an exciting time.
Duval.
What's worse, that or the vomit soundbite?
Yeah, it's funny.
Probably both.
They actually asked Liam Cohen, Tim, if you want to cue it up for me one more time, they asked Liam Cohen, who's your favorite actor and character in The Godfather, dude? And he said, "Oh, come on, bro."
Duval.
Come on, bro.
I was moving on, sorry.
Liam Cohen, here's what he said when they asked him about how he spurred the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and decided to leave Tampa secretly and go to Jacksonville.
Look, the opportunity to coach in Tampa was a phenomenal one, to get my feet wet in the NFL as the offensive coordinator, and I thank them so much for that opportunity. As you continue to do more research and gaining more information as you go, it started to become more clear with every hour that this was an opportunity that you just can't pass up for so many different reasons. And you ultimately want to do truly what's best for you and your family. And that's what this came down to. I will always love and remember those guys in Tampa. My players, those guys, love them to death. But this is an opportunity to also go and do it with some new guys, right? And to go reach and touch people, because that's what coaching and teaching is. And that's what this opportunity is all about. And extremely thankful for that. But head forward, head and eyes up, and we're moving forward.
Just to be clear, did this have anything to do with the change in the front office structure?
This was completely about an opportunity to work for an owner and a group of people with a group of players that needed some help. And that's what coaching is, right? That's what coaching is all about, is trying to go help people and be around people. So no, that was not the factor.
I said it earlier, dude. I said it earlier. I had two thoughts on this. One, big offensive coordinator injury or energy is what I'm thinking when I hear Liam Cohen talk. He's got a weird way about him.
Not a leader of men quality in there.
Number two, this has truth machine written all over.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can't tell me there's got to be a good way to do it, but if someone says, did this have to do with Trent Baalke being fired? He's like, well, obviously, this job is more appealing if I have say in, front office matters. So, yeah.
Well, the best
do you
is
think anybody would fault him?
No.
They would be like, okay, we get it.
Well, it's also he said the thing about
just better to be honest.
He said the thing about doing what's best for him and his family. It's like, you just say that, everybody's all right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We all know what this means. It's the one of 32 jobs in the NFL. To say it's a marquee franchise or whatever he called it was pretty funny.
Yeah, he said the same thing. It was like, when we have a chance to touch, people that you teach and everything, and you're able to build up young men, and you're like, All right, just say you wanted the job because it's a head coaching job. They're going to pay you more. And also, you didn't want Trent Baalke there. You don't have to make it a whole thing of
I don't even think he needs to
honor.
say it, but I don't think, not addressing it. It's like everybody knows. Everybody knows. Yeah. So by being evasive and everything, the whole idea is just, okay, well, this guy's going to be evasive when he's giving press conferences and whatnot. You can just feel it, right?
Well, how about stop it, dude. Shut up. Stop. Makes me feel weird. But also, how about him talking about doing more research, and you do more research, you start to realize, I'm like, hold on. The report came out the day before that you withdrew your name. Did some more research, and I found out that Trent Baalke is no longer the general manager.
How about the research?
What research did he do?
How about the research? He's going from $4.5 million a year to be offensive coordinator at Tampa Bay Buccaneers to be $12 million a year to be the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I did some research on my calculator, and I realized that was better for me and my
$12 million
family.
more. Yeah, that's good cash.
This is all the makings of looking up in the fourth quarter, and this guy's mismanaging plays Nathaniel Hackett style against the clock down in Denver.
Shah Khan may regret, Trent Baalke's like, you fired this guy for me? Or you fired me for this guy? Good Lord.
He's like, I can say Duval. I can do it. I can do it too. Oh, Shad.
Sorry, I just farted.
By the way,
halfway through.
By the way, do we ever find that audio? Because we got to dig that up if we can. Over the weekend, I saw that there was a clip of Mad Dog Russo on Get Up or wherever he was. I sent you guys the article from Awful Announcing in the thread where apparently he was talking about Shad Khan and Mad Dog called him Shaka Khan. I was like,
I did not see that.
Dude, I sent you the article.
Everybody Shaka Khan.
I sent you guys that on Friday, and I said, dude, we got to do this so we can use the John Lovitz. Shaka Khan! We got to use that, dude. We're going to have to dig that up for later in the week.
We'll find it.
Mad Dog Russo calling Shad Khan Shaka Khan.
I have not seen that.
I haven't seen it either. I just saw the article. I was like, this would be hilarious. One more, or another one here. We get two more. Here's Josh Hines. He's the head coach of the Minnesota Wild. And he does a press conference on Saturday after their loss.
Yes.
Rarely we get some puck sound in the soiree.
This one was interesting.
And he starts talking about things being hard for the Minnesota Wild. And you got to pick the right hard. Here you go.
But you know what? Winning simple is hard. And you got to choose your hard, right? And right now we're not choosing our hard the right way, and it's costing us games. So it's hard to win. It's hard to lose. Right now we're sitting here answering these questions. Everyone wants to say they don't feel good. But at the end of the day, you choose your hard. And right now we're not choosing the right hard to give. So now we're choosing to lose. Right? That's hard. Losing's not easy. Winning's not easy. We got to get back to the commitment level that it takes to win, the mentality, the fire, the competitiveness, the depth in the lineup. Right now, it's not enough. It's not enough.
8 hards.
8 hards. 8
the hard way.
Do you guys choose your hard?
Rock hard. Yeah,
Tim just goes rock. That's the hard Tim
chooses.
There you
go. Yeah, I'm in no control of how hard I make it.
Sometimes the show is hard.
Is this show ever hard?
No, not really.
Is it?
It'd be heavy lifting.
Based on some of those mistakes Tim's making. See, already I've turned on Tim. It's Monday.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
Yeah, Tim's like, it's not hard. There's a soundbite for every mistake Tim makes. You know what I'm saying? Moving on in the other side story, we got one more new. This is like a head coach.
This is like coach speak.
This is cool. It's like coach speak.
All different press conferences that happen today.
We're still gonna get a coach speak.
When it's football season, we're kind of.
Did you go lazy on the soiree and dump coach speak for later in the week? Did you just pick all the coach sound?
Whoa!
Did you save us anything good for coach speak?
Well, I mean, we don't have a lot of options these days.
Well, we did.
Well, this is perfect for today. So the soiree / coach speak.
We shot our load in the soiree. Now we got nothing for coach speak.
Well, that's what happens when you make it hard.
Coach speak is hard. Here we go. Aaron Glenn, the new head coach of the New York Jets. First, two-pronged here. He's asked about Aaron Rodgers, if he's going to return. I think got to make a decision on that because they got to cut him or whatever. He's got an option for week 1. $35 million, I think, is what he's owed entering 2025. Also, kind of let you know, Aaron Glenn, who you previously played in New York with the Jets.
Not to be trifled with.
Not going to take any crap. Don't take no crap from nobody. There's another line from Dirty Work.
Yep.
People who get stomped on and those who do the stomping. Aaron Glenn not going to take crap from New York media. Here he is.
Will Aaron Rodgers be your quarterback?
You're going to continue to ask me the same question and get the same answer. We're still in evaluation mode. So for anybody else going to ask that, I'm going to give you the same answer. So don't waste your time. We're clear.
Well, let's answer that. What do you look for in a quarterback? What's an Aaron Glenn quarterback?
A winner. A winner. Mental and physical toughness. When you talk about that, you're not going to get me.
But let me ask you this. Parcells, I know you guys are close. He always
That's
said...
Parcells. Okay. I'm Aaron Glenn.
Okay, so you don't...
That's Parcells. I'm Aaron Glenn.
Okay.
I love it. I love it. This guy is not going to mess around with the media at all. He's going to tell you what it is. Don't ask me the same question twice. Robert Saleh, love him as a defensive coordinator. He definitely had his issues with talking to the media. Aaron Glenn's not going to mess around whatsoever.
Okay, dude, imagine being a fan base of the Jets and the Jaguars, and you hear this guy talk that way to the that media, and then you hear this SOB.
You're not going to get me.
Well, let me ask you this. Parcells, I know you guys are close. He always
That's
said...
Parcells.
See, here you go. You're like, that's Parcells. This is my thing. I'm doing this thing. Then you turn on TV and you're a Jags fan. You're like, we got a new coach? Nice.
Duval.
I'm like, oh, wait, we're
different.
Might be back in the same position next year.
Different mentality.
Not good.
Shout out to our guy, Pat H., who's of the Pat H. crap section, of course. He dropped a, what do you give me for Liam Cohen and Brian Kelly?
I'm here with my family.
Yeah. Same kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Same kind of vibe.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. That was your Sound Soiree for Monday, January 27, 2025. Larry Krueger is coming up. Stop it. At the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. I don't know what I hate more, the Duval or Tim's new puke sound. It's all puke. When we come on back, we'll get you a little bit of the Pat H. crap section. Then we'll hand it over to Krug for Niners Nightly at the top of the hour. Dirty Work rolls on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
We want this home from you.
Your brother brought us in to find you.
Tell him to back off.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Little crap, Tim? Let's do it.
We should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
The Pat H. crap section brought to you by Tim Webb. Tim, what we got tonight?
Yeah, I had to push a lot of buttons in the correct order. Sorry about that.
You're all good. You're all good.
How about a quick, since we're short here, we'll just do a couple of quick headlines. Let's go to Florida, Derek's favorite place, Del Boca Vista.
Going to be there in 2 weeks, baby.
Florida attorney allegedly attacks father whose daughter cut him in line in the buffet meat station line. A gentleman named Mark Rower, who's 52, he allegedly hit the victim over the head with a dinner plate.
Where was that? Like a Golden Corral?
I'm looking for the name of the restaurant. Yeah,
I just want
Florida. I would assume.
It was at a wedding reception, actually.
So it was a Golden Corral. Yeah.
Said it was a dry party, so there was no alcohol involved.
That's what happened.
And then a melee ensued, and a dinner plate was broken over somebody's head. Never cut somebody in the meat line.
No. Meat line's important.
You know what? Shout out a sober melee.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Not many.
Yeah. Few and far between.
You don't get a lot of sober melees.
That's true.
Especially as the person, I mean, like, I don't endorse any of the violence here, but I'm intrigued by the. Just like I'd endorse the two teams in the Super Bowl, but I'm intrigued by the matchup. You know what I'm saying? How it's going to lay out for
That is pretty interesting. It's like a Salah, like, hey, I'm entitled to my meat too. What the hell's going on here?
How dare you cut me in the prime rib line? You get a plate over the head. All right, let's go to Indiana. In Indiana, a nursing aide pleaded guilty today to hiding cocaine and marijuana inside a bowl of frozen lasagna that she tried to smuggle into prison.
Frozen lasagna. Ugh.
Now, what Italian food would you hide your drugs in?
A stromboli, dude. I mean, you got to go
stromboli would be the right call.
Something with a good feel. Like
calzone, or just maybe? A calzone or like a ton of spaghetti. But yeah.
I don't know, Tim. Like, what do you smuggle yours in?
I don't have any thoughts on that, Adam.
Yeah, I didn't think so. You never do. Tim pleads the fifth on that always. Also, smuggling the cocaine and the marijuana in.
Mix.
You can't
tainted too by the lasagna.
Yeah. Tainted. If anything, it's just.
Could you bring in like 2 dishes? Like, here's the cocaine, here's the marijuana.
You're gonna get 1 dish and you're gonna like it.
No, that's parsley, sir. That's parsley. What else
and
you
then
got?
we will boomerang back to Florida.
That's actually parsley and grated Parmesan is what that is. What else you got, Tim?
Why'd you eat it all in one sitting? We're gonna boomerang back to Florida.
Boomerang.
In Key West, there was a couple that got arrested for having sex on a public sidewalk. And what time was
Sidewalk?
4:20 a.m.
They got arrested for having sex on a public sidewalk, like on the ground?
Yeah, just on the ground.
I thought you were going to say like 4:20 in the afternoon. 4:20 at night? No one's around.
Hiding in plain sight.
Yeah. But 4:20 though.
What's that have to do with anything?
It's dark outside.
There was a police car that drove up like close to him to see what it was. The couple didn't stop, so the guy turned on all of his lights, and the couple didn't stop.
For God's sake, stop it.
Oh, man.
She shot the woman bent over and thrusting.
Ah, I see. You know what? Yeah, 4:20 at night. I say let it go.
I endorse the public fornication.
She was a licensed esthetician. She was a facial specialist.
Stop it, Tim. Knock it off. Knock it off. You sick. You're a sicko, Tim.
A specialist.
Stop it, dude. She's a specialist. 510 says, dude, what about buffet decorum? Shout out Larry David who gets into it in a buffet.
True.
Dude, he allows the guy to cut him in the buffet because the guy's like, hey, man, I know I've already been through the line and eaten. I just want to get one more bit of potatoes. And Larry's like, well, go ahead.
That's allowed. But if
well, the people behind Larry get upset because they're like, dude, you can't cut the line. And Larry's like, he just wants one more scoop of potatoes. He shouldn't have to wait in the entirety
Which is totally valid.
That.
But I don't endorse people who do like a stop and chat when they come up and they're like, hey, don't I remember you from a couple years ago? And you get in the line and now you have your space or your place behind them in the line. No,
you don't get to walk up to the line and start chatting. Like if he was getting a full plate again, he's got to go back through.
Exactly.
It's sort of like base power. You know what I mean? Once you've touched base, you've got the power.
That's true.
That's going to do it for the crap section.
Don't use a plate as a weapon.
You've lost your mic privileges. You don't get to make facial jokes and come back on. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim.
I liked it. Duval.
On a Monday, knock it off, Tim. We got more to come. Larry Rivers up next. We'll put the show to bed on the Sports Leader.
You're such a bully.